Chapter 5151, Interesting Students. Living mechs had become increasingly more prevalent in the middle zones, where the Living Mech Corporation actively marketed its products. The mech models that the general public happened to come into contact the most were not the popular ferocious piranha or the all-time classic desolate soldier. It was the products that were most removed from the battlefield that tended to enter into the lives of ordinary citizens most frequently. The humble Hymenoptera industrial mech and the incredibly useful pacifier law enforcement mech sold the most and showed up in increasingly more colonies with every passing day. Naturally, the Terrans had yet to make use of these bestsellers because they belonged to a completely different market. While the students did not show any obvious signs of contempt or dismissal due to the fact that they had already studied their professor and his works in advance, Vess was still able to detect their inherent underestimation of second-class mechs. It was hard for the superior Terrans, who had lived among first-class multipurpose mechs for all of their years, to take lesser mechs seriously. While it was true that a single first-class mech could probably wipe out dozens if not hundreds of second-class mechs with relative ease, the pacifier mech that entered the classroom was a bit different from normal machines. As soon as the mech stopped a small distance away from the circle of 14 students, the entire crowd had grown silent for a time. The pacifier mech was nothing special on the surface. It was a recent copy that had only rolled off the production lines a few months ago. The unit had never been seriously used for its intended purpose, so it hardly experienced any meaningful growth. Nonetheless, the living mech exuded a faint aura that suggested that it possessed indescribable qualities that made it a little more special. Those with spiritual potential were able to pick this considerably easier than those who were spiritually dull. Unfortunately for Vess, the majority of his students had yet to activate their spiritual potential at this time, so a lot of the charm of the living mech flew past their immediate senses. "Professor," Paulina Devonshire raised her voice first, "I have read many descriptions about the glows of your living mechs. Can this mech of yours demonstrate its glow to us? Its glow is its strongest selling point." Vess smiled. Glows are not a central component in this introductory course. It is a highly advanced application of living mechs that involves other disciplines that I am not authorized to teach or divulge. I will allow this living mech to briefly demonstrate its glow, as it would hardly do to let you all remain ignorant of this prominent feature. You are not expected to understand it or try to replicate it for your own work in any way. Miss Stryker, please do the honors. His research assistant was in charge of all of the living mechs imported by the Eden Institute. Alexa silently transmitted a command to the mech pilot, who interfaced with the pacifier mech. Soon enough, the pacifier slowly dialed up its glow from almost nothing to a progressively stronger effect. Since the students were all sitting just a stone's throw away from the machine, they became exposed to Lufa's tranquility glow at a strong intensity. The consequences immediately became noticeable. A lot of students became a lot less animated, and their emotional fluctuations became a lot more dampened. Nonetheless, compared to ordinary second-class citizens, the elite Terrans and foreign exchange students showed considerably greater resistance to the glow effects. Their stronger mentalities and their cognitive augmentations all helped these students maintain their wits in a situation where the presence of Lufa demanded them to drain their emotions. Though Vess still found it a bit difficult to examine the mental and spiritual conditions of his students by remote, the Hyper Chamber's realistic technology was so good that it helped a lot with improving his observations. Compared to an ordinary Terran civilian like Klaus Robar Fulton, the descendants of long-established clans like Ryan Shuku and Gabriel Sekar were able to resist the pacifier's glow a lot better. Their mentalities were so strong and augmented that they were able to maintain their full awareness without looking as if they were struggling. This contrasted a lot with the less well-prepared students who showed visible strain as they tried to resist the urge to lose their thoughts and emotions. However, it did not look as if any of them completely allowed themselves to be pacified. This suggested that a first-class adaptation of the pacifier model might not sell as well in the upper zones. The people who lived in those regions were just superior in many ways that suppressive glows simply had much less of an effect on their minds. The differences would become especially pronounced towards first-class Mech pilots. These elite soldiers had all attended some of the best Mech academies of human civilization. Their genetic aptitudes were also a lot higher on average, which enabled them to mentally anchor themselves to their Mechs a lot better. In short, Vess would probably have to lean a lot more on supportive glows if he wanted his products to get taken seriously in the upper zones. The glow of the pacifier is categorized as suppressive, which means that their active effects are mainly meant to be used on hostiles in order to rob them of their violent impulses, he explained. That does not mean it is a weapon. It can also be used on yourself and other friendlies. Let me give you a brief demonstration. One of the fun parts about living Mechs was that he was still able to exert a certain degree of control over them, no matter the distance. Right now, Vess contacted Lufa and requested the design spirit to tweak the expression of his glow for this specific machine. The pacifier Mech began to exude a different vibe, much to the surprise of many of his students. This was not a documented feature of this product. The Angel of Tranquility gradually demonstrated his aspect of healing. The Terrans looked a lot less resistant towards the glow. While it tried to suppress their negative mental activity, it purposefully left a lot of room for their positive thoughts and emotions. Experiencing the aspect of healing was like taking a gentle stimulant that had no discernible side effects. Anyone who accepted this effect would immediately feel more optimistic and invigorated. I think you should take a look at. Vess smirked even more as he silently commanded Lufa to switch to the aspect of rationality. The pacifier's glow made a more radical transition. The latest variation of the glow exerted the strongest possible suppression towards all emotions, but left all rational thinking activity untouched. This effect provoked more extreme responses from the students. Different from the aspect of healing, the aspect of rationality was especially compelling to intellectuals. Over half of the students showed a visible reaction at this time. They became incredibly engrossed in their newfound ability to rationally go over their recent lessons without their emotions getting in the way. It was a much more refreshing way to internalize all of the recent knowledge that they had learned. Vess gave his students a full minute to enjoy this particular glow before he motioned Alexa to end this demonstration. The pilot of the pacifier gradually dialed down the glow until it no longer leaked outside of the machine. The only noticeable aura after this adjustment was the inherent liveliness of a young second-order living Mech. While it was not as obvious as a glow, Vess hoped that it would still provide his small class with a useful reference. Those last two glows are impressive, Professor. Can we purchase this Mech with those additional glows from your Mech company? I'm afraid not. Vess shook his head. One think my company still sells an older second-class Mech model that features the second glow, but we do not currently sell any Mechs with the third glow. You should be able to sell a large amount of Mechs with the third glow that is able to clear our thinking. Ryan Shuku spoke out. The effect may be able to complement the special state of mind that rational Mech designers must hold in order to do their work. Your glow can facilitate the training of Mech designers that have chosen to master this approach. It should also be able to help existing rational Mech designers move much closer to the ideal state of absolute rationality. The scion of the Shuku ancient clan raised a good business opportunity. Vess could definitely see how such a Mech might be interesting to a lot of rational Mech designers. I agree with your assessment, Mr. Shuku, but my Mech company is not yet ready to enter the first-class Mech market. It may take years or decades before we are ready to sell such a product. Any other questions? Gabriel Sekar decided to ask a question this time. Many of your works are characterized by their ability to grow more powerful over time. Does the same apply to glows? That is an astute observation, Mr. Sekar. You are correct. Glows, or rather the source of glows, are by definition alive, so they can grow stronger and more effective. You might not know this, but the tranquility glow that the pacifier is so famed for was not as strong and effective when it first appeared. Years have gone by since then, so many factors have contributed to its strengthening. If glows can become more powerful, is it also possible for the reverse to happen? Gabriel asked another question. Yes, just as people like you and I can become weaker in a couple of decades, the source of glows can also suffer setbacks that make them less effective. I suppose that this is one of the shortcomings of living mechs. Most of them will be able to grow stronger without any complications, but there are always possibilities that they can be led astray or lose much of their accumulated strengthening. I will touch upon this subject in greater detail in a future lesson. The youngest student looked satisfied with the information that Ves provided. Ves found Gabriel Sekar to be rather interesting. He had a strong hunch that it was not a coincidence that this extremely intelligent double-degree student happened to enroll for Introduction to Living Mech Design. When Ves casually swept his gaze across the faces of all 14 students, he was able to confirm his initial observations. Of the 14 students who attended this class, 2 of them already possessed strong spiritual potential. That did not mean that the other 12 were useless. They were still young and not even formal novice mech designers, as of yet. They still had plenty of time to develop spiritual potential after they truly started to work with mechs in a professional capacity. In addition to that, constantly getting exposed to E-energy radiation over a longer period of time should also promote their spiritual potential. Nonetheless, compared to all of those late bloomers, Ves had much greater reasons to pay additional attention to the 2 exceptions. Klaus Robar Fulton was the least augmented among them, yet his spiritual potential was strong if not yet activated. He was like a dormant monster who had yet to show off his ferocity. That made this ordinary Terran citizen a lot more interesting. Compared to the wealthier and more elite Terran scions, Ves felt it was a lot easier to hoodwink Klaus and bring him over to his side. Still, as powerful as Klaus felt across the hyper-chambers connection, Gabriel Sekar's spirituality was even stronger. The heir to the Sekar clan was an anomaly. Not only was his spirituality so noticeably strong, it was also activated. This meant that Gabriel Sekar was already able to actively make use of his strong spirituality to produce specific outcomes, whether consciously or unconsciously. If that was not suspicious enough, his spirituality already started to take on a defined flavor. It hinted that Gabriel was in the process of developing a domain, though Ves was unable to identify it due to lack of proximity. All of these clues caused Ves to make a remarkable conclusion about this young business and mech design student. Gabriel Sekar had already begun to practice a cultivation method. Chapter 51-52, The Importance of E-Energy. Much of the actual lesson content in the first lecture was not academically challenging. Ves did not hold this class in order to teach the nuts and bolts of mech design, such as how to calculate loads, or how to add as many plasma weapons to their mech as possible without causing it to explode. The Eden Institute of Business and Technology already employed professors that could do a much better job at teaching those subjects than him. The school did not hire him based on his meager academic accomplishments, but because it wanted to enrich the vision of its students by exposing them to alternative perspectives. This was exactly what Ves tried to do during the first lecture of his main passion. He could tell so many stories about living mechs that he could literally keep talking for an entire week. It was a pity that the schedule and the attention span of his audience did not support such an endeavor. The more time he spent on unloading his own vision to his students, the greater the extent they became indoctrinated to regard mechs as living objects. As it was, Vess had to keep it rather short in order to make sure he addressed all of the points of today's agenda. Introduction to Living Mech Design was not a heavy course, so he only had a limited amount of hours to make sure that his students comprehended the essence of these subjects by the time the semester came to an end. One helpful circumstance that massively assisted his lesson plan was that Vess could openly speak about E-energy radiation. Now that the Red 2 pretty much pulled the cat out of the bag in relation to psionic power, Vess had no compulsions about mentioning anything related to spirituality and spiritual energy. He just had to remind himself to use the politically correct terminology to make sure he spoke in the same language as every other Mech designer. Have any of you attended any classes related to E-energy radiation? All 14 students shook their heads. Has the Eden Institute set up any classes related to this topic? Master Layla DeVos has briefly spoken about this. Alexa Stryker spoke up. The Eden Institute has become part of a joint project that is uniting all of the higher technical institutions of the Terran Alliance. The overall goal is to pool all relevant research and discoveries together in order to form a foundational course on E-energy radiation and its immediate implications for Mechs. This is meant to ensure that every Terran Mech design student and Mech designer can quickly master what they urgently need to know. Vess nodded in understanding. A common base of understanding can promote a lot of innovation, especially in collaboration. The sooner you people master the common rules and traits of E-energy radiation, the sooner you can try to exceed your rivals. This is a race for innovation. How long will it take for those people to publish their theories? It won't be made available until the start of the next semester. What the Terrans were doing was not unique. The Rubarthan Pact and the Red 2 were probably hard at work in trying to do the same. In fact, the Red Association was being the most generous of all by freely publishing much of its findings. The Mechers also put a lot of effort into setting up a public forum where other independent researchers could freely contribute their results. While this initiative helped a lot with raising Red humanity's overall understanding of E-energy radiation, it did not give the Terrans a chance to gain any competitive advantage over their rivals. In order to prevent the Red Association from becoming the sole authority on all matters concerning E-energy radiation, the Terran Alliance's academic community had to band together and produce its own results. Given that systematic knowledge on E-energy radiation wouldn't be made available for roughly half a year, Vess had little choice but to take a step ahead and share his insights about it in advance. While tedious, the advantage of doing so was that he could ensure his students adopted his own perspective on spiritual energy. Living Mechs are intrinsically related to E-energy radiation, Vess began. Mechs cannot be alive without E-energy sustaining the invisible and intangible quality that grants them additional properties and enable them to develop their own consciousness, enable them to make autonomous decisions, and help them grow stronger over time. Wait, Professor, does that mean that living Mechs are controlled by self-learning and self-evolving AIs? No, Vess shook his head. He reached down to his tool belt and pulled out his hammer of brilliance. Let me give you an example. Look at this hammer. Can you feel its glow through the connection of my hyper chamber? Can you sense how it is a little bit more special than an ordinary alloy hammer? It is able to possess all of these traits, despite the fact that it is solely made out of solid metal parts. That is because it is alive in a similar fashion to how my Mechs are alive. Although the hyperchamber was not that good at conveying the full majesty of the hammer of brilliance, the high-quality connection at least allowed a fraction of it to go through. Even the students who did not possess any significant spiritual potential could still sense the difference between the hammer and any other ordinary object I think you should take a look at. Vess calmly put his hammer back in its place. E-energy makes up for the building blocks of living Mechs. When a Mech designer shapes it with purpose, they can imbue their Mechs and Mech designs with additional attributes that are difficult to explain through normal science. You only need a little bit of it to design a functional living mech that possesses all of the basic traits of life. He continued to explain his basic model of living mechs to his audience. All of his students were incredibly smart, so Vess did not have to repeat himself or worry too much that he moved too quickly. The greatest challenge when it came to learning the essence of living mechs was to accept that it was possible in the first place. In the past, Vess had to put a lot more effort into convincing people that mechs could be alive, even though it sounded paradoxical. Nowadays, Vess could attribute everything that sounded weird and counterintuitive to E-energy. None of the 14 students showed any indication of rejection or disbelief because of the existence of this powerful factor. "What is E-energy exactly, Professor?" Klaus asked with genuine curiosity. "What is it exactly made of, and where does it come from? If E-energy is so essential to living mechs, why have you been able to design them when E-energy radiation is not available in the Milky Way?" Vess directed an approving smile at the young man. "All good questions, Mr. Robar Fulton. This is the skepticism and inquisitiveness that a mech designer should possess. While this is not a class on E-energy radiation, I will try to explain it as best as I can. As far as I am aware of, there are actually 2 broad strains of E-energy." 2. Yes, 2. There is E-energy that is generated by a high-energy environment such as Messier 87 that you can vaguely observe in the skies. You can ignore this for now, as it is not a part of the basic model on living mechs. What truly enables living mechs to come into being and sustain themselves is the E-energy radiation that is produced in small quantities by the mental activity of sentient living beings. What Vess just shared to his students sounded incredulous to most, if not all of them. Aside from sketchy individuals who may have come into contact with cultivation before, such as Gabriel Sekar, it sounded rather crazy that the power of human thought could actually contribute to the strengthening of mechs. I am sure that many of you would like to see proof of this. If I was standing in front of you in person, I can easily do so, but since I'm teaching this class from remote, you will just have to take my word for it. There are higher dimensions than the known material ones where E-energy radiation mainly resides. It is there where all of the interesting activity takes place. While I do not exactly know why, our higher thoughts and emotions can not only affect what is happening in that invisible realm, but generate E-energy that can be used for many purposes. The art of designing a living mech is to shape it into a specific energy foundation in relation to a mech before bringing it to life. This time, not even Gabriel could hold in his curiosity anymore. "Professor Larkinson, that sounds as if you are creating life out of nothing. How is that possible? It is impossible to make living organisms by putting together different materials. The only known process that can do so is through organic reproduction. What you have just mentioned is the greatest challenge to designing a living mech, Mr. Sekar. It is the only condition that prevents many of my subordinates from replicating my work. The act of creating a living mech is, well, a miracle for a lack of a better word. It requires you to have a strong motivation and passion for making mechs alive. I will expand on this subject in a future lecture, but you should all be aware that the threshold is high. This introductory course can help you understand the essential theories and help you prepare for this endeavor as best as possible, but you will ultimately have to complete this journey by relying on your own effort. Does that mean we have to specialize in living mechs in order to gain the qualifications to design them?" Polina Devonshire asked. "Not necessarily," Vess replied. "It certainly helps, but I have a couple of mech designers working in my department that are capable of designing basic living mechs despite possessing drastically different specializations. Their conditions are a little abnormal, so their approaches will not necessarily work for you. The most proper method to design living mechs is to become passionate about them to the point where you are willing to incorporate it into your design philosophy. Living mechs do not necessarily have to be your main focus, but it has to become a significant component of your creative vision. The Mech design students did not show any obvious indications whether they were interested in doing this. It was too early for them to make up their minds, and even if they held a notable interest in this capability, the Terrans were not in a hurry to express their stances. The only exception was his own teaching assistant. Alexa Stryker had already heard quite a bit about living mechs from Vess. She was also able to spend a significant amount of time on the living mechs imported by the Eden Institute. Vess clapped his hands. There is no need for any of you to make any definite decisions about your future. This course has only just begun, so there is still plenty of time for you to learn more and digest all of my lessons. Whether you are only here to broaden your horizons or truly come to love the endless possibilities that living mechs can add to your work, one will try to accommodate all of your needs. The rest of the class ended in a fairly mundane fashion. Vess could still share plenty of exciting knowledge, but Vess reserved that for the future. He ended his first lecture for this course with an optimistic message. The Age of Dawn is an exciting time for the mech industry. The existence of exotic radiation has not made mechs obsolete. It complements our work. Mechs that are especially active in their usage of E-energy are able to derive greater benefits from the changing circumstances than others. I believe you have already witnessed how much stronger living mechs can be in my earlier lecture for my Frontier Wisdom course. E-energy is at the heart of it all, and if you are willing to delve deeper into designing living mechs, I will help you harness this powerful energy type so that you can empower your own mechs as well. Chapter 51-53, Initial Selection. Once his lecture came to an end, he assigned a bunch of assignments to his students. He wanted them to write an essay on the phenomenon of X-factor, which could be considered as the precursor of living mechs. Just like how Vess eventually excelled at designing living mechs by starting out with this more limited concept, he believed it would be helpful for his students to undergo a similar journey of exploration. Of course, the Eden Institute imposed high demands and expectations on its students, so Vess had to drastically increase the difficulty and workload of this assignment. It was challenging for Vess to keep all of these augmented brats sufficiently occupied. His initial lesson plan may have been rather challenging to keep up for high-performing second-class mech design students, but Alexa Stryker told him that it was way too light for his current audience. It was actually his teaching assistant who took the initiative to compose the bulk of all of the homework assignments. She used to be a student in a similar university herself half a decade ago, so she knew exactly what it took to exercise the research and analytical capabilities of these growing inhuman monsters. It all looked a bit too excessive to Vess, but this was what first-class educational institutions were like. The additional studies might not make a huge difference in furthering one's understanding of living mechs, but it definitely helped with broadening the knowledge base of every mech design student. If every course taught by the Eden Institute was like this, then it was no wonder that first-class mech designers were able to overpower second-class mech designers at the same level. Most students left the classroom as the lecture came to an end. They all had busy schedules and could not afford to squander their time on idle chatter. Vess was a little disappointed that none of them was willing to stick around a little longer in order to ask additional questions, but the school semester had just begun. There was plenty of time for him to plant his seeds into their minds during future lectures. As long as one of those seeds took hold and bloomed, he would already be satisfied for having indoctrinated at least one gullible Terran student. "Good performance," Alexa commented to Vess as he was about to leave. "This class was not as bombastic as your first one, but that is not what is expected from you. One think you can be more forthcoming about introducing subversive ideas to your students. Their tolerance for unusual and counterintuitive concepts is greater than you think. Your existing products already provide sufficient hard proof that your theories have real merit." The hyperrealistic projection of Vess smiled at her. "I'm sure you are right, but a subject like this is still a part of a class Roman IX design philosophy. I would rather err on the side of caution than risk the possibility that my audience will get lost. That is understandable. Now that you have gotten to know your students in a personal capacity, is there any among them that has caught your interest for whatever reason? Vess nodded. 2 of them have indeed caught my eye. I would like you to dig a little deeper into the background and personal circumstances of Klaus Robar-Fulton and Gabriel Sekar. One can't make a definite judgment on this, but as long as either of them are willing to make a serious commitment in this field, they have a good chance of developing the capacity to design a basic living mech. His teaching assistant looked surprised. How are you able to determine that when you have only spoken to them for 2 hours? Let's just say that I can feel it. Anyone who boasts a similar specialty can do the same. How can you perceive a person's qualifications when you are only able to study them through the projected interface of a hyper chamber? Alexa asked as she started to look a little suspicious. I do not believe the data transmitted by the relevant systems is extensive enough to enable you to perceive those variables. Vess chuckled. Technology can do way more than what they are initially designed to do. When you develop a greater understanding of the concepts of life and E-energy, you wouldn't have to ask such a question. Every high-ranking mech designer has their own little tricks. Just take my word for it that those 2 fellows have greater promise than the rest. Can you share your own views on the 2 names that I have mentioned? I do not have much to say about Klaus Robar-Fulton. There is not much to tell about him in the first place, as he is a rather ordinary Terran citizen. His implants and genetic treatments are basic, and while he has attained relatively good results in his school despite this handicap, he does not have what it takes to attract the soliciting of headhunters like his friend Polina Devonshire. To be honest, if you did not mention his name, I would have never taken a second look at him. By any objective measure, he is mostly average. This did not surprise Vess. The student body of the Eden Institute was not representative of the larger Terran alliance. It attracted a considerable proportion of young elites who were bound to occupy higher positions in their later careers. Nonetheless, it was not healthy for the school to cater entirely to this specific market. The Eden Institute also had to fulfill a societal responsibility, so relatively poor and average students like Klaus received a chance to transform their lives as well. The problem was that it took a lot more talent and results for ordinary citizens to successfully make this leap. The results attained by Klaus were just below the threshold that made it worthwhile for organizations to invest in his education in order to get another genius young mech designer in return. While other organizations might disdain this kid, the same might not necessarily apply to Vess. I think you should take a look at. His vision was different from everyone else's. The early development of spiritual potential most certainly denoted that an individual possessed a particularly stronger talent towards any form of cultivation, which also encompassed mech design. Vess' cognitive abilities were only a fraction as strong as that of the Terran student at the same age, yet he managed to advance to senior in his 40s. While it was true that Vess relied on several advantages to speed up his progression, he could easily provide comparable benefits to Klaus if he chose to invest in this student. Vess made a decision. It is far too soon to consider private tutoring and apprenticeships, but I would like you to monitor him more closely in the next few months. I want to obtain as much information as possible about Mr. Robar-Fulton. If there is truly an opportunity to build a closer relationship with him, then I am inclined to give him my support throughout his studies and initial entry in the market. You will have to convince him to accept you as his mentor, Alexa skeptically replied. Your chances of doing so are not great. I am not questioning your ability to design mechs, but you are ultimately a second-class mech designer who is still far removed from our Terran society. Compared to other professors, you ain't unable to convey much benefits to him. You cannot assist in his advanced studies nor offer to pay for his tuition. Your current works and projects do not cover first-class multipurpose mechs at all, and that will not change in the near future. You do not have a strong and extensive network that can help him enter the Mech industry with a running start. Do I need to mention any more, Professor Larkinson? Vess had a simple response to this description. All of that sounds great. If Klaus actually has a choice. He's a fourth-year Mech design student who has yet to receive any attention from a professor or Mech company as far as I am aware of. Once he graduates, his job prospects aren't all that great. I can offer him a better alternative if that is the case. Any solution is better than no solution. If you put it that way, then you may have a chance, but that is dependent on whether Mr. Robar Fulton is willing to drop his pride and settle for a lesser mentor. His reputation within the Terran Mech industry will be tarnished if this happens. He may be treated as a failure and an outcast by associating himself with a lesser Mech designer. That was indeed a serious problem, but only if Vess continued to remain inferior. Let's leave the decision up to Klaus if I am ready to make the offer, he eventually said. One see no need to push too hard on him. It is best if he is eager and willing to study my craft despite the difficulties that you have mentioned. This can serve as an excellent test of his commitment. Enough about him. What about Mr. Sekar? Alexa frowned at the mention of this name. I do not recommend you to associate yourself too closely with Gabriel Sekar. He is not an average descendant of a clan. He is its leading offspring and heir. His entire life and career are already set by his parents and elders. He may have permission to choose his own specialization and mentors, given that each individual has their own unique preferences in the field of Mech design. An atypical young second-class senior Mech designer like you is most definitely not on his list. That sounded rather excessive. It's that serious. There is more to it than that, Professor. The Sekar clan is deeply embedded in Terran society. While our isolation from the Greater Terran United Confederation has made many old entanglements irrelevant, the Sekars are still surrounded by an elaborate network of allies, enemies, and more complex relations. Rashly entering this web will expose you to powerful threats that you are not equipped to handle. I'm a Tier 6 galactic citizen. That has to count for something, right? The young woman threw a contemptuous glance at him. Higher tiers of galactic citizenship may be rare in the middle zones, but they are considerably more ubiquitous among the upper society of our Terran society. The more powerful clans and organizations are often helmed by higher-tiered galactic citizens. While they are subject to a specific set of rules that imposes extensive constraints on what they can do to each other, they can still be frighteningly effective at plotting the downfall of those they regard as obstacles. The machinations at the higher echelons of power were not comparable to the games that people played in second-rate or third-rate states. The stakes were higher, and the ripple effects spread a lot further. If it is like this, then maybe it is best if I don't do anything extra with Gabriel Sekar, Vess concluded. His standing in the Terran Alliance was still too shaky. Vess did not want to risk his gradual infiltration of Terran society by getting tangled up into exceedingly dangerous affairs that did not matter to him in the slightest. Treat him as any intelligent student, Alexa advised him. Be professional to him. That is all the Eden Institute and the Sekar clan asks of you. You can indulge him if he takes the initiative to ask more questions about living mechs, but you must always have a sense of proportion. You must constantly keep in mind that he belongs to the Sekar clan. He has no other choice in his life. That sounded remarkably depressing to Vess. It prompted him to look back at his own clan. Did he treat his children in the same way? When Vess shut down the Hyper Chambers connection to the Eden Institute's campus, he thought a little more about this issue, but eventually shoved it aside. His children were all genuinely happy as far as he knew. They were doing just fine, and he wouldn't particularly mind if they chose to take a different course in their lives when they grew older. Let's prepare for tomorrow's class. Chapter 50, 154, Advanced Manual Superfab Operation. The third and final class that Vess was scheduled to teach was Advanced Manual Superfab Operation. Different from frontier wisdom and introduction to living Mech design, it was a lot more practical in nature. The course description already made it clear that students needed to be prepared to complete a lot of manual work as opposed to standard book learning. The subject of fabricating mechs attracted a lot more interest from the student body than living mechs. 100 students had been enrolled in the course. More had actually applied before the start of the semester, but VES and the school administration wanted to limit the number in order to make the classes more manageable. When VES entered the hyper chamber and established a connection with the Eden Institute again, the chamber began to construct a completely different environment this time. Cool metal walls made out of unknown, but extremely resilient alloys surrounded VES on all sides. As a Mech university, the Eden Institute encompassed a large number of Mech workshops. A third of them were constantly in use during a typical working day, and that occupancy tended to increase by a lot at the end of a semester. That was the time when fifth-year students had to complete their graduation projects and prove to the school that they were fully capable of designing complete first-class multipurpose mechs. Fabricating a mech did not have to be so complicated for many Terran mech designers. If they wanted to, they could just press a single button in order to have a materializer produce a highly accurate physical copy of a mech that previously existed in theory. Of course, those who truly wanted to produce a more superior mech knew that there were certain processes that materializers were unable to do well. There was still a case for using more manual production machines, such as superfabs. This mostly had to do with the fact that more energetic and volatile first-class exotics needed to be processed in specific ways. This could make the resulting mech perform a little better or reduce its malfunction rate. The fact that it was possible to fabricate masterwork mechs with superfabs, but not with materializers, was proof that it was still worthwhile to master the manual fabrication process. VES learned from his teaching assistant that Terran mech designers generally undertook this work when they had progressed a lot further in their careers. They already had to do a lot of learning in order to gain proficiency in all of the essential high technologies that made up a modern first-class mech. Then they needed to devote a lot of time on additional studies in their specializations and areas of interests. Powerful augmentations or not, a lot of Terran students were already pressed to their limits. How could they possibly spare so much attention to learning how to fabricate their own work by relying on an outdated production method that had already been phased out in the general mech industry? An important distinction to make was that first-class mech fabrication was incomparably more difficult than second-class mech fabrication. The greater the proportion of advanced tech, the more variables a mech designer had to take into account. The higher the quality of materials, the easier it was to ruin a job due to misprocessing. VES already had a taste of this when he had begun to fabricate quasi-first-class mechs. The jump in difficulty was not small. It made a lot of sense that first-class mech designers chose to skip this part about mech design entirely. The only situations where superfabs may be utilized at greater frequencies was when master mech designers wanted to attain the best possible result when producing a high-end machine. At that point, masters had become so smart and powerful that it became a lot easier for them to master the essentials of fabricating mechs with superfabs. Nonetheless, VES did not think this was a good approach towards the profession. He had always been a believer that the journey was more important than the destination. A master who never seriously fabricated a mech until he had reached the apex of his career could never internalize the charm of making a machine by hand. Such a figure was already set in his ways. The difficulty of fabricating masterwork mechs for them was doubtlessly a lot higher as a consequence. As the students who enrolled for this new course started to enter the mech workshop, VES remained silent and folded his hands behind his back. He had chosen to wear a white lab coat, as was traditional in this kind of setting. The students also changed their smart clothing to a more protective configuration, even though they all wore personal shield generators. Compared to his previous class, the students who signed up for this course all came with greater and more defined purposes in mind. They knew that Wes was most likely the best Mech fabricator that they could learn from. He had done the impossible and fabricated over half a dozen masterwork Mechs when he was still in the journeyman stage. This was incredibly relevant to this batch of ambitious 4th and 5th-year Mech design students. Sure, they could learn a lot about manual Mech fabrication from a stuffy 300-year-old master Mech designer, but the gap was too great in that case. Wes, on the other hand, was not as far removed from these students. This meant that his tricks and approaches might actually lead to more apparent improvement to these young men and women. I think you should take a look at. He had taken the time to briefly survey the growing crowd in front of him. Each of them looked particularly more interested and motivated to learn from Wes this time. He knew that there was also a greater proportion of higher performers among this crowd. They were more ambitious and capable compared to their peers, or else they wouldn't have chosen to invest their valuable time on Mech fabrication so early in their careers. Once the final student had arrived, Wes started the class on this interesting subject. Welcome to Advanced Manual Superfab Operation, though I prefer to call it Advanced Mech Fabrication, because it encompasses more than operating a production machine. I am sure you have already read the documents on this course, so I won't repeat all of that basic information. If you are here, then that means that you have not only gained a basic proficiency in the operation of superfabs in another course, but have developed a yearning for more. Wes grinned at his audience. He spotted a few familiar faces such as Klaus and Polina, but most of them were new to him. They all knew what they wanted from this course, so he wanted to do his best to meet their expectations. Throughout this course, I will teach you and guide you by imparting general theories, approaches, and perhaps a couple of tricks that should help you raise the quality of your works. Much of my knowledge is not actually systematic. The reason why this is a practical course as opposed to a theoretical one is because it is not about learning new skills, but applying your existing ones better. What is the common description of Mech design? Mech design is both an art and a science. A quick-witted young woman spoke. Wes nodded. Correct. Most of your courses up until this point have placed a heavy emphasis on the science component of Mech design. This is completely logical as you need to master the basic rules of the game in order to gain the qualifications to play it. However, if you want to become more than just an average participant, you will need to go beyond the basics. If you ever want to fabricate a masterwork Mech by yourself, then you cannot allow the science aspect of your job to dictate your approach to fabrication. You need to bring back the art that you have pushed aside for so long if you want to make an actual artwork, as opposed to an ordinary commodity. This was a hard message to the students. This became evident as soon as their expressions and demeanors became more tempered. First-class multipurpose Mechs were vastly more complicated to design and fabricate due to the involvement of a lot of advanced tech and materials. It was practically impossible for the students to stop thinking about convoluted scientific theories and complicated math whenever they did anything with Mechs. How can we do that, Professor? Another student asked. Good question, Wes grinned. The answer is a bit complicated. You need to master your craft extremely well. If your knowledge and skills are not up to standard, then you will not even be able to get past the starting point. You also need to find and develop your own style. Just as with musicians, anyone can play the right notes of an instrument with enough skill, but it takes passion and vision to play it with style and flair. What this course aims to do is to help you play the superfab like a rock star and add your own unique charms to your Mechs. His words reignited the eagerness and motivation of his students. Although advanced manual superfab operation would definitely demand a lot out of each of them, the potential rewards were great. As long as they were able to fabricate their elaborate first-class multipurpose Mechs with greater skill, then they would obtain a small but unquestionable advantage over their competitors. After speaking a bit more about the importance of channeling their artistic senses as opposed to filling their heads with numbers, Vess decided to give them a more direct taste of excellent craftsmanship. Please raise your hands if you have ever seen a masterwork Mech in person. Over half of the students did so. While masterwork Mechs were generally rare, it was still possible for most people to be able to witness them with their own eyes if they visited a Mech exhibition hall like the Chance Bay Masterwork Gallery. Who among you have been able to touch a masterwork Mech with your own hands? A lot of hands dropped all of a sudden. Only 8 students enjoyed this particular privilege. Vess found that to be regretful. This was why he intended to do something about this inadequacy. Well, don't fret if you haven't been able to raise your arms. Today is your lucky day, because today you will be able to touch an actual masterwork Mech, if only in a reduced form. It was at this time that Alexa Stryker came back after retrieving a secure container. The assistant proceeded to unlock the container before carefully lifting up a Mech figurine based on the Valkyrie Redeemer model. What caught every student's attention was that this was not an ordinary scale model. It was an actual masterwork, which was unimaginable to these would-be Mech designers who were still too far away from creating their own sublime works of art. Vess had fabricated it with the help of the hammer of brilliance years ago. He never really had a use for this little toy aside from putting it on his trophy case. Since he did not have any better use for it, he thought that he might as well use it as a teaching aid for this advanced course. Alexa carefully passed the miniature to the student standing on the far left. The clever Terrans did not need to be told that they should only take a few seconds to enjoy the exquisite work up close before passing it on to their neighbor. "What do you think?" Vess smiled at his enraptured audience. "Can you feel the personal touches that I put into the work? Are you able to appreciate the stylistic choices that I have made? Do not look at this masterwork from a technical perspective. Look at it as if you are looking at a painting or a sculpture. Mechs are tools, but they are not limited to that classification. They can be artworks as well, and the proof is literally in your hands." He saw that each student who got their hands on it treated the masterwork miniature as a genuine treasure. He wondered how these Terrans would react if they heard that his children occasionally took it and used it to play silly little games. Chapter 50, 155 Heartfelt Work. Vess loved to share his passion with other people. He had tried to teach his craft to the assistant Mech designers of the design department on many occasions. Each time he did so, he came away with disappointment. The novices and apprentices were not all that bad. The design department had always upheld standards that constantly rose over time as Vess, and his lead designers continually designed more and more sophisticated Mechs. It was inevitable for Mech designers, who used to be third-raters, gradually failed to keep up with the growing requirements imposed by the department. Over the years, a lot of third-raters who used to come from states like the Bright Republic and the Sentinel Kingdom had been forced to transfer to other departments because of reaching their limits too soon. Vess found it rather regretful that these early loyalists, who contributed a lot to the early development of his clan and Mech company, ultimately had to be pushed away. There was no other choice, though. Vess and his highly motivated journeymen could not allow their work to get dragged down by incompetent help. It was not as if the clan had given these low-ranking Mech designers enough chances. Aside from giving them easy access to the Larkinson clan's growing internal library, the Larkinson Biotech Institute constantly offered every clansman increasingly better and more powerful implants to help them perform better. If these Mech designers still couldn't complete their assignments after receiving all of this support, then Vess had no qualms about setting them aside. It was easy enough to hire more competent replacements to fill up the gaps again. Still, as Vess continued to speak in front of his attentive audience of Terran Mech design students, he gained a considerably better impression of how quickly these eager kids absorbed new knowledge. Unlike his previous 2 courses, Advanced Manual Superfab Operation did include a fair amount of technical knowledge. Vess already had extensive experience with working a first-class superfab, So he was able to instill a lot of handy little tricks and operations that could measurably improve the quality of a work, and a Mech in particular. A considerable amount of his lesson content involved a lot of different disciplines. Vess was able to cope with it because he already had several senior-level skills, but he was afraid his students wouldn't be able to grasp the full rules of his methods. The actual situation turned out to be a lot more favorable than he expected. Though Alexa had already assured him that his audience would be able to keep up just fine, it gratified him to see each and every one of them demonstrate their ability to apply his rules and guidelines. Since this was a practical course, it was not enough to dump a lot of information into everyone's heads. This was why each of them had spread out across the available space in the Mech workshop, so that they could have enough space to operate a physical projection of a simulated superfab interface. There was no need to project a complete superfab for everyone. Vess just wanted them to replicate the methods that he demonstrated as best as possible. This was also a good opportunity for him to observe and judge the actual fabrication skills of his students. Impressive, Alexa Stryker spoke as she stood at the side of Vess' projection. Their foundations are all solid. None of their records have conflated their skills. What is more notable is that it does not appear that any of them are holding back. It is not uncommon for students to hide their full abilities in a class. Why would they do that? Vess furrowed his brows for a moment. These would-be Mech designers are classmates for now, but it will only take a year or two before they graduate. There is a possibility that they may become colleagues in the future, but it is much more likely for them to become competitors. Any hidden advantage can be used to defy other people's expectations and attain a drastically better outcome. Vess understood the value of possessing trump cards quite well. He just did not expect it to be worthwhile for these young men and women to scheme so much when they had yet to complete their graduation projects. Then again, the stakes were much higher at their level. Vess never had to deal with these kind of pernicious games back when he studied at the Rittersberg University of Technology back in the Bright Republic. It could also be that he was not really good enough back then to attract the attention of the top employers. Well, whatever the case, I think you are right in this instance. Vess spoke with a smile. Even by remote, one can feel the passion and motivation radiating from their active bodies. They have become fully engaged in my class. I do not blame them. It was not too long ago that they held an actual masterwork product in their hands. The figurine may be just a toy, but it has greatly inspired them. They either want to replicate some of the charm of your work, or seek to push their skills to a greater height in order to win your approval. None of the students want to miss this chance to take a considerable step closer to making their own masterwork Mechs in the future. Vess stopped a short distance away from Klaus Robar-Fulton. The fourth-year Mech design student showed a decent grasp of basic fabrication skills, but he was too slow to pick up the more advanced operations that he just learned. It disappointed Vess a bit that Klaus did not appear to possess much talent of ability in this aspect. Alexa knew that her professor had developed interest towards the young man. Klaus is struggling not because he is inherently deficient in fabrication, but because he lacks practice. Much of his time is spent on studying all of the theories that he is required to know in all of his classes. It is actually commendable that he has managed to free enough time in his schedule to attend a class on superfab Mech fabrication. He has likely chosen to do so in the hopes of differentiating himself from his other competitors. I think you should take a look at. Vess crossed his arms. He probably shouldn't have bothered. I am not faulting him for his decision to learn how to make a Mech by making use of more affordable equipment, but it is not worth it if it comes at the cost of causing his theoretical foundation to fall behind. His teaching assistant raised her eyebrow. Did you not tell your students earlier that they should place as much emphasis on the art of Mech design as they do in the science of their discipline? That is correct. I think I also mentioned that it is always necessary to learn how to play the game properly before you think about how to break the rules to your advantage. Mech designers must master their craft well enough in order to free up enough mental capacity for the more esoteric aspects of mech fabrication. If their brains cannot keep up with their work, they will have no room to allow their hearts to run wild. I see. That is an insightful remark. How are your own fabrication skills? They are most definitely superior to the skills displayed by Mr. Robar Fulton. I can assure you of that at least, Professor. That is a rather low bar to compare yourself with, Miss Alexa. The teaching assistant smiled at him. Do not dismiss Mr. Robar Fulton's fabrication skills so soon. He has not displayed any exceptional talent in this field, but he is not inept in it either. He is still a blank slate for the most part. You should be able to train him in person to ensure his skills are up to par if you choose to do so. He can attain much better results as long as he is given enough time and expert guidance. That was correct, Vess supposed. It was not all that bad if Klaus lacked talent in fabrication. The more essential requirement to becoming a good mech designer was to design a completely working machine. So long as the design was in place, other people could easily take over the responsibility of producing the mechs. Vess moved on to observing the adjacent mech design student. Paulina Devonshire demonstrated a far better grasp of the basics. She also picked up on his teachings faster as well. Her circumstances are better than that of her friend, Alexa commented. Her greater natural intellect and her superior augmentations have done wonders to speed up her learning. I am not able to judge whether she possesses any inherent talent in fabrication. Vess briefly observed a few seconds longer before shaking his head. Paulina's foundation is considerably more solid. She won't be lacking for work in a manufacturing complex. My problem is that there is not much else to see beyond this point. She has done little to explore the charm of creating products by hand. She lacks creative vision or the ability to imbue it into her own work. It makes little difference whether you replace her with an AL. I see. That sounds disappointing. It's okay. This is not an inherent problem. Paulina is still relatively young. Advanced manual superfab operation is precisely geared towards mech design students like her. My curriculum will open her eyes to all of the factors that her previous teachers neglected to teach. It remained to be seen if Paulina would be able to bloom in this aspect. It didn't really matter too much to Vess. He already learned that the woman had already signed a contract that would compel her to work for another organization immediately after she graduated. It was impossible for him to lay his own claim on this future mech designer. Minutes later, Vess almost froze when he observed the skills demonstrated by a fifth-year student. Her fabrication skills were solid, but that was not exceptional among many other clever Terran students. What caused Vess to develop a considerably greater interest towards her ongoing practice was her style. Unlike her other overworked peers, she consciously attempted to move beyond the basics and attempted to add real personality to her ongoing work. Doing so increased the difficulty of her operations, but she displayed so much passion that the added challenges did not hinder her from realizing her own vision. Kelly McAfee. Alexa mentioned her name. She is the daughter of an established architect who was brought over from the Terran Confederation to shape the cities of tomorrow. With that sort of background, it should not be a surprise that she has already developed her own artistic vision. Vess nodded in agreement. I can sense it in the lines and shapes of her work. It is expressly geared towards shaping the perception and evoking the emotions to those that see her work. She probably designs her mech as if they are monuments. One should know since it is an aspect of my design style as well. Unfortunately for Vess, Kelly McAfee had also been headhunted by a Terran mech company. There was no chance of taking her under his wing. This was fine. Vess did not expect to be able to build up an immediate following now that he had started to teach at the Eden Institute. His own background and reputation were still too underdeveloped for him to expand his presence in the Terran mech community. He needed to be more patient and focus on taking baby steps. As long as he taught students like Kelly McAfee well, other people would eventually be able to notice how good he was at teaching. As his tutelage became more valued, Vess would gain more recognition and gradually open up new doors that were currently closed to a foreigner like himself. This was just the start. He still needed to prove himself by teaching these brats how to fabricate a mech with style. This was going to be a long journey. Chapter 156, Practical Homework. As his first advanced manual superfab operation came to an end, Vess gained a good understanding of the state of his students. Few of them were as bad or unpracticed as Klaus Robar Fulton. The average proficiencies displayed by all of the Terran Mech design students fully satisfied Vess. He was confident in his ability to transform each of them into part-time artists who knew how to elevate their mechs into good quality works rather than standard fare. Vess found rather perplexing that the wealthy Terrans did not prioritize good craftsmanship so much, at least when it came to mechs. He expected a society that was mainly dominated by long-lasting clans and organization to pursue quality over quantity. However, as materializers continued to penetrate more and more aspects of their industries, there were fewer opportunities for notable artisans to practice their crafts and earn renown for their artistic skills. The traditional art scene was doing well. Wealthy Terrans were still willing to pay millions of MTA credits to obtain a transcendent piece of art to decorate their opulent mansions. It was not that important for mechs to display any remarkable artistic expression from its maker. The Terrans mainly wanted these complicated and important war machines to function exactly according to their theoretical specifications. They did not want their machines to exhibit any anomalies, as their sheer complexity meant that a lot more factors could go wrong than normal. Vess did not fully agree with this mindset, but then again, he was not a Terran. For now, he just hoped that this batch of 2 students would one day be able to go out and express their craftsmanship without restraint. The mech industry could definitely benefit from having a little more personality. As the first class of this course came to an end, Vess ended this session by assigning homework to all of his students. Each of you have the foundation to turn a superfab into a tool that can be used to express your art and vision. There is still a long way to go before you can consistently elevate the quality of your work. If you cannot elevate the quality of your work to a point where you can justify the additional time and effort spent into its production, then your craftsmanship is still not up to par. A superfab had been relegated to a niche production method to the Terrans. Much of their industrial infrastructure was based on the use of expensive materializers. This meant that it was hard for any mech designer to justify the decision to go back into the past and resort to a less efficient method of mech fabrication. Vess did not know whether all of his students could improve to the point of being able to turn their craftsmanship into a selling point, but he was willing to do his best to make this happen. Now 1 a.m. sure that you are wondering how you can improve your craftsmanship since it is not up to par. There are many ways to do that, but my personal suggestion is to start out small and slowly work your way up to turning your mechs into art. His highly accurate physical projection approached Alexa and lifted up the Masterwork Mech figurine. I believe that each of you are capable of fabricating a small facsimile mech like this. Compared to a full-sized machine, it only takes a fraction of the time to produce a work of this size. What one want you to do before our next practical class is to take your time in an available workshop and craft your own mech figurine. Do your best to incorporate the lessons that I have taught to you today. This homework assignment triggered various reactions from the crowd. The students were not accustomed to spending their time on such an activity. They were learning to become mech designers, not toy makers. My assistant should have already transmitted a document that sets the requirements and restrictions of this assignment. Vess continued. You will be granted permission to draw from a stock of ordinary materials without cost. You are also expected to complete your own works with the use of manual tools and superfabs at lower automation settings. Don't try to cheat. It is the height of foolishness to present a work that is not your own in front of a masterwork mech designer. Any questions? One Terran immediately raised his arm. "Professor, are we expected to create a functional Mech figurine? Must it be realistic enough to fly around and fire actual weapons?" Vess shook his head. "That is not necessary. You can use my own model as a reference to the degree of realism that you should pursue. Just focus on creating a small-scale visual representation of a real Mech design. It's the look that matters. You should simplify the internals and the functional parts as much as you think is adequate and within your skill set. You will have to use your own judgment. What Mech designs are we permitted to adapt for this assignment?" "Any first-class multi-purpose Mech design will do." Vess shrugged. "Each of you have spent at least 4 solid years learning how to design such a machine. I am sure that you have designed a couple of basic designs in your previous courses or in your free time, perhaps. It doesn't matter if your prior work is inferior in terms of performance or refinement. What matters is that it is a genuine representation of your work and vision. If you do not have a Mech design of your own for whatever reason, you can contact my assistant." Vess wanted these students to start with their own designs because it would be easier for them to express their own personality through their craft. Not only that, but the resulting Mech figurines would be able to tell him a lot more about the skills and other traits of his students. After answering a few more questions, Vess dismissed the students. "Remember that I will be away on a conference for the next week. This should give you plenty of time to craft a fairly realistic Mech figurine of your own. The better you are able to express your own creativity, the closer you are to elevating your craftsmanship to a degree where you can pass this course. Your subsequent assignments will only become more and more difficult, so do your best to get off on a good start." This was probably the most difficult course out of the 3 that Vess currently taught. He was willing to be more tolerant in the other courses that he taught, but this one was truly geared towards the more advanced students I think you should take a look at. Each of these kids were only a few steps away from graduation. If they could not measure up to his raised standards, then they probably did not deserve to complete their studies so soon. Once the students exited the Mech workshop so that they could catch up to their next classes, Alexa returned after carefully storing away the masterwork Mech figurine. "Would you like us to send back this treasure now that it has served its purpose?" Vess shook his head. "Don't bother. Just keep it around so that one can make use of it again in front of another batch of students. It may seem valuable to you, but if I really wanted to, I can probably make another small masterwork if one truly put effort into making one. Has your craftsmanship become that good?" I have a lot of tricks up my sleeve. My craftsmanship has improved by a massive extent compared to when I was still a journeyman. It's a shame that I can't display my latest masterwork expert Mech to you due to security reasons. I am sure that an apprentice such as yourself would be able to appreciate its craftsmanship." The young assistant genuinely looked regretful for missing such an opportunity. The 2 proceeded to discuss their plans for the next 2 weeks. The conference held by the survivalist faction loomed big over their heads. Vess would remain out of contact entirely for the duration of this event, which meant that Alexa Stryker had to become responsible for handling any issues brought up by the students who enrolled in his courses. Vess made sure to provide Alexa with enough documentation and explanations to represent him in his absence. It helped a lot that she was apparently a skilled apprentice Mech designer with a decent amount of work experience. The Eden Institute of Business and Technology maintains high standards, she explained to Vess. Mech designers who work in the academic sector normally have an extensive grasp of theory. "I see. It is good that you are so proficient in the basics. You don't need to do your best to ask every single question. My lesson content is not too difficult so far, so if these fellows cannot work out their solutions within the limits that I have set, then they deserve to fail." Alexis smiled at that, but did not comment on it any further. She instead chose to talk about a different topic. "How good is your relationship with the Red Association?" "Pretty good, I think," he said. "I have a working relationship with 2 of its factions. I'm not sure what the other Mechers think of me, but I have done far more to contribute towards humanity than most other Mech designers. I earned that Tier 6 citizenship. Do you expect to improve your cooperation with the survivalists and the Red Association even more during this upcoming conference? Vess grinned and nodded. That is what I am hoping for. I am preparing to present a lot of unique works of mine that may attract their interest. The survivalists are most certainly planning to make big moves. One hope that my contributions, however meager they may be, might become a part of their action plan to save red humanity from extinction. Ordinary second-class seniors would never be daring enough to make this claim, but Vess was different. He had already done it before back when he was a journeyman. Now that he had advanced to senior and received a crash course on cultivation science from his mother, he had become much better equipped to develop new solutions that could drastically improve people's lives. I wish you good luck, Professor Larkinson. Alexa Stryker wished him well before adding a warning. I hope that you will maintain a healthy degree of skepticism towards their claims and offers. The Red Association is no longer able to protect the territories that it is obliged to protect under its own mandate. As the war between red humanity and the native aliens continues to escalate, the Mechers will not hesitate to abandon entire zones and pull back their defensive lines in order to preserve their own core assets and personnel to the best possible extent. They will become less generous in other areas as well. The time where the Mech Trade Association can be relied upon to keep the peace in human space has passed. To be honest, Vess had lost his confidence in the MTA's ability and willingness to protect human space a long time ago. The entire Sand War was an enormous tragedy that should have never happened if the Mechers were actually serious at doing their jobs. He knew what Alexa was trying to do. She was playing the role of a good little Terran. I am not that easy to hoodwink, Vess reassured her. Don't forget that I am teaching an entirely course about this subject. While it is true that I am seeking greater cooperation with the Red Association, I am also doing my best to minimize my obligations. I am not a Mecher, and I would like that to remain this way. I don't agree with all of the decisions that the Mechers have made, and that will not change once I attend the upcoming conference. Vess pursued cooperation, rather than subservience. Chapter 51-57, Diplomatic Goals. Now that Vess had concluded his first week of classes, he felt quite assured in his ability to maintain his professorship after this trial period. The Terrans were not as unreasonable as he thought. They respected him and his accomplishments and did not engage in any malicious acts. Vess was most impressed by their overall learning ability. Their implants and genetic optimization treatments were so good that it was no wonder that Alexa used the term high humans to describe the Terran population. The more he interacted with the Terrans, the more he felt attracted to become a part of their society. Sure, Vess knew quite well that he was getting a distorted impression of actual Terran society, because most of his contacts were students who had yet to undertake any serious responsibilities. Actual Terran society was a lot more cutthroat and also a lot more difficult to promote, as the established clans held a tight grip on their power. The Terrans did not actually reject the rise of genuine talents, though. The rebellion that led to the rise of the new Rubarth Empire had taught this arrogant group a painful lesson about managing their underprivileged citizens. What Vess also liked about the Terrans was that they did not obey a single central authority. Power was divided over many ancient clans, each of whom ruled their own territories with great autonomy, but nonetheless united into a single common banner when it came to external affairs. What this meant was that all of the clans and major players essentially kept each other in check. Not a single among them could afford to overreach and try to take sole charge of the Terran alliance. The reality of all of this division was that the ancient clans all had to learn how to get along with each other and form a consensus on many contentious affairs. This probably led to the continued perception that the Greater Terran United Confederation was overly conservative and falling increasingly more behind on the latest trends. This was a fair assessment, especially when it was directly compared to the much more dynamic and decisive new Rubarth Empire. However, the Terran ancient clans never made any serious mistakes either in more modern times. They only enacted the changes that the majority of their clans truly felt necessary to implement, and it would often be just the good ones. The Terrans possessed the oldest heritage of modern humanity. They existed as a single defined population group for many millennia. They prized stability and continuity over short-term greed. Was it possible for the Larkinson clan to become a part of the Terran Alliance one day? This did not sound as ridiculous to his ears as it should. His clan was still growing rapidly on the basis of its expeditionary gains, as well as the constant advancements made by Vess. So long as either conditions remained valid, the Larkinson clan would inevitably be able to promote to a first-class organization and become qualified to operate in the upper zones. Though Vess had always taken it for granted that his clan would continue to hang around in the loose and scattered territories governed by the Red Ocean Union, his responsibility as a clan leader compelled him to consider the alternatives as well. The Eden Institute gave him a solid entry into the Terran Alliance, which was exactly what he set out to obtain when he worked to get employed by this university. The only major power that I don't have any relations with is the Rubarthan Pact. This was a deficiency that was hard to make up. After all, anyone who accessed his record could clearly learn that he had begun to do business with the Terrans. For many centuries, it had long been a tradition for people and organizations to pick which side they were on. They were either allowed to associate with the Terrans or the Rubarthans, but never both. Only an exceedingly small group of exceptions could get away with doing business with both at the same time. Even if Vess was able to place his Larkinson clan into this exclusive group, he might not choose to do so because it would inevitably cause his growing relationship with the Terrans to deteriorate. Did I already pick my side from the moment I chose to accept a job over at the Eden Institute? This was a rather troubling circumstance, but if Vess was being honest, he would have made the same decision if he traveled back in time. There was no use worrying about this matter further. He needed to look towards his more immediate needs. Vess checked his schedule. A Red Association ship or fleet was scheduled to arrive a few days later. The new arrivals intended to come to the Corelix system in order to fulfill multiple objectives. They intended to survey the battlefield and all of the debris in order to calculate the exact amount of MTA merits the Golden Skull Alliance had earned in the last battle. They brought the first batch of supplies and troops to reinforce the vulnerable colony on Corelix Roman III and begin the process of transforming it into a serious fortification. They also brought a ship that would quickly take Vess to the planet that hosted the conference. Vess was growing more and more excited. I think you should take a look at. In order to make sure that he could make as much gains as possible, when he began to hobnob with the survivalists, he made sure to devote his time on checking the valuable goods he intended to take along. He had big plans in mind for the upcoming conference. From exhibiting the latest version of his companion spirit fruit trees to presenting his current attainments in the Carmine system in front of a secret panel, he had a great opportunity to earn a huge amount of contributions so long as he won over his audience. "I wish I could come along with you," Gloriana said, as both of them sat in the living space of their grand stateroom. "We can form additional connections if I am able to attend the conference as well." Vess softly patted the back of her slender hand. "I'm afraid I can't bring you along. The survivalists have made it clear that they only want their gathering to consist of people they trust. The decisions they intend to make over there will likely decide their influential policies going forward." As Vess continued to explain what he had been told to expect from this upcoming event, their children relieved the tension built up after another day of intensive studies by keeping themselves entertained. Marvane was off to the side fiddling with his mechanos. He had made little progress in increasing their sophistication so far, but Vess was happy with how his son was eager to explore many different Mech types and configurations. Aurelia and Andrast frequently giggled as they watched a drama show centered around girls at a boarding school. Lucky did not take the initiative to snuggle with someone this time. The cat was in a weary state and needed to recover from his earlier ordeal inside the Archie ship. Meow. Both Clixie and Goldie kept him company by licking his textured metal exterior and crawling all over his transformed shape. Naya 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 tilde. Meow meow. The Carmine system plays an important role in our development strategy, Gloriana said as she pressed closer next to her husband. Are you confident that the survivalists will recognize its potential and offer greater support? Vess shrugged. I have no idea. It depends on how busy they are and the identities of the Mech designers on the secret panel. I think there is a good chance that one will be fine. I'm not sure whether the Mechers will buy into all of the rosy projections about the greater benefits that the Carmine system can bring. But I have solid proof that it is possible to substantially increase the effective performance of existing Mech pilots. That alone is worth a lot for certain groups of soldiers. The trade-off was serious. Once a Mech pilot lost his bonded Mech, there was probably no way to continue his fighting career. In a time where Red humanity was under siege, this downside was either inconsequential or a serious limitation. Gloriana believed that her husband deserved more recognition for his work, and that was when Vess was not authorized to tell her that the Carmine system could potentially give non-potentates the ability to pilot Mechs. I am of the opinion that the Carmine system may be especially interesting for senior ace pilots who are close to beginning the Mech-body merger process. You only need to be given an opportunity to install your work on an existing ace Mech. That is not going to happen anytime soon. The strategic value of senior ace pilots and their Mechs are far too great. Only star designers and the very best master Mech designers are permitted to work on them. Perhaps the survivalists will acknowledge the possibility that I can help in this matter, but I would have to refine the Carmine system a lot further. It is foolish to rely on a highly experimental product to influence the future of a senior ace pilot. What if my invention leads to a fatal accident? I will never be able to bear the consequences of my mistakes. His innovations were not always free from risk and danger. Vess still had a poor understanding of the long-term consequences of using the Carmine system. Though neither Venerable Janzi nor his grandfather exhibited any serious health or behavior problems that could be traced back to their interactions with their Carmine Mechs, that might change over time. Vess also had little idea how effective his Carmine system would be when used by ordinary Mech pilots. All of this lack of data weakened his case and surrounded his work with a large cloud of uncertainty. Gloriana understood this quite well, so she gave him another piece of advice. I think it is better if you put more emphasis on your more concrete and mature offerings. Those companion spirit fruit trees of yours are especially promising in my opinion. The Red Association should have already spent enough time to verify the initial utility of companion spirits, correct? Vess nodded. I have been out of contact with Jovi Armelin for a long time, but he should have definitely given his fellow Mechers an extensive demonstration on how his companion spirit has enriched his life and career. As long as he is available and willing to back me up on this, I think I have a good chance of propagating this invention. What if the Mechers try to take over your fruit trees? She asked another pertinent question. Will you agree to surrender your trees and the knowledge that is necessary to grow them if they ask for your work? Vess briefly grimaced. That is a distinctly possible outcome. I won't like it, but I don't object to it. Let them have it if they really want my companion spirit fruit trees. What? Why would you be willing to surrender one of our most strategic inventions so easily? We can't purely think about ourselves anymore, honey. We need to think about the greater good of our own society. Red humanity is under assault and needs all of the help that it can get to become stronger. Companion spirits can help many people adapt to the age of dawn. Besides, the greatest reward that the survivalists can offer is not the MTA merits that they are willing to award me, but the huge amount of reputation and name recognition that I will gain as companion spirit fruits become more and more available. I can cooperate with the Terrans a lot more extensively and obtain much more support from the Mechers if that happens. The Larkinson clan could not tackle all of their future challenges by itself. The Larkinsons needed to make more friends and win over additional partners. Vess believed he could make a lot of progress on this front in the coming years. Chapter 50, 158, Future Support. Do you have to leave again, Papa? Aurelia asked as she sat on her father's lap. I do. I will only be gone for a week, though. One also have other ways to remain in contact even if I am far away. Vess reassured his girl as he kissed her head. In the meantime, your mother and your great-grandfather will keep you company. I am sure that Benjamin will be happy to share his tales with you. He might not be as old as the geezers of other clans, but he has experienced a lot over his life. You have never stepped foot on the Bright Republic, right? The growing girl nodded. One hears so many stories about it from the other original Larkinsons. It is only a small third-rate state that is located on the edge of the Milky Way galaxy. Everything I hear about the old family is too simple compared to what we have in our clan. Not everyone can cope with change as well as everyone, Aurelia. Even I yearn for a return to the relative safety and simplicity of the Bright Republic of old. Larkinsons, such as myself, weren't as powerful and wealthy as we are today, but we also did not bear excessive risks and dangers that could wipe out all of our lives after suffering a single setback. We did not throw ourselves into battle against professional military Mech forces, phase whales and alien warships, just so that we can climb our way up instead of remaining stuck at our current height. Different from Vess and many of the adults of the clan, children such as Aurelia did not experience another life. The only time period where she truly enjoyed relative peace was back when the Larkinson clan settled in the Davut system for 5 years, but even that had always been regarded as a temporary break. Vess had set up the Larkinson clan to become an active and ambitious organization from the start. It had taken way too many risks in pursuit of greater rewards than it could normally obtain. While everything worked out more or less, Vess felt the need to tone it down as his organization grew enormously in scope and power. That was not to say that he wanted to quit the current strategy entirely. His clan still had a long way to go before it gained enough power to decide its own destiny. He just felt that the time for youthful recklessness has passed. Vess already experienced a lot and was growing older with each passing year. When enough years had passed for Vess to pass off his clan leader position to his daughter, he preferred it a lot more if Aurelia pursued a steadier development strategy. This was why Vess originally wanted to create a lot more branches of his clan. This would spread the risk and expose only small parts of his clan to various dangers at a time. This would have worked out well in a future where the Big Two steadily encroached on the territories of the indigenous alien races. With the Greater Beyonder Gate constantly channeling large batches of starships, Mechs, colonists, and resources, the conquest of the Red Ocean should have been set in stone. That was until the aliens pulled a fast one on the humans. With this crucial source of manpower, combat assets and resources taken away from the isolated humans in the dwarf galaxy, the entirety of their occupied space came under threat. Vess no longer felt it made sense to invest so heavily into expanding the reach of his clan. The aliens were bringing more and more forces to bear with each passing month. The raiding fleets recently defeated by the Golden Skull Alliance hardly made a single dent in the total amount of enemy forces coming to wipe out the extragalactic invaders. The increased buildup in defenses across every star sector did not reassure him in the slightest. Vess had become involved in enough wars to know that the higher-ups just treated all of those fortified star systems as speed bumps. They were all meant to buy time and make the enemy bleed rather than stop the enemy invasion entirely. In this time of unprecedented turmoil and danger, scattering his clan sounded like a foolish endeavor. Vess predicted that a lot of branches set up in contentious regions like the Torald Middle Zone would get toppled within years. The Krakatoa and Magyar Middle Zones could fall as well depending on how poorly read humanity developed new technologies to counter the native aliens. The only star systems that had a higher chance of surviving until the end were those closest to Bridgehead 1 and the Violet Central Star node. Both were located at the edge of the dwarf galaxy and had been colonized first. Unfortunately, it was far too late for pioneers like himself to buy property in these heavily defended star systems. The first movers had already claimed all of the available territories for sale and fiercely rejected new arrivals. It just so happened that times like these were moments where putting the foundation of his clan in a roving fleet paid off. It might not be possible for his clan to occupy any fixed territories in the rear of human-occupied space, but it was not a problem to bring back a fleet. In any case, space was unimaginably big and fast. There was no way to run out of real estate in deep space. A star system could easily accommodate every single human or alien starship in the Red Ocean and still have lots of room to spare. He looked down at his own daughter. He had put a lot of hopes and expectations on her. It might not be fair for him to do so, but someone had to take over his mantle. Aurelia did not show any rejection towards the prospect of taking over his clan in the future, at least for the time being. "If you were in charge of the clan a few decades from now, what would you do?" he asked. Aurelia's cute young face scrunched up in thought. "I'm not certain. Our clan is changing so fast that it will be entirely different from now. What if you have already turned it into a strong and independent first-rate virtual state?" Vess chortled. "I think you are overestimating my capabilities a little. It takes an unimaginable amount of wealth, power, support, and accumulation to start a legitimate first-rate state. With the native aliens putting us all under siege, access to resources will only become more constrained. All of the existing first-class powers will fight tooth and nail to preserve their dwindling advantages." His girl actually disagreed with his assessment. "I think you should take a look at. Many of those groups will fail and collapse because of their inability to adjust to rapid changes. This has always been the case in humanity's extensive past. Smaller organizations that are able to adapt better will have an opportunity to fill in the gaps. This is the survival of the fittest on an interorganizational level." There were times when Vess lamented that his daughter had grown so smart and knowledgeable so quickly. He would have rather dealt with a naive and innocent girl instead. "Let's not talk about that any further. It is not yet your turn to solve all of these difficult problems. You still need to finish your schooling. How are you doing in your studies?" "I am doing well, Papa. I have received better grades and studied many more books since the Great Severing. Mana, in particular, is growing faster with the help of exotic radiation. She can effectively help me complete my studies faster." The white spiritual kitten in question emerged from her head and began to posture around in the air. "Mew, mew, mew." Blinky flew out of Vess' head and tackled the kitten in a hug. "Imro." "Meow." As the two companion spirits fooled around, Vess could indeed feel that Mana's development had made significant advances since his last serious examination of the young companion spirit. Even though Mana lacked a proper cultivation method, like the one he developed for Blinky, her natural cultivation still sped up her growth speed by several times. It shouldn't be a surprise that Mana had grown extensively enough to function as a proper incarnation. Aurelia was able to use her to augment her schooling in a similar fashion to how Vess employed his cyborg leg and Veronica to get a lot more design work done. This was yet another advantage of companion spirits that he should emphasize in the upcoming conference. Seeing how smart and capable Mana had grown since her birth, Vess began to reevaluate his daughter's future trajectory. The future belongs to the capable, Aurelia. The more skills you acquire, the easier it is for you to take advantage of lucrative opportunities. Take myself, for example. I literally built our clan into a regional powerhouse out of nothing by relying on my excellence in Mech design. Since you are able to spare the time for it, I think you should also focus on acquiring a hobby or a craft that can help you create more added value. Much of Aurelia's current and future lesson plan encompassed all kinds of management, business, cultural, sociological, and governance-related subjects. This was meant to prep her to become the best possible leader of the Larkinson clan once she completed her essential studies. However, Vess did not particularly hold a good opinion towards pure politicians and bureaucrats. The ones that Vess met throughout his life were often way too elitist and far removed from the lives and circumstances of the common citizens. He felt it would help a lot if these people had other jobs aside from making decisions in their ivory towers all day. There was no guarantee that such professionals necessarily made for good leaders. The so-called supreme sage of the Life Research Association was a clear example of how being incredibly clever in one field did not necessarily translate to being a good steward of an entire state. Nonetheless, Vess felt it was best if the Larkinson clan was led by a figure who at least shared a similar advantage to himself. Aurelia fell into thought. Mama has put me into many different classes. I have learned how to dance, sing, compose poems, and draw sketches. I know you're quite talented in each of these arts. Vess grinned and hugged his daughter a little tighter. However, these are not your hobbies in the truest sense of the word. I have never seen you channel a lot of passion in your artworks. I think you are mostly doing all of this in order to meet your mother's expectations towards you, right? His girl nodded. I love to make Mama happy. Is that wrong? It's not necessarily wrong, my dear. Vess shook his head. It is just that I think it is better if you divert your time on practicing an art or hobby for yourself rather than other people. Find your passion. Devote yourself to it. It would be better if Mana can play an important assisting role in your craft. I have managed to accomplish a lot with the help of Blinky, so I hope you can gain advantages that others cannot match. This can truly help you develop a competence that you can use to support our clan in my absence. Aurelia grew more concerned. Are you going away, Papa? Ah, no. I have no intention of abandoning you and our fellow Larkinsons. It is just that nobody knows where we will end up in the future. There comes a point in time when the Larkinson clan should not rely on a single pillar anymore to maintain its position of power. Right now, everyone is counting on me to sustain the clan, and that is not healthy in the long run. One want you as well as your brother and sister to work together to prop up our clan with whatever skills you have. Leadership and management skills alone won't be enough to make that happen. So let me ask you this. What do you want to become aside from a leader? His daughter struggled to find her answer. Chapter 51-59, Aurelia's Hobby. Seeing that his clever daughter had become stumped by his inquiry, Vess did not hurry up to rush her. He also struggled over this issue for a long time, so he knew what it was like to find a hobby that he could devote himself towards. Even now, Vess had never really found another hobby outside of his work. Perhaps he was able to find enjoyment whenever he worked on an offbeat project that was not directly related to Mechs, but these moments were few and far in between. There was just so much work for him to do. He did not mind his high workload at all because Mech design was his passion and his love. He did not want his firstborn daughter to develop a strong passion towards scheming and plotting overly complicated machinations. That was how other politicians and administrators tended to lose sight of their original responsibilities. Have you thought of any good ideas as of yet, Aurelia? His girl shook her head, causing her braided black hair to fling in a cute manner. No, can you help me with this, Papa? Sure. Let's start with examining your companion's spirit, shall we? Mana is a partial reflection of yourself. Her advantages are yours as well. It would be great if the two of you can complement each other and make attainments that other kids like you cannot possibly match. If you are able to break into the upper echelon of your profession, You will be able to help our clan grow stronger, even if one am not around anymore. Emro. While Vess spoke to his daughter, his companion's spirit easily picked up Mana by the scruff of her neck and dragged the kitten closer. Mew. The differences in strength and development between the two companion spirits was massive. Blinky had particularly grown a lot stronger ever since he started to practice his imaginary universe method. While the Blinkhiverse was still in a relatively poor shape, after expending so much accumulated energy in the previous battle, its foundation was still intact. It would not take too long before it returned to its old state and continued to form a complete imaginary planet. Mana was much weaker, but also a lot simpler in comparison. Her head and eyes glowed a little brighter than the rest of her spiritual form. This indicated that she had managed to activate the buried potential of multiple organs, granting her an immediate affinity towards light and purity. Aurelia could do a lot with these attributes. She could become a singer that could soothe the minds of her listeners. She could become a proselytizer that promised salvation to a lost flock of people. She could become a director of entertainment shows. Vess did not approve of these choices, though. They were either too mundane, too troublesome, or too time-consuming. He wanted his daughter to find a way to channel her passion in a more relaxed and healthy pursuit. It also needed to be valued by a community in order for it to become a viable commercial activity. He began to think about whether she could imbue Mana's attributes into her works. Perhaps she might be able to use it as a form of creation cultivation. If her works provided solid benefits to people beyond their artistic qualities, she might be able to build up a lot of reputation and earn more money as a consequence. I know a lot about different arts and crafts, he told his daughter. Even if I don't have much personal experience myself, Vulcan can get you started in nearly anything. We can hire tutors if you decide to choose a different kind of hobby. What matters is that you spend your time on an activity that you genuinely enjoy. Don't worry too much about making the wrong choice. You can always switch to doing something else if you find no more enjoyment in your current hobby. Life is about exploration. Everything you do will enrich your life one way or another. Listen to your heart. What does it tell you? What would you rather like to become if you were not born into the Larkinson clan? The girl on his lap closed her eyes and tried to do what he suggested. Mew. Mana had also closed her cute little eyes, while Blinky licked her pristine white fur. It took a minute or so before Aurelia opened her eyes again. I think I have found a possible answer. And what is that, my dear? I want to train cats. That's great to hear, Aurelia, so you want to train cats. The eager girl nodded. Let me show you what I mean. Clixie, Lucky, can you come over, please? The two pets had been lounging on a nearby couch for a while. Upon hearing Aurelia's call, both of them raised themselves from their comfortable perch and moved closer with their tails raised in the air. Meow, meow. Meow. How are you doing, Lucky? Have you recovered yet? Aurelia asked with concern as she picked up the gem cat and examined his transformed body. Meow, meow, meow. I hope you recover quickly. It's no fun to stay sick for long, she said before she put down Lucky in order to grasp the other cat. How are you doing? Have you learned any new tricks as of late? Meow, meow, meow. Clixie grew oddly enthusiastic all of a sudden. The Rubarthan Sentinel cat turned to face Lucky before she started to rub her jeweled collar with her paw. Meow. Lucky started to have a bad feeling about this. Just as he was about to phase through the deck for safety's sake, the other cat had already made her move. Meow. A small cone of purifying light escaped from her maw and began to cleanse Lucky's unsuspecting body. Meow. The unexpected move completely took Lucky by surprise. The gem cat jumped into the air and quickly inspected his own metallic body for any damage. Nothing looked amiss. His newly obtained archimetal construction did not deteriorate in any way. In fact, it was the opposite. Although the differences were small, Lucky grew amazed when he noticed that his joints felt smoother and that the internal stresses induced by overloading his body had faded to a small extent. Meow. Meow, Clixie smugly responded as she planted her rear onto the deck. Meow, meow. Mew, I think you should take a look at. Mana managed to escape from the clutches of Blinky and pressed up against Clixie. The two began to cuddle. The relationship between the two cats was not normal. Vess had already known that Clixie liked to hang out with Aurelia the most. He did not find it too surprising that they became so close that they developed a direct spiritual bond with each other. What he did not expect was that this bond was able to do more than increase their intimacy. Clixie had actually channeled a part of Mana's power, as well as her own in that brief instance. Although her technique was rough and not that strong, she had still displayed a capability that was similar to a cultivation spell. The furry cat managed to do all of this without learning any formal cultivation techniques. Hee, good job, Clixie. Aurelia clapped her hands in delight. At this time, Vess was no longer as casual as before. He examined his daughter, her companion Spirit and Clixie with much greater scrutiny than before. He made several new observations, now that they were close and interacting with each other, beyond a physical or emotional level. The biggest finding almost shocked him to the core. He found out that Aurelia had somehow been able to engage in a form of deity cultivation, without really knowing anything about cultivation science. The reason why she was able to do so had a lot to do with all of her blessings and gifts. Her abnormally strong spirituality and spiritually sensitive body had brought her a lot closer to the original state of a primordial human than other children. While there were many advantages to this, one of the potential dangers was that gifted people like Aurelia were already capable of distorting reality without intended to do so. This could potentially lead to a lot of accidents if their whims took a darker turn. What Aurelia ended up doing was not as concerning. Her studies along with her intimacy with Clixie caused her to subconsciously develop a spiritual bond that actually looked quite familiar. The simple explanation was that Aurelia had turned herself into a design spirit. A design spirit for cats. This was quite absurd, but it made sense considering what she experienced in her life up to this point. Aurelia had often been told that she was destined to become a leader, and her studies only reinforced that further. She was also a Larkinson who inherited a strong liking for cats, not just Clixie. Both of these traits combined into an expression that caused her to become a patron of cats, if only a prototypical one. What Aurelia had been able to do was not that impressive, but this was just the start. What would happen if she grew stronger? What would happen if exotic radiation had boosted everyone's strength? Her deity cultivation was bound to produce more dramatic results by that time. There's also you, he said as he shifted his attention towards Clixie. Meow. The Rhubarthan sentinel cat was a biologically impressive creature, but she was originally not supposed to be gifted in a spiritual capacity. That had slowly changed over the years, but Vess mainly chalked that up to her constant exposure to spiritual phenomena in the Larkinson clan. Now, he was able to see that Clixie had gained a lot of benefits from her active relationship with Aurelia. Clixie had become an unintentional contract cultivator. She did not appear to possess any talent in cultivation, but she acquired extraordinary power by borrowing it from other sources. What a mess. This was the consequence of gaining power without knowing how to exert control over it. Vess became reminded of his mother's warning about how it was far too easy for people to suffer from cultivation deviation if they got too sloppy. Fortunately, neither Aurelia nor Clixie were prone to doing this. They only acted what was natural to them, so their crude and unsophisticated methods did not entail much risk. He decided to set his daughter straight after he came back from the conference. It would be a lot better if she practiced a proper cultivation method as opposed to channeling her power without proper awareness of what she was doing. Aurelia. Yes, Papa. Do you truly like to play with cats? The girl nodded. One do, They're so cute, and they all like me as well. It doesn't take much to befriend them and have them follow my instructions." Vess thought for a moment. "Would you like to turn it into a more serious hobby? We could have you train cats more seriously if you want. Once they have completed whatever training that you have set, you can sell them or gift them to other people that appreciate these kinds of pets. Does that sound fun to you, sweetie?" Her eyes sparkled in a way that Vess had rarely seen from his daughter in the past. Ido. Oralia genuinely developed an interest in this side occupation. Although she found singing and dancing to be fun as well, nothing delighted her more than to spend her time with loving and attentive cats. "You can try to be more serious about training cats, then," Vess said as he kissed his daughter's cheek. "Let's see whether you will continue to hold your interest in this activity in the months and years to come. Pets have always been an indispensable addition to human civilization. If you are able to excel as a cat trainer, you can build an entire army of superpowered cats." Meow. Meow. Emro. Mew. Chapter 50, 160, we meet again. Oralia had a lot of talent for training cats as long as she was being serious about it. Her conditions were a lot more favorable than anyone else, so it was unthinkable for her to fail in this endeavor. As far as Vess was concerned, training cats was a rather odd but valid occupation. There was always a demand for pets. Wealthy families particularly liked to pair their descendants with strong designer beasts that were especially configured to serve as companions as well as protectors. Rhubarthan sentinel cats such as Clixie traditionally fulfilled this niche, but times had changed. The transition to the Age of Dawn meant that entirely new kinds of threats might emerge that were difficult to defend against. For example, it was very much possible that malevolent cultivators or hostile spiritual entities might try to assassinate the members of a powerful family. While Vess believed that red humanity would be able to develop a lot of countermeasures against such attacks, it didn't hurt to have more options. A strong and loyal cat that was trained in fighting against these difficult threats could make a real difference. If Oralia truly made attainments in this field, then she would have no trouble earning her keep even if she lost the backing of her clan. What Vess also valued was that it was a way for Oralia to cultivate in a manner that fit her inclinations well. The more cats she trained, the more she was able to derive benefits from all of these felines, especially if they grew stronger over time. Although Vess had a lot of misgivings towards deity cultivation, he still prized it for its strengths. If he had a choice, he did not want Oralia to practice a more dangerous or risky form of cultivation. Training cats was one of the most harmless choices imaginable. While Vess was not certain whether it could make Oralia stronger than other cultivators, she should at least be able to enjoy a more fulfilling life. With that in mind, he gave her a brief lesson on safety before encouraging her to see if she could teach tricks to other cats. He also gave a reminder to Goldie to supervise Oralia's efforts. "Don't let her do anything that looks dangerous, all right?" Nayeza. Vess went to bed that night with cats dominating his thoughts. He felt oddly proud and silly at what Oralia had managed to accomplish by herself. Was this what her talent in cultivation had led to? Perhaps in ancient times, his daughter might actually be able to pass off as the goddess of cats, but right now he just found the entire situation to be absurd. Once he woke up the next day, he was finally able to put most of the matters concerning Oralia aside. He put a greater effort into dressing himself up than usual. He also checked to make sure that his clan knew what to do in his temporary absence. Vess did not actually separate himself from the fleet entirely. He already deposited his cyborg leg in a locked and guarded section of his design lab. This way, his leg would not only be able to prevent his ongoing design projects from falling behind too much, but he could also take charge of his clan in case of an emergency. His connection to the small secondary brain integrated in his cyborg leg was strong. Most forms of jamming and signal blocking could do nothing to cut it off. This allowed him to look forward to attending the conference without worrying about the situation back home. "They're coming, sir." A solitary Red Association destroyer arrived first. The modem superdrive-equipped starship zipped rapidly towards Corelix Roman 3 and stopped in high orbit of the planet. The vessel subsequently generated a portal that enabled several more first-class starships to enter the star system in an instant. The arriving flotilla was not too big or extensive. It only comprised a handful of cruisers and a dozen smaller ship classes. Despite the lack of numbers and tonnage, the modest task force was more than powerful enough to fend off most raiding fleets, especially if they deployed their modest contingent of first-class multipurpose mechs. A handful of relatively large and voluminous cargo vessels emerged out of the portal as well. These vessels brought an important batch of prefab construction modules used to build the beginnings of a land fortress. The colony on the planet would become a lot more secure once the Red Association completed this single structure. At the very least, the colonists could evacuate inside of its extremely powerful Titan shield and wait a long time for reinforcements to come to the rescue. One small frigate broke off from orbit, and warp traveled over to the central debris site where the expeditionary fleet had settled down. The Mechers had finally come to Vess. Vess had already packed up all of his luggage and goods for this trip. He had filled up an entire standard container with working examples of companion spirit fruit trees and other useful goodies. The Larkinson Biotech Institute had carefully put each individual tree inside their own climate-controlled boxes that ensured that they would not starve and die off while in transit. As Vess received a notification about an imminent teleportation event, he quickly turned to his wife, children, grandfather, and cats and waved them goodbye. "I won't be gone for long. Take care of my clan while 1 am gone. Do your best to impress the survivalists," Gloriana said with an expectant expression. "Meow," Lucky yawned. "Meow meow." "Goodbye, Papa." Vess wouldn't really be gone per se, but he felt it was better not to tell them that he had left his cyborg leg behind. His clan needed to be able to take care of its own affairs when he was absent for any reason I think you should take a look at. As he took one more look at his family, he wished he could bring at least one of them with him. The conference organized by the survivalists was a great place for people to expand their horizons and get into contact with a lot of powerful and influential Mechers. The security demands were too high, though. Any location that gathered so many important Mech designers and other notable individuals became a sensitive site. Enemies could inflict catastrophic damage to the survivalist faction and the Red Association if they were able to attack it in any way. Although the survivalists put a lot of effort into ramping up the security of the occasion, there was no reason for them to take unnecessary risks. Vess wasn't even allowed to bring a single pet for that reason. Seconds later, he could feel the characteristic effect of getting materially disassembled before reforming in another set of coordinates. His body vibrated a bit as he tried to shake off the uncomfortable feeling of getting teleported away. Once he regained his composure, he took in the environment. He noticed that he had entered a white and well-lit lounge compartment that was tastefully decorated with lively green plants. They were literally lively. Vess actually felt a little freaked out at how the seemingly normal plants moved their branches around and behaved as actively as animals. "Ah, do not mind the decoration, my friend. The captain of this frigate added them to the interior as a personal touch." Any ordinary human would find the animated plants to be unnerving at first, but Vess quickly relaxed once he saw that they were not actually sentient and intelligent. So long as these plants were just moving by instinct, they were unlikely to go out of control. Vess moved forward and sat down at a backless white padded bench. Opposite to his position, Jovi Armelin smiled back as he sat on his own bench. "It has not been long since we have last met and spoken in person." The tall and thin senior Mech designer spoke with a delighted smile. "Not much time has passed since then, but much has changed in between. Vess had always been wondering about that. He gazed at Jovi with undisguised suspicion on his face. Did you manage to pick up what the phase whales were plotting in advance? Ha ha ha, that is amusing. You overestimate my capabilities. The new companion spirit that you have gifted me does have a limited ability to glean future trends, but the great severing is too great in scope. The wonderful companion spirit that you have gifted me is not strong enough. Can I see it again? I'm curious to see how it has grown. You can take a look at my own companion spirit. Let us bring them out, Jovi enthusiastically agreed. Emro. ZSSS. Two completely different-looking companion spirits emerged from their heads and stopped in front of each other. The Eye of Providence had been doing well under Jovi's care. The Mechers must have studied it a lot, but they did not behave improperly and mess around with his work. Jovi and his companion spirit must have gone through a number of interesting experiences, because the Eye of Providence had actually grown and developed more than expected. The companion spirit still fell within a reasonable range of growth and development. It had not grown excessively strong, nor showed any artificial signs of weakness. The only problem that Vess had with the Eye of Providence was that it looked unnerving. It was pretty much a spiritual manifestation of a floating, fleshy human eyeball. The iris was purple and glowed depending on how intensively the spiritual entity tried to observe anything. Your eye looks healthy, Vess issued his judgment. I can see that you have brought it along to observe a good number of interesting sights. That is good. Anything that can stimulate your spirit will help it grow faster. Jovi did not look surprised. That concurs with my own feelings and the assessment of other experts. The association has taken good care of my companion spirit and I. As their concerns about its potential dangers and limitations have lessened, I can tell you that a small number of Mechers in the know have expressed interest in obtaining their own companion spirits. The amount of interest would have been greater if more people had become aware of what you have invented. They chatted a bit more about what the Red Association had done to test and verify the Eye of Providence's capabilities. Just like many other recipients of companion spirits, Jovi eventually found out that he could multitask and work on multiple design projects at the same time. This benefit alone was incredibly valuable to Mech designers below the rank of master. However, the evaluation of the Mechers towards companion spirits had recently increased even more as Messier 87 light shone on the red ocean. The Eye of Providence could perceive and interact with E-energy radiation a lot better than Jovi himself. The spiritual entity was literally able to act as his third eye, granting Jovi an undeniable advantage in any research project related to this important phenomenon. Not only that, but the Eye of Providence also increased Jovi's E-energy absorption rate. The spiritual eyeball's natural cultivation process always fed back to Jovi, enabling him to speed up his spiritual development and make his Mech designs a little more effective as a result. Under normal circumstances, our association is not inclined to hasten the introduction of new innovations, Jovi told Vess. We are not living under normal circumstances anymore. A group of supporters have emerged that intends to push for the fast and admittedly reckless adoption of companion spirits throughout our organization and ultimately the general public. The premise to making this happen is your ability to automate and increase the scale of granting these useful companion spirits to human individuals. Vess did not expect the survivalists to move so quickly, but he welcomed this development. Our work on this project is not completely done, but the initial solution that I have been preparing to present to your bosses should be able to do the job. Is that good enough of an answer? Chapter 5161, Sensitive Matters. Jovi Armelin had a lot to say about the upcoming conference. He first spent his time on explaining the rules and guidelines of this event. Our faction has held conferences on a semi-regular basis for centuries. He told Vess as his Eye of Providence floated by his side like a watchful guardian. These gatherings are opportunities for the most accomplished Mech designers among us to share their works, solicit more support, partner up with collaborators, and gain the acknowledgement of their peers as well as superiors. Vess nodded as he petted his own companion spirit. That sounds like a professional conference. Is this conference heavily slanted towards Mech designers? No, a large number of Mech pilots, Mech officers, scientists, developers, industrialists, business magnates, sociologists, politicians, and so on will be attending as well. It is undeniable that Mech designers occupy much of the agenda for the conference, but the enormous changes that have taken place in the Red Ocean makes it important to accept input from other experts as well. Many important decisions are about to be made. We must make certain that they are as informed and comprehensive as possible. That caused Vess to frown. It sounds like your faction has held off on making any big moves all of this time. Jovi nodded. I have heard rumors that certain key leaders wish to introduce several major proposals that will lead to drastic changes in our society if they are implemented. Since they supposedly run against many of our existing rules and customs, matters such as this can only be decided in person. While our faction does not have a sole voice in how our civilization is run, we still have great influence over the other factions. As long as all survivalists agree to unite around a single plan, we can exert our full effort into promoting it and gaining acceptance from the other factions and groups. That sounds really political, Vess remarked. Do the Galactic Mech counselors have any say? No, most of them were left behind in the Milky Way galaxy. Very few of them visited the Red Ocean when the Great Severing occurred. According to the regulations of the Mech Trade Association, a quorum cannot be established if too few counselors are available to form a representative governing body. We have also instituted a form of martial law, where all decision-making authority is equally divided between every star designer and god pilot. It is not the most ideal approach to govern our association, but when total extinction is only a few steps away, we cannot afford to get slowed down by senseless politicking and inefficient bureaucratic processes. That was an understandable decision, though Vess was not sure whether he liked it. The Galactic Mech counselors played an important moderating role during the Age of Mechs. They represented the interests of the general public and always made sure to balance the interests between every stakeholder. Now that the Mechers got rid of this inherent restraint, the star designers and god pilots faced less obstacles in their desire to reshape human civilization according to their own ideals. Perhaps that was the point. Vess suspected that those extremely powerful Mechers not only regarded this crisis as a threat, but also an opportunity to grab power and implement all of their suppressed ambitions. Vess glanced directly at Jovi and his unnerving eye of providence. You probably know more about what is in store, right? Can you give me a preview? I have heard a few stories about how the polymath is attempting to push through drastic changes to the rules of a certain kingdom. That immediately caused Jovi to wave his palm in concern. SHH, be careful about what you say. You never know how many ears are embedded in the bulkheads of this frigate. It is not our turn to have a say on Her Excellency's plans. Only the masters and other upper leaders of our factions are allowed to provide their input on this matter. The implications are too enormous to allow unqualified or tainted voices to distort this vital debate. Vess raised his eyebrow. Is my voice unqualified or tainted? Both, Jovi bluntly declared. Do not forget your identity when you arrive at the conference. You are merely a second-class senior Mech designer who has been designated as our associate. Our masters won't be inclined to take you seriously at all, especially given your youth and relative lack of experience. Furthermore, your ties with the transhumanists and more recently the Terrans puts your trustworthiness and partiality under question. Even I am not allowed to divulge many pieces of information due to your mercenary inclinations. That disappointed Vess, though he accepted that it was more than fair for the survivalists to keep him at arm's length. If he had been more active in trying to ingratiate himself with the survivalist faction over every other choice, then Jovi might have invited him to become a proud member of the Red Association right at the start of this reunion. Vess did not regret his choices, though. Whether it was called the Mech Trade Association or the Red Association, both of them instituted a lot of rules that grated on a free spirit like himself. He also did not like to completely commit to any single side, in case it turned into a crashing starship at one point in the future. I get it, Jovi. I will make sure to avoid pushing any boundaries at the conference. I know this is a sensitive topic, but can you give me a general overview of the political environment of the survivalist faction? I don't want to come in completely blind and ignorant of what is actually taking place. This caused Jovi to remain silent for a few seconds. The reality trickster idly took hold of his companion's spirit and squeezed it like a stressed toy. I suppose you are correct. It would not do for you to unknowingly offend a Mecher due to your lack of awareness. I have told you earlier that the Red Association is effectively led by the god pilots and star designers present in the Red Ocean. There are currently 8 of the former and 14 of the latter. What comes to mind when you think about how they make decisions, Vess? They are not of the same mind, Vess immediately replied. Each of them are strong-willed individuals who believe in their own vision the most, some more than others. If they want to get anything done, they will have to gain support from like-minded leaders. Exactly. Many, but not all of the existing factions of the Milky Way are represented by qualified leaders in the Red Ocean. A few factions have already become a non-entity for that reason. The Preserving Order faction is a notable example of this. It has no star designers or god pilots who can stand up for them in this dwarf galaxy. The relatively small number of masters and other notable members of this faction have already begun to defect to other factions such as ours. That's handy. Reducing the number of factions indeed helps with improving the governance of the Red Association. Jovi agreed. There are more issues, though. None of us saw the Great Severing coming. Our association has always operated with the assumption that the Milky Way and the Red Ocean will remain interconnected. Every faction decided for themselves how many of their standard bearers they wanted to send over. This has led to an uneven distribution of manpower, assets, and top-level leaders throughout the factions. For example, our survivalist faction is helmed by 2 star designers and 1 god pilot. Vess nodded. The list of star designers and god pilots present in the Red Ocean was not a secret. I know. Aside from the polymath, you guys also have the xenotechnician and the Fist of Defiance. Both of them were pretty famous old geezers. They had been a part of the scene much longer than the polymath, who only rose up like a rocket relatively recently. The xenotechnician was more than 450 years old and had been born before the age of Mechs had begun. As an old relic who essentially lived through 3 ages up to this point, the xenotechnician had invested much of his research into studying, reverse engineering, assimilating and improving upon alien technology. For centuries, this old star designer had made countless contributions by picking apart the most complicated alien technologies that he could get his hands on and converting it to a format that humanity could understand and make use of without any hidden dangers. As a very old Mech designer who constantly spends his time fooling around with alien tech, it was inevitable for critics to accuse the xenotechnician for agreeing with cosmopolitan ideals. These accusations never gained ground. The MTA must have investigated this guy so many times that he would have long been censured if these accusations held any measure of truth. The Fist of Defiance was a much more straightforward hero by comparison. He was only a little less than 4 centuries old, and his god Mech was one of the most relentless assault machines in existence. He might not be able to blow up a planet with a single cannon discharge, but was definitely a terror against all champions once he got close enough to utilize his fists. The original survivalist faction had several more top-level leaders among its ranks, But the current trifecta was all the survivalists could count upon in this displaced dwarf galaxy. Vess figured that each of the goals, ideas, principles, and ambitions of these eminent figures would probably have an outsized effect on the conference. He suddenly made another realization. If the amount of top-level leaders translates into voting power, then the faction with the highest count will have the most say. Jovi responded with a rueful smile. That is also correct. Our faction is not the most dominant in this regard. That honor goes to the expansionist faction that had invested much more in the invasion of the Red Ocean than the others. The expansionists currently boast 4-star designers and 2 god pilots. That was a lot. With 22 seats in the new council, that meant that the expansionists essentially controlled a quarter of the entire Red Association. So if anyone wants to push through a plan, they have to gain the approval of the expansionists. That is so. We cannot get around them, especially if they form a united front. Jovi shrugged. This is not your concern. It is up to the leaders of our faction to negotiate with the expansionists. Jovi did not wish to say anything further about the division within the Red Association, so Vess tactfully changed the topic by asking another question. Where is the conference being held, anyway? That is classified, Jovi spoke. Not that it matters too much since the both of us will reach our destination soon enough. I still need to follow the rules, so you will have to be patient. I can tell you that the location is large and expansive enough to host a lot of invited guests. There are many different venues ranging from golf courses to Mech arenas. Each of them provide opportunities for Mechers and associates to come into contact with each other and establish new forms of cooperation. I highly suggest you visit these venues if you are unable to attend any of the closed conference sessions. Vess received a few more pieces of advice on how he should make the best use of his time. Your degree of augmentation allows you to skip sleep for an extended amount of time. Is that correct? Jovi suddenly asked. That is correct. I don't normally skip my beauty sleep since there are many repercussions for doing it too frequently, but I can easily keep myself up for a whole week if necessary. If that is the case, then try to stay up throughout the entire conference. The gatherings do not end at night. Everyone who urgently seeks to advance their own interests will continue to find new opportunities to cooperate and advance their own work during this event. It will be years before we hold another conference, so all of the Mechers will do their best to meet as many goals as possible in the starting years of the Age of Dawn. That sounded exactly to Vess' liking. He did not want to attend a big conference only to sip martinis and complain about mundane affairs. I will take that into account. Thank you for reminding me of this. It sounds like there will be plenty for me to do during this conference. Chapter 51, 62 Hidden Power Struggle. As Jovi continued to talk about the upcoming conference, Vess no longer felt as in the dark as before. He had a much more complete understanding about the context, purpose, and significance of this gathering. Although the survivalists did not hold the greatest amount of voting power in the Red Association, their influence reached further than was apparent on the surface. For one, the survivalists were by far the most prepared Mechers to cope with the current circumstances. They had a lot of contingency plans that they could immediately implement by virtue of all of the stockpile of strategic materials and assets that they transferred over in advance. Additionally, both the polymath and the xenotechnician were among the most useful technological leaders in the new reality. The former was brilliant, with rapidly inventing all manner of technologies that could quickly help Red humanity increase its tech superiority against the aliens. The latter had been busy with assimilating a lot of face water technology, making it so that people were able to steal more advantages that were previously exclusive to the aliens. The two of them were already brilliant enough on their own, but they could accomplish great synergy if they pooled their efforts together. Vess was not entirely certain about their political stances, though. The 2-star designers belonged to vastly different generations and likely disagreed on a lot of matters. Then there was the Fist of Defiance. It was no secret that high-ranking Mech pilots were muleheads, and enough publications had described this supremely powerful fighter as an uncompromising figure who desired to wipe out aliens preemptively before they ever posed a serious threat. Before the Great Severing, the Big Two likely hadn't put all of their effort into wiping out the indigenous aliens of the Red Ocean. That restraint came to bite the red humans in the rear, as the disparity in numbers between the two sides had grown too lopsided. From this perspective, the worst nightmare of the Fist of Defiance had essentially come true. The humans in this corner of the cosmos were all at risk of getting wiped out en masse, and there was no way for the people of the Milky Way to bail them out anymore. Given these circumstances, the Fist of Defiance must definitely feel pissed that nobody took him seriously enough before the Great Severing. He must have become even more uncompromising for that reason. All of these political undercurrents painted the conference in a different light. Vess figured out why Jovi did not dare to say too much and cross too many boundaries. This was because the three leaders of the survivalist faction had likely entered into a power struggle. None of the survivalists would admit to outsiders, but Vess could infer the truth easily enough now that he had collected enough clues. It was not advantageous for the survivalist faction to broadcast its internal divisions to the public. That would undermine its authority and weaken its voice during high-level discussions. Vess speculated that the primary purpose of the conference had changed since the survivalists initially planned this event. They used to assume the conference would mainly center around sharing ideas, meeting with more like-minded people, and form a new consensus on a couple of important but relatively mundane policy proposals. Now, the conference gained a huge amount of significance due to transitioning to a new age. Vess already knew that much of the conference would center around presenting possible solutions to combat the rising alien threat. What was not as obvious was that it also served as a competition for the three faction leaders to present their own visions to their shared following. As long as a majority of survivalists threw their weight behind one of them, then the winner would be able to effectively implement his or her own plans with the full backing of the faction. This might not be the most ideal way to run a faction, but the survivalists understood the importance of sacrificing their individual priorities in order to do whatever was necessary to preserve the human race. Vess was able to piece all of this together by combining his existing knowledge of the survivalist faction with all of the vague and indirect hints that his friend was dropping. All of this fascinated and frightened Vess. He had a feeling that the conference was destined to become a turning point in Red humanity's history. Once the survivalist faction began to put its full weight behind a single plan, it would begin to solicit support from other friendly factions. If enough of them supported this initiative, then the Red Association would adopt it as their central policy. After that, the Mechers would try their best to win the support of the other major human groups, such as the Red Fleet and the first-rate colonial superstates. So long as enough of them played along, much of Red humanity would move according to the plan and ideals of a single visionary leader. Though Vess was not certain whether the survivalists would succeed in this grand and ambitious endeavor, the possibility of it was enough to turn the conference into an epoch-changing event. Vess needed no more instructions on how he needed to keep his head down and avoid any missteps. He threw a speculative look towards Jovi. Which side did he lean towards? Vess decided to see whether he could squeeze an answer out of his buddy. Which of the three survivalist leaders is your favorite? Who among them do you admire the most? They are all excellent humans. They all have their strong points and have made many contributions to humanity. There is little point in picking favorites as I respect all of them in equal measure, Jovi diplomatically answered. What a boring answer. It was probably the safest one he could give, though. I see. The two took a break at that point. Jovi might not be an important figure in the upcoming conference, but he had an entire schedule of his own. He needed to gain access to more resources and support in order to speed up his advancement to master. Just like Vess, Jovi recognized that seniors were too marginal to play a major role in the events that were unfolding in the coming years. Over dinner, Jovi shared a bit about his own life within the association. As you know, the association gathers many of the best first-class Mech designers of human society. There is an abundance of skilled and renowned master Mech designers and star designers who design the vast majority of Mechs in use. This leaves lower-ranking Mech designers with little room to push their own independently designed products to our Mech pilots. It would not be fair to force inferior products on them when our association can clearly afford better. That caused Vess to grow confused. Mech designers cannot advance if their Mech designs remain theoretical. They need their products to be used by actual Mech pilots if they want to make substantial progress. How can the apprentices, journeymen and senior, ever make any progress if no one takes their Mech seriously? Jovi chuckled at this question. The masters and star designers fully understand our struggles. They used to be like us as well in the past. The solution is virtual reality. Virtual reality. Yes, you have never truly entered the design world or the other virtual portals that our association has set up for Mech designers like myself. I think you mentioned the design world to me before, Vess recalled. I did, and you rejected it without knowing how significant it is. What you may not realize is that I spend over half of my time in the design world. Here, we can design as many virtual Mechs as we want. The better our designs, the more MTA merits we can earn upon their completion. The amount of rewards that we can earn is based on their performance as well as their novelty. The latter demand is particularly challenging for us. We cannot design the same Mechs over and over again. We need to exercise our creativity and step outside of established works to invent truly new machines. That sounded awfully similar to Vess. He was reminded to the Mech Designer System's own reward system for Mech designs. The story does not end at that point, Jovi added. There's more. Yes, Jovi nodded. The true test of a Mech design is how well they perform when put to use. While it is not practical to fabricate and test every virtual Mech in reality, it is no problem to test them in a virtual setting. Our Mech pilots can choose and buy the right to pilot any virtual Mech that has been uploaded to a catalog. They can subsequently pilot the machine in virtual battles against each other. The more victories attained by a virtual Mech model, the more follow-up rewards its designer can earn. The matching system has set up specific tiers based on the rank of the designer and other parameters to make this competition more fair. This is how I have earned most of my MTA merits. That also sounded familiar to Vess. He had started his eventful Mech design career by designing virtual Mechs a long time ago. Vess almost forgot about those distant days, but they had done much to shape his design philosophy and approach towards Mech design. The biggest difference between Vess and Jovi was that the latter remained stuck in the virtual Mech phase for a much longer time. Vess felt it was rather sad that a young and talented senior like Jovi had any chances to see his Mechs in reality. Nonetheless, Vess found it rather impressive that MTA Mech designers were potentially able to make breakthroughs while solely working on virtual Mech designs. It sounded as if the Mechers had deliberately set up the kingdom of Mechs to support their younger Mech designers. Can you give me a look at your virtual designs? Vess asked. I have always been curious to see how your design philosophy empowers your Mech designs. There haven't been many opportunities for me to observe your work despite how frequently we interact with each other. You know all about my own Mech designs, but I have only observed one actual Mech that you have designed, and that was the Fortune Devil that we played around with years ago. You should have made many improvements since that time. Jovi thought for a moment before nodding. That is fair. It is indeed absurd that you have never seen any of my virtual Mech designs. You can only truly know a Mech designer by studying their works. I will introduce them to you later on after I have taken care of a few matters. The two continued to eat their meals. Vess found that the food was remarkably tailored to his own physical needs, so much so that he began to grow a little suspicious. How much did the Mechers know about his latest physical transformation? Is it possible for other Mech designers to advance all the way to master by sticking with virtual Mechs? Vess curiously asked. It's too difficult. Jovi shook his head. Don't think about it. Our association enjoys a great advantage on this front. I will not explain why, but outsiders cannot replicate what we can do. It is much better for outside Mech designers to stick to what they are already doing. I see. It was not as if Vess had any problems with selling his physical Mechs en masse. The only hindrance was his own lack of priority. He hadn't designed too many original new commercial Mechs as of late. The second eye had recently gone on sale, but the Rifleman Mech model did not make a big splash on the market. It looked like it would take a lot of time before his customers discovered its true utility and learned to value its unique traits. Chapter 5163 Buried Heritages. If a Mech designer was able to advance by solely relying on the convenience of virtual Mech designs, then Vess would be lying if he said that he was not interested. There were not as many practical restraints in a virtual setting. Vess could design Mechs by making use of all of the rare and expensive materials that were available in the catalog. He could also experiment with unstable innovations and unfamiliar alien tech without worrying too much about wasting too much money or endangering the lives of Mech pilots. Still, Vess would have never been able to attain so much success by relying on virtual designs alone. Design philosophies were much less effective in a virtual environment. Unless the Mechers found a way to create an incredibly realistic virtual server that could compensate for this effect, Vess would find it a lot harder to sell his Mechs. This was especially the case when virtual Mechs never really lasted long enough to undergo growth. The fact that virtual Mechs got spawned in a match before disappearing once the fight was done meant that none of them would have any chance to grow stronger. Vess would have probably developed his design philosophy in a substantially different direction if he continued to keep most of his work virtual. He much preferred to design and sell his Mechs for real, despite the innumerable challenges and limitations involved. All of the extra problems were worth it so long as he was able to capture enough market share. What he liked even more was seeing his products exerting a lot of influence on people's lives. Every star sector or zone where his commercial Mechs became popular had undergone a lot of changes due to their unique effects. There was no greater validation for a Mech designer than to see his work change an entire society. I do envy you at times. Jovi Armalin spoke as he finished his dessert. The only physical Mechs that I have contributed to are either competition Mechs or projects led by much more competent Mech designers. It is very difficult to appreciate my own design capabilities when my Mechs are hardly used in reality. Do not get me wrong. I am happy that I have been able to win over a respectable amount of Mech pilots in our virtual universe, but it is not tangible enough. Vess finished for his friend. Your Mechs have rarely, if ever, been used to kill other people. Your works have not taken part in any wars. The lack of a direct physical presence means that it is difficult for other people to remember and acknowledge you as a successful Mech designer. The other man looked melancholic for a moment. I have no reason to complain about my own circumstances. One was born into the association, and I have received countless benefits from that. I know that my work is superior to almost every other peer at my rank or age range, yet all of this does not entirely allow me to rid myself of the idea that my work is irrelevant. This did not sound like a new problem. Jovi must have been plagued by this struggle for a long time. Other MTA and RA Mech designers likely suffered from the same condition. I wouldn't worry too much if I was you. Vess tried to pull his friend out of his funk. Your design philosophy is so tricky that you will probably be able to design plenty of interesting Mechs once you have realized your design philosophy. You'll turn into a real big shot once you become a master, right? Jovi smiled again. That is the expectation that everyone around me holds. My design philosophy indeed has a lot of potential if I can realize it, but that is also my greatest challenge. It will take an enormous amount of work and several research breakthroughs in order to overcome it. If that is not difficult enough, I have to complete all of this work by limiting myself to virtual mechs. I guess you have a point, but you also have access to a lot of augmentations and other advanced technological goodies. A lot of mech designers would kill to take your place. Besides, we're not living in the age of mechs anymore. Exotic radiation is changing the game by creating a lot of new possibilities. I think your eye of providence already has a taste of what is to come. The R-Ray Mech designer nodded. Exotic radiation and the changes it has brought to our entire society will dominate much of the conversations during the conference. I am aware that you have a surprising amount of useful insights on this subject. Perhaps you will be invited to speak in some of the closed sessions related to E-energy radiation. That caused Vess to instantly grow more vigilant. The Mechers already knew a lot about him. Much of their information was wrong or incomplete, but that did not stop them from finding out that he had access to old cultivation traditions. Fortunately, the 5 Scrolls Compact did not have a significant presence in the Red Ocean. Even if a small amount of moles had managed to get through the Greater Beyonder Gate in the past few years, none of their true god-level sorcerers should have been able to sneak through the Big Two's intense security arrangements. It didn't matter too much anymore if scattered groups of Terrans, Rubarthans, and space peasants used to be related to the 5 Scrolls Compact in one way or another. The sacred scrolls were separated over 50 million light-years away from the current coordinates of the Red Ocean. If the compact cultists were somehow able to use their powerful scrolls to form an actual transportation bridge between the 2 galaxies, then the Mechers wouldn't feel threatened by the actions of their old enemies. They would welcome this development. The Mechers, as well as the Fleeters, would probably do everything in their power to invade the ruined temple and take over the bridge so that they could use it for themselves. The chance that this would actually happen was too low, though. Vess shouldn't get his hopes up that either branches of humanity would find a way to restore the ability to move from one galaxy to another in the foreseeable future. In any case, the absence of a threat from the dreaded Compact made it so that the Red Association probably adopted a much looser attitude towards its offshoots and remnants. Vess did not have to worry about getting into trouble, especially if he went out of his way to utilize his unique knowledge to contribute to humanity. What he didn't know was how extensively the survivalists preserved their old heritage, and how extensively they were planning to revive it now that it had become a lot more relevant. Vess struggled to figure out how to bring this topic up with Jovi. How much did he know? How much was he permitted to say? "What is it, Vess? I can see you are troubled." E-energy. How extensively does the Red Association plan to introduce or reintroduce methods to make effective use of it? I am not sure about what you Mechers think about this. I would like to know this so that I won't violate any rules on this matter. Vess had a feeling that Jovi knew exactly what he was trying to convey. To be honest, I am not too sure about this myself, the R-Ray Mech designer frankly admitted. Lamb not important enough to receive access to the relevant information. I am certain that the conference will hold a session on this exact issue. The higher-ranking members of my faction will debate and hold a vote on how much the general public is permitted to work with E-energy and its many manifestations. I have heard that this is a contentious issue. There are survivalists who are strongly supportive of widespread adoption, and there are others who fear that too many people will abuse this phenomenon or suffer accidents if they attempt to play with forces that they do not fully understand. Oh. The survivalist faction wasn't able to make up their mind on this matter because both sides had a point. Their shared ideology did not give them an obvious answer that they should embrace. Ultimately, the survivalists had to make up their minds on whether they were willing to entrust the general public with dangerous knowledge on cultivation. The faction would have definitely tried to prevent this from happening during normal times. But now that red humanity was literally pushed to a corner, the survivalists might not have another choice. Desperate times called for desperate measures. Vess and Jovi exchanged a few more awkward words about cultivation and E-energy radiation. It was definitely clear that Jovi was at least superficially aware of cultivation, but it was not entirely clear whether he knew enough to call himself a proper cultivator. Vess was inclined to reject this possibility. He already took a good look at the Eye of Providence. The companion spirit did not show any signs of cultivating a specific method. "Can I ask you a question that I have been wondering about for a long time?" "Sure, Vess, ask away. Answering your questions is part of the reason why I have picked you up. The more I answer your doubts, the less likely you will make a fool of yourself in front of a crowd of masters and potentially greater figures." Wow, the survivalists must be really worrying about the possibility that Vess would put his foot in the mouth in their most important gathering. "What is our particle radiation, Jovi? The Red 2 have given the public nothing after the initial announcement. The association has released a lot of publications about E-energy radiation, and I am grateful for that. But one still feel an itch whenever I think about how little I actually know about the other components of exotic radiation." "That is deliberate on our part," Jovi freely replied. "You can stop wondering if I can offer you any clarity. Even one haven't heard any real information about this phenomenon. 1 a.m. almost certain that our masters do not know anything either. It is not a secret that God pilots are the only individuals who can perceive the new type of particles released by the supermassive black hole in the center of Messier 87. Only the most powerful among us have conducted various studies on our particle radiation. Whatever they have discovered, they have yet to see any reason to share their findings." "That's a shame," Vess said with a hint of remorse. "My guess is that we are not qualified to work with this type of exotic radiation. It is an entirely new type of particle produced by one of the most powerful black holes of our cosmos. Just think of what that means. Our particles may contain traits that can produce an unimaginable amount of energy or strengthen one of the fundamental forces of the universe." All of this sounded great, but that did not help Vess in the slightest. He needed actual information about our particles in order to have any hope of making use of it in his own way. Vess eventually retired and took a brief rest. The R-Ray frigate continued on her journey to a secret location. Only 2 days passed by before she had finally reached the site where the conference was held. It did not really surprise Vess that much that the survivalists decided to hold their big event away from planets and space stations. In order to make it as hard as possible for the native aliens to barge in unannounced and crash the party, the survivalists had opted to hold the conference on an MTA research battle carrier. What was special about the conference site was that she wasn't parked somewhere in a star system. She was actively coursing through the higher dimensions as she engaged in FTL travel. Without the advanced technologies needed to locate and catch up to another starship in FTL travel, it was impossible for others to even reach this important ship. "Damn, you guys are going all out," Vess commented as he admired the sight of the enormous capital ship and her many escorts. Chapter 50, 164 Cometa Rain. Vess had witnessed numerous impressive MTA warships in the past. The one that stuck out the most to him was the Ante-Zella de Osiris. Vess took an admiring look at the augmented and corrected view of the starship where the conference was held. The research battle carrier de facto functioned as a seat of an MTA master for good reasons. She possessed all of the amenities that a Mech designer in the field required, while also possessing formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. Her expansive Mech capacity, along with her battleship-grade gun batteries, enabled her to fight against a varied range of enemy craft and vessels all by herself. The existence of such a comprehensive capital ship signified that Vess might not be the only daredevil of a Mech designer in human society. The Mechers, also yearned to explore the less well-known parts of space. Of course, their excellent grasp of high technology and their abundant resources enabled them to gear up countless times better than Vess. Whereas he was often at risk of falling over the edge and plunging into the abyss, the Mechers had plenty of safeguards in place that would prevent them from losing their balance. "What is she?" Vess asked as he waited for the MTA frigate he was riding on to move up the line, pass the security check, and complete the transit. "That is the Comatter Rain, the flagship of the Blue Kindling Fleet and a ship under our direct control," Jovi Armalin explained. "She is one of the many warships that we have prepared in the event the worst-case scenario has occurred." "You mean?" "Our faction have set up the Blue Kindling Fleet, along with a number of other fleets, to escape the Red Ocean Dwarf Galaxy in their entirety if there is no hope anymore. We previously thought that we were just being overly cautious out of habit, but it turns out that preparing for this contingency plan may end up worth it after all." He spoke in a subdued voice. The survivalists were the most paranoid and prepared factions out of the entire association. They saw danger where there was none and always did their best to prepare for a rainy day. Even if their efforts were wasted 99 out of 100 times, their foresight and emphasis on backup plans put them in a particularly strong position at the start of the Age of Dawn. Vess observed the fleet surrounding impressive capital ships. Smaller but still formidable fleet carriers, battleships, cruisers, and escort ships surrounded the vessel from all sides. Not a lot of first-class multipurpose mechs were out and about, mainly because it was a lot harder for them to engage in independent FTL travel due to their limited sizes. It still impressed a lot that the survivalists had nonetheless deployed a couple of hundred of them, even though it was not entirely necessary. This was as much a safety precaution as well as a show of force. Perhaps the sight might not be much of a surprise to the Mechers themselves, but associates such as Vess rarely encountered such an impressive sight. No matter how safe they were while traveling the higher dimensions, the survivalists did not leave anything to chance and maintained the highest security standards. This was also why Vess and Jovi couldn't be teleported into the Comatter Rain immediately, even though the Mechers definitely had the tech to make it possible. In order to prevent crazy attacks from occurring, such as a traitor suddenly teleporting hundreds of antimatter bombs within the flagship of the Blue Kindling Fleet, the Mechers had set up an interdiction field that completely negated this capability. Vess could already feel it in his veins. The invisible interference field was far more subtle and refined than expected, so much so that most people would never even feel the difference. The only reason why Vess could perceive it was because he was a Phase Lord. He had a feeling that he wouldn't be able to execute the same instinctive teleportation trick like the one he pulled off in the ancient alien prison facility built inside the Davut pocket space. Interesting. He was not surprised that the Mechers were capable of building such powerful tech. What he did take note of was how refined and effective it was. He did not believe that this effect was within the realm of possibility of an ordinary MTA researcher. Had one of the two-star designers of the survivalist faction personally developed the contraption that was responsible for inhibiting teleportation and warping? That realization caused Vess to grow more nervous. He already knew on an intellectual level that he would be coming into close proximity to not just one-star designer, but possibly another one as well. He still recalled the moment where the polymath deigned to visit him and meet with him in person. Though the impressive true god in the form of a Mech designer did not find what she was looking for, Vess was still sure that she was more eager than ever to get her hands on another piece of the legendary metal scroll. Vess had inadvertently got away from that dangerous moment because the system went into dormancy in order to complete its comprehensive upgrade cycle at the time. He could no longer count on this anymore. Unless the Mech Designer System version 2.0 managed to improve its hiding capabilities, Vess needed to make sure he did not come into close proximity to the polymath again. It would be a mistake to assume the relatively young star designer had not changed all of that much since they last met in person. This was the age of dawn. The reintroduction of the power of heaven to red humanity meant that every cultivator gained access to a whole new source of power. The polymath was a true god-level cultivator who just happened to be one of the leaders of the Red Association, an offshoot of the Five Scrolls Compact. In addition to all of that, the polymath was known to be extremely avid at absorbing all kinds of information and knowledge, no matter the field or discipline. Vess could already conclude beyond a shadow of a doubt that the polymath had already begun to delve into cultivation science. Perhaps the star designer might never be able to equal the sheer amount of knowledge and mystical capabilities as his mother, but she would definitely be able to engineer her own powerful solutions. All of this caused Vess to view the Comator Rain with much greater dread. The ship was more than just an R-ray research battle carrier. She had become a nexus for all kinds of new and powerful innovations. Some of them might even be able to counter all of the methods and techniques he had long relied upon to gain an advantage over everyone. "We are close," Jovi said, pulling Vess out of his darker thoughts. A first-class multipurpose Mech flew close and began to scan the MTA frigate from bow to stern without encountering any resistance. Vess could feel strong energy waves coursing through his entire body. Despite all of the measures he had taken to hide his unusual traits and increase his privacy to the best of his ability, he had a feeling that the powerful scanning device pierced through everything. This was exactly why he previously preferred to keep his distance from the MTA. It was unfortunate that the Mechers did not give him a choice. This entire visit was a gamble to him. He needed to bet that he would be able to gain enough favor from the Mechers to overlook certain troublesome matters. Jovi clearly sensed Vess' growing distress. "You will not be left alone, Vess. I will be accompanying you for the majority of your time on the Comator Rain. I will make sure to look out for you and prevent others from developing a misunderstanding about you and your work." That sounded reassuring, but it also caused Vess to grow more suspicious about Jovi's motives. "Are you doing this on assignment, or are you doing this on your own initiative?" "Both," the R-Ray Mech designer admitted. "You are one of the few friends I have outside of the association that I can let my guard down to an extent. I genuinely respect your work and already saw promise in them when you were much younger and less accomplished. At the same time, Master Vero Goldstein has always kept an eye on you despite being preoccupied with his projects." That sounded both good and bad to Vess. On the one hand, maintaining the persistent interest of a powerful Mecher who was high up in the hierarchy meant that he could count on a lot of protection. On the other hand, he did not miss the fact that Master Goldstein was a trusted subordinate of the polymath. He was known as her spokesperson, which meant that his actions partially represented the star designer's actions as well. All of that caused Vess to lose the reassurance that he briefly obtained. His experiences over the years told him that it was always a bad idea to get mixed up in a political power struggle, especially when he was a marginal figure instead of a major player. Vess did not want to enter the conference while carrying the label as an associate that had firmly entered the camp of the polymath. Even without the whole issue concerning the search for the fragments of the metal scrolls, Vess just did not want to take the polymath's side for no good reason. He preferred to remain neutral, but if he had to pick a side, he at least wanted to know more about the alternative choices. That reminded him of an important issue. As he observed the projected feed, he could spot numerous ace mechs surrounding the Comator Rain and patrolling the periphery of the fleet. "Jovi, can you tell me whether the Fist of Defiance will attend this conference as well?" "I can answer this for you. As far as 1 a.m. aware, our god pilot won't be attending the conference in person. He is already committed to an important military operation. I do not know anything more than that. He has already appointed a trusted representative to go in his place and speak on his behalf. None of us will have to be subjected to a constantly active God kingdom that can monitor you at all times and eavesdrop on any conversations and transmissions that take place within the Comatter reign. Vess relaxed a bit. While he was aware that Jovi might not have the correct information, he did not believe the survivalists would like it if they spent an entire week within the research battle carrier, where all of their talk about opposing the fist of Defiance's vision became exposed to the god pilot himself. He briefly felt he had entered a powerful field that was highly familiar to him. The Saint Kingdom of an unknown ace pilot investigated his body and confirmed that he was not a clone that tried to sneak inside the conference with malicious intentions in mind. How often will this happen? Not too frequently, Jovi responded. Our security personnel are known to be thorough at their jobs, but constant checks can grate on your mood. Our conferences are supposed to be venues where Mech designers and other people can freely share and discuss their ideas with each other. So long as we know that you did not come to threaten anyone, you will be left alone for the most part. I hope you are right. It took a few more minutes for Vess to finally step foot inside the Comatter reign. He already caught sight of dozens of Mechers and associates who arrived not too long ago. They all wore distinctly different outfits and were in the process of adding an extra badge to their chests that conveniently denoted their status. Vess received one as well. His finely crafted metal badge was colored in teal, while Jovi received a green version of the same item. Pin it on the front of your body and make sure to keep it with you at all times. Security will not be happy if you ever lose it for whatever reason. Understood. Chapter 50, 165, the beginning of the conference. It was not entirely necessary to use badges to denote the identity of an invited guest. Every Mecher and everyone they considered worthy to become their associate all possessed cranial implants. This enabled them to call up additional information in real time on anyone and anything that entered their view. Nonetheless, it was a lot easier and less cumbersome if everyone wore a brightly colored hat or distinctly different uniforms. The survivalists did not force anyone to change their wardrobes to such an extent. They chose to go for the most practical solution, which entailed handing over shiny badges that were large enough to be easily visible from a distance. Members of the Red Association received green badges, while associates received teal badges. There was nothing special about the badges. They were clearly mass-produced by materializers and did not contain any circuitry or more mystical components. Vess privately thought that the organizers of the conference could have chosen more contrasting colors, but perhaps there were good reasons behind these choices. The survivalists did not bother to add any further differentiation aside from that, which Vess thought was just fine. He did not want other people to judge him thoroughly before entering into conversation. Not that it mattered all that much. People could still use their cranial implants to look up his colorful record from the Comatter Reign's public network if they sought more information. As Vess placed the self-adhering metal badge on the front of his most refined and gilded red uniform, he felt like he was truly part of the crowd. Come, let us stow our luggage in our staterooms and check up on the state of your cargo, Jovi said as he started to move deeper into the interior of the massive vessel. One can give you a small tour while we are on the way. The Comatter Reign possessed a fairly standard interior for the Red Association. The bulkheads were mostly gunmetal gray that occasionally bore functional markings. The deck was made out of similar alloys, but oddly did not make any noise when people stepped on them. Vess found this lack of sound to be disturbing at first, but he quickly got accustomed to it once he no longer thought about it too hard. The relative lack of warmth did not last too long. Vess encountered more and more interior halls and compartments where the Mechers had put more effort into making them look pleasant and livable. The survivalists still showed considerable restraint, but they went out of their way to place a variety of artworks as well as scale models of powerful Mech in large public spaces. Touches of advanced technology were everywhere. Sturdy bulkheads occasionally morphed into open entrances, despite the fact that Vess was sure they were all made out of solid metal. Overhead materialized reproduced entire meals in a large cafeteria. Each of the meals were originally cooked by the best chefs for the purpose of getting scanned down to the placement of the last atom. A Mech designer that wanted to call up an item that was stored in the cargo hold only had to make a single request. Seconds later, the deck opened up and delivered the good, despite the fact that it was originally located all the way down in the lower decks of the enormous capital ship. There was so much for Vess to take in. At times, he wanted to secretly send out Blinky or employ his spiritual senses to study anyone or anything that caught his interest. He restrained himself. He was surrounded by so many powerful individuals that he did not believe he kept his action discreet. This was not the time for him to fool around. There are many facilities within the Commator reign that might be worthwhile for you to explore, Jovi said. There is no time for that today. We need to check into our rooms and get ready to attend the opening speeches. Vess already had a decent idea of what this was all about. That is the moment where your 3 leaders, or their representatives, explain the overall agenda of this conference and present their own proposals, right? Yes, I highly suggest that you listen to them carefully. You don't have a direct say in these matters, but your individual projects might get affected by changes in policy. I see. What else could he say about that? He clearly had no business with getting involved with the top-level power struggle. He just wanted to keep his head down and sell his modest contributions to the survivalists. After a lengthy journey across the hull of the enormous research battle carrier, they eventually reached their staterooms. The survivalists did not skimp out on this. That was for certain. Even though Vess had resolved to make the best possible use out of his time and stay awake for an entire week, he could see himself going back to unwind in this expansive and luxurious suite. Once he confirmed that everything was in order, Vess joined up with Jovi so that they could move to a massive assembly hall that was already half-filled. Lots and lots of expensive-looking capsule seats were placed around an elevated stage at the center. People had already been assigned to the seats in advance. Different from what Vess expected, the most powerful and influential Mechers were not seated at the front. Instead, they took their seats at the far rear. The more junior and less important guests received the privilege of getting a closer view of the important dignitaries who would soon be addressing all of the attendees. Vess was indirectly able to determine his overall ranking among the associates by studying the positioning of his seat. He was situated further away from the front than he expected. He somehow gained more priority than thousands of eager young journeymen, battle-hungry Mech pilots, and an incredible variety of associates. What Vess found notable was that he spotted a sizable quantity of master Mech designers, both Mecher and associate, who had been assigned with lower priority seats. This looked perplexing to Vess, as well as many other invited guests. Vess received frequent glances from Mech designers who were much older than himself. "There is no need for you to feel nervous," Jovi reassured his friend. "Our faction did not make a mistake with the seat assignments. The Mech designers who are seated in front of us are unlikely to make as many contributions to humanity as you. The allocation of seats is largely determined by your galactic citizenship tier. This approach is not entirely perfect, but it leads to the least amount of doubt and disagreements." That made a lot of sense. Higher tiers of galactic citizenships were not easy to come by. If a master Mech designer did not introduce groundbreaking technologies that permanently strengthened Mechs on a universal basis, their citizenship tiers would never move past Tier 8. Vess and Jovi were oddballs in that they were younger and less powerful than typical Tier 6 galactic citizens. It was as if they were a pair of children that had somehow managed to sneak into a gathering for grown-ups. The conference attracted many talents, though. As Vess swept across the seats placed in front of his current ring, he could spot a lot of relatively young faces. A fair number of them were Mech designers who had demonstrated enough potential to attract the survivalist faction. Each of them possessed special advantages that could help with turning the tide against the aliens so long as they advanced to the rank of Master Mech Designer. Unfortunately, Vess did not think that many of them were likely to realize their design philosophies in the short or medium term. There simply wasn't enough time for them to mature and complete their life-changing research projects. Even if this cohort of young talents received more time to develop their own craft, only a minority of them would be able to realize their ambitious design philosophies. The survivalists already recognized this reality. They chose to go for quantity and make sure to put enough talents under their wings in the hopes that at least a couple of them would succeed. Vess had figured this out in the past, but he felt a lot less valued now that he was able to observe so many of his peers in a single place. The survivalists already took failure into account and did not do anything further than was necessary to claim their territory. This did not affect him for long. Relatively few of his kind were able to earn Tier 6 galactic citizenship. Not only that, but Vess was pretty sure that his various innovations would certainly attract much greater attention and appreciation from the faction. Time passed by. Vess chatted with Jovi to a limited extent. He wasn't in a hurry to start a conversation with other people, even though he was itching to make new friends. It was not wise to talk with anyone without knowing what was actually going on. Vess at least needed to listen to the opening speeches before he could set out to pursue his own agenda. How many people are attending this conference? There should be around 50,000 Mechers and 27,000 associates, Jovi answered. The majority of them are marginal figures. They are either tag-alongs or trusted individuals who have been brought over in order to widen their horizons. Only a couple of hundred high-ranked participants have a real voice during this conference. The lights in the circular assembly hall slowly started to dim as the final guests arrived and took their seats. A large central projection came to life. An impressive rendition of the Red Association symbol came into view. Once this projection turned off again, Vess noted to his surprise that a new figure had appeared on the stage. Everyone's back straightened, while people fell utterly silent. No one dared to show any sign of disrespect. People did not even dare to transmit silent messages to each other anymore. The reason for that was that a legendary star designer had finally appeared in front of everyone's sights. Vess became reassured that the polymath did not show up so soon. The star designer, who decided to kick off the conference, turned out to be the xenotechnician. Though his moniker sounded a bit perplexing, his extensive work and his contributions over the centuries were undeniable. The man played an indispensable role in strengthening and popularizing mechs throughout the generations. He converted a lot of exotic alien tech that were previously exclusive to the native aliens of the Milky Way, and more recently the Red Ocean, into more universal and usable human tech. This extensive legacy of unlocking the secrets of alien tech caused many people to question how extensively the 456-year-old fossil became affected by his own work. While Vess did not see any obvious alien touches in the old man's surprisingly fit and upright body, he almost gasped when he took a closer look at the figure's outfit. The xenotechnician had a well-known habit of adorning himself with items and clothes with clear inhuman elements. This time, he chose to wear a suit and voluminous robe that were made entirely out of silvery paneled archimetal. Though Vess was not able to glean too many details from this distance, he knew enough about architect that it shouldn't be possible to produce working pieces of archimetal that were so thin and light. This showed that the xenotechnician not only deciphered the working principles of architect, but also improved upon it to the point where he was able to strengthen and widen its applications. More than a few mech designers displayed a lot of appreciation of the xenotechnician's silver-toned outfit. Even Vess wanted to obtain a copy of it so that he could protect himself with a much thinner but more functional protective suit. If the xenotechnician already understood architect well enough to create this simple product, what if he applied his latest gains to his mech designs? Chapter 50, 166, By Any Means Necessary. Welcome to the first conference organized by our faction in this new and exciting age. Many of you are apprehensive of what the Age of Dawn has brought to us all. You are correct to hold this attitude. Fear is a primal emotion that keeps us on our toes. Fear is what drives us to find solutions against problems that threaten our livelihoods. Fear has led us to take action and put an end to the madness in the closing years of the Age of Conquest. The xenotechnician spoke with a voice that was firm, but not too overbearing. His voice also contained a deliberate touch of artificial distortion, which was odd as a man of his ability could easily fix. The centuries-old star designer knew exactly what he was doing. He had grown so old that he no longer needed to put so much effort into conforming to societal norms. When a Mech designer like him transcended into a post-divinity life form, he had become so far removed from his humble human origins that he may as well be a separate species. Of course, every Mech designer voluntarily anchored themselves to their human identities. They dedicated so much of their lives to contributing to human civilization in one way or another that it was unthinkable for them to abandon their roots. Though the xenotechnician kept his power so restrained that he came across as an aging but surprisingly healthy geezer, he did not present himself as anything other than a human. Whether this was an accurate representation of himself remained to be seen. Everyone was just happy that this extremely powerful and capable star designer remained on their side. Fear is a vital reason to act, but we cannot allow ourselves to lose our rationality and make decisions that are in error. We must master our own fears and muster up the determination to do what it takes to fight for our survival. Our faction is formed by the common belief that no taboo is sacred, and that we must do everything in our power to safeguard the survival of our race and civilization. A heavy atmosphere fell over the assembly hall. Vess and many other attendees became swayed by the xenotechnician's message. Even though the star designer did not show any deliberate signs of manipulation, his identity along with his powerful, extraordinary traits still put a lot of weight in his words. It was a manner of speaking that caused everyone who listened to the speaker to see reality from his viewpoint. As a survivor of the twilight of the Age of Conquest, the xenotechnician clearly maintained an attitude that if humanity already managed to save itself once, it could do so again. The only question in Vess' one mind was what sort of strategy the star designer intended to propose. The man clearly had a strong idea on what the survivalist faction and the Red Association ought to do in order to save red humanity from extinction. The living fossil did not keep his audience waiting for too long. Let me be honest with you all. Our isolated society is under grave danger. Our technology remains superior despite the best efforts of the aliens to close the gap. Our Mech pilots stand to gain strength beyond measure once they have begun to unlock the potential of exotic radiation. Given enough time, the disparity in numbers will no longer be relevant as our Mechs and Mech pilots are able to use exotic radiation as their strongest weapons against our adversaries. Humanity had always relied on ingenuity to solve problems that seem insurmountable. A lot of Mechers placed a lot of expectations towards the star designers of the Red Association. Were the star designers up to the task? Would their innovations be enough to strengthen red humanity fast enough to resist the escalating alien assaults? IT is not enough, the xenotech loudly boomed, causing everyone to be taken aback by his abrupt shift in attitude. We sustain ourselves with hope, but empty whims cannot solve the shortcomings that limit our ability to resist. Look at me. Look at this alien tech that one have deciphered. It seems powerful to your eyes. You are not wrong to respect its capabilities. Yet how many products can our society produce? How many raw materials can we extract from the limited amount of star systems under our control? The old man made a simple, sobering argument. Relying on the advanced technologies that everyone wanted to rely upon to reverse the tide against the aliens had a fatal flaw. The most powerful technologies often demanded the rarest resources. Even if people settled for more practical solutions, they still couldn't get around the limitation of a persistent shortage of raw materials. Many people actually hoped that the big shots would find a way to overcome this problem, but how easy was it for them to create miracles out of nothing? While Vess faintly hoped that the ubiquitous supply of exotic radiation may be able to plug this enormous gap, the xenotechnician clearly had a different proposal in mind. The star designer gradually began to unveil a hint of his enormous might as a true god. Vess had witnessed a show like this once before. Back then, the polymath lifted the veil that maintained her human facade and revealed that she had become the embodiment of the fundamental concept of truth. The xenotechnician possessed a different domain. A manifestation slowly formed behind his back that looked like a small glimpse of a chaotic and disorganized clockwork machine of immense proportions. Vess and Jovi weren't the only people who lost control and gasped at the transcendently powerful sight. What made this incomprehensibly large and complex clockwork machine so weird and unnerving was that it was made out of many different kinds of tech. Both human and alien technological elements blended together in a seemingly haphazard fusion that looked like it should never be able to work, yet somehow functioned properly. This was the purest representation of the concept of assimilation. This was the essence of the xenotechnician in his transcendent form. It might even be his true body. The old and fragile human shell that he presented, as his body was nothing but an unimportant meat suit to the star designer. As a true god, he had largely transitioned into an energy-based life form that had taken the form of this titanic clockwork machine. As the xenotechnician spoke, the entire audience could feel the utter belief, conviction, and sincerity of the immensely powerful star designer. No one will come to save us. Our compatriots that we have left behind in the Milky Way are unable to reinforce us, thereby denying us the advantages granted by the manpower, resources, and assets of all of human space. If we wish to make up for this fatal shortcoming, then we must find a substitute. We must obtain more territory, harvest more resources, and bring more forces to bear against the indigenous aliens that seek our extinction. A new projection came to life. It showed an impressive representation of the Milky Way galaxy. Every attendee was familiar with the sight of their home galaxy. Their eyes showed longing and regret in various measures as they observed the lost cradle of human civilization. A much smaller galaxy appeared next to this giant representation. The red ocean dwarf galaxy was only a little over 1.5% as big as the Milky Way galaxy. In practice, this meant that the red ocean was only as large as an extensive collection of old galaxy star clusters. Of this dwarf galaxy, only a part of the bottom was lit up in red. The rest was dyed in white. On this date, red humanity has laid claim to roughly 8% of the territories of the red ocean. The xenotechnician factually explained as he silently withdrew his impressive domain. Do not be fooled by this percentage. Only a fraction of our claims consist of upper zones. The native aliens are in full control over the most resource-abundant territories of their home ground. It is not possible to make an accurate comparison of the amount of relevant resources that red humanity have access to compared to our direct adversaries, but our most credible estimates suggest that we only have access to 1% of the total amount of face water and other strategic resources. Roman 2. This was a harsh and depressing truth. Humanity essentially started its invasion of the red ocean by entering the periphery of the dwarf galaxy. It was the equivalent of extragalactic aliens trying to invade the Milky Way by setting up a bridgehead in the Komodo star sector. While this ensured that humanity would not be faced with overwhelming resistance right from the start, red humanity was now beginning to suffer from the consequences of this fateful choice. Our society is about to enter its darkest hour. As the Red Cabal is preparing to flood our limited territories with alien fleet after alien fleet, we will not be in a position to undergo any further expansion. Instead, the opposite will occur. The balance of power will continue to grow more lopsided until we have reached a tipping point where we cannot possibly win this war anymore. No matter how many battleships and god mechs we can throw at our adversaries, we cannot stem the tide for long. The xenotechnician did not continue to pummel everyone's confidence by hammering home how far red humanity had fallen behind compared to their enemies. Desperate times call for desperate measures. He spoke in a slightly more uplifting tone. If we cannot guarantee our survival by staying true to our current selves, then we are not doing enough to save red humanity. We must rethink the fundamental tenets of our civilization. If we release one of our boundaries, how can we use that to increase our advantages and impact the strength of our enemies? No one had a clear answer to this question. The taboos were far too strongly ingrained in everyone's minds. As an ancient fossil who spent his youth in an age where the modern taboos had never taken shape, the xenotechnician possessed a different attitude to the rules that had long been considered sacred by the children of the age of Mechs. The old star designer took an audible breath before he finally unveiled his explosive solution. We must revoke the taboo that prohibits us from cooperating with aliens, he announced, much to the shock of almost everyone in the assembly hall. We must be frank about our position of weakness and resort to diplomacy to find allies among the indigenous alien races of the Red Ocean. As long as we employ the right intermediaries that can act as a reliable bridge between red humanity and a receptive alien race, we can form new treaties and convert deadly enemies into helpful allies. The map of the Red Ocean began to change. Roughly 20% of the territories lit in white suddenly began to glow in red. All of a sudden, humanity and its new allies had access to much more resources, assets, and manpower. Combined with humanity's undeniable tech advantage, this might be enough to reverse the balance of power. Realizing this plan will be difficult, but not impossible, the xenotechnician stated. The major alien races are not as friendly with each other as you think. The fault lines that have generated many tensions between them have not faded with the arrival of our race. If we carefully study every alien group, we should be able to find these fault lines and use them to create more divisions among our foes. If red humanity can form a brand new coalition with a major race such as the Orvans or the Pulmers, we can fight our remaining enemies to a standstill. I cannot promise you that we will be able to win the war, but it should at least be within the realm of possibility to create a stalemate. Everyone was still too shocked to exhibit any other reactions. What the xenotechnician proposed was too radical and unthinkable to everyone. Even though the star designer's logic was simple and clear, the leaps he made were just too shocking. The powerful old man did not care for all of the criticism that he would doubtlessly generate in the coming days. He had a strong belief that his plan was the most viable of them all. Only compromise and diplomacy would save red humanity from total extinction. I must disclose one more piece of information to you. Our plan has little chance of success if we attempt to engage in diplomacy with the aliens ourselves. As much as we dislike it, we must make do with the choices at hand. There is only one existing group that can act as an intermediary. In fact, this group of outcasts have already taken the initiative to approach me and offer their services. Our relation with this forbidden organization is poor to say the least, but as long as their goals are compatible with ours, we must not let the taboo against cooperating with these generational criminals stop us from saving our race. Wait a second. Vess was starting to have a very bad feeling about the identity of this forbidden organization. The xenotechnician made an admission to all of the gathered survivalists and associates. It is the cosmopolitans who have clandestinely approached my people and proposed this plan in the first place. An irrational response to their valid and sound proposal is to reject it outright in the mistaken belief that red humanity must stand alone. The reality is that we do not have the qualifications to do so. We are not the humans of the past. We are not operating in the galaxy of our origin. We are our own people, so we must make our own rules. If our only way out is to swallow our pride and abandon our old principles so that we can engage in realpolitik, then so be it. Survival comes above all. Red humanity must be saved by any means necessary. Chapter 50, 167, Forced Consensus. The entire assembly hall was frozen in shock. The opening speech of the long-awaited conference of the survivalist faction completely detonated everyone's minds. The hall still remained silent, even after the xenotechnician unveiled his radical plan. No one dared to say or transmit anything. Neither praise nor scorn escaped from their lips. It was not wise for them to catch the xenotechnician's attention and receive a black mark in his eyes. Even though the old star designer was generally known to be kind and tolerant towards people, what if a single mistake could cause them to miss out on a promotion or get passed over for an important mission? It was better for everyone to keep their mouths shut and let the big shots make all of the decisions behind closed doors. Small and insignificant figures like Vess and Jovi had no say in the matter. It was the couple of 100 master Mech designers and other high-ranked dignitaries that all held enough power and influence that had the qualifications to pass judgment on this matter. That was not to say that the rank-and-file members and associates played no role at all. The xenotechnician, the Fist of Defiance, and the polymath still needed to win over a sufficient degree of popular support in order to ensure they could roll out their ambitious plans without hindrance. As the xenotechnician deliberately gave the tens of thousands of gathered attendees enough time to process his explosive words, he steadily finished his pitch. Remember who we are. We are beings of rationality. I hope that you will not allow your unreasonable biases and hatreds to cloud your judgment. We cannot afford to endanger our race and cause the deaths of trillions by acting on our emotions and stubborn attitudes about past grievances. It is all well and good to despise the aliens and reject any notion of collaborating with them. But if that attitude does not result in an improvement in the balance of power, it is an atrocious strategy that will only hasten our collective suicide. The old star designer, who apparently possessed no scruples, pointed at the projected map of the red ocean dwarf galaxy. Compared to the previous situation, where only a tiny part of it was friendly towards red humanity, the new scenario looked a lot more optimistic than before. Our race did not always possess the hubris that we are known for today. Back in the age of space, we were at a heavy disadvantage. We kept a lower profile. We did not make enemies out of the surrounding alien empires. We compromised and made concessions in order to bide for time. The cosmopolitans served a necessary purpose for us all. Without their noble sacrifices, humanity would have never been able to survive long enough to enter the age of conquest. Learn from the past. Recognize that there are times where we must bend and stretch. If we have done it before, we can do it again. The taboos have served their purpose during the age of Mechs. Do not allow these outdated and ill-fitting rules to prevent us from doing what is necessary. We can violate any principle as long as our cause is just. The xenotechnician's message was clear. He wanted the survivalists, the Red Association, and all of Red humanity to completely abandon any tenet and principle that made up their foundation for many generations, as long as it got in the way of his radical plan. A lot of people silently held mixed thoughts towards the old and respected star designer. A lot of them developed a genuine disgust towards the faction leader's plan and attitudes. If he was any other person, he would have long been jeered off the central podium. In fact, the outcast would have suffered worse consequences. A few of his words sounded so subversive and treasonous that enforcers would have probably taken him into custody and be made to confess all of his illegal plans and rat out all of his fellow conspirators. This would not happen. The xenotechnician was simply too great of a figure to apply this treatment. He had become a star designer a long time ago and made far more contributions to humanity than the polymath. So long as he remained in his current position, he could continue to speed up Red Humanity's technological development, thereby saving an innumerable amount of lives in the years to come. The living fossil was untouchable, and he knew it. He boldly mentioned a proposal that entailed making up with the Cosmopolitans and cooperating with them as if their many crimes in the past was all water under the bridge. Vess admired the xenotechnician in a way. The star designer had become one of the ultimate authorities of the human race. His power and influence had reached a height where he could boldly defy conventions and break the rules that restricted other people without suffering immediate consequences. It would be a long time before Vess could reach this promising stage. Still, as much as he admired the old star designer for presenting his proposal without fear, Vess felt a lot more ambivalent towards the actual idea. Rationally, the xenotechnician was right. War did not care about feelings. It cared about results. The plain truth of the matter was that Red Humanity was too outnumbered and too lacking in resources to fully exploit its few advantages. None of the people gathered in the assembly hall were stupid. Each of them had been carefully selected for their competence and their ability to contribute to the survivalist faction. They represented some of the best Mech designers and other professionals of their society. Few of them denied that the xenotechnician's plan had actual merit. So long as his blueprint could prolong the survival of Red Humanity, who cared if they had to break a taboo or three? Yet, humans were more complex than that. They were not owls who were willing to disregard everything in the name of logic. Emotionally, Vess felt the urge to punch the xenotechnician in the face. Did the man not recognize how foolish it was to cooperate with a group of human traitors who materially aided the aliens for many years? The Cosmopolitans personally handed over a lot of human high technologies to the aliens, thereby exacerbating the conflict and contributing to the defeats of many more human fleets and colonies. The Cosmopolitan movement set fire to Red Humanity in the first place. Now, it allegedly offered to come around to help the survivalists put out the very same conflagration that they were originally responsible for. It was pretty clear to most people that these bastards were playing both sides in order to pursue their own interests. Still, did Red Humanity have any other choice? That was the question that every attendee had on their minds right now. They only heard out one proposal so far. The other two faction leaders were ready to present their own plans. The xenotechnician closed his speech by appealing to everyone's sense of duty. Centuries ago, we formed the survivalist faction to prepare for an indeterminate apocalypse that few people thought would be coming. We formed a brotherhood to stand vigil over our civilization and undertake any necessary actions to save us from threats from within and without. Now the time has come for us to fulfill our essential purpose. Do not betray the hopes and intentions of your predecessors by betraying our founding mission. Let everyone else call us sinners if they wish. At least they will still be alive for them to voice their complaints. With that, the old star designer ended his address and disappeared within a blink of an eye. Everyone remained silent, even though their emotions were anything but calm. Though Vess tried his best not to extend his spiritual senses and poke around when he was surrounded by lots of powerful individuals, he could still pick up the anger, disgust, confusion, and unwillingness in people's hearts. No matter whether they were simple young Mech officers or master Mech designers who belonged to the same generation as the xenotechnician, none of them could remain impassive in the face of this extreme proposal. A brief intermission ensued, where the seated individuals were finally given a chance to recover and listen to the next speech with clearer heads. Though people started to chat with each other, they were all clever enough not to voice any direct opinions about the xenotechnician's outrageous plan. "So this is going to happen 2 more times?" Vess softly asked Jovi. The other young senior Mech designer nodded. "That is correct. This is part of how we operate. Our faction is founded on the premise that we must cooperate and do anything that is necessary to ensure the continuation of the human race. If a situation ever arises where our members are strongly divided between several alternate proposals, We agreed to gather together so that we can properly hear out every side before discussing the merits of each choice. Once we have cast our vote, our entire faction must implement a winning plan without any further interference or opposition. The worst thing we can do is to allow lingering disagreements to sabotage a course of action that may be the only way to save our entire race. That made a lot of sense. This was a good way to solve a contentious issue, though it clearly had its faults. For example, what if the survivalists voted to embrace the xenotechnicians' proposal, only for it to suffer all kinds of setbacks and accidents in the ensuing years? According to the rules, the faction had to double down and continue to push their current plan to the end, regardless of whether the actual reality deviated from reality. Jovi understood Vest's doubts. We cannot afford to get bogged down by doubts and second thoughts. In many cases, there is no time to change our minds and do everything over. Our enemies will not accommodate us. We can only make a single bet and ride it all the way. That is why it is crucial for our upper management to be as thorough and inquisitive as possible before they cast their votes. They only have 1 week to essentially decide on how red humanity intends to resist the hostile alien races. Vess frowned as he still felt there were a lot of loopholes to this approach. I can see that you and your fellow survivalists are all pragmatic and reasonable enough to support a plan once it has been decided. What about the other groups? I think you will find it much harder to persuade the other factions, as well as the Fleeters, Terrans, Rubarthans to play along with your crazy ideas. Jovi's expression grew stern. We will do what we can to make that happen. At the very least, we will be taking the initiative. Doing nothing is not a solution. That will only lead to our inevitable deaths as the aliens steadily grind away at our forces and territories. If we want to win, we must be proactive. The leaders of all of those other groups are all intelligent and responsible enough to know that as well. So long as we can gather enough support from friendly stakeholders, we can exert enough pressure to convince the remaining holdouts to cooperate with our plan. Compared to us, the other groups and factions are too divided and not decisive enough to present a viable alternative. His description of the other groups was probably not too far off the mark. Vess did not possess a clear understanding of how the other factions of the association were doing, but he was quite aware that the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact were still mired by lots of differences in opinion. The abrupt isolation from the Milky Way galaxy had caused the displaced people to have no clear plan in place on how to govern their colonies without any further direct support from their home states. They couldn't even make up their minds on how to run themselves. How could they possibly form a consensus and unite around their own plan? The survivalists possessed a strong advantage in this regard. Chapter 51, 68 Humanity Does Not Bend. To be honest, this wouldn't be necessary if our faction leaders formed a consensus by themselves, Jovi quietly admitted to Vess. You mean if 2 out of 3 of them agreed on the same plan, the last holdout would have no choice but to play along? That is correct. If the xenotechnician and the polymath both united around a single plan, then it is not beneficial for the Fist of Defiance to express any further opposition. His resistance at that point will no longer serve a productive use, but will instead lead to costly delays and a drastic reduction in our chances of success. Even a god pilot, who is famed for his stubbornness and defiance, as him, understands that he must prioritize the greater interests of red humanity over his own feelings. Vess finally understood the true significance of this conference. To think that he originally thought it was just a professional gathering where Mech designers could meet with their peers and present their ideas to each other. Since you guys have resorted to these appeals, I take it that each faction leader insists on implementing their own specific plans. A 3-way split has occurred that is paralyzing our faction, Jovi confirmed. Each of the leaders have spent weeks trying to resolve it to no avail. None of us wants this impasse to persist any further, so our master Mech designers and other high officials have been invested with the power to solve this problem. This was an unlikely turn of events. Effective power passed from the most eminent leaders to the cadre who ranked lower in the hierarchy. A situation like this not only tested the appeal of every faction leader's unique plan, but also tested the strength of their network within the cadre. He was sure that the survivalists who were not committed to any particular side would become the focus of a lot of appeals in the coming days. In addition to that, the faction leaders also had to ensure that their existing supporters did not change their minds and side with another camp. All of this sounded more and more contentious to Vess. He felt glad that he was a non-entity in this all-important power struggle. He was more than happy to remain a bystander and become a witness to a vital turning point of Red humanity's early history. The intermission slowly passed. Everyone tactfully ended their conversations and refrained from speaking any further. The next speaker appeared on the central podium. Though Vess and a lot of people were disappointed that the Fist of Defiance was too indisposed to present his plan in person, the man he chose to speak in his place was a pretty good substitute. The Mace of Retaliation had shown up in order to present the God Pilot's vision. Just as his name suggested, the Mace was a direct descendant of the Fist. The former was the most successful protege of the latter and made it all the way up to senior ace pilot. There were rumors that the Mace of Retaliation had reached his current limit a long time ago and could undergo the Mech body merger process anytime he wanted. However, many years went by without any further developments. A lot of bold and reckless ace pilots would have taken the plunge a long time ago, even if they intuitively knew that their chances of success were too slim. The Mace of Retaliation was not one of them. He chose to stand in front of the same juncture and settle for inaction. This was the most prudent choice, but not the most courageous one. Perhaps the Mace had waited too long and lost much of the momentum that originally propelled him to his current height. The conditions to become a God pilot were too brutal. Any flaw would drastically be magnified and used to ruin a hopeful ace pilot's chances of surviving the profound transformation process. The Mace of Retaliation's personal history was not a subject of debate at this time. Right now, he spoke on behalf of the only God pilot of the survivalist faction present in the Red Ocean. No matter what, the Fist of Defiance's right to speak remained strong. Even the star designers had to respect their only top combatant's opinion. Ladies and gentlemen, the Mace began to address the gathered survivalists. My grandfather understands the dire situation that Red humanity just as well as anyone. He cannot bring himself to agree with the xenotechnicians' approach. How can our race possibly throw away all of our pride and much of the reasons that have made our people strong in the face of adversity? To consort with the duplicitous and traitorous cosmopolitans is nothing less than drinking poison to quench your thirst. Our enemies remain enemies, no matter how much we meet their demands. Clearly, the Fist of Defiance had a lot to say about the xenotechnicians' proposal to resort to diplomacy to solve the current crisis. Unlike the old geezer that came before, the 250-year-old ace pilot boldly raised his voice and channeled all of his aggressive emotions into a domain field that everyone could perceive. Do you think that the aliens will truly forgive us for attempting to commit genocide on all of them? No, our enemies have no credibility at all. They will only seek to take advantage of us. Kneeling and begging for their protection will only cause us to give up all of our initiative. Do you feel comfortable with handing over so much power to our oh-so-reliable allies? I certainly do not think so. This does not sound like a compromise to me. This is nothing less than a complete surrender as far as we are concerned. No longer will we be able to make our own choices and decide our own future. The traitors and aliens will effectively control our fragile society at that time. Is this what you want? Vess did not believe that anyone in the audience actually wanted to say yes to this question. Cooperating with the aliens did not solve the fundamental inadequacies between humanity and the other races. The allies of today could easily turn into the enemies of tomorrow. We are human, We are the conquerors of the Milky Way. We are the warriors who have beaten every single alien civilization that has sought to topple us in the past. The mace of retaliation roared to the gathered people. Should we cast away our illustrious legacy and throw away our dignity in the hopes that enough aliens will be merciful towards us? I say no. My father says no. We will rather die than allow our fellow humans to disgrace themselves. If our defeat is inevitable, then it is better to keep our back upright and fight to the bitter end. The mace of retaliation made a good case against the xenotechnicians' plan. No one was really willing to engage in diplomacy. The senior ace pilot was just the person who gave voice to all of their true feelings on this matter. The only problem was that the survivalists needed a better plan than engaging in mindless resistance against the overwhelming amount of hostile aliens in the Red Ocean. It was at this point that the ace pilot presented his grandfather's alternative. A familiar projection came to life again. It showed the exact same galactic map of the Red Ocean. The current overlay showed the depressingly small amount of territories that red humanity controlled up to this day. My grandfather and his extensive staff of military strategists and other experts have devised a new strategy to do the impossible and defeat our adversaries while we remain heavily outnumbered. The mace spoke in an excited tone. The xenotechnician is correct that we do not have the numbers and resources to win a head-on collision against the native alien forces, so we will not put our hopes on the front lines. We should instead seek to strike our foes where they are weak. Our enemies are not invincible. They all have their weaknesses, and it is up to us to exploit them in the best possible manner. The map changed as numerous arrows shot out from human space and started to penetrate the interior of alien space. Now, you must all be wondering how we can strike at their vulnerable territories. The longer the war goes on, the more warships the aliens have sent to the front lines, thereby reducing their garrisons in their core star systems, which they assume are beyond our reach. Now we can attempt to make detours and evade enemy interception in order to attack their underprotected rear. This is not good enough. It takes too long, and the likelihood that the deep strike forces will be intercepted along the way is too great. That was what Vess thought as well. The native aliens weren't completely helpless against this sort of measure, especially after they had gained a lot of technological solutions from the cosmopolitans. The loss rate would be horrendous. Anyone who agreed to take part in this suicidal venture had to make peace with the fact that this might be a one-way trip. However, the Fist of Defiance's plan was not that simple. His grandson's expression turned vicious as he unveiled a key component of the alternative proposal. A projection of the Greater Beyonder Gate appeared in place. It looked almost identical to the one hovering uselessly at Bridgehead 1, but it gained a few technological additions. The Fist of Defiance has met with many Mech designers, scientists, and engineers. He has learned that it is possible to modify the Greater Beyonder Gate so that it can open a gate to any portal generated by our starships. If the calculations are correct, the effective range of this long-ranged portal generation capability can encompass the entirety of the Red Ocean. Think about what that means for us. We can dispatch dozens of specially configured stealth frigates to the hinterland of alien space and use them to open a portal between Bridgehead 1 and any resource-rich alien region of our choosing. What? Vess, Jovi, and many other people reacted with shock at this revelation. They never imagined that the Greater Beyonder Gate could be repurposed to this degree. Although this technological undertaking was definitely not simple, as long as the Mechers pulled it off, the previously useless gate would suddenly turn into a strategic weapon that opened countless new opportunities to strike back against the aliens. Vess had witnessed the Big Two employ their high-end portal jump technology numerous times over the years. It was a convenient way to quickly transport distant vessels to a star system without spending any time in transit. The journey was practically instant as long as there was already a cooperating ship at the end location. The projected map showed what would happen if the Fist of Defiance had his way. It showed symbols that represented a large number of enemy warfleets leaving their respective territories and converging towards the border to human space. Meanwhile, the Red Humans began to form many deep strike raiding fleets and push them all through the modified Greater Beyonder Gate. Those deep strike forces instantly emerged deep into the interior of alien space. They subsequently spread out and began to launch incredibly violent and destructive raids against all of the highly developed and resource-rich star systems that had lost many of their previous protectors. Once the human raiding fleets had left trails of devastation in their wakes, they would gather up again and somehow generate a portal that enabled them to directly make it back to Bridgehead 1. The Mace of Retaliation grinned. Lack of resources? Instead of borrowing what we need from the indigenous aliens, we should take it directly from their hands. Not only will raiding their hinterland solve our most acute shortcomings, but it will also cause much doubt, confusion, and hesitation among our foes. What will all of their warships do when their crew hear that their friends and families back home are under threat? I bet that more than a few of them will no longer spend any thought on the greater good. As long as we can divert enough of the enemy forces away from the front lines, we will be able to prolong our survival by at least several decades, giving us much more time to overcome our disadvantages. The projected map played out the scenario envisioned by the Fist of Defiance and his clique. It displayed a scenario where Red Humanity launched a consistent amount of deep strike raids on specific territories that targeted specific major alien races. When the aliens who were on their way to the front lines started to hear more and more stories about how their old stomping grounds were getting absolutely wrecked, many of their fleets would probably reverse course and go back in order to stop the devastating raids. Vess was utterly impressed by this bold and daring approach. Even though there were a lot of questionable and risky points to this plan, at least the Fist of Defiance gave Red Humanity a way to maintain its dignity throughout this conflict. Chapter 5169, The Viability of a Plan. Different from the dour and depressing proposal presented by the xenotechnician, the alternative presented by the Mace of Retaliation made many of the attendees excited. The thought of modifying the Greater Beyonder Gate to launch daring deep strike raids to the hinterland of alien space caused everyone to become hot-blooded. Why should Red Humans bow down to reality and seek to compromise with their enemies? Wouldn't it be better to maintain their principles and retaliate against the aliens in the most effective way possible? This was exactly the kind of plan that a fearless and domineering god pilot would come up with. It was a way for Red Humanity to fight against the aliens on its terms. Vess could already see that much of the younger people in the crowd had become swayed by the bold and unrelenting vision of the Fist of Defiance. Their blood ran so hot that they could not wait to contribute to this enormous undertaking. However, when Vess briefly turned his head to the rear, he could see that many of the older and more level-headed figures did not get caught up in the excitement. They showed a considerable amount of restraint. This was not the first time in their lives that they heard an exciting pitch from another person. All too often, wide-eyed hopefuls made a lot of claims, only to discover that they were unable to back up their promises. Scams were still far too prevalent in modern times. The Mace of Retaliation most definitely captured everyone's interest with his pitch. Now was the time for him to back up his words so that he could convince enough Mechers that his grandfather's plan was viable. The ace pilot pointed towards the Greater Beyonder Gate. It will not be easy to implement this strategy. The most essential condition is to successfully modify our Greater Beyonder Gate to connect to portals that are generated thousands of light-years away from Bridgehead 1. We are told that even if every star designer and other relevant experts unite to work on this project, it will likely take years before we can commence our first deep strike operations. That sounded a lot less pleasant to everyone. The hot-headed individuals began to cool a bit now that they became confronted by practical problems. It is not a problem for us to wait for several years, the Mace of Retaliation assured everyone. The native alien warships are slow to move, so our front lines will not break so soon. It is actually better to give them time to journey in our direction. That will empty the enemy hinterland even further, which means that they are considerably easier for us to plunder and raze. That was right, but there were still plenty more questions related to the act of tampering with the greater Beyonder Gate. The ace pilot schooled his expression. I can see that enough of you have concerns of what all of this work will do to our greater Beyonder Gate. I will not lie to you all about this. It is an exceedingly intricate marvel of human technology. The modifications needed to connect to portals across many zones will disable its original purpose. It can no longer connect to its original counterpart that is located in the Marion Ultimate System of the Milky Way galaxy. This change may or may not be permanent, but it is better to assume the worst. That caused an even heavier cloud to form over everyone's heads. On paper, nothing would actually change for anyone in the foreseeable future if the greater Beyonder Gate broke. It was not as if it was working in the first place ever since the Great Severing occurred. However, its continued existence gave everyone a safety blanket of sorts. So long as it remained available in its current form, there was always a chance for either branches of humanity to develop a breakthrough that could enable them to successfully bridge a distance of 50 million light-years. Transforming one of these crucial gates did not make it impossible for red humanity to make their way back to the Milky Way somehow. It made it a lot harder, though. Perhaps doing this would rule out any possibility for the people alive today to ever return to their galaxy of origin within their lifetimes. The Mace of Retaliation did not appear to care about this. He crossed his arms and sent challenging stares into the crowd. What? Are you afraid of breaking this useless metal ring? Rather than letting this broken piece of tech rot in space, it is better for us to repurpose it so that we can actually get at least some use out of it again. Forgot about returning to the Milky Way. All we need is a device that can quickly send our strike forces to the deepest and most undefended regions of alien space. This is much more attainable in our current situation, and it also happens to be useful. If we want to give every human additional motivation to fight to the end, then let us cut off this illusionary escape route so that no one will vainly hope that our cousins in the Milky Way will come to our rescue. Wow, that was a brutal message. Vess could see the logic in it, but he still felt reluctant to think about any irreversible changes to the greater Beyonder Gate. Once we complete the transformation of the gate, we must protect it to the best of our abilities. The Mace of Retaliation added. Once the damage produced by our deep strike operations begin to disturb the aliens, they will do whatever it takes to take it down. We must not let them have their way. We must strengthen the defenses at Bridgehead 1 and prevent any conceivable enemy from destroying the only device that can save our race. He was right. The phase whales would probably do anything in their power to somehow bridge the enormous distance and strike directly at the gate if possible. Red humanity needed to fortify the star system and garrison a lot of warships and mechs that could have otherwise been used to defend the front lines. In fact, one of the most serious downsides to the plan proposed by the Fist of Defiance was that humanity needed to spread out its forces. A strong defense force needed to protect the greater Beyonder Gate at all cost. Many different deep strike fleets had to be sent on distant missions in order to quickly gather enough resources. All of this meant that red humanity would not be able to protect its own lines as well as before. So long as the aliens chose to ignore the frequent raids and push through their invasion, the Fist of Defiance's plan would fail. The ace pilot continued to speak in order to address people's doubts. He clarified other aspects of his grandfather's aggressive plan in order to convince everyone that it was viable. There are many risks involved in any deep strike operation. It is not advisable for red humanity to allocate this responsibility to its strongest and most elite first-line troops. It is overkill, and it would deprive our front lines of their most capable defenders. It is better to hand over this responsibility to pioneers and volunteers among the colonial states. Their forces are much weaker and less consistent, but we can exploit their greed to make them do what is necessary. We all want them to succeed, but if any of them have suffered a calamity in the deep, then it is not a painful setback to us. We can find other volunteers so long as we offer the right incentives. Jovi turned his head and threw a knowing glance at Vess. The mace of retaliation was not wrong. There were a lot of people who were willing to accept insane and unreasonable risks so long as there was promise of an even greater payout. In order to send our deep strike fleets to the correct locations, our stealth frigates must arrive at the target destinations in advance. The 250-year-old survivalist explained as he pointed to a projected animation that depicted this process. The ship must generate a portal at her location under extreme conditions. This will cause her portal generator to consume a large amount of face water that grows progressively larger at greater distances. Each frigate can only generate so many portals before she runs through her reserves. In the most extreme cases, a single portal may already cause her to drain everything. What this means is that unless the arriving raiding fleets are able to plunder enough face water to make up for the shortfall, the ship cannot open a return portal. This was a serious limitation. Although it was only applicable if the Greater Beyonder Gate attempted to transfer a raiding fleet to the opposite side of the Red Ocean, this was still a serious risk. No one wanted to attract a lot of hostile attention, only to discover that they couldn't pay for the fare that could quickly take them out of enemy territory. It is also important to preserve every ship equipped with portal generators at a given location. We believe that once the Red Cabal learn what we are doing, the aliens will invest much greater effort into sweeping their territories to hunt down these key ships. The difficulty of conducting these deep strike operations will increase over time, but by then, we will have hopefully made enough progress to thoroughly split up the aliens and ruin their own offensives. One of the most crucial parts about this plan was to hit the right targets to draw the enemy fleets away from human space. Red humanity could do so by heavily targeting the territories of only a limited selection of alien races. There were many possible choices, but the Mace of Retaliation mentioned one of them in particular. We can exploit the racial and cultural traits of the Nuncer race. These quadruped aliens are evolved herd animals. Even if they have become sentient and intelligent, they still possess many vestiges of their ancient origins. They may seem aggressive to outsiders, but they are intensely protective and caring towards their fellow Nuncers. How do you think they will react when they receive news of dozens alien fleets ravaging their star systems and killing trillions of vulnerable Nuncers crying out for help? If the Nuncers were rational, then they would certainly be able to figure out that this was a ploy to divert their war fleets back to their own territories. The most logical decision they could make was to endure all of the damage and work hard to push through the invasion so that the scourge of humanity would finally come to an end. However, the Nuncers weren't known for their sober and level-headed heads. It was quite probable that they would ignore the direct orders from the phase whales themselves and immediately turn their warships around. That would definitely deprive the Red Cabal of a significant amount of attack units. The plan actually did not sound half bad to Vess as he continued to listen. It was not as cowardly as the plan proposed by the xenotechnician, but it was not as realistic either. Cowards tended to attract a lot of scum, but they also happened to live longer on average. The xenotechnician failed to generate any excitement when he made his pitch, but he did not need to. There was no point for him to outdo the Fist of Defiance on this front. What the wise and flexible star designer banked on instead was the assurance that his cowardly plan was the most realistic way to save red humanity from extinction. Its logic was simply too strong, and the plan did not involve risky or sketchy operations that had a good chance of doing nothing to alter the adverse strategic situation. Reality was not an action drama. Committing to all-out attacks might not be enough to shake the resolve of the native aliens. Was it better for humans to relearn the art of diplomacy so that they could pull off the most important divide and conquer strategy of their lifetimes. Or was it better for humans to stay true to their current selves and unabashedly commit to extremely risky diversionary assaults in the hope of resisting the aliens all by themselves? Chapter 51, 70 Unlocking the Potential of Red Humanity. When the Mace of Retaliation completed his fiery presentation, the gathered Mechers and associates remained active and excited for a long time. Even if most of them realized that betting all of their chips on committing to this questionable strategy might not cause as much disruption and division among the aliens as everyone hoped, it was still a plan that aligned with all of their principles and ideals. As the children of the Age of Conquest and the Age of Mechs, the Red Humans had long grown up in an environment where their race firmly ruled at the top of their old galactic hierarchy. They rose up from nothing and came to dominate half of the Milky Way galaxy by themselves. How could they possibly fail to repeat the same feat against major alien races of the Red Ocean that were objectively weaker and less technologically advanced than the 7 apex races that previously dominated the old galaxy? Unfortunately, the comparison was not that simple. Back during the early days of the Age of Conquest, humans still retained the sly and cunning mindsets that enabled them to draw attention away from themselves. The 7 apex races never fully recognized the threat of these individually weak upstarts until it was too late. Now that Red Humanity had entered the Age of Dawn, it could not count on the ignorance of the native aliens to stall for time and play the aliens against each other. Humanity was just too scary. The Red Cabal obtained all of the information it needed from the cosmopolitans and other sources to know that these extragalactic invaders had to be stopped before they built up too much momentum. Therefore, the Fist of Defiance's predictions on how the aliens would behave to the deep strikes might not pan out. So long as the aliens were all rational and determined enough to strangle the threat of Red Humanity in its cradle, no amount of deep strike raids would be able to shake their resolve. As the attendees in the large assembly hall waited for the final main speaker to show up, Vess found it difficult to make up his mind. "I can't make up my mind on which one I prefer," Vess softly murmured. "Both plans have their merits. I think the xenotechnician's diplomatic approach likely has the highest chance of success, but we have to give up so much in the process. The Fist of Defiance's aggressive approach is much more to my liking, but it's a lot riskier." Jovi nodded in agreement. "We can only choose one or the other. The two plans are not completely opposed to each other, but the controversial nature of the xenotechnician's plan means that many people will prefer to avoid it entirely if there is a viable alternative." Everyone began to build up more and more anticipation for the final presentation. The crowd did not have to wait too long. The light in the enormous assembly hall dimmed as the final speaker appeared above the central podium. Everyone fell utterly silent and straightened their backs as they became graced by the presence of one of the youngest and most impressive star designers to emerge from humanity. Every star designer was a living legend, but the polymath somehow managed to upstage her eminent colleagues by the sheer amount of brilliance she possessed. Her amazing advancement speed and her comprehensive grasp of practically every field of technology enabled her to form new connections and pump out amazing innovations at breakneck pace. Ever since she advanced to her current rank around half a century ago, she had rapidly established herself at the top due to her impressive productivity. The survivalist faction was incredibly fortunate to have her within its ranks. Red Humanity was also lucky that she had ended up stuck in the Red Ocean by the time the Great Severing occurred. Vess carefully schooled his own expression. He also tried his best not to let his overactive mind come up with wild and strange ideas. He could not afford to let his guard down around the star designer. They remained competitors so long as both of them held fragments of the metal scroll. Given the incredible disparity of power between the two, it would take only a moment for the polymath to order his execution. Fortunately for Vess, the star designer paid no attention to a young and small associate. Her true audience were the masters and other high-ranked dignitaries seated at the rear. The plan she was about to present was so all-encompassing in scope that she could not afford to get distracted by lesser concerns. Compared to the xenotechnician, the polymath presented herself in a more vibrant and youthful manner. She looked like she was at the prime of her life. She also came across as a woman who intended to stand up and fight for humanity in an intelligent way. Survivalists, her voice spread across the crowd like raindrops falling onto a desert. The earlier two speakers have both sought to present their solutions to the existential threats of our new and isolated society. I admire both of their visions. Both the xenotechnician and the Fist of Defiance possess the courage to propose changes that are necessary to alter our unforgettable circumstances. A familiar map showed up again. It displayed the same galactic map of the Red Ocean. The projection did not linger here, but zoomed in on the bottom edge where red humanity claimed its own territories. Both of their plans have merit, but they are attempts to overcome the inherent weaknesses of our society that we have inherited from the Milky Way. The truth is that we are not confronted by one set of enemies, but two. Red humanity is beset by aliens from the outside and plagued by internal division from within our very borders. It is the latter that has become increasingly more unacceptable. The proof lies in the inefficient and arbitrary division of territories in human space. The projected map highlighted the Red Ocean Union, the Terran Alliance, and the Rubarthan Pact. It then proceeded to highlight the individual states and autonomous regions controlled by an incredible variety of groups and rulers. Humanity has always suffered from flawed and inefficient governance. The polymath stated even though everyone already knew that, it was like saying that water was wet or that stars were hot. The current division of red humanity's territories is a direct consequence of the compromises and limitations imposed by the flaws of human civilization of the Milky Way. When the latter remained connected to the former, there were enough justifications to divide the star regions in this fashion. Now that this condition is no longer in place, why must we continue to tolerate this division? The polymath brought up a matter that has disturbed plenty of people in the past. However, nobody proposed to do anything else because the price of trying to change anything was too great. In particular, the first-rate superstates would block any radical changes in the way that human space in the Red Ocean was being governed. Yet what if those dominant first-rate superstates were no longer around to enforce their interests in the new frontier? The polymath's words began to open people's eyes to the incongruity of the current situation. The polymath continued to make her case with facts and logic. It was as if she was holding a lecture in front of a university class. Inertia and outdated attitudes are holding us back from realizing that we have remained unchanged in a completely new and different age and environment. I agree with the xenotechnician's sentiment that the old vestiges that we have internalized for centuries are holding us back. We must rationally rethink every rule and custom and evaluate whether there is any merit to maintaining them in our altered reality. All of this made sense so far. Vess did not think that anyone could refute this argument. The issue was where she was heading for with this pitch. It sounded like a setup to a much more expansive intervention. The polymath's expression remained stern as the projected map that displaced all of the individual colonies and states started to get flooded by many different arrows. What you are looking at is a summary of all of the open conflicts as well as hostile relations between different colonial states. Each of these overt or hidden wars continue to consume large amounts of manpower, assets, and resources for marginal reasons. While there are many valid justifications to enable the space peasants to vent their urges on their fellow peers in the Milky Way, it is pure waste to allow this to proceed when our entire collective is being targeted by the sum total of sentient alien races of this hostile dwarf galaxy. We may be able to suppress infighting to a certain extent, But without implementing more permanent changes to our society, there is a high likelihood that the population at large will invest too much resources in unproductive activities. This was one of the persistent flaws of the human race. Pride and traditions gave them strength, but they also gave people reasons to fight against each other. Internal competition had been a fact of life for humanity for as long as it existed. Even when the Terrans were at the height of their power, their empire did not last long because they ultimately failed to suppress the rising discontent and animosity from within their expansive territories. After the Age of Mechs commenced, the Big Two did nothing to resolve this flaw. Instead, the Mechers and the Fleeters did the opposite and promoted internal division for many reasons that made sense at the time. The polymath essentially acknowledged this prior truth, but also pointed out how inefficient it was to continue to maintain the current order when they were all beset by so many hostile aliens. Given all of this waste and lack of productivity, we must quickly address this problem while the population at large is still malleable enough to accept radical changes. What I wish to propose to you all today is a multifaceted plan to completely reform our society as we know it. It consists of multiple prongs. One is focused on reforming the governance of our territories. Another is focused on unshackling the technological boundaries that hold us back. The last is to revive our ancient legacies and maximize our usage of a new source of power. This is all we need to secure our objective. Red humanity already possesses all of the capital it needs to defeat our adversaries. We merely have to draw out all of the potential that is currently put to waste. Let me present our near-total separation from the existing order of the Milky Way presents us with an opportunity to institute our own order, one that has been carefully designed without any historical baggage and is completely tailored to our current circumstances. In order to emphasize her words, the map showed a complete change in the organization of Red humanity's space. The Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact existed no more. Both of them had been subsumed by the Red Ocean Union. Upon this merger, the polymath proposed a complete redivision and reorganization of all existing colonial polities. The various zones were each divided into a handful of evenly sized provinces, all of which were interconnected and dependent on each other to promote greater cooperation. We must remove all existing divisions and integrate our society as much as possible. In this possible new human empire, its citizens will no longer identify themselves as Mechers, Fleeters, Terrans, Rubarthans, or by any other irrelevant label. They will all become citizens united under a single banner of a new galactic order, our order. What? Vess, along with many other survivalists, were completely shocked by the polymath's proposal. It was not every day that a leader would boldly propose to erase millennia's worth of cultural traditions and historical grievances. Although all of this made a huge amount of sense in theory, Vess did not think it was possible for the polymath to overcome the sheer amount of opposition to her proposed new galactic order. Since he had begun to teach at the Eden Institute of Business and Technology, he had interacted with the Terrans often enough to know that they would absolutely resist this insane plan with all of their might. There was no way they would roll over and allow the Mechers to erase their proudest heritage. How could the polymath possibly push through her reforms in the face of overwhelming opposition? Chapter 50, 171, Coercive Means. In theory, the polymath's proposal up to this point made a lot of sense. The previous way in which the Big Two purposefully divided human space into many somewhat autonomous states before letting them compete against each other was an artifact of a past age. At the time, the worst enemy of humanity was itself. The lack of strong and acute external threats caused people to turn their hostility towards each other, to devastating effects. The best way the MTA and the CEA could cope with this situation was to control and regulate the conflict to prevent a repeat of the dark days of the Age of Conquest. Now, the polymath summed up the courage to tell everyone that they needed to pick up a sledgehammer and shatter the existing order in its entirety to implement her radical reforms. Nothing less than total destruction would suffice. This was because any lingering attachments to the old order would continue to divide the population. For example, Vess personally knew that Davut still kept its guard up towards Karlach. Even if the Red Two forcibly prohibited any open conflicts, there were still plenty of ways for either side to trip each other up. The colonial states would continue to hold back a large proportion of manpower and assets that could be used to fight the aliens, just so they could respond to any surprises from their regional rivals. The same applied to the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact. Alexa Stryker talked a lot about how her people were constantly on guard against the Mechers, the Fleeters, and the Rubarthans. The Terrans fundamentally distrusted the other three major groups because of historical disagreements and injustices. Due to all of the scars the Terrans had accrued throughout the ages, they had become a lot more insular and defensive about what little autonomy and cultural traditions they had left. They resisted attempts to break down their superstate so much that even the Big Two had to back off and compromise with these prickly people to an extent. While it was true that the Great Severing cut off much of the backing that enabled the Terrans and Rubarthans to carve out their own semi-independent territories in the Red Ocean, that did not mean that these isolated people were easy to conquer. The Terrans and the Rubarthans would resist the forced integration of all of Red humanity with all of their might. Sure, the aliens might be their common enemies, but that was not enough to persuade them to abandon their identities and become a part of this proposed new galactic order. A lot of survivalists were clever enough to realize this. They paid close attention to the polymath. A woman as smart as her must definitely have a plan in mind to resolve this intractable problem. We have been brought to an age and a cosmic environment where we are surrounded by aliens near and far. The polymath spoke as the projected map zoomed out again. The native aliens of the Red Ocean are not the only threats that we must contend against. In the coming decades or centuries, we will be confronted by an even greater wave of hostile aliens that originate from Messier 87, or one of its many surrounding dwarf galaxies. Dozens of large red arrows originated from afar and pointed directly at the Red Ocean dwarf galaxy. These arrows were so visually large and intimidating that they made the more local threats in the new frontier look like insects. We cannot allow ourselves to be held back by our historical flaws. The polymath emphasized this point. Our existing foundation is too flawed and decayed. We must tear it down in its entirety and replace it with a new foundation that is superior in every regard. This transition will not be painless. There will be many parties who will resist this change out of irrational and sentimental reasons. Even if they possess sufficient awareness to recognize that their illogical decisions will benefit our alien adversaries more, their resistance will magnify the cost and time needed to complete the bloody reforms to an unreasonable extent. This would probably be the point of all of the resistance. The Terrans and Rubarthans did not actually want to fight the Red Two to the bitter end. The first-rate colonial superstates merely wanted to present enough deterrence so that no one would involve them in any radical reforms. So what exactly did the polymath had in mind that could render all of these measures ineffective? She finally introduced the most crucial part of her plan. Not all of you are privy to this secret. What I am about to say is only understandable to a small group of high-ranking Mech pilots and Mech designers. I am of the opinion that there is no good reason to maintain the confidentiality of this subject, but the rules cannot change for the time being. My subordinates and I will hold more extensive briefings behind closed doors to explain this sensitive process in greater detail. For now, I can tell you that there is a secret source of power that Mech designers and Mech pilots depend upon to a great extent. A lot of people seated in the inner rings looked confused or puzzled. A fair amount of individuals seated in the outer rings exhibited the same lack of comprehension. They were mostly journeymen or other professionals who were not initiated to the existence of the kingdom of Mechs. Technically, it was already a violation for the polymath to allude to its existence to so many irrelevant people at once, but no one dared to mention this little fact. The polymath soon explained the driving reason why she brought up this sensitive subject. It is not possible to gain the cooperation of the individual states and alliances through persuasion. We must apply more coercive means to melt their resistance. We can do this by taking hostage of one of their lifelines. I have spoken to my fellow star designers who remain in the Milky Way. Many of them have given their initial agreement to vote for a radical change that will result in splitting off the source into two. There are many consequences to doing so, but the most important one is that the only star designers that can govern the offshoot source are the ones who reside in this dwarf galaxy. So that was why the polymath wanted to split up the kingdom of Mech. The rumors he heard were true. The young and ambitious star designer wanted to make a power grab, and in order to do so, she wanted to sever one of the remaining bonds that kept both branches of humanity connected to each other. The star designer quickly explained the reason why this was important. Once this process has occurred, our Red Association will be able to take effective control over it. The Terrans and the Rubarthans only have 2 star designers each, which is not enough to form a majority. The greatest concern, then, is that the star designers of different factions may choose to oppose my plan. This was a great possibility. The Terrans and the Rubarthans only needed to persuade 3 star designers from the Red Association to oppose the polymath's radical initiative. This should not be too difficult. The polymath actually started to smile at this time. Their actions are irrelevant. While I cannot divulge the precise reason why this is the case outside of a closed briefing, I have great confidence that I will be able to usurp control over the splinter source and gain absolute control over it. Both the xenotechnician and the Fist of Defiance are enlightened to my plan and acknowledge that one have the qualifications to override the authority of every star designer and assume sole ownership of the source. This revelation completely detonated the minds of those in the know. A large number of senior Mech designers, master Mech designers, as well as powerful Mech pilots looked at the polymath in a completely different light. The significance of her latest confession was too great. For centuries, the kingdom of Mech had always been regarded as a collective gift to humanity as a whole. It had been set up to function as an inclusive source of power that was governed by consensus. This meant that the star designers who shared much of the authority over the kingdom could not push through their individual plans and ambitions without obtaining the support of the majority. This remained valid whether the kingdom of Mech remained the same or got split off into smaller pieces. For the polymath to boast that she could essentially step over the 13 other star designer and sit on the throne of the kingdom was a complete change. Though a lot of knowledgeable Mechers wanted to scratch their head as they guessed at the reason why the relatively young star designer was able to make this claim, Vess had a feeling that he already knew the correct answer. If his guess was right, then she may have figured out how to exploit the fragment of the metal scroll in her possession to open up a backdoor in the kingdom of Mech. After all, both of them were strongly related to each other. The metal scroll heavily contributed to the formation of the kingdom of Mech. It was logical to assume that any trace of the former could still exert control of the latter. Once the polymath was able to ascend the throne of her own little splinter kingdom, she could legitimately become the queen of Mech. Her own fragment of the metal scroll would function as the crown that bestowed her with the authority and legitimacy she needed to govern her new kingdom with an iron fist. All of that might sound fine to the survivalists, but where did that leave other fragment holders like Vess? If his continued possession of the Mech designer system interfered with the polymath's ultimate ambition, then she would definitely intensify her search and hunt down anyone who could possibly stand in her way of becoming the supreme authority of Mech. The polymath gave her shocked audience enough time to take in her words. Rule by consensus is more appropriate for times of peace and prosperity. However, It is during times of adversity and setbacks that this governance model exposes its flaws. The constant division and large amounts of wasted time will reduce our society's potential and prevent us from combating the native aliens at our full potential. All of red humanity must unite under a single ruler. This ruler must be intelligent, competent, and knowledgeable enough to make the wisest and most correct decisions for the good of our civilization. The sovereign must also possess enough personal capital to enshrine her rule and deter any challengers from questioning her right to command our entire society. Wait a minute. Was the polymath about to go even further than what she had already said just earlier? Everyone was able to figure out what she was building up towards. More and more people couldn't hold in their shock any longer. The polymath slowly began to unveil her own domain to her audience. Just like the first speaker, the female star designer exposed a small part of the essence of her own existence. A strong sense of truth radiated from the backdrop of endless books and repositories of knowledge that made up her true form. Though her little show did not cause the people in the assembly hall to get flooded by new and amazing knowledge, they were still able to experience enough of the polymath to know that everything she said was truthful. There was not a single time throughout this speech where she falsified her claims or deliberately attempted to deceive her audience. All of her projections, predictions, and so on were completely accurate as far as she was concerned. This meant that it was very much possible for the polymath to use her absolute control over the kingdom of Mech to coerce all of the other factions and states into doing her bidding. What could they do? Any resistance meant that the polymath could easily rip away all of the support provided by the kingdom of Mech. None of the groups that have developed a heavy reliance on Mech could tolerate this deprivation. With this powerful club in her hands, the polymath could essentially manipulate all of red humanity into doing anything she wanted. This included the act of recognizing her as the empress of a new red human empire. Chapter 50-172, Openness and Unity. What the polymath attempted to do was to repeat human history, in part at least. During the early days of the Age of Conquest, the Terran Empire rose up as a united human star nation that effectively mobilized every human under a single banner. Just like what the polymath wanted to do, the Terran Empire obeyed the rule of a single emperor who reigned with absolute power. The reason why the humans back then supported this shift was because they were in an awful situation back then. Only by setting aside their historical, regional, and cultural differences would they be able to make the best out of their limited manpower, technology, and resources, and make real gains in the large and dangerous Milky Way galaxy. The Terran Empire was a success. It grew rapidly under the wise and competent leadership of the leading figures of the time. Each of them were heroes and visionaries who all made undeniable contributions in the rise of humanity. Now, the polymath clearly wanted to emulate this model and repeat the success of the past. Though the Terran Empire eventually deteriorated over time to the point where the Rubarthans successfully rebelled against the increasingly more tyrannical ruling powers, it at least did the job it originally set out to accomplish. The Rubarthans had the luxury to launch their rebellion and cause a lot of internal conflicts because the human race had grown far enough to no longer hold much fear that the aliens would be able to exploit the infighting. For now, none of the gathered survivalists believed that they have the luxury to worry about the long-term dangers of letting a single individual reign as the absolute empress of all of red humanity. Anything was acceptable as long as the polymath could lead them to victory in this war of extinction. As the polymath reigned in her impressive domain, few people questioned her qualifications to rule over their entire society. She was indeed intelligent and enlightened enough to be able to make well-reasoned decisions without any apparent flaws or biases. She also demonstrated a relatively pure and selfless attitude towards power. She did not propose taking charge of their entire civilization because she was power-hungry. She did it because she believed that she was the most qualified to assume this heavy responsibility. Whether all of this was actually as truthful as the polymath portrayed, Vess did not dare to think any further. All he knew was that the female star designer wanted to convince everyone that she was qualified to become the savior of red humanity. In order to do that, she proceeded to detail a portion of the changes that she wished to make to fully maximize the potential of their society. I have already explained how I intend to dissolve all existing human states in order to form a single united empire. This is a necessary step that will open up our new star nation to further policy changes. For example, one of the shortcomings that will become increasingly more evident is the lack of manpower. The polymath called up the map of the red ocean dwarf galaxy and applied a different overlay to it. The new data markers showed the estimated population of every race. As you can see, humanity did not have enough time to transfer enough individuals to the new frontier to give us an abundant pool of manpower. While the average qualifications of every immigrant is considerably higher than the average standards of the Milky Way, our modeling has projected that we will suffer a progressively greater shortage within the next 10 to 20 years. The plain truth is that no matter what war strategy we adopt, we will suffer more loss of human life than we can replenish through natural childbirth and lengthy education. The projection showed a time-lapse of a possible scenario. It showed that the relentless alien invasions would steadily nibble at human colonies, while also causing a lot of human forces to suffer serious attrition. All of this was very bad news. Without enough manpower, how could red humanity muster up enough soldiers and workers to keep up the fight? This was why the polymath proposed a radical and previously unthinkable solution to this problem. My proposed solution aims to address this latent danger. She spoke with apparent confidence in her plan. We must set up new facilities across human space where we can produce a large amount of batch humans. We possess the technology and the knowledge to cultivate trillions of artificially bomb and raised humans based on special human gene templates. We only need to possess the willingness to resort to this solution. Vess and a lot of people couldn't help but feel repulsed towards this idea. The entire notion of producing humans en masse as if they were nothing but factory commodities was profoundly disturbing. Only a small number of groups engaged in the practice, and the results were always less than stellar. The polymath did not seem to care about the feelings of others. At our current technology level, we can rapidly grow a test tube human and have this newborn organism undergo accelerated growth so that he can reach his adult form in as little as 5 years. During this rapid organic growth process, we can rapidly prepare this batch human for service on the battlefield or in the factory floor by relying on a combination of advanced technologies, such as connecting the subject's mind to a virtual reality teaching environment, to injecting packages of standardized knowledge. While all of this sounded like it could actually work, what would be the result? What would happen if billions, if not trillions, of freshly graduated batch humans started to enter human society and lived among regular humans? There was no way that the two groups of humans would be able to get along. However, as long as most people were willing to endure the new complications, it may lead to a lot of relief over time. Batch humans could relieve much of the burden of keeping humanity's war machine running, while attrition continued to harvest so many lives. Increasing our manpower is only one component to my comprehensive reform plan, the polymath stated. We must also alter people's relationship with technology. At this moment, we are withholding too much technology from the general public, mainly out of fear that they will abuse it to the detriment of our society. We can no longer afford to let this hinder us from resisting the aliens as effectively as possible. The warship quota program is too conservative. We must permit the use of warships to every vetted and trustworthy force. If they continue to rely solely on Mechs to fight against alien forces, then they will continue to suffer excessive losses due to an inability to deploy the most optimal force composition in their battles. Vess happened to agree with the star designer on this point. The prohibition against warships was outdated as far as he was concerned. The Golden Skull Alliance and many other pioneering forces would have been able to stave off losses and win their battles a lot more easily if they had warships at their disposal. Nonetheless, a lot survivalists still looked uncomfortable with this proposed change. The fear that stupid people would inevitably abuse their power and use the might of warships to indiscriminately kill a lot of fellow humans remained ingrained in their minds. This was why the polymath found it so important to take charge of Red humanity. Only she could disregard all of the misplaced sentiments of the past and ram through the necessary changes. The same applies to weapons of mass destruction. She continued, as if she was not done with breaking taboos. We should be ready to extend limited permission to any forces that are assigned to defend humanity against the native aliens. For now, neither side has resorted to them too much for fear of escalating this war to apocalyptic proportions. But we must be ready to escalate if we stand to gain more from it than our adversaries. The polymath proceeded to announce additional tech-related reforms. From taking over the entire supply of face water so that so many people would stop wasting this strategic resource to granting greater permission to use dangerous alien technology as long as it was powerful. The star designer wanted to strengthen the fighting power of humans to the utmost. Of course, in order to realize this goal, there was no way she could avoid the latest variable that had entered the game. The powerful woman finally addressed the topic that Vess and a few other knowledgeable people were waiting for. The polymath could not possibly leave this powerful component out of her pitch. As I have mentioned earlier, the last prong to my plan is to bring back the secrets of our hidden past. I cannot disclose too much information outside of a closed briefing session, but I can tell you that ancient humans were far more powerful than you assume. They have already studied and taken advantage of the phenomenon known as E-energy radiation many millennia ago. The reason why this is not apparent is because it was buried for good reasons. Now that our circumstances have changed, we cannot afford to deprive the public from the legacies that we have kept secret. The polymath did not actually describe what these legacies were supposed to be, but anyone familiar with cultivation or the 5 Scrolls Compact showed a mix of reactions. Some looked eager, others looked concerned, most actually looked resigned. This was because the secrets of cultivation were already in the hands of far too many people. Compared to the hostile alien races, we possess many advantages in this area. We must not squander our head start by letting our fears stifle our innovation. One of the principal reasons why we have announced the Age of Dawn is because we recognize the endless potential of E-energy radiation to comprehensively transform our entire society. We must create a new discipline that is specialized in the study and exploitation of E-energy radiation and the changes it exerts on our reality. Although this suggestion did not evoke as much of a reaction from the crowd because it wasn't as drastic, Vess still found it to be a radical shift from current policies. For the Red Association to go from suppressing any mention of cultivation to making much of it available to the public was an enormous reversal from the past. Just as humans have founded Mech universities and Mech academies in order to better educate people in the design and use of mechs, we must do the same for E-energy radiation, the polymath declared. We must not keep our ancient legacies hidden, but put them into libraries and teach their contents to a large number of students. We must promote the sharing of knowledge and encourage any research that enables us to combine our existing technologies with the possibilities presented by E-energy radiation. This was actually a good idea, though Vess was not quite sure how wise it was to expose so many people to a dangerous source of power that could easily be abused by individual cultivators. This decision may lead to a lot of social instability over time, but the polymath probably considered this to be an acceptable sacrifice. The star designer eventually wrapped up her explosive pitch. There is more that I wish to divulge, but cannot do so due to confidentiality reasons. No matter what, we must do everything in our power to unite our scattered race and increase our efficiency in every facet of our society. As long as we are able to repair and improve our foundation, we can properly confront every challenger that seeks to extinguish our people. Red humanity must rise, and it can do so by relying on the latent power that is buried within ourselves. Make the right choice. Instead of letting hundreds of mixed and irrational leaders pull our divided civilization in every direction, it is better to appoint a single sovereign that can direct us as a united entity. Chapter 50, 173, Political Conference. That was something. I can understand the sentiment, Jovi said. When the opening speeches came to an end, both Vess and Jovi decided to pule back and retire to a nearby restaurant. Neither of them were particularly hungry, so they just ordered a pot of afternoon tea along with a few snacks. As their order silently materialized on the delicate crystal table, Vess sank back into the unnaturally soft embrace of his recliner and tried to sort out his rampaging thoughts. He was not the only person to do so. The restaurant was gradually filling up with groups of survivalists and associates. They sat around their own tables and started to order a range of drinks ranging from alien fruit juice to heavy spirits. I just received a message from Master Goldstein. Jovi spoke after a minute. He wants us to stop by his office and discuss your agenda. Okay, anything else? There are a few other topics that he wishes to discuss with you, but you will find out soon enough once you meet with him in person. Vess threw a speculative look at Jovi. He recalled much of what the earlier three speakers had said. Each of their proposals shocked him to the core. The last one was particularly concerning, due to how it might cause him to unwittingly get on the wrong side of one of the most powerful Mech designers of red humanity. This entire conference turned into an enormous minefield in his eyes. Vess felt as if a single wrong step might cause him to step onto an explosive and get blown to shreds. He did not know how he could put his mind on presenting his innovations and listening to the bright ideas of other Mech designers. The only piece of good news was that he did not have a say in the decision-making process. The cadre who formed much of the upper hierarchy of the faction received this precious honor. Given how much power and influence a completely united survivalist faction could exert, the collective opinions of a few hundred people may very well decide the future course of all of red humanity. How is it going so far? Vess curiously asked. You've got connections. I'm sure you have been able to gauge where the wind is blowing. The R-Ray Senior's expression turned sour. You overestimate my intelligence-gathering capabilities. I do have an extensive network of friends and acquaintances. I can introduce you to a handful of them while we are aboard this ship. Not many of them have a good overview of what is taking place. The few that do are under strict orders not to leak out what they know. I can only make a few inferences based on what little information that I have managed to collect. So what are your findings? It is still too early to make any solid judgments. Vess, opinions can change and many of the voters will not easily reveal their leanings unless they are already in an existing camp. For now, I can only say that the Xenotechnicians' diplomacy plan and the Fist of Defiance's deep strike plan have each managed to gather a small pool of strong supporters. The former is mostly preferred by the older generations. The survivalists, who are as old as the Xenotechnician, prefer to take the plan that is projected to have the highest chance of producing a positive outcome. As far as they are concerned, we need to completely remove the threat of extinction before we have the luxury of taking further action. That was a sound approach, if also a cowardly one. It made complete sense for the old geezers who survived for several centuries and ideally wished to live longer in order to experience the glory of the Age of Dawn. To them, red humanity might have to make a lot of concessions in order to cozy up to a few potentially friendly alien races, but as long as that helped to take off the heat, there would always be enough room to make a comeback. What about the deep strike plan? Jovi smirked. A lot of Mech pilots, Mech officers, and other survivalists with a penchant for war prefer to go on the offensive. Many of them have principles and values that make them highly unwilling to make any sort of concessions to the aliens. Even if the odds of winning are not great, they would rather put their all in the fight just so they can produce a miracle that might enable them to reverse the course of the war. However, they are not completely unreasonable. Each of them will obey instructions from above. The greater good of red humanity's survival cannot be imperiled by the reckless actions from a handful of stubborn fools. Even the Fist of Defiance was willing to abide by the survivalist faction's consensus rules. If he could accept this arrangement, then so could his son and all of the other powerful fighters. Where does that leave the last plan, Jovi? From what I am hearing, the Unity plan has attracted the most supporters so far. The survivalists who find the diplomacy plan and the deep strike plan to be equally appalling have started to lean towards the polymath's proposal for safe harbor, though I am not certain if they strongly believe in her either. It is bold of her to claim that she can single-handedly take control of our society. I am inclined to give her the benefit of the doubt, seeing that she is so clever and knowledgeable, but the backlash we will incur from so many corners of our civilization will not be light. The Terrans, the Rubarthans, and many other groups would probably be pissed if the polymath took away their autonomy, their pride, their heritage, and their culture. While a lot of people would undoubtedly acknowledge that the polymath might have a good point about the need for people to cooperate more efficiently with each other, that would not take away the fact that the survivalist faction would probably become the most hated group in human space. In the past, the Mech Trade Association had always tried its best to present itself in a benevolent and fairly unobtrusive light. This was a deliberate strategy meant to prevent people from regarding the powerful organization as a tyrannical authority. What the polymath was trying to push would completely upend this strategy. From the moment she crowned herself as the empress of a new red human empire, she would undoubtedly be branded a tyrant. While Vess did not really care about how people thought about this star designer, it was a different story if his status as an associate of her faction branded him as an accomplice to the new regime. Of course, there were also upsides to this development. If his good relationship with the survivalist faction translated into greater access and privileges, he might not feel it was all that to be on the side of the reigning authority. Ultimately, every plan had its upsides and downsides. Vess was confident that he and his clan would be able to benefit from all of them so long as he carefully navigated the unfolding situation. He still couldn't make up his mind which one he preferred, to be honest. It would be good to have a few powerful alien races on humanity's side. Vess was greedy for all of the rich spoils he could obtain by raiding the underprotected star systems of his adversaries. Living in a society ruled by a technocrat that no longer tolerated any stupidity sounded pretty nice. It might be better that he did not have any say in which plan the survivalist faction eventually embraced. Vess truly did not want to bear this crushingly heavy responsibility. The remainder of the conference will take place under the shadow of this vote. Jovi felt the need to inform Vess. Every other invention of proposal will be judged by how much they can contribute to any of the three plans. One of the ways in which the camps can build up more support for their causes is to find more support among the solutions introduced over the course of this week. What does that mean for us exactly? You should expect subordinates and envoys from the xenotechnician, the Fist of Defiance, and the polymath to pay attention to attend every presentation or briefing in the hopes of finding anything that can strengthen the case of their patron. That caused Vess' expression to sour. That means that everything will turn political, whether we want it or not. One take it that my own presentations can't escape this development. I am afraid so, Vess. I am sorry for that. I can tell you are not overly enthused to get caught up in this competition. You should expect greater scrutiny. What about you, Jovi? You are on the side of the polymath, right? Will you begin to advocate that red humanity needs stronger direction? The R. Ray Sr. laughed. That is not exactly true. I do cooperate with her people from time to time, but I am not really qualified enough to truly run with them. I will have to realize my design philosophy before I can truly take part in their circle. You don't have to be afraid that I will be ordered to steer you to any side. It would also be inappropriate for me to do so given that I have a responsibility to guide you throughout this week. Vess was not quite sure whether he should believe everything that Jovi said, but he was willing to put his trust in his friend. Hey, that little pet of yours should be able to see what most people cannot see. What does Providence have to say about this situation? The other Mech designer shook his head. Providence is quite apprehensive, to say the least. The Cometer Rain has become the site of a great debate that will have enormous implications to every single life in the Red Ocean. Not only that, but the two-star designers are still in close proximity. I do not think it is a good idea to encroach upon their boundaries. HM, you're right. It is better not to tempt fate. Is your eye able to see other stuff then? I have caught bits and pieces of information, Jovi replied in a more relaxed tone. You will attract a notable amount of attention once you begin to present your work to different audiences. Don't think that you will be able to blend among the other associates for long. You can't avoid it by downplaying your work. We survivalists are nothing but intelligent and resourceful. I see. Thank you for telling me that. I will make sure not to conflate my words. Once they finished their tea, they stood up and left the restaurant compartment. Both of them navigated the halls and corridors of the enormous research battle carrier and finally entered an upscale section that had been converted into office spaces for the guests that had need of working spaces. Good afternoon, Mr. Larkinson, or should I say Professor Larkinson? The bald master greeted him in a businesslike tone. Hello, Master Goldstein. I'm still not used to getting called by my title. You should acclimate to it as soon as possible, then. Our professional circle normally does not acknowledge mundane titles such as patriarch, lord, or king, because they have little to no bearing on your work as a Mech designer. Becoming a university professor is different. Every teacher is respected among our kind. For you to be able to take this step is an indication that you are starting to get ready to bear greater responsibilities. I quite like it, actually. Vess smiled as he sat down. Teaching a bunch of eager young Mech designers partially reminds me of my own days as a student. My situation was a lot different at the time, but there is a lot about Mech design that remains constant no matter the class. Chapter 50, 174 Light Schedule. Vess and Master Goldstein actually had a pleasant chat about teaching. Just like any other high-ranking Mech designer, Vero Goldstein spent a lot of time on teaching students as opposed to designing Mechs. He did not see this responsibility as a diversion, but saw it as an addition to his life and progression. You have reached a stage in your career where you will encounter more and more obstacles to work. Goldstein sincerely advised the relatively young associate. You may be of the opinion that your relatively fast progress and frequent successes does not require you to depend on others at all, but that is not correct. As brilliant as you may be, you are only one Mech designer. Have you faced situations where you wish to pursue an interesting new research project or develop the urge to design a new Mech design, but ultimately choose not to do so because of your existing obligations? Yes. I am not surprised. You are being confronted by a problem that plagues almost every Mech designer at your stage. Mech design is a discipline that offers endless possibilities. We are plagued by choice, and this problem becomes more and more severe as you go deeper. You can only choose to pursue 2 or 4 directions of research, as most. You do not have the time to take on any further projects. This is where carefully selected apprentices and protégés can relieve your growing burden. Vess nodded in agreement. I already understand the benefits of spreading my craft. I am not opposed to taking on apprentices, but it will take a lot of time for my teaching efforts to bear results. I haven't actually experienced too many years as a Mech designer. One find it difficult to wait for years or even decades for a younger Mech designer to become a journeyman with a related design philosophy. Goldstein smirked. Ah, this is the downside of rapid progress. Your vision is still directed towards the present. Your perspective on time is still skewed towards the short term. That is not necessarily a fault, but it can indeed cause you to grow impatient when other factors are not progressing as fast as you. Be patient, Professor Larkinson. The further you go, the longer you have to wait to see your efforts bear fruit. When Vess thought about how Makel and Xanthar were taking their sweet time figuring out their design philosophies, he couldn't help but grow frustrated and impatient. It was not fair to fault his two former students for making as much progress as other apprentice Mech designers, but there were times when he wanted to smack their heads and tell them to stop dilly-dallying around. Not every young Mech designer can advance up the ranks as fast as you, Goldstein said, as if he knew exactly what Vess was thinking. It is not uncommon to wait for 3 or 5 decades for a young student who has benefited from your teachings to finally reach the stage where he or she becomes useful to you. At least your former pupil managed to succeed in making progress. There will be cases where they will continue to disappoint your expectations without any indication that they will change. That is when you need to learn to let go and invest in other hopefuls. The older Mech designers' advice ultimately helped Vess a lot. Mech designers already had a lot of experience with the selection, teaching, supervision, and management of apprentices. It was a good idea to take a closer look at their best practices and copy their methods. Once Master Goldstein was done with providing friendly advice, he soon turned to more relevant matters. I will first need to update your badges. The green badge attached to Jovi's chest and the teal badge affixed to Vess' own chest began to gain a few more additions. They looked like differently colored dots that clearly contrasted strongly against the dominant colors. What is this all about? Vess asked as he tried to decipher the meaning of these extra symbols. They are visual shorthands that can quickly communicate your expertise and whether you are permitted to discuss or attend closed sessions on certain topics. The red dot is the most important one. It signifies that you possess useful expertise on E-energy radiation and that you are qualified to exchange with others who possess the same recognition. That was actually a clever system. Vess would know whether another Mech designer was worthwhile to talk to about a specific topic by glancing at the dots on their badges. What about the purple dot? That identifies you as an expert on traditional psionic power manipulation. Some of my colleagues, along with a small number of associates, will hold many closed sessions related to this topic that may or may not have massive implications to our society. I highly advise you to attend as many of them as possible, since it is strongly related to one of your core competences. Vess had to admit that he was incredibly interested in what other people had to say about cultivation science. He was also a bit disturbed by how well the survivalists knew about his past entanglement with cultivators and their practices. I will keep that in mind. Do you have any recommendations? Not per se, Goldstein said as he tapped his own badge. He had a lot more dots than Vess and Jovi, but none of them were in purple. My expertise lies in different areas. You can decide on your own. Pay close attention to the rules and attitudes of the lead speakers. There should be enough open-minded researchers who are more than willing to enter into a debate or discussion, but there are also less impatient professionals who will not have the patience to do the same. Understood. I will pay close attention to that. What about my own presentations? You do not have any obligations for the remainder of this day. You will be expected to hold a closed session on your companion spirit fruit trees. Few people are aware of what that even means, so you may find it challenging to attract much interest at first. You should be able to remedy this as long as you can produce immediate results that can support your claims. Vess smirked. That should not be a problem. I have made sure to strengthen the effect of the companion spirit fruits to ensure that they will produce a more noticeable effect than normal. Good. I know from Jovi that your product can augment humans so that they can work with E-energy radiation with much greater clarity and awareness than before. This can become a vital boon in our society's transition to a new order. It sounded as if Master Goldstein was a strong supporter of the Unity Plan. Vess expected nothing less from an important subordinate of the polymath. The older man soon moved on to the next obligation that Vess had to meet. There is nothing scheduled for you on the third day, but you must ensure that you are in your best possible condition to present your work on your Carmine system. You will not be doing so in an ordinary closed session, but rather a secret session where a carefully selected panel of Mech designers and relevant experts will evaluate and discuss the merits of your invention. This was the big presentation, and one that Vess cared about the most. The Carmine system was directly relevant to his design philosophy, so he wanted to make sure that the Mechers saw it as a beneficial addition to the Mech community as opposed to a threat to its existing order. I will be ready, I will make sure of that, Vess promised. There was no need to question the competence of a senior Mech designer. If Vess wasn't able to hold an adequate presentation on a subject that he prioritized so much, then he would have never been able to reach his current rank. The composition of the panel is not entirely clear at this time, Master Goldstein informed Vess. This is because many important figures are too preoccupied during this week. I think you can understand that they have greater concerns than to spend a few hours of their time on judging a peculiar invention of a relatively young associate. Vess shrugged. One get it. I'm not asking for much. The only result that I need is to receive permission to continue my research in this area. I don't want to inadvertently break a rule or affect the interests of others without any cover. My innovation has the potential to change the definition of Mech pilot forever. I will make sure to help you advance your research without hindrances, Professor Larkinson. I am not afraid of what you may unleash with your work, and one will try to find like-minded Mech designers who possess similar outlooks. This was the benefit of having friendly Mechers by his side. Vess felt quite fortunate that a powerful master Mech designer within the faction was willing to cover his back. What about my third presentation? We have discussed this subject matter with the transhumanist faction in advance. Master Termineo Dervidian has approved of your request to present your work on your transcendence glow during a closed session. The only condition is that we must make it clear that this application falls under the supervision of his faction. The survivalists cannot make any decisions by themselves. They will have to pass on their quests to the transhumanists. I see. One have no problem with that. The transhumanists are supposed to be the ones who will manage this stuff on their end. I just want to make more people aware of the transcendence glow so that they know that this option exists. One think it has become more relevant than before due to the urgency of these times. I share your opinion in this regard, Professor Larkinson. This should be it. Vess did not have too many obligations in his schedule. His presentations were also spread out over different days, so he should have plenty of time to adjust and prepare for each of them. Outside of that, he should be able to spend plenty of time on other people's sessions. There were so many brilliant people aboard the Comatter Rain that he was eager to expand his horizons over the course of this exciting week. There is more, the master Mech designer unexpectedly mentioned. You have received an invitation to attend a secret session held on the 6th day. It is organized by a research group that has spent years researching an augmentation method to produce human phase lords. As a subject of interest, your presence is expected at this session. Vess blanked out for a second. I do not recall participating in this kind of research. I am not a geneticist or an exobiologist. I have a pretty good grasp of face water theory, but I think that any high-ranking Mech designer of the Red Association can blow me out of the water in this aspect. Goldstein directed a stern stare at the younger Mech designer. You do not need to show any false modesty to us. You have made unique and unprecedented accomplishments in your short career. Associate or not, my colleagues and one are not close-minded enough to disregard your input solely due to your identity. Results speak louder than words. The fact that you have succeeded while our research group has not is clear to all. There is no need for concern. This is not an interrogation. It is a research exchange. There will be rewards based on how much you can aid our research efforts. Oh, that sounds nice. The master did not mention this openly, but it was pretty clear that the survivalists figured out that he had become a phase lord at one point. Even though his face water concentration was still minuscule, that was already a groundbreaking result. There was no way the Mechers would miss the opportunity to study and question an individual who actually managed to turn their unattainable dream into a reality. Chapter 50-175, the first open session. It was too much to hope that the survivalists never figured out that Vess had technically become a phase lord. He didn't even know how he was supposed to explain how he ended up this way. Should he tell them that he stole and adapted an Orvan ritual to transform himself? How would he be able to avoid mentioning the system's role in vastly increasing the success rate of this sketchy procedure? Then there was the tribulation lightning that rained down upon him for an awfully long time. It undoubtedly contributed to his successful transformation, but he did not have the faintest clue why that was the case. Unfortunately for Vess, Master Goldstein's tone made it clear that there was no way he could reject this invitation. Oh well, at least it is scheduled on the 6th day. I don't have to worry about it for a while, he shrugged. Vess was confident that the survivalists valued him enough to prevent him from getting arbitrarily detained. The possibility that the avid researchers of the Red Association would capture him before stuffing him inside a lab so that they could dissect him was low. However, just because the chance was low did not mean it was zero. If Vess wanted to make sure that he would be able to leave this conference without issue and return to his expeditionary fleet without any incidents, he needed to do his best to increase his value in the short term. I need to do a good job at making people appreciate all of my work, he concluded. He gained extra motivation to do well in his upcoming presentations. Aside from that, he also needed to give this research group enough data and information to keep them busy. If they were able to gain nothing that could help them make actual progress, then they would probably keep pestering him for more assistance. As Vess stood outside the closed hatch of Master Goldstein's office, he wondered what he should do next. I am free, right? Jovi nodded. You don't have any obligations on the first day. You can choose whether to spend time on your upcoming presentations if you want, but one think you would rather like to hear what other people have to say. Vess grinned. That's right, let's take a look at the list. They connected to the internal network and called up a long list of ongoing and future sessions. The list was adjusted according to his identity, so Vess was only able to learn about presentations and debates on topics that he was permitted to get in touch with. This meant that there were a lot more sessions going on that he did not know about. Vess did not particularly mind. There were already so many possible events that he did not have the time to attend all of the ones that held his interest. He happened to catch an open session led by Master Teresa Norville. His eyes widened when he saw its title. This one, let's attend this one. I can see why you are interested in this session. Master Norville is one of the xenotechnician's more talented and successful apprentices. She is only 180 years old and is considered a prospect to become a star designer in a century or two. You can trust that she had conducted thorough research on a subject if she is ready to present her findings to an audience. That sounds good. I recently managed to get my hands on an Archie-ship, so it is incredibly helpful to know how Architect works. The session that Vess was interested in was titled Introduction to Architect and its applicability to Mies. He figured that a lot of Mechers and associates might want to attend this session because they admired the xenotechnician's cool new outfit. It is actually clever on their part, Jovi said. The xenotechnician attracts attention towards his new and interesting archimetal clothing. His former disciple holds a session on this exotic tech shortly after the opening speeches. This is a good opportunity to sway more people into supporting the diplomacy plan. Vess could see that as well, but he did not care about it. He just wanted to learn how Architect worked and how he could produce his own archimetal components. After navigating through the Comator Rain's interior, the two seniors finally entered a middle-sized lecture hall. The layout and seating had been precisely arranged according to Master Teresa Norville's instructions. Just as Vess and Jovi expected, the session attracted a notable amount of people. Most of them were Mech designers or engineers who possessed a keen interest on mastering Architect so that they could apply it to their own work. Both young and old professionals took their seats without disturbing Master Norville. It was rather interesting to see that everyone automatically chose their seats based on the rules of the main assembly hall. The younger and less experienced individuals got to sit at the front, while the older people sat in the back. Vess figured out that this made it easier for the former group to ask questions and engage in a dialogue with the lecturer. As Vess and Jovi took their seats in the middle, they waited for the hall to fill up further before the master was ready to begin her presentation. Over 700 people chose to attend this open session. Even though it looked unlikely that most of them would ever seriously work with Architect in their lives, they still wanted to broaden their horizons and learn what was possible. Very well. The middle-aged-looking woman wearing several prominent pieces of alien jewelry spoke up. Each of you has chosen to learn about the fundamentals of the signature technologies of the Archie race. It is not possible to go into exhaustive detail on this alien tech. There is only enough time to mention the key characteristics of this advanced tech base. One have condensed the contents and the technical information as best as possible, but it is hardly exhaustive enough to enable you to reproduce this tech by yourselves. With that out of the way, Master Norville immediately began her lesson by projecting a turtle-like alien. The root of Architect lies in the organic structure of the Archie. As you can see, the Archie are quadrupeds that originally relied on their special archshells to protect them from predation. What distinguishes them from most testudo species is that their shells can not only absorb and integrate a large variety of exotic materials, but are also capable of generating electronic resonance, which provides the species with a large variety of abilities. The master quickly summarized a lot of basic information to get everyone up to speed. She soon began to mention an interesting finding. As far as our research has shown, the Archie are completely naturally evolved. We have not discovered any clues in their genomes, their historical records, or their constructs that signify that they are artificially conceived. Their archshells naturally evolved to their current form based on the complex and special conditions of their former home planet. The implication is that it is unlikely that any other race in the entire cosmos is able to form anything similar. This is because archshells, and by extension Architect, derives much of their power from a specific group of exotics. A second projection came to life that displayed over a dozen different exotic materials. Their individual compositions were different, and so were their properties, but they still shared a few traits in common. This is a new classification of exotics that we have designated as electrosensitive. A number of them used to be prevalent in the home planet of the Archie. Once the aliens took to the stars, they have later discovered a number of other exotics that can meet their needs for this type of materials. Vess didn't even know that. Learning this was already worth the decision to attend this open session. Electrosensitive exotics have many beneficial effects to Archie. The master continued. The main benefit is that it is a powerful amplifier of electronic resonance. All high-powered versions of archshells and Architect are dependent on these materials. Without them, the Archie are unable to produce the power that is necessary to cement their place as a major alien race in the Red Ocean. The Archie are known to set aside many lesser priorities in order to obtain a notable quantity of this group of exotics. Much like other exotic-dependent races, the growth and expansion of their civilization is directly correlated by the availability of these materials. That had many implications for both the Archie and the humans who desired to reverse engineer Architect. Vess actually became disappointed by this discovery. If Architect was not as universal as he initially thought, then it meant that he would not be able to produce as many mechs made out of archimetal as he desired. Electrosensitive materials are not rare in the Red Ocean, but they are not too abundant either. Much of the reason why the Archie have become nomadic is because there are few star systems that can offer them an adequate supply of these exotics. One of the common goals of all hidden Archie ships is to constantly survey star systems for deposits of these key materials. They may even be equipped with modest mining facilities so that they can quickly and covertly extract them from an asteroid or a planet. That actually made the Archie sound like roaming beggars who would trawl many different trash piles for food. It completely ruined their previous mystique. However, Master Teresa Norville was not done with her presentation. As you can foresee, the material dependencies of Architect heavily limits any further applications by our race. We would have to compete against the Archie for the limited supply of electrosensitive exotics. The aliens are already struggling to obtain enough of them. We will struggle even more to accumulate these resources. Architect sounded similar to Facewater technology then. The latter had become the playground of the rich and powerful due to the persistent shortage of Facewater. It wasn't even sold on the market anymore. It was then that Master Norville presented a new research result. We do not think that the usage of Architect should be restricted by this condition. We have dedicated a team of material scientists to study all known samples of electrosensitive materials. Their objectives are to discover a method to synthesize them with the help of industrial methods, or to develop an artificial exotic alloy that can be used to produce effective archimetal in their stead. We have succeeded. The projection displayed a handful of new lab-produced alloys that indeed possessed similar properties to electrosensitive exotics. Master Teresa Norville smiled with satisfaction. These are only preliminary results. The performance, toughness, and cost-effectiveness of the early versions of these alloys are not up to standard. We expect to make rapid gains in these parameters in the ensuing months and weeks. We anticipate it will take half a year to a year to complete a range of artificial electrosensitive alloys that can be utilized to produce archimetal without being limited by the lack of availability of key raw materials. The cost will likely be substantial, so they are not too suitable for mass production. Our material scientists will have to make further breakthroughs in order to realize this condition. Damn, while Vess had not yet made any progress in researching Architect, the Mechers under the lead of the xenotechnician had already made so much progress. If Vess could get his hands on what the survivalists knew about Architect, his clan did not even need to send the Archie ship to a research partner anymore. The Golden Skull Alliance would be able to convert the alien ship for its own use a lot sooner. Vess looked at Master Teresa Norville with a hungry expression. He urgently wanted to pry the secrets of Architect from her. The problem was that his identity and lack of bargaining chips hindered his ability to do so. How could he possibly persuade this eminent Mech designer to share all of the valuable research that she and her research team obtained with great effort? Chapter 50, 176, The Practicalities of Archimechs. Master Teresa Norville managed to captivate most of the crowd with her brief, but incredibly useful explanation of what her research group managed to uncover about Architect. The Red Association still retained much of the strengths of the Mech Trade Association that it had separated from. It employed many of the best human researchers and benefited from amply funding and resources to conduct their studies. Not even a new and original tech base, such as Architect, could withhold its secrets from the hungry researchers of the Red Association. Perhaps the native aliens of the Red Ocean always struggled a lot in their attempts to reverse engineer Architect, but that was because their starting points were just lower. Humanity possessed a much more robust and developed scientific community. It also mastered a lot of high technology and other advanced knowledge. It could use its existing base to easily implement a lot of easy solutions on Architect that the aliens had never managed to conceive. As Master Norval continued to detail the many advancements that the Red Association's researchers had successfully applied, it became clear that the Mechers were closer to adapting Architect into Mech than expected. She even unveiled a relatively simple first-class multi-purpose Mech design that was completely made out of Architect in front of her audience. A lot of people immediately tried to decipher the design as much as their own expertise allowed. It became clear that the vast majority of them couldn't understand it at all. This was because all of the design schematics portrayed large amounts of metal blocks that were somehow pushed together into the vague form of a humanoid machine. Even the joints and other moving parts looked almost completely alien due to their complete lack of circuitry, power lines, communication lines, and traditional structural subcomponents. The only parts that vaguely looked familiar and understandable were the ones that Architect could not fully replicate. The neural interface as well as an extremely potent power reactor were mostly conventional, though they utilized relatively inert archimetal as structural reinforcement. This is the experimental design of a working prototype archimech, to use the colloquial term for a mech that is not only predominantly integrated with archimetal, but also functions almost entirely through Architect. In order to fit this definition, the entire frame, barring a number of unavoidable exceptions, is completely controlled and powered by electronic resonance. What an amazing design! Even though it was clearly designed to be as barebones as possible due to the relative lack of modules and weapon systems, it already looked more advanced than the typical mech utilized by first-rate states. A mech designed with a completely different tech base truly tested the analytical capabilities of mech designers. Many of the professionals in the crowd tried their best to decipher and understand the projected machine. It was easy enough to figure out what the more obvious blocks of metal were supposed to do. Engines were engines, limbs were limbs, and sensors were sensors. Just because they were made out of other materials such as crystal or archimetal did not mean that they suddenly had to look or behave completely differently. However, the fact that archimetal could perform the role of a lot of conventional components meant that the design offered far less details than Vess would have liked. Sure, archimetal also boasted intricate internal structures that substituted the role of circuitry, but the charm of this material was that it contained many functions that were solely generated by combining different combinations of exotics together in specific ways. What was so brilliant about archimetal was that programming its functions did not necessarily require the exact same type of materials to make it do anything specific. It could take a large range of exotics, dynamically combine them together and still produce the same effects, such as releasing a bolt of electricity or making a part glow at a precise luminosity. All of this meant was that Architect became fiendishly hard to decipher and figure out if one was not already an expert in their workings. No matter whether it was a young 30-year-old journeyman or a 300-year-old master, none of them could fully understand how the archimech worked just by studying its design for a long time. The only way to realistically analyze its workings was to fabricate the archimech and test its individual capabilities, either as a whole or by isolating its specific parts. All of these boring data gathering activities took a lot of time as well as a lot of expertise. The Larkinson clan did not possess a research institute that could tackle this kind of experimental study, which was a major shortcoming now that he thought about it. The clan had never really put too much effort into deciphering most alien technologies it came across. Compared to an equivalent first-class mech designed with conventional technological principles, this experimental archimech possesses clear advantages and disadvantages. The archimech is considerably denser as its internal volume is being utilized at a considerably higher proportion. It can withstand much more damage to its internals, as much of it is as resilient as the external plating. The mobility of the mech has suffered, but that can partially be mitigated by integrating the archimetal with face water. Essentially, an Archimech was much more of a solid construct of metal than a more conventional mech. It made a lot of sense for it to become a lot heavier and sluggish compared to a machine of the same size. According to our preliminary investigations, an Archimech can maintain its combat effectiveness 3 times longer on average. Its chance of surviving a typical battle where it would otherwise lose functionality is 65% higher, although this percentage is significantly lower when the opposing force consists of warships. What is especially important is that the chances that the mech pilot can survive an encounter increases by 187%, even when accounting for cockpit ejections and attempted interceptions. Now that truly caused all of the gathered attendees to take note of this experimental Archimech concept. While the numbers mentioned by Master Norville should be taken with a huge grain of salt due to the impossibility of using a handful of numbers to calculate the parameters of an endless variety of combat scenarios, they could still be used as rough measures. If the subordinate of the xenotechnician hadn't been exaggerating too much, then an Archimech could not only withstand a lot more damage and keep fighting, but its mech pilot also had a much higher chance of surviving. Both of these factors were important to any serious mech force. The increased resilience of an Archimech made it a lot easier to win a battle. After all, if an enemy had to invest several times more firepower to take down a machine, then that meant that the Archimechs had a lot more time to fulfill their objectives. It also reduced the costs of maintaining a force of mechs over time, as less machines needed to be replaced or restored at heavy cost. However, what a lot of mechers truly cared about was the drastically higher survival rate of mech pilots. The use of Archimetal made a lot of previously necessary components obsolete, and there was a lot more room to accommodate a stronger and sturdier cockpit. Not only was it able to accommodate larger and stronger energy shield generators, but it could also integrate a lot more armor plating without reducing the performance of the Archimech too much. A lot of weapons of modest power and caliber simply wouldn't be able to threaten the life of a mech pilot as easily anymore. It took a lot of effort, or a lot of numbers, in order to quickly down the pilot, as well as the Archimech itself. Even then, once the cockpit ejected and flew to the rear, it would become a lot harder to destroy or knock down on account of its resilient Archimetal shell. So long as Archimechs could be rolled out on a wider scale, this trend could completely revolutionize the mech community. Archimechs would gain a lot of resilience, allowing them to close the gap with warships to an extent. However, the solution was not all that perfect. As much as Archimetal could make a mech more resilient, they also became noticeably slower and less maneuverable due to their substantial increase in density. Not only that, but the large primary gun batteries of typical alien warships could easily wipe out several Archimechs with a single shot due to their immense power. Master Teresa Norville was quite frank when it came to the shortcomings of this design. Archimechs remain experimental as they are not yet suitable to replace the use of conventional metallic mechs. Their lower mobility is a major weakness. Archimetal is currently difficult to produce with the use of materializers. It is better to utilize the hybrid production method employed by the Archi. This is an approach that simulated the organic Archshell growth method of their own biologies. While this may be a tried and true method to the aliens, it is also slow and inefficient. We are currently working to develop a more industrialized production method, but it may take years to complete this project. The repair and maintenance of Archimetal is also a great issue. Only mech technicians and engineers with a moderate degree of understanding of Archimetal can effectively repair damaged Archimechs. All of that dampened the enthusiasm of some of the gathered mech designers, but not all. They were all clever enough that Archimechs were not economical for low-tier mechs, but that they were still viable enough to shake up the market for high-end mechs. Master Norville continued to mention a few other points, where the R-Rays researchers and mech designers encountered more problems and shortcomings of Archimechs. It surprised Vess that she was being so frank about exposing the failures and the inability to make progress in all of these areas. Then he realized what the master was truly doing. She was trying to fish for specific solutions from her audience. She listed out all of the problems encountered by the research group and hoped that at least one of the attending guests just happened to possess a specialty that could play a role in solving a difficult technical problem. Perhaps this was one of the correct ways to take advantage of a conference. An event like this sucked in a lot of smart and clever professionals that never met with each other under normal circumstances. Compared to trying to solicit for help through a network or other channels, it was a lot easier to ask for help in person. Vess even thought about adopting this approach himself. Master Norville's example taught him a lot on how he could potentially milk more benefits out of the people who chose to attend a session. The underlying theme of this conference was mutual exchange. Norville clearly withheld a lot of useful knowledge about Architect and Archimech. What she revealed was only the tip of the iceberg. If Vess or any other attendee wanted to gain access to the good stuff, they had to offer valuable knowledge or assistance in return. Vess inwardly sighed. Compared to all of the older and more established masters in the crowd, he was not quite certain that his bargaining chips would suffice. He thought that Master Norville might appreciate his full insights on luminar crystal technology, but then he remembered that he was already a senior contributor of restricted technology. He had already traded away his knowledge on luminar crystal technology to the Red Association in essence. Vess would have to come up with new tech that the association had yet to master for whatever reason. He looked down at his badge and spotted the 2 dots that visually identified his permissions. Why do I only have 2 dots? He had seen Mech designers wearing badges that were adorned by 5, 6, or even 8 differently colored dots. While Vess was not conceited enough to think he was just as knowledgeable as a centuries-old master, he should at least be able to obtain permissions to take part in more varied sessions. Chapter 50, 177, Unattainable. Once Master Teresa Norville ended her highly interesting presentation on Architect and its potential applications in Mechs, everyone who attended the session saw a lot of promise in this unconventional alien tech base. Although it sounded like it would take around 5 years for the Red Association to make it practical for internal use, that was still fast enough to make it a worthwhile medium-term investment. This was what most Mechers cared about. The associates, on the other hand, deeply wanted to figure out how much longer they needed to wait before they could play with Archimechs as well. Unfortunately, Vess and the others would probably have to wait a few years longer. In order to make a new form of high technology viable enough for use to the general public, it had to become a lot more economical and practical. Otherwise, most Mech designers and Mech companies would simply skip over it because it cost too much. They would rather spend the same amount of money for an alternate solution that provided a much greater return of investment. That said, it was still possible for individual parties, such as Vess, to get ahead of the curve. There were rumors that the Red Association planned to end the current Mech generation early, just so that it could publish a wide range of early tech that could help the Mech industry get started on empowering Mechs with E-energy radiation. Even if the Facewater generation made way for an exotic radiation generation, or whatever, it was unlikely that the Mechers would add any form of Architect to their public releases. That would only happen a Mech generation later at the earliest. Who knew how long people had to wait in order to get their hands on mature and tested applications of Architect? Vess couldn't wait that long. He possessed a strong interest in Architect. It was perfect for him as far as he was concerned. The Larkinson army had always taken the high-end route, so the excessive costs and troublesome maintenance. He also recognized the fantastic synergy between Architect and the Carmine system. One of the greatest downsides of the Carmine system was that it permanently locked a Mech pilot to a specific Mech for the rest of his or her life. Although Vess had yet to actually test this, he knew it was an actual restriction. Venerable Janzi outright refused to consider the idea of piloting any other Mech, even though she physically possessed the ability to do so without problem. The blood pact was a literal pact. It was a contract and binding that went beyond the physical and acted on the spiritualities of the involved parties. In any case, the existence of this restriction meant that it became a lot more important as well as worthwhile to prevent the demise of a Carmine Mech. If Vess could choose between a conventional metallic Mech and an Archimech, Vess would pick the latter over the former anytime. While slower, an Archimech was simply more durable, not only in single instances, but also over many years of service. They were admittedly a lot more difficult and troublesome to perform deep repairs on their complicated frames, but their performance remained relatively solid when they only incurred light damage. The fact that an Archimech was also a lot more effective at protecting the life of a Mech pilot was a nice bonus, even if it was not as valued in this specific case. It removed a potential weak point and gave Vess a lot more use out of a soldier that already took a lot of time and funding to bring up to standard. To be honest, Vess still wanted to learn the secret on how to design an Archimech no matter whether he intended to incorporate the Carmine system or not. Just its applicability to expert Mechs and ace Mechs was enough for him to drool at the possibilities. Vess still had to wait for half an hour before he could have a chance of speaking with Master Norville in person. It was not unusual for conference speakers to answer a lot of questions from the professionals who listened to her presentation. Master Norville might gain inspiration to tackle a problem from a new angle or meet with a specialist that could offer a lot of additional assistance. Strangely enough, Master Norville was willing to answer relatively basic questions from the people sitting in front, as well as the more advanced questions from the people sitting in the rear. Vess got the feeling that her replies were not as useful as they sounded, though. The questions asked by young and curious journeymen were too shallow to be of use to a Mech designer that wanted to make serious use of architect. The ones voiced by other master Mech designers were much more relevant and technical in nature, but Teresa Norville kept her replies extremely curt. The social dynamic of these interactions caused Vess to suspect that they were secretly agreeing to meet in private at a later time in order to negotiate a serious exchange. Jovi clearly picked up on this as well. Unlike before where everyone had to remain absolutely silent and attentive in order to hear out the proposals from the three faction leaders, it was acceptable for people to communicate with each other. Are you thinking about meeting with her in private to explore the possibility of holding an exchange? Jovi transmitted to Vess over a private communication channel. Vess nodded. I am, but I am not sure what I can trade for it. Architect has become a high priority to me. It is especially relevant because my expeditionary fleet has an actual Archie-ship in its possession. That puts me ahead of almost everyone else in this hall. It would be a waste not to take advantage of this rare and precious opportunity to learn how to combine architect with Mech a few years sooner than normal. The R-Ray Sr. actually shook his head at that. I do not recommend you approach Master Norville at this time. She will not take you seriously, and that will greatly hinder any negotiations. You need to prove your usefulness first. I advise you to do well in your upcoming presentations. The more people respect and acknowledge your work, the more she will be interested in what you can offer. That made a lot of sense. It was very difficult for the Mechers to distinguish Vess from the tens of thousands of other associates who attended this conference. Sure, Vess had his strengths, but many of the other associates who had managed to obtain the appreciation of the survivalists were also geniuses in their own right. Vess needed to make a splash and make sure that the survivalists fell in love with his companion spirit fruits and other works. He sighed. Okay, I won't pester Master Norville right away. I will try to seek her or one of the people who can speak about this at a later date. Try not to wait until the 7th and final day, Jovi advised. That is when the great vote will be held. The debate around the three proposals will reach its most intense stage on that day. None of the serious decision-makers will have any attention to spare on less important matters, such as an ordinary technological exchange. That was good to know. Once Vess and Jovi exited the hall along with the rest of the crowd, they called up the list of sessions in order to choose which one they should attend next. Vess developed an interest in attending sessions related to face water technology, and transphasic products. He tried to search anything related to this new sphere, but did not find anything with enough substance. The list only mentioned a few sessions related to face water technology, and many of them sounded as if they were oriented towards clueless newcomers. Wait a second. Jovi, are there any sessions related to face water that are not on the list? Yes, the other Mech designer confirmed. Face water and tech derived from it is still a major research interest of the association. Several sessions related to face water technology are starting in the next block. The reason why you cannot see them is because your badge lacks the dark blue dot. Vess had seen dozens of figures, mostly older ones, who happened to have this dot on their badges. He was not pleased that the survivalists did not see fit to give him this permit. Don't you think it is odd that my badge lacks this dot, Jovi? Given my past experiences as well as my current schedule, I think I have more than proven my ability to work with several applications of face water. It is not that simple, Vess. The threshold to take part in these closed sessions on face water is high. Look at my own badge. I do not have the dark blue dot either, despite the fact that I have spent years of self-study on doing my best to get up to speed on face water technology. You are a professor at a first-class university, correct? You should have a good understanding of what first-raters must learn in order to earn the academic credits of an advanced course on this subject. The survivalist faction did not allow any random Mech designer to attend its closed sessions. These were much more sensitive and strategic gatherings that often strained into restricted and confidential subject matter. Vess did not feel resigned by this, though. He was a bit upset that he was only getting a glimpse of all of the wonderful sessions taking place within the Comatter reign. There ought to be a way for me to earn additional dots. Is there a testing center where I can update my badge? There is. I can take you there if you are confident in your ability. The survivalists initially assigned these dots based on the information in their possession. It was conceivable that their expansive intelligence-gathering efforts missed a few details from people's lives. As such, they had to give people an opportunity to correct any oversights, or else a lot of people would grow angry about being left out of the truly useful sessions. It took 15 minutes before Jovi led Vess to a rather busy department on the ship. Several halls became filled with Mech designers and other professionals who appeared to be doing nothing. They were all preoccupied with completing difficult exams in a virtual setting. The application to earn an additional dot was simple. Vess had to approach a projected menu and made his selection out of a surprisingly extensive list. A dark green dot represented that its bearer possessed a notable amount of expertise in biotechnology. Vess really wanted to earn this qualification, but he was afraid that his rather basic grasp of biotechnology would cause him to waste his time in vain. Let's start with face water technology, then. People don't know a lot about it in the first place, so it shouldn't be too hard. Right. Less than 10 minutes later, Vess left the exam hall with a dejected expression. Jovi did not look surprised at all as he stood a short distance away from the entrance. The R-Ray senior had not even bothered to move from his spot. He expected this result. I told you, whatever sporadic or ad hoc learning you have received on this subject is not as rigorous as we demand. The fact that you were disqualified so soon means that you have been unable to resolve the more basic exam problems. You need to be able to speak with true authority if you want to earn a dot. Vess let out a sigh. I get it. I guess there is no way to add more dots to my badge. He at least learned what many of the colors represented. An orange dot was related to sociology and psychology, while a pink dot was related to intelligence and covert operations. The only dot that was not on the list was a black one. He had only caught this particular variation a handful of times. Only the most distinguished and high-ranking Mech designers boasted this unassuming color. Vess already formed a couple of guesses about what this was all about, but he did not bother to think about it any further. The probability that he could earn this super-exclusive dot was pretty much zero. Jovi softly patted Vess on the back. Don't think about it too much. Focus on what you can do. There are already plenty of other sessions that enrich your understanding. Chapter 50-178, Completely Alien Environments. Vess attended a few more sessions after his humiliating visit at the testing center. He came to respect the dots on people's badges a lot more this time. Everyone who possessed any dot had genuinely earned it. No one with a dot was a fool when it came to the field in question. Perhaps the only reason why Vess was able to carry a red and purple in the first place was because studies on E-energy radiation and cultivation science were not as mature. Since most people were still relatively new at figuring them out, people like Vess, who seemed to know a clue or two about these new fields, managed to gain the recognition of an expert rather easily. This would never happen in a few years from now. The fact that this conference was held only a few months after the Great Severing meant that far too many people were starting from scratch. Geniuses or not, it was unlikely that they would be able to gain any sort of advantage over Vess. The Enlightenment fruits, he exchanged a lot of ascension points for condensed years, if not decades worth of study and practice in cultivation science. Given that Vess possessed so much expertise in this special field, he tried to look for sessions where he could leverage his understanding to greater effect. Vess did not actually find any closed sessions that interested him. They were a bit too basic and entry-level to provide him with useful insights. "This is only the first day," Jovi said. "The closed sessions scheduled for the next hours are mostly meant to fill up any gaps in basic understanding. Once the survivalists are satisfied that most people have strengthened their foundations, the more elaborate sessions will start. This includes yours as well." "I see. I guess that makes sense." Vess eventually chose to attend a closed session on hypermaterials. This was a really popular session that was actually repeated at different time slots, just so that more and more Mechers and associates could get up to speed on this new type of materials. Although the lecture and explanations on hypers did not go into too much depth, the presenters actually explained a lot of interesting new discoveries that the Red Association had yet to release to the public. Our analysis of signals and emissions that have radiated from Messier 87 reveals that there is a high prevalence of hypermaterials in this supergalaxy, a male material scientist explained. "We have attempted to model the local environment at different galactic coordinates to predict how the presence of so many hypers would affect planets and star systems. The results range from minor, localized disruptions to extreme deviations in the laws of physics. We do not possess enough reliable data to narrow this range. The conditions also undergo massive shifts depending on whether we are studying a star system at the outer edge or close to the center of the dwarf galaxy." A female scientist projected a vague galactic map of Messier 87 and began to overlay it with different colors that represented the estimated occurrence of hypermaterials. The prevalence of hypers in the outer rim of this supergalaxy is relatively low, but already far more abundant than we can ever expect to find in the red ocean. The impact on the local environment should not be high, but it is likely that it is engulfed by a noticeable degree of interference in all bands. The effect grows progressively worse when moving towards the core. At one point, the presence of hypers is so high that their effects on the local regions will essentially turn them into large-scale hazardous regions where the laws of physics are bent and broken at a much greater frequency. An exobiologist spoke up at this point. "It is impossible for humans in our current forms to survive in any of these new hazardous regions. We lack the adaptations to maintain our functions in an extreme high-energy environment. It is highly probable that these regions contain novel ecosystems that are completely centered around the prevalence of specific hypers, as well as specific variations of E-energy radiation. The alien species that have evolved out of these special regions may possess unimaginably powerful personal strengths, but are likely unable to leave their native environments without suffering severe consequences. They would be like fish out of water. That sounded somewhat reassuring. The power of these superaliens sounded incredibly scary, but they should have little interest reaching out to areas outside of the core regions of their massive galaxy. This made it a bit less likely for the more powerful and established alien species to reach out to the new dwarf galaxy that appeared all of a sudden. Even the weaker alien species who resided in the galactic rim of Messier 87 might not find it worthwhile to travel all the way to the Red Ocean. The difference in exposure to E-energy radiation was too great. However, Vess knew that he could not completely assume that the natives of this big galaxy would stay away entirely. There were always a few exceptions. Who knew what kind of oddball threats might seek to plunder the Red Ocean before anyone else arrived? There was also R-particle radiation that might attract unwanted attention. The dark source spurted 2 jets of matter at relativistic speeds in directions that were almost impossible to capture at close range. It was only when the jet began to lose power and dissipated into expanding particles that it became a lot safer to harvest them. The Red Ocean dwarf galaxy might not be positioned at an ideal location to capture a lot of R particles flying into space, but it still received a light share of them at all times. We have employed several experimental procedures to artificially increase the concentration of E-energy radiation in limited areas to tentatively simulate these high-energy environments. Our methods are still rudimentary and not yet up to our standards. We are reluctantly able to simulate the environment at the furthest edge of Messier 87 galactic rim, but our exposure to exotic radiation is so low that it is impossible to replicate an environment at the galactic center. We are still developing new solutions that will allow us to increase the concentration of E-energy radiation even further, but we are uncertain how many years it will take to achieve a breakthrough. Vess looked intrigued when he heard that. He had already managed to increase the concentration of E-energy radiation. It was extremely unlikely that his method resembled the one utilized by the Red Association. There was no way the Mechers utilized anything as esoteric as totems. This was also why he did not think about approaching these researchers so that he could offer his assistance. The Mechers would probably balk at relying on tech they could not understand or control. As long as Vess was the only one that could actually create new design spirits based around particular domains and attributes, the Mechers would become dependent on his continued input. This was simply too much of a bother to them, so they would likely continue to work out their own solutions. That did not mean that there was no possibility for cooperation at all. Vess perked up when a speaker mentioned how their research groups had difficulty obtaining samples of hypermaterials with special properties. A large variety of hypermaterials are sensitive to select variations of E-energy radiation. Hypers that are responsive to a single variety often possess common or related properties that are interesting for many reasons. However, we have found it difficult to form large quantities of hypers that are paired to rarer forms of E-energy radiation. Their natural occurrence in background radiation is low to non-existent, which considerably hinders our studies. If we are unable to solve this supply issue in the coming months, we intend to open a new exchange where different parties can deliver any hypers with the properties that we desire in exchange for MTA merits. Now that sounded really lucrative to Vess. He understood that there were spiritual attributes that were so rare or non-existent in Messier 87 exotic radiation that even the Mechers found it difficult to produce the associated sympathetic materials. This could become a huge hindrance in many applications. One of them was designing a new kind of high-ranking Mech that incorporated hypers that matched the domains of their powerful pilots. The Red Association should be willing to pay a large price for rare sympathetic materials, especially in the short term when everyone was just getting started in this field. Vess smelled a potential deal here. He felt that he would not have to wait a few months before this rumored exchange came online. He looked at Jovi and quickly communicated his desire to meet with one of the speakers in private. "Are you sure about that?" Jovi transmitted back over their private communication channel. "The Mechers detest anyone who approaches them and wastes their time in vain." "I do not believe my offer will be a waste of time. I have only just begun in my own efforts to produce hyper materials, but one should have already amassed a decent variety at this time. I can also broaden my efforts and produce hypers of other attributes that I have developed a familiarity with. A few of them are definitely not a component of E-energy radiation." Jovi sent one deep look towards Vess before he nodded. "I will quietly arrange a meeting after this session is over. You shouldn't have to wait too long before you will get your turn." It took over an hour for the session to come to an end. The attendees asked a lot of questions, and the answers actually helped Vess to enrich his understanding of this new classification of materials. Once Vess managed to get his turn, he entered a small office compartment. "Professor Armelin," an older woman acknowledged her fellow Mecher. "Since you are willing to vouch for this gentleman, I shall grant him 3 minutes of my time. Begin." It took a moment for Vess to realize that he had to make his pitch. "I think it is best to give you a small demonstration of what I can do on the spot," he spoke. "Would you agree to this? I can promise you that it is harmless, though the effect might surprise you, Master." He noticed that her green badge boasted purple dot among other ones, so he felt it was okay to display this particular capability. The Master looked intrigued, but showed no fear. "If you are of the opinion that it will aid in your case, then you may proceed. I shall lower the responsiveness of the security systems in this compartment. It would not have you do to make the monitoring system regard you as an acute threat." That disturbed Vess a bit, but not enough to deter him from his next actions. Blinky was still recovering from his earlier ordeal at the moment, so Vess would have to do this more directly. He called up a bunch of design spirits and began to channel their glows. The Master showed a faint reaction as she was being subjected to the glows of Helena, Lufa, and the Solemn Guardian. This was a careful selection on his part. E-energy radiation already possessed a death attribute component, but it did not contain the purity and duty attributes as far as Vess knew. This meant that it would be a lot harder for the Red Association to produce hypers that were related to these attributes, at least for a time. Vess did not believe that the clever and inventive Mechers would remain stifled for long, but the timing was important. So long as he could meet their demand of rare sympathetic materials faster than the alternatives, he might be able to secure a modest business deal by relying on other parties' lack of patience. Chapter 50-179, Elite Bazaar. Negotiations did not progress smoothly. The Master that Vess tried to extract benefits from had little patience and wanted to obtain immediate benefits. The problem was that Vess did not have any readily available samples to trade with. The Tea Institute was mainly preoccupied with producing death-sympathetic materials at the moment, but that was not particularly troublesome for the Red Association to obtain by relying on their own proprietary methods. Jovi helped a lot. Having him vouch for Vess and his claims did not entirely persuade the older woman to accept a deal that was based on shaky grounds, but it at least prevented him from getting kicked out right away. "There is no need to conduct a trade straight away." Jovi interceded on Vess' one behalf. "He will need to return to his fleet and work to produce the hyper materials that you seek. He has the ability to provide you what you need, though he is probably limited by his stock of materials. It would benefit you if you keep your communication lines open and wait until he has successfully produced what you need to expand upon your collection." The female Master paused for a moment. She glanced at Vess' badge. Although it only boasted 2 dots, they happened to be of the right colors. "Very well. It does not hurt to wait if your associate here can supply the desired materials. I am willing to exchange other materials, MTA merits, and certain favors in return. The value of my remuneration is dependent on the speed in which your friend can supply a rare hyper material that we have yet to discover anywhere. Mind you that 1AM already in contact with many different suppliers. If any of them are able to supply an unregistered material first, I will only provide 1/10 of the original reward. 1/10 is not enough. Vess shook his head. It takes a lot of trouble and effort to artificially produce these hypers by leveraging rare E-energy variations. The master crossed her arms and tilted her chin. I care not how you supply the goods that we require. I can only promise you that our remuneration should satisfy you if our demands are met in a timely manner. Our research and development projects must progress as quickly as possible. Our time is limited. The sooner we are able to deepen our understanding of hypers, the sooner our society can make use of them on a wider scale. We must endeavor to strengthen humanity's collective strength as quickly as possible. I understand. I share the same sentiment. I will do what I can to contribute to our cause. Vess seriously spoke. Of course, it wouldn't help to obtain a lot of benefits in the process. The two hashed out a more detailed agreement in the next few minutes. Since everything was so vague, the two did not hold onto too many solid definitions. The numbers might become outdated after a few months. Vess did not fear that he was getting ripped off with Jovi by his side. Although the R-Ray senior Mech designer was supposed to be on the side of the association, his current capacity allowed him to look after Vess' best interests for the duration of his assignment. The only setback that Vess faced was that he could not use this exchange to obtain exclusive knowledge on Architect. I work in a different department and research group from that of Master Teresa Norville, the woman explained. I cannot arbitrarily take their research and transfer it to others. You must approach her or a member of her department if you wish to gain access to this type of knowledge. I see. In the end, the female master promised to reward Vess with hundreds of millions of MTA merits, or a selection of rare materials that was useful in all kinds of different projects. As Vess and Jovi exited the office, they took a brief break. As Jovi walked up to a railing and looked down at a hall where hundreds of Mechers and associates were walking to their next sessions, he glanced at Vess, who was studying the list of events that were starting in the next block. How do you like the conference so far, Vess? It's great. You don't sound very certain. Vess shrugged. It is definitely a great place to be for a Mech designer like myself. All of these presenters are offering free lectures on a lot of advanced and cutting-edge subjects for free. It's a bit annoying that my badge has to possess the right dots, but I can live with that. It is just. You are not satisfied with what you can obtain for free. Nothing comes for free. I feel like that no matter what these people are giving to us, it is only an advertisement for greater services that you need to pay for. It's quite hard to gain enough satisfaction when I don't have what the other party needs. Jovi did not look surprised at that. This happens more often than you think. Even in an organization as rich as the association, we must still fight to obtain the resources we need to further our own projects. No one can make much progress if they attempt to rely on their own individual efforts. We are encouraged to specialize in our own narrow fields and use our strengths to trade what we need from each other. The more productive and successful Mechers who are able to establish enough working relationships will climb the hierarchy faster. This is how the system works. The Mech Trade Association had always worked like this, and the Red Association was no different in this regard. Vess kind of appreciated this, as it gave him an opportunity to make trades with the Mechers, who were already accustomed with making these kinds of deals. I think that I should dial back my expectations a bit for this day, he eventually concluded. I did not expect this conference to work like a bazaar for elites. One don't have many bargaining chips at the moment, at least ones that others will value. One think I can change that for tomorrow. So long as I can convince people that my companion spirits are valuable, I can use that to obtain greater benefits. That may be possible to a degree, But do not forget that you are pushing to make your companion spirit fruits available to the masses. How our association intends to roll them out is still up for debate, but you cannot charge a fortune for goods that are intended to be sold at more accessible prices. Vess knew that. That is true, but one can offer more customized services to the people who want to obtain a little more than a blank slate. Those fruits aren't all that impressive, as they can only get people started with a basic companion spirit. That is already an unimaginable benefit to most individuals, but it is hardly the best of what I can offer. Are you planning to provide a boutique service? Yep, I can offer better if I can spend a bit of time with individual recipients. I can't do this too much as it takes a bit of effort. I am also limited to providing this service to relatively weaker individuals. I have already tried and failed to impart one to an ace pilot. I think it is also beyond my ability to give one to a master Mech designer. They are simply too strong. Their inner qualities have transcended so much that it is difficult to create the openings I need to mold a new companion spirit. Do these restrictions apply to your companion spirit fruits as well? I have never tested that, but theoretically that should be the case. The way they work is a little different, but their mechanisms are too fragile and will break under pressure. That will limit your options, Jovi frowned. You won't be able to form a direct exchange with masters and ace pilots, but you can appeal to their subordinates and protégés instead. There are also plenty of other people who are willing to offer substantial benefits for a companion spirit that not only promises greater benefits in the future, but also grants an immediate advantage right from the start. Let us go over the possibilities. If you target the right people with the right needs, you can gain the most benefits out of your efforts. He was right. Companion spirits were useful to everyone, but some people benefited a lot more from them than others. Irene Mox's Emma was a prime example of that. Keddy's also gained a unique opportunity by taking advantage of the fact that Sharpie was a second version of herself. The two refined the planning of tomorrow's conference. Now that Vess knew what these sessions were truly all about, he revised parts of his upcoming presentation to put less emphasis on wavy explanations and more emphasis on examples of existing companion spirits. He felt a little reluctant to explain the companion spirits of other people, as it represented a violation of privacy. However, the benefits were more than worth it. Vess felt it was a worthwhile trade-off to expose the strengths of a number of his people in order to persuade the Mechers to take his work more seriously. The potential gains were just too great. Once Vess completed his revision for the upcoming presentation, he pushed this matter aside and continued to attend various sessions throughout the night. He learned a lot from each of them. The open session on the Nuncer race and their strong herd instincts taught Vess and others how they could potentially take advantage of this trait. The session also helped to persuade people to gain more confidence in the Deep Strike plan. So long as humanity struck the Nuncer territories in the rear with thunderous force, the quadruped aliens would become so concerned about their kind that it was quite likely for them to turn around to prevent any further massacres. However, this was not a long-term solution. The Nuncers were known to launch devastating counterattacks after suffering heavy blows. This was why people did not automatically assume that the Deep Strike plan would work out. It relied on too many assumptions of alien behavior that might not necessarily be accurate in reality. Vess decided to attend a closed session next. This one was more of a debate rather than a presentation. The speakers wanted to open a dialogue on whether it was appropriate to grant pioneers and other authorized individuals the right to utilize weapons of mass destruction against alien adversaries. Suffice to say, Vess was a strong proponent in this debate. He did not hide his real opinions on this matter, but he did not speak too much either. It was enough for him to provide his input as a pioneer who fought against multiple alien forces. What he truly paid attention to was the opinions of other Mechers. He wanted to gauge the overall sentiment within the survivalist faction and determine how likely it was for the association to ease this taboo. From what he heard from the various Mechers, there was not too much support for permitting the use of superweapons. They distrusted space peasants so much that they were afraid that these impulsive humans would cause its own extinction shortly after getting their hands on extremely destructive toys. Mechs have enough potential to satisfy the masses. The Age of Dawn has introduced new factors that can radically alter their properties and their uses on the battlefield. It is better to rely on superior technology rather than crude and indiscriminate weapons. The Mechers all shared the same fault more or less. Their entire lives revolved around Mechs, so they had so much confidence in these machines that they were prone to discounting the benefits of warships and superweapons. While it was possible for first-class multipurpose Mechs to put up a good fights against most adversaries, the problem was that a lot of people didn't have access to all of these fancy and ridiculously expensive products. Third-raters and second-raters were unable to fight against serious alien forces. They were the ones who benefited the most from constructing lots of large but crude warships that could deploy an array of formidable superweapons. To deny them these options out of fear of repeating past mistakes was knee-jerk behavior as far as Vess was concerned. Chapter 50-180, Introduction to Companion Spirits. Vess began to question whether it was a good idea to stay awake for an entire week. He had learned so much on the first day that he needed time to think and internalize his gains. "I'll keep going for now," he decided after a moment of thought. "If I get too tired to properly hold a presentation, then that might be a good idea for me to take a quick nap." He would regret it if he missed a few sessions, because he was too lazy to make better use of his time. Vess had the illusion that valuable information had become a lot more accessible now that there were so many people handing it out for free. It would only be once he departed from this conference that he would go back to a reality where exclusive knowledge became a lot less accessible. Knowledge is power. The more one learns from all of these impressive speakers, the lower the chance one will be flying blind. He needed to make sure he was at the top of the game, especially considering that it was almost time for him to lead his first session. Now that the second day had arrived, Vess and Jovi moved over to a medium-sized compartment that had defaulted to a blank and empty state. "Here is where you will hold your first closed session," Jovi stated as he called up an interface that could dynamically control the layout of the entire compartment. "Word about your companion spirits have already gotten around among the survivalists, so hundreds of people have already signed up. I have already taken the initiative to invite a handful of my friends. I will introduce them to you later on if there is enough time." Vess called up the same interface and began to specify changes that would turn the empty compartment into a modern lecture hall. He made a few adjustments in order to offer enough room for the companion spirit trees he brought to this conference. By subtly changing the lighting so that a warmer light shone on the plants, he hoped to increase their mystique and attractiveness. Once the ship systems quietly delivered the trees from one of the Commator Rain's storage compartments, Vess carefully checked each of their conditions to confirm that they were still in good condition. He paid especially close attention to the state of every fruit dangling from the branches of the surprisingly fleshy tree. "The appearance of your trees will unnerve your audience," Jovi remarked as he looked at the fleshy white trunks with distaste. "It is clear to see that their structures consist of repurposed alien organic tissue. It may be too much to ask for people to eat their fruits." "It will be their loss, then. They can always obtain a customized companion spirit directly from me as long as they are willing to offer greater concessions." The compartment soon completed its transformation. Since there was a bit of time left, Vess took the initiative to paint a few stylized and exaggerated images of different companion spirits on the bulkheads. There was not enough time for him to depict spirits such as Blinky, Alexandria, Sharpie, and Kuroshi in greater detail, but he personally thought that he did a good job at making them look impressive despite their stylized appearances. He did not just sketch their appearances, but also added a few touches to the background to hint at their abilities and domains. Vess even felt tempted to paint an image of Emma, but he thought better of it after a while. "That does not look too bad," Jovi said as he studied the images of the different spirits. "You can definitely make a more memorable impression to your audience with the help of your art. However, I am afraid it will look as if you are trying too hard." "I know, but one am fine with that. One need to stand out one way or another. My identity is not good enough, so I have to strengthen my case by relying on gimmicks. Whether I look like an amateur is not that important. As long as one can win over enough people who are receptive to my message, one should do okay." People started to pass through the entrance after a short period of time. The Metchers and associates who wanted to attend this peculiar closed session all passed the requirements to attend it. Their badges either boasted a red dot, a purple dot, or both. Vess actually wanted to make it an open session in order to reach the widest possible audience, but he did not get to make up the rules. By limiting attendance to people who were already initiated into certain secrets, Vess could speak more freely about the mechanics behind companion spirits. He could make a stronger case as his audience should be able to understand their benefits a lot better. The seating order remained the same as ever. The younger and more ignorant guests sat at the front, while the more senior and knowledgeable Metchers sat at the rear. People had already begun to talk with each other. The curious trees placed in the front and the strange images painted on the sides served as excellent conversation starters. A lot of the attendees were quite clever. They could already infer from various clues that the fruits on these odd trees were supposed to give magical animals to people. The images painted by Vess were examples of what companion spirits could become. More than a few of the arrivals looked and gestured at Jovi. He had already showcased his eye of providence numerous times. His peers wanted to find out if they could receive anything similar at an acceptable price. A bit more people came than Vess initially expected. Almost 700 people came. It was easy for Vess to tell that a decent chunk of them consisted of relatively young journeymen and occasionally seniors, who sought to gain an advantage over their peers and rivals. The masters probably expressed little personal interest in these peculiar companion spirits because they had already built their own systems to further their progression. Vess also took notice of a modest group of Mech pilots. They probably heard the stories about how companion spirits could directly improve their fighting capabilities and did not want to miss out on this strange new augmentation. Only 2 expert pilots chose to attend this closed session, though. Vess chalked that up to the fact that general cultivation was useless to Mech pilots. They were already locked in their own paths and did not need to bother with anything else. There was no need to confuse them by telling them about other ways to grow stronger before the Red Association was ready to make a public announcement. "Do you know who they are?" Vess quietly asked his friend. "I can read a part of their records, but I cannot do anything more than that. I do not know them in person. The association is too big for me to know everyone in person. It is interesting that their badges both have purple dots. They may be participants of a secret research project." Interesting. Just before Vess began his presentation, the hall became a lot more silent when 3 figures successively passed through the entrance and took their seats at the very rear. "Those are..." Jovi schooled his expression. "Congratulations, Vess. You have managed to attract enough interest from the 3 sub-factions to attract their envoys. It is a good sign that each of them sent one over." Vess was not familiar with any of the 3 master Mech designers who came on behalf of their respective patrons. They did not preside over any sessions themselves, but attended the ones that they thought would benefit the plans they supported. He soon learned from Jovi that Master Xena Wintris was tied to the Xenotechnician. Master Henry Urbeck was tied to the Fist of Defiance, while Master Tolarian Cerny was tied to the Polymath. Vess had already met so many master Mech designers on the first day. He became a little overwhelmed by how many more powerful personalities he needed to deal with in this conference. He recalled a few pieces of advice that he received before and quickly regained his composure. There was no need for him to care too much, as he was not involved in any of the high-level politicking. He was just a simple associate who wanted to make a few exchanges. The entrance soon closed shut, signifying that it was not possible for others to catch up to the closed session anymore. If they wanted to attend, then they should have gotten here in time. The Mechers expected at least that much from their ranks and their hand-picked associates. "Welcome, everyone," Vess began with a smile. "In the following 2 hours, I shall be giving you all an introduction on companion spirits and what I have done to make them more accessible to the masses. While I have quietly worked on companion spirits for numerous years, a number of advancements are relatively recent. Some of my work has not undergone rigorous testing and can produce unpredictable and possibly even dangerous results." That unnerved a few people, but not as much as Vess expected. Many people in the crowd had been in his shoes in the past. Research was not easy, and scientists sometimes had to cut corners in order to meet deadlines. Once he mentioned this obligatory warning, Vess could finally begin with his true presentation. "Let me start from the beginning. What are companion spirits? I think it is best if I show you an example of one to begin with. Feel free to scan or analyze him with any means you have on hand so long as it is not too excessive." Emro. Although Blinky was still in a recovering stage, he had enjoyed enough rest to at least appear healthy when he manifested in the open. The purple star cat initially did not elicit a major reaction from the 700 or so people, but that soon changed once they confirmed that it was not a projection. One of my new sensors indicates that a vortex of E-energy radiation has formed around this purple feline. There is power in this subject. I would love to bring him to my lab and conduct a battery of tests. I can feel this cat is alive and real. That's impossible. Looking at this cat reminds me of the cosmos for whatever reason. There is more to him than is apparent on the surface. Sure enough, the people who attended this session were not completely clueless and incompetent. Enough people with a purple dot were able to glean parts of what made Blinky, and by extension other companion spirits, special. Emro. This is not a projection, Vess stated as his incarnation crawled over his body like a frisky animal. Blinky here is a construct that comes from myself. He is not produced by any technology, though he can interact with tech in various ways. What is important is that companion spirits like him are essentially second personalities of their principles. I am Blinky and Blinky is me. The reason why this is the case is because he has spawned from my mind as an extension of myself. That did not provide much clarity to the audience, but they soon became distracted as Blinky flew forward and allowed the attendees at the front rows to interact with the cat more directly. They all looked as curious as children, as their arms passed straight through Blinky's intangible body. The relatively junior Mech designers and other people were able to gain a better impression of what companion spirits were like through these attempts. Amazing. It is as if my fingers have brushed the surface of his soul. As Blinky steadily moved up the rear, he began to receive more focused attention from the higher-ranked dignitaries. Even the masters began to understand that this companion spirit was special, especially given as many of them were sensitive enough to feel that this deceptively cute pet actually practiced a strange but unusually powerful cultivation method. Chapter 51, 81 Companion Spirits Possibilities. Vess had the illusion that he was lecturing another class of university students. The few times he taught at the Eden Institute of Business and Technology turned out to be extremely helpful. He gained a valuable amount of experience on how to speak to a crowd of really smart first-raters. Compared to holding a lecture in front of a crowd of attentive Mechers, Vess found it a little more challenging to capture the attention of all of these distinguished people. His current audience represented a small portion of the very best survivalists. Their visions were much broader and higher. Their comprehension was greater, and they demanded more proof to back up all of his assertions. Vess was able to oblige them a bit better based on the fact that everyone in this hall had a red or purple dot on their badges. It actually felt liberating for him to talk about spirituality and cultivation on a more open basis. They were all a part of the in-group, so to speak. The listeners did not even mind if he employed his own terminology and theoretical frameworks to describe his perspective on companion spirits. In any case, he managed to produce results that were valuable enough to be invited to hold a closed session, so Vess was definitely doing something right. Vess spent a considerable amount of speaking time on explaining the basic properties of companion spirits. He wanted to get all of the truly necessary explanations out of the way before he could get to all of the fun stuff. Now that you have received a basic idea of what companion spirits are, let me show you what they can do to make your lives better. Emro. Blinky dove down and passed through the deck without incident. He then emerged again and passed through numerous other obstacles in the hall to show that he was not hindered in the slightest. As you can see, companion spirits can be useful for spying purposes, as they can be used to peek at what is happening in another room or whatever. Everything they see, you can see as well, as they are essentially another part of yourself. There are range limitations to most spirits, but there are cases when they can be overcome. You can make them invisible to most forms of detection as well. Blinky turned invisible, though not perfectly. The cat could not be detected with visual sensors, heat sensors, gravitic sensors, and the like, but that did not mean his spiritual presence had disappeared. Although Blinky tried his best to dampen his own presence, he did not excel in stealth, so those with unusual means of detection were able to sense his location easily enough. Even so, the potential applications of a companion spirit in the intelligence community were still great. Vess could already see the attendees with pink dots looking a lot more attentive than before. So long as companion spirits could solve the flaw of getting easily detected through metaphysical means, they could be utilized to strengthen their spying efforts even further. This is only the most basic usage of companion spirits. Vess spoke as Blinky's manifestation became visible again. A more profound usage is to treat them as incarnations that can engage in separate forms of cultivation. For example, I am a Mech designer, so it stands to reason that I cannot engage in other forms of cultivation, correct? The people who only possessed red dots on their badges might not be experts in cultivation, but they at least received a crash course on it, so they could still follow the explanation more or less. Well, that rule no longer applies anymore from the moment you have a companion spirit. I don't profess to understand everything that is going on, but I can show you real examples of cases where engaging in multiple forms of cultivation at the same time can individually strengthen our own capabilities. A small number of people looked as if they already understood what Vess was about to present, but much of this was completely new to the rest of the crowd. Emru. Blinky cautiously began to cultivate the imaginary universe method. Even though this act interrupted the cat's ongoing recovery, he only had to maintain this state long enough to make a statement to the audience. I am a Mech designer, but I have also become a Kai cultivator, Vess boldly stated. My companion spirit is not bound to my limitations as a Mech designer. By engaging in a cultivation method that is suited to a pure energy-based life form like himself, Blinky is able to absorb a lot of E-energy radiation and use that to fuel all kinds of applications. The Star Cat demonstrated one such application by converting a moderate amount of his enormous reserves to life-attributed spiritual energy. The newly produced energies began to spread across the entire compartment and even spilled into the surrounding spaces as well. The audience showed a much greater reaction at this time. What was happening was supposed to be impossible for ordinary Mech designers. Even if they somehow gained control over their own internal energy, they couldn't afford to spill it out so unscrupulously. The fact that Vess, or rather Blinky, was able to do so without suffering any serious consequences made this session a lot more important than before. More than a few experts among the attendees were hidden cultivators or possessed an extensive understanding of cultivation. They fully understood the advantage of having a companion spirit that can supply a specific variation of E-energy in larger quantities. Vess actually held back the fact that Blinky was actually able to disgorge large amounts of unconverted energies of different attributes as well. While he was not sure whether it was possible to keep the Red Association in the dark about Blinky's internal universe, there was no need to volunteer sensitive information for free. Would you like to demonstrate your own companion spirit, Jovi? Sure. The other senior Mech designer stepped forward and showed off his eye of providence. VSSSSS. Many of the attendees were already familiar with it, but now that they received more context, they understood how valuable it was to a Mech designer. Professor Larkinson here has customized a companion spirit for me based on my individual traits and requests, Jovi said as his eye of providence stared at all of the attendees with an unnerving gaze. My eye cannot absorb and release E-energy as unscrupulous as Blinky, but as its shape suggests, it is good at detection. It can not only help me observe E-energy radiation and various related phenomena directly, but it also has special abilities related to probability manipulation. Vess had already explained before that the traits of a companion spirit was largely based on the strengths and inclinations of their principles. It did not take much for a lot of smart Mechers to make a reasonably accurate guess of what the Eye of Providence could actually do. The very name of the companion spirit made a lot more sense to them all of a sudden. These were brand new metaphysical capabilities that were either impossible or incredibly difficult to obtain through traditional cultivation. It was also unheard of for Mech designers to gain access to all of these extra abilities without giving up their ability to work with Mechs. Vess grinned. There is more. I can only show you Blinky and the Eye of Providence to you in person, because that is all one have on hand. 1 a.m. more than happy to give you a closer look at the companion spirits that I have created for other people, but this conference of yours is strict about the people who can come along. I can only show you clips of archival footage. Everything you see is real. You can ask my friend here if you want confirmation. A projection came to life that began to show different companion spirits as well as their abilities in action. A lot of Mech pilots suddenly grew a lot more interested and excited as they witnessed numerous expert Mechs in action. Even though they were just second-class Mechs, that could not take the shine away from them. When they saw that the Prometheus single-handedly burned down entire alien starships by using Kuroshi, it became clear that companion spirits were useful in combat as well. Mech pilots are not supposed to wield this form of power, but if they are somehow able to do so, then this should be the expected result. I have heard that double cultivation is too impractical to make any serious attainments, but these companion spirits make it easy. This is the perfect solution to my dilemma. I can keep piloting Mechs while simultaneously abiding by my family's ancient traditions. This is like having a cake and eating it too. I cannot say anything about how this will affect Mech designers, but these companion spirits can increase the combat effectiveness of expert pilots by at least 30%. That burning cat Kuroshi looks rather familiar, don't you think? Isn't there another powerful pilot that has taken to using a cat to shape her own resonance-empowered attacks? I wonder if Professor Larkinson has based his work on the power of a god pilot. Vess smiled as he saw and heard the reactions from his audience. Of course, it was only the younger and less important figures that exhibited their reactions in the open. The more important and powerful figures at the rear kept their cools and held their cards close to their chests. There was no way they remained impassive, though. Vess had saved the best for last. Up until this point, I have shown you 2 different examples of how companion spirits can complement a Mech pilot or a Mech designer in his existing work. Their existence can strengthen existing abilities or enable new possibilities. However, what if I tell you that they can also be used to make another impossibility happen? While I cannot give you a direct example of one, I can show you a related case of what I am suggesting. A new projection came to life that showed Keddies in various capacities. Some of the clips showed her designing her mechs in the design lab or the workshop. Though she looked unusually fit and muscular for a mech designer, she showed all of the competences of a journeyman mech designer. In the other clips, she had donned her combat armor and began to chop at various alien enemies as she and her fellow sword maidens boarded crippled alien warships. Enemy shots bounced off her sharp domain as Keddies charged forth. She did not even wait to get in range before she swung her sword and unleashed a resonance-empowered energy wave that cut through solid metal cover and bisected the Uazan Marines that tried to defend their doomed ship. A lot of mech pilots, as well as a fair amount of mech designers, shot up straighter in their seats. As the clips showed Sharpie exerting strong willpower and diving into Keddies' greatsword, much of the crowd became fascinated by the fact that this amazing woman was both a warrior and a mech designer. Even if not everyone in the crowd was aware of the existence of traditional swordsmanship, the whispers soon made it clear that this was an ancient discipline that also relied on willpower to overcome all odds. The mechers did not miss the implication that if a mech designer could become a swordmaster, he or she could theoretically become a mech pilot as well. A true mech pilot was one that could attain godhood by constantly strengthening their willpower. The most essential requirement was to have the possibility to undergo apotheoses. It was not a secret to this gathering that apotheoses only graced mech pilots who did not engage in any other form of cultivation. Even though this demonstration did not prove that high-ranking mech designers could simultaneously become high-ranking mech pilots as well, the promise of this dream alone was enough to make people excited. Vess felt it was a good decision to showcase these examples. It might not be as good as presenting them in person, but there was enough credibility in the footage to convince these gathered mechers and associates that companion spirits had the potential to transform their lives as well as the rest of Red humanity. Although he was uncomfortable with acting so high profile this time, he knew it was necessary for him to move up in society. The Age of Dawn imperiled all of Red humanity. Vess did not want to remain stuck at the cannon fodder level when the war progressed to a more serious stage. Chapter 51, 82 Limitations of Fruit. The possibilities presented by Vess gradually mesmerized the mechers and associates. Those whose understanding of cultivation science was still shallow had already become eager to try out a complementary new form of cultivation. Those who possessed a more comprehensive grasp of cultivation science were absolutely floored by what Vess had managed to accomplish. What Vess presented to them all should have been almost impossible. Even if Vess was able to get it done in one way or another, they expected companion spirits to emerge only after expending extremely rare resources or undergoing an incredibly dangerous, life-threatening procedure. Yet as Vess was done with hyping up all of the real and potential benefits that companion spirits brought to their principles, he began to shock his listeners once again by explaining the logistics of providing them to people. I have worked on companion spirits for numerous years. Vess confidently spoke to an audience that looked a lot more attentive and engaged in this closed session than before. One have come up with 2 different ways to impart them to people. The original method is when I operate on an individual in person. This has several advantages and disadvantages. It is easier to add extra strengths and attributes that the recipient does not have before. It also allows me to design and program the appearance, the potential abilities, and the growth trajectory of the spirit in advance. Many of my closest subordinates and allies have received this personal service from me and gained considerable boosts that slowly grow over time. That caused a lot of people to look at Vess with a hungry expression. They probably wanted to contract him to impart him with a custom companion spirit as soon as this session was over. To be honest, Vess did not want to remain stuck here and create companion spirits one after another for the rest of the duration of this conference. Exchanging benefits was important, but attending other informative sessions was also important. This was why he needed to reduce the heat and lower the demand for his personal services. It would be very hard for him to reject so many powerful and influential Mechers otherwise. He raised his palm. My method has limitations. First off, I cannot impart them on anyone who is too strong for me to operate on their most important inner selves. I am completely unable to do anything to ace pilots because their strong instinctual defenses are too sensitive. I imagine that I am unable to do anything to master Mech designers, either for comparable reasons. I can only employ this method on a moderately powerful individual. As for children and adults who have yet to display any cultivation talent, I cannot give them a mature companion spirit immediately, but I can plant a seed that they can slowly grow and mature over years. This is what I have done for my children. There were many implications in his words. Vess wondered how many people in the audience understood the hidden meaning of what he had just conveyed. This method is also fairly risky and dangerous. It is just as important and critical as installing a cranial implant in your head. I am sure you are familiar with the risks of augmenting your brain. You need to be able to trust that the implant has not been tampered with. You also need to trust the implant surgeons to perform the procedure correctly and without damaging the parts of the brain that you rely upon to excel in your work. The same considerations apply with companion spirits. I do not believe that I have botched this process when I have serviced my previous clients, but I am not a qualified medical professional who possesses any relevant certification and degrees. That caused a lot of people to look a little less eager now that Vess deliberately portrayed himself as a back-alley doctor. Vess smiled again. My original method is incredibly useful to people, but the aforementioned limitations have led me to conclude that it is not suitable for mass adoption. I am the only person who can perform this procedure. It is locked to my design philosophy and unique circumstances. My companion spirit also provides a lot of assistance in operating on people's souls. Since it is difficult to replicate my circumstances, I have worked to develop an alternate means of imparting companion spirits that is much more reliable, consistent, and replicable. He gestured towards the surrounding trees. One of my research institutions has dedicated years of development into this research project. My researchers and specialists have made relatively little progress after a point because we were lacking a critical source that could activate our desired solution. It is only after the Age of Dawn has started that our trees have gained the final factor they needed to make them work. If any of you are perceptive enough, then you should have picked up on the fact that they are constantly absorbing E-energy radiation. The trees might look a little creepy due to their fleshy construction, but Vess found it to be quite good at absorbing E-energy radiation. He attributed this to using Titania's former flesh as the main ingredient. The companion spirit fruit trees that we have developed and nurtured over the years require ordinary nutrients such as water, compost, and gases, just like any other normal standard tree. However, in order to impart these fruits with the energies needed to create companion spirits, the trees must be subjected to background radiation. The stronger the radiation, the faster these fruits can grow. One of the masters in the back couldn't help but ask a question at this time. What is the average yield of these trees, Professor Larkinson? I was just getting to that, Vess responded. None of our trees are very old at the moment. Typical young trees like this can grow a companion spirit fruit to maturity in around 3 months at the current level of background radiation. You can easily shorten this if you find a way to increase the concentration of E-energy radiation, although there will likely be diminishing returns. The trees will grow 9 to 21 fruits per cycle. You can either leave the fruits in place to enrich their energy content and produce stronger companion spirits as a result, or you can pluck them right away and use them to augment anyone who meets the requirements. What are the requirements of these fruits? Vess smirked as he turned and carefully plucked a pear-shaped fruit with a refreshing green coloring. The companion spirit fruits tended to be shaped like pears. But they came in all sorts of colors, from wheat gold to eggplant purple. It didn't really matter how they looked. One shape or color was not better than any of the alternatives. Vess just wanted to add a little more variety to the fruits in order to make them more exciting. Each mature fruit can impart a companion spirit fruit merely by ingesting them, Vess stated. Don't worry too much about the dietary impact of these fruits. It is like eating any other standard fruit. As long as your physique is able to digest an apple or a pear, you can eat this fruit. At worst, you can just vomit it out. It should not impact the process. What truly matters is that the act of biting, chewing, and swallowing the fruit activates a trigger that causes the special E-energy construct locked within the fruit to enter your body and move up to your soul. This process is completely safe. By leaving out an actor such as myself, it stands a much better chance of going through your inner defenses without triggering a rejection reaction. The ingenuity behind this process was rather clever. There was a good reason why Vess stuck to the concept of fruit, even though he could have resorted to different alternatives. From a spiritual perspective, fruits were harmless and benign foods that people always associated with positive benefits. Many trees evolved in a way that encouraged other organisms to eat their fruits, so there was no malice or danger involved in any part of this chain. By borrowing from this old interaction and making sure that his new products did not deviate too much from the conceptual meaning of fruit, Vess managed to turn these succulent and delectable snacks into viable augmentations that could induce major changes to a person's spirit. Any companion spirit fruit that does not trigger a rejection reaction is legitimate, Vess emphasized to his audience. The ones that do produce complications are either botched, immature, or somehow programmed to take advantage of you. Everyone's soul is sensitive towards any influences that can cause potential harm or malice. You can rely on this capability to prevent widespread abuse of these new kinds of fruits. Not everyone found these claims to be credible. It was in the nature of the association to verify every invention and claim to make absolutely certain that there weren't any hidden dangers. Part of the reason why the Mechers took so long in observing and monitoring Jovi's companion spirit was because of their incessant need to verify that everything was in order. Their prudence was justified. The Mechers possessed a strong engineering tradition, which meant that they went through a lot of effort to prevent any possible mistakes from occurring. A single misstep could easily kill millions of people. Right now, the Mechers still knew too little about the safety of his companion spirit fruit trees. If not for the fact that red humanity was moving closer to extinction with each passing day, they probably would have preferred that Vess spend a few more decades on refining this powerful application. Since that was not a realistic option anymore, Vess had to make sure to spell out any possible dangers and other limitations. All companion spirit fruits can be ingested by any human or red human, he stated. Now, I understand that the definition of human can be a little fuzzy these days. Aside from the biological compatibility that I have mentioned before, I have programmed the E-energy construct so that it conducts a test that verifies that the recipient is human or considers himself a human. Anyone who is obviously alien will not be able to activate the core part of the fruit. It will just float away and dissipate into nothing. His original companion spirit fruits did not possess this racial lock. The Tea Institute had to feed a lot of them to alien captives in order to gather enough test and observation data. Vess just added this restriction to the first production version of the companion spirit tree, as this pattern was meant to be utilized for use outside of lab conditions. Aside from this restriction, a companion spirit fruit can only work on individuals who already possess the talent or potential for cultivation. Not all of you may know what that means, but there is no need to worry too much about it. In the age of Mechs, few people possessed this particular quality. Now that we have entered the age of dawn, gradual exposure to background radiation is causing every human to develop this quality. It is just a matter of time. These words reassured the people who already knew that they lacked this essential property. Exotic radiation was truly a boon to all of them, as this new variable granted these people a new chance to attain extraordinary strength and longevity. Vess casually tossed and caught the green companion's spirit fruit in his hand. I think you will be able to understand these fruits a lot better if you can witness their effect in person. Who among you wishes to be the first volunteer to partake in this fruit? As long as you are not strong enough to resist the process, it should grant you a brand new companion spirit within a couple of minutes. Who wants to try? Over 100 hands immediately shot up in the air. Chapter 5183, A New Bank Slate. Many people in the audience had become attracted to the idea of obtaining a companion spirit. Blinky and the Eye of Providence had attracted a lot of Mech designers. The ones portrayed in the archival footage had a lot of appeal for Mech pilots. The Mechers and associates who attended this conference were highly successful because they constantly worked to bolster their advantages. They were highly competitive in nature and did not want to miss out on a potential benefit that could put them leagues ahead of their immediate rivals. Everyone understood that red humanity was about to undergo drastic changes. A lot of the old rules would soon be thrown out of the window. Those that did not move quickly enough might get left behind forever. Many of the attendees understood that cultivation was about to make a comeback due to the ubiquitous availability of E-energy radiation. This made companion spirits especially relevant to their lives and careers. The benefits to their own cultivation were too obvious for them to miss this opportunity. After all, who knew how long it would take for the Red Association to accumulate enough trees and grow enough fruits? There were many members who could make good use of these fruits. If the supply was too low, then it could take years and a lot of MTA merits before they could have their turn. Both Vess and Jovi scanned the individuals who raised their arms. Just as expected, many of the volunteers sat towards the front. They were the ones who were most hungry and eager to augment themselves. The older people sitting in the rear were much more prudent about this kind of stuff. They already possessed a full suite of high-quality augmentations that already produced a lot of satisfying results. Adding a completely new and unanticipated improvement to the mix might disrupt their equilibrium and cause them to become unbalanced. There was a remarkably high proportion of people who possessed spiritual potential in the audience. This made sense as the weakest Mech designers who attended this conference were journeymen. However, that still left a lot of Mech pilots, Mech officers along with regular scientists and engineers who did not possess any advantages in this area. Vess automatically left them out of consideration. He focused his sights on a younger candidate who would likely exhibit a strong reaction and express a lot of appreciation for gaining a new companion spirit. He quietly communicated with Jovi over a wireless connection to refine his selection. I think it is best to go for a Mech pilot as opposed to a Mech designer, Jovi advised. I am already an example of a Mech designer who has benefited from a companion spirit. The real decision makers want to take a closer look at how a Mech pilot handles this new addition. Good idea. It's a shame that neither of the two expert pilots in the crowd have raised their arms. The companion spirit that emerges from one is always a lot stronger from the start. Does your fruit even work for them, Vess? I have never tested it, but it should work in theory. After a quick discussion, they chose to select a 35-year-old expert candidate who was in his prime. According to the record that Jovi was able to access, the powerful pilot not only made excellent attainments in virtual competitions and practice battles, but also spent a lot of time on fighting against alien warfleets in the front lines. Although the man had yet to undergo apotheosis, his willpower was strong and vigorous enough to stand out from the audience. He was the best choice aside from the two expert pilots who adopted a wait-and-see attitude. Once the expert candidate got called over, he rose from his seat and navigated his way forward. The man exuded an air of confidence that became more obvious as he got closer. Vess actually did not know how obtaining a companion spirit would affect his chances of breaking through. There was a very real possibility that all of the changes to his mind and spirit would cause him to get pushed away from apotheoses. However, as long as the delay was not too great, it was always worthwhile to get a new companion spirit. "Here you go," Vess said in a friendly tone as he passed the green companion spirit fruit. "Just bite into it and eat it whole. The process will already begin from the moment you swallow your first piece of fruit, but it is best to go through with it in order to minimize any possible complications." "Understood, Professor," the expert candidate responded as he regarded the fruit in his hand with a careful glance. "Any other instructions?" "You should relax and allow the fruit to do its work. It might feel unnerving once it goes into effect, but do your best to remain calm and trust that the process will do its work without complications. I think it is best if you sit down." The expert candidate immediately lowered himself until his uniformed body knelt onto the floor. He then proceeded to lift the fruit to his mouth and bit into it like he would an apple. The fruit was actually a lot softer than a standard apple or pear. The flavor and density of the fruit was light. This made it easier for the man to swallow it down to his stomach. The transformation had already begun at this time. A projection came to life that displayed the detailed physiological state of the expert candidate. While the sensor readings showed clear signs that the expert candidate was growing more active and excited, they did not show any further abnormalities. The changes to his body were entirely caused by emotional fluctuations. The real magic took place in a different layer of existence. Many of the individuals with stronger perception leaned forward in order to try their best to track what was happening to the expert candidate. Not all of them possessed the ability to observe the transformation process as clearly as Vess, but even they could feel the progressively stronger ripples emanating from the man. "It's happening." While the expert candidate exhibited intermittent signs that he wanted to resist the changes induced by whatever the fruit slid inside of him, he took all of the advice in mind and forcibly maintained a state of calm. The spiritual construct imparted by the fruit actually worked a little slower than usual, but everything fell within expectation. Vess did not show any concern that the process would fail as he saw that the expert candidate remained under control. Slowly but surely, the spiritual construct attached itself to the pilot's spirituality and began to spawn a new semi-independent growth. The process looked parasitic, but Vess had designed it to be as painless and gentle as possible. Several minutes passed by as the expert candidate occasionally frowned in discomfort. He could feel himself expanding in a manner that he could never describe. It was like birthing a new child, but his offspring happened to be himself. Slowly but surely, the spiritual add-on imparted by the fruit took root, borrowed the strength of the recipient, and began to activate the small amount of life energy that was vital to the entire transformation process. A blank new companion spirit steadily came to life. As the expert candidate finally opened his eyes, he took a moment to take a few breaths and explore his strange new condition. The audience remained completely silent as they waited to see and hear what was coming next. Did the process succeed? Had this expert candidate obtained a powerful augmentation that set him up to do greater deeds on the battlefield? "I feel as if I am in control of my own body, but also another one that is new and unusual in so many ways," the man described. "You should be able to control your new companion spirit right away," Vess gently said. "To be more precise, it is an inherent ability of any companion spirit. You are him, and he is you. Both of you are the same individual, just split up into two personalities. Your companion spirit can think for itself, but you can always exert more direct control over it at any point. Try out. Command your new spirit to emerge from your head and show it off to everyone." What emerged was a spirit shaped like a human. In fact, the small and translucent form of the new companion spirit was a precise match for the expert candidate. The only major deviation was that the spirit lacked color. The pale new addition looked like a tiny ghost or fairy. "Why does he come in the form of a human?" the expert candidate asked in puzzlement. "Why is it not a cat or a lizard?" "The shape is unconsciously determined by the thoughts and desires of the recipients," Vess answered. "If one am in control of the process, then I can manually create any animal or object that you desire. The companion spirit fruit is not able to respond so well to any demands. It will select the shape that reflects you the best or that you truly desire. The form of a companion spirit is not too important. It is more for image's sake. Their real strengths and abilities are determined by other factors. If you are dissatisfied, then your companion spirit will steadily outgrow his old form and morph into a cat or a dragon over time. It all depends on what you truly want. The starting form of a companion spirit should already reflect their principles rather well. The issue was that people could change a lot over time. This was especially in the case of major events and traumas. Companion spirits were designed to partially mirror this growth and change themselves so that they could remain relevant and useful. Does your spirit possess any special strengths and abilities? The expert candidate frowned before shaking his head. 1. Do not feel he has any. He is still too young. I think one can replicate one of my favorite attacks whenever I pilot my Mech. Let me try. The companion spirit began to look more and more active until he finally let loose a bunch of intangible plasma bolts. The harmless attacks weren't even threatening enough to trip any security alarms. Is that supposed to do anything? The man and his companion spirit both looked confused. He is still young, Vess patiently explained to the man. You should try to embed your companion spirit into your machine or a specific component of it. Vess advised with a grin. You might be able to resonate with your Mech to a degree. Even if that does not happen, it is still helpful for you to impart a part of yourself into your Mech. You will be able to get more in tune with the machine. At the same time, your spirit will shape himself to his environment and start to develop abilities related to Mechs. This will take time as your spirit is not only young, but also close to a blank slate. As more and more people became enthralled by the new companion spirit, Vess wanted to close his presentation with an important message. Every companion spirit fruit grants a new beginning to its eater. Each of you has a responsibility to nurture your new addition. If you neglect your new gift, then it will not grow as fast as one that is actively used and taken care of. No matter whether you obtain a companion spirit from a fruit or from a customized service, each of them has the potential to become as powerful, if not more powerful, than any would-be god. The journey will be long, but it will also be easier because it is technically a natural energy-based life form. That completes my presentation. Do any of you have any questions? Vess immediately became engulfed by over 50 questions. Chapter 50, 184 Tree Security Management. Vess tried his best to impart as much essential information in his presentation. He felt he did a good job at conveying the essentials so that everyone could make a judgment on how much his companion spirits and the trees that enabled their proliferation could contribute to humanity. Over the course of his presentation, Vess constantly paid attention to his audience. He gauged their receptiveness towards his proposal and tried to figure out if any of them showed any opposition towards companion spirits. While Vess saw a handful of concerned individuals who justifiably thought that this invention had not undergone enough rigorous testing to be utilized on actual humans, they were just the minority. There were still plenty of other people who were so greedy for power that they fell in love with both the short-term and long-term benefits of obtaining a companion spirit. No one cared whether Vess was a young, second-class associate anymore. Almost everyone recognized and acknowledged the value of his companion spirits. They could easily change red humanity forever as long as the supply of companion spirit fruit trees were abundant enough. It made sense that the first question related to mass production. How easy is it to scale up production and produce millions of fruits a day? Are these fruits only available from these specific trees of yours, or can they also be produced through other means, such as materialization? It is not easy to scale up production, Vess admitted. These trees are made out of repurposed astral beast flesh. They possess certain properties that cannot be obtained from cloned organic tissue or other easily accessible alternatives. Materialization is not an option because the resulting tree will miss an essential life factor that can only be gained through organic growth. The good news is that there is a good chance that you can probably use any ancient beast flesh as long as it belongs to a centuries, if not millennia-old life form. No matter how different the properties may be, the resulting trees will conform to a standard template to prevent any incompatibility with humans. He had partially incorporated aspects of the blood cult scarlet oak tree growth manual that he had obtained in the past. My research capabilities are limited. I am good in a number of specific fields, but my expertise is nowhere near as comprehensive as that of your association. I am sure that there are many experts among you who can address many of the problems and limitations of my work. Vess already encountered enough bona fide cultivators within the halls of the Comatter Reign to know that the survivalist faction had a good pulse on cultivation. The survivalists did not reject this hidden heritage. They chose to embrace it so that they could use the wisdom of the ancients to quickly get up to speed on how to take advantage of exotic radiation. Since the Red Association was so tolerant, it should have no problem bringing together the right experts to increase the practicality of companion spirit trees. Perhaps they might even be able to improve the efficacy of its fruits. Vess essentially handed over the responsibility of mass production to the association. If the Mechers wanted to make companion spirits available to the masses so badly, then they were free to allocate as much manpower and resources into this project as they wished. One of the masters sitting in the rear asked another important question. How well are your companion spirit fruit trees protected against theft and unauthorized use? If our alien adversaries have managed to obtain samples of your trees and fruits, what is your estimate on whether they can reverse engineer them and develop their own variants that work for their species? This was a real risk, but Vess had already thought about this problem in advance. I have implemented numerous safeguards to prevent that from happening, Vess responded. You might not be able to see it, but the most critical factor that allows the fruits to create companion spirits is a rare variation of E-energy. It is not present in background radiation and can only be produced through extremely limited means that are under my control. Vess did not feel comfortable with explaining the real mechanism that ensured that others were unlikely to succeed in their effort to create unsanctioned imitations of his work. He had made a deal with Gaia to manage and oversee every single companion spirit fruit tree. Vess was not able to make this happen by himself, but the aloof true god was able to lend a hand to make it happen after implementing a few adaptations. Just as Vess supported all of his products from afar, Gaia had become akin to a tree spirit to every companion spirit fruit tree. It was subtle, but Gaia's faint influence played an essential role in creating the right life energy that could make the companion spirit come to life. If her contribution was absent, then the companion spirits would possess no real life. They would end up as flawed and malformed extensions of an individual's spirituality. Vess could not foresee the consequences of stopping the transformation process before the most critical step occurred, but he did not think it would end up well for the subject in question. The more senior attendees found the answer to be overly vague, but they understood that it was not quite convenient to ask for further clarification. Security was a sensitive matter. It was best for Vess to limit any further explanations in front of a more limited panel of Mechers. For now, they just had to take his word that the aliens would not be able to replicate the effect of his companion spirit fruits so easily. Vess did not believe that his companion spirit fruit trees would remain limited to humans forever. He already possessed a few ideas on how to circumvent his own security precautions. If he could do it, then there had to be other powerful beings out there that could produce a similar result. Aside from that, As exotic radiation continued to transform the Red Ocean, more and more humans and aliens would gain spiritual capabilities. Who knew if one of them happened to circumvent the security measures of his trees with ease? From the moment Vess, or the Red Association, chose to introduce companion spirit fruits to Red humanity, Pandora's box had truly opened. It was no longer possible to contain what was unleashed. Vess calmly answered a few more tricky questions. While he did not divulge too much information, his words increased people's trust in his companion spirit fruits. Professor Larkinson, is it possible for us to acquire and make use of the remaining fruits? It did not miss everyone's notice that there were a lot more fruits that were just begging to get eaten. Vess had thought about multiple ways he could sell these precious goods. He ultimately thought that companion spirit fruits might not be so rare once the Red Association successfully started mass production. If that happened relatively soon, then anyone who paid a fortune to obtain these relatively weak fruits would probably get pissed because they felt they had been scammed. It was best for Vess to rein in his greed and offer a more reasonable price for his goods. It was fine to charge a premium based on how the people could gain a head start, but it was not wise to treat them as fools. Besides, the real gain was to create more companion spirit holders. They would inevitably show off their new additions and perform a lot better with their help. Once word of mouth about companion spirits began to spread within the association, the demand for them would definitely skyrocket. I plan to offer 2 kinds of opportunities for you to obtain a companion spirit. Vess addressed the crowd. I will sell each fruit for 100,000 MTA credits each. Make sure you read the accompanying instruction manual to avoid wasting them. After that, I will hold an auction for 5 possible opportunities to receive a customized companion spirit from me that is much more powerful than what you can get from a fruit. Jovi had actually been the one to suggest an auction. It was an excellent way to maximize his profits out of a limited number of clients. By preying on their wealth and desperation, Vess would be able to limit the amount of time he wasted on this chore, but still make it worthwhile enough. This immediately made a lot more people excited. A lot of Mechers and associates would probably converge towards this hall, if not for the fact that this closed session did not permit any further entry. I do not intend to buy these fruit for myself, but I wish to reserve them for my disciplines. An older gentleman spoke from the rear. How long will they remain effective after they are plucked? Lamb not entirely certain about that, Vess honestly admitted. I have not tested this. I predict that they will remain active for several months. They are designed to last at least that long. 1 a.m. not sure whether they will deteriorate after that. Their efficacy may gradually weaken over time, which is not good as that increases the chance of complications. It is safest to take them within a week. Don't try to freeze them as that will not really preserve the most important components of these fruits. He needed to remind himself to task the Tea Institute with testing the longevity of the companion spirit fruits. The best way to do so was to pluck a lot of fruits, keep them in storage under different conditions, and gradually feed them to the alien captives and test subjects imprisoned within the dragon's den. All of those aliens were troublesome to manage and support. It was always better if he and his clan could exploit their value by subjecting them to different experiments. Vess soon began to sell the fruits. He had brought a total of 15 companion spirit fruit trees to the conference. Each of them possessed an average of 18 fruits, which meant he had 270 fruits in total. He had already held back 200 companion spirit fruits, so that the Mechers could subject them to an extensive battery of tests. This meant that he could readily put up 70 fruits for sale, which should be enough to meet the immediate demand from his audience. Just as expected, the fruit sold out quickly. 100,000 MTA credits was a significant sum to the average Mecher, but it was not that excessive to some of the elites and high-ranked Mechers who were qualified to attend this conference. 7 million MTA credits was not a small sum for an average second-class organization. As it was, The Larkinson clan would be able to modernize a lot of old and outdated products and systems with this tidy windfall. Just as Vess expected, a lot of the people who ended up buying the fruits were older researchers and master Mech designers. They either wanted to conduct their own research on these unusual products or reserved them for their own descendants and apprentices. Of course, that still left a lot of people who cherished the fruits in their hands as if it was the greatest treasure in the red ocean. They refrained from ingesting them right away. They intended to wait until the session was over so that they could head over to one of the Comatter Rain's medical bays so that they could eat the fruits under supervision. Once the 70 fruits passed on to their new owners, Vess finally commenced his auction. Do not miss this opportunity to gain a stronger and more customized companion spirit. By allowing me to impart them in person, I can create strong helpers that are comparable to the likes of Blinky, the Eye of Providence, and Kuroshi that can enrich your life or the life of a candidate of your choosing. My capacity is limited, so I will only do this 5 times during this conference. Commence the bidding. Chapter 50, 185 Messy Auction. Vess rubbed his hands in clear anticipation of what was about to proceed. He had already spent a lot of time on hyping up the value and utility of companion spirits. Through the use of words, archival footage, and a bit of promotional artwork, many of the Mechers and associates who had attended this closed session developed a strong appreciation of his work. It was a rather odd sight. It was usually the Mechers that looked down on second-raters. Now the situation had reversed because Vess introduced a product and a service that they could not provide themselves. He had become one of the many associates that the survivalists found worthwhile enough to befriend. Now, their efforts literally bore fruit as Vess answered their call in a time of need and offered a solution that could potentially strengthen all of red humanity in a way that no one could imagine. This was all a part of a grand plan. The conference organized by the survivalist faction served as a quick introduction to the possibilities of cultivation and E-energy radiation. Vess was not the only person who attempted to do business by selling one of his staple inventions within the halls of the Comatter Rain. As soon as the conference had come to an end, tens of thousands of talents and high-ranking leaders would return to their respective places in red humanity's space and begin to proliferate much of the powerful new boons introduced in the conference. The auction was about to commence. Vess did not feel the need to make it too formal or adopt a more formal process. Everyone here already received enough information on companion spirits to understand the value of customized products. Vess had also been honest enough to state that a blank companion spirit from a fruit had the potential to surpass a customized companion spirit based on growth, experiences, and other factors. That depressed the value of a custom product, but not too much. There ought to be enough wealthy and resourceful guests among the 700 who attended this closed session who did not mind paying a small fortune in order to gain a head start for themselves or their hand-picked dependents. Vess had to strike a balancing act. He wanted his service to have value, but not so much that the Mechers forced him to slave away all of the time. By hinting that his capacity to operate on people's spirits was limited, he should hopefully be left alone after he had completed his orders. Vess stood on a slightly elevated step and gazed at the people seated in front of him. Jovi, meanwhile, stood at the side as he got ready to track and value the upcoming bids. A new projection came to life that displayed 5 empty slots. We do not have much time left, so let us do it like this. Each of you can voice your bids. As long as my friend and I place a high enough valuation on your offer, it will show up in the top 5. Each of you will be able to place a bid if you have not done so yet, or revise your existing one if you are willing to make a greater concession. This bidding process will end when no more offers arrive that affect the top-ranking bids. It might be better for Vess to string out the 5 possible opportunities one after another, but that would turn this session into an unseemly mercantile occasion. This would not leave the best impression behind. He had to remind himself that the central theme of the conference centered around contributing to the survival of red humanity. It was not supposed to be a celebration where people selfishly tried to profiteer from this extinction-level threat. That said, no one worked for free. Many of the Mechers and all of the associates wanted to make sure their own interests were being met. They would never endeavor to work so hard to save red humanity if their remuneration was insufficient. Before we begin, I think I should clarify my demands. Vess spoke in a more personal tone. I am not in an acute need of MTA credits. It is all numbers to me. I am more interested in benefits that can help me transition my clan from a second-class pioneering organization to a first-class one. Starships, advanced technologies, exclusive knowledge, long-term business contracts, and anything else that can speed up the uplift process is helpful. I am particularly interested in any solutions that can speed up the learning process so that second-raters are able to learn all of the skills needed to qualify as first-raters. That last demand was a particularly important demand for Vess. As he worked to enable his clan to play in the big leagues, he already knew that the majority of his clansmen would ultimately have to be left behind at the second-class stage. The gap was just too great. Only the smartest, most talented, and most hardworking of second-raters would be able to follow Vess to this greater stage. The others would probably have little choice but to join one of the current or future branches of the Larkinson clan that continued to operate in the middle zones. Vess still wanted to give the slowpokes a chance to gradually move their way up. As long as they performed well enough and made enough contributions, the clan should be able to provide them with high-quality augmentations and other forms of assistance that would hopefully speed up their own efforts. Who knew if a new invention might emerge that would magically insert a lot of knowledge and proficiency in people's heads? If the system was able to create enlightenment fruits, then others might be able to create similar products. It was not necessary for the substitutes to be as good. Vess only cared about whether it was safe and whether it was available in larger quantities. The expressions of certain Mechers frowned when they heard his last demand. The truth was that the Mech Trade Association, and by extension, the Red Association, did have methods to quickly accelerate the learning process. It was one of the ways in which the Mechers were able to get a lot of its recruited members up to speed. It was actually the same kind of tech that the polymath proposed to transform huge batches of hastily grown batch humans into ready-made soldiers and other service personnel. No matter what flaws or sequela was associated with this high-tech solution, Vess wanted to try and see if he could secure access for his clansmen. Vess spent another minute on explaining his expectations for this auction before he opened the bidding process. You may begin to place your bid. You can do so by voicing it in the open. If you wish to be more discreet for whatever reason, you can transmit an encrypted message to Jovi Armelin, who will place it on the list but keep the details hidden to the public if necessary. A lot of people voiced or transmitted their bids right away. Both Vess and Jovi had to maximize their mental capacity in order to quickly value and rank the opening bids. Of course, more than a few of the attendees just threw out low bids for fun or in the hopes that no one was willing to offer more. Vess and Jovi outright ignored them and focused on the more lucrative ones. It was hard to quantify the exact value of non-monetary offers. Vess did not even try to do so. He settled for deciding upon their ranking instead, which was much less demanding. 7 million MTA credits. 15 million MTA credits. 130 million MTA credits. 1 first-class superdrives fitted for sub-capital ships. Just one, that is too modest. I will offer 2 first-class superdrives. 150 kilograms of face water. I will agree to collaborate with you on designing a commercial first-class multipurpose mech. I will introduce you to the Harma Vess family that has settled in the Zelmer Upper Zone. The family can help you source materials and open up new business channels when you are ready to market your products to first-raters. Vess tried to suppress his grin as more and more attractive bids continued to arrive. The projected list constantly changed as people tried to upstage the current top 5 offers. He found it challenging to determine whether a certain good or service deserved to be ranked on top of another attractive bid. There were many times where he and Jovi had to make quick and sloppy judgment calls because it would take too much time and effort to evaluate them properly. In any case, Vess went by his gut and relied on his feelings and intuition to navigate this exciting process. I am the majority shareholder of a top implant development company. One of the master Mech designers spoke up. Most of the company remains stuck in the old galaxy, but our local subsidiary in the Red Ocean has enough researchers and data to continue their development in this new age. I can offer you or your chosen candidate a chance to replace an outdated cranial implant with a customized premium first-class model that is adapted to the new variables. Vess' eyes lit up. While he did not feel the need to replace his transformed and mutated bioimplant, his wife urgently needed this improvement. He could save a lot of MTA merits and give Gloriana a fantastic anniversary gift if he could secure this valuable boon. My spouse and my children could make use of high-performing first-class cranial implants. Vess spoke as he set the master Mech designer's attractive offer at the top of the current ranking. If any of you are able to equip them with high-quality implants, that would be great. High-performing cranial implants were expensive and difficult to procure. They not only demanded the best first-class exotics in order to produce the high-quality miniaturized components that made them work so well, but they also had to be designed, configured, and installed by the top implant experts in their respective fields. Only the most renowned and established implant development companies could service this exclusive market. While it was not that difficult for our Ray Masters to purchase this product for themselves, they were not able to buy it for others at an affordable price. These people had to come up with other ways to win an opportunity to obtain a custom companion spirit. We have constructed a small but fully equipped first-class outpost on a planet in the Caesarian Upper Zone. An associate spoke. We initially planned to use it as the base of our operations to support our expansion into the interior of the Red Ocean, but recent events have caused us to shift our strategy. We originally intended to disassemble the outpost and ship back the modules to the Agamemnon Upper Zone, but I will transfer ownership to you as long as you agree to exchange 2 companion spirit quotas. Vess shook his head. 2 is too much. The Caesarian Upper Zone will soon be engulfed in the flames of war as it is too close to the current front lines. By the way, please take into account that one will only provide 1 quota per individual or group. This was still an incredibly attractive offer, despite all of the pitfalls. Vess was not sure whether he would want to keep the outpost in its current location. If not, he could always arrange for it to be moved to the rear, though the location probably wouldn't be as desirable due to excessive crowding. At this point, the bids started to slow down as the top ones were already pretty expensive. Is there anyone among you who is willing to offer a first-class starship? Nobody obliged, much to Vess' disappointment. The value of starships had skyrocketed even further after the Greater Beyonder Gate got cut off. Even first-raters struggled to accumulate them, given that they demanded a lot of expensive resources to build. No one was crazy enough to trade a starship for a custom companion spirit. Chapter 50, 186 EdNet. Now that the auction had reached this stage, few people continued to make their bids. They carefully weighed their options and tried to tailor a bid that would successfully allow them to squeeze into 5th place. While many of these people possessed a lot more assets than that, they needed to be careful about giving away their core assets for a rather abstract return. No one was able to quantify the value of a companion spirit. While it promised to grant immediate short-term benefits, it took years of continuous growth in order for them to truly come into power. This waiting period was a bit too long for many people. The coming difficulties meant that they needed to ensure they possessed sufficient capital to tide over the next few years. This was why nobody gave up their own starships, even if they had plenty in their possession. I wish to bid with 5 copies of my Kemendivar C-variant Mech model. Another master Mech designer spoke. My Kemendivar is a line of first-class multi-purpose Mechs targeted towards security companies and other mid-range consumers. The C-variant is adapted for spaceborne use and can help with defending fleets against threats at multiple ranges. If you agree to provide the face water, I can change the model to the more powerful and luxurious F-variant, which is several times more effective in combat. Vess looked tempted. 5 serious commercial first-class multipurpose Mechs could massively increase the combat power of his fleet. He quickly shook his head. First-class multipurpose Mech sounded nice, but his clan lacked the pilots who could make full use of their advanced capabilities. It took a lot more training and learning to be able to operate these machines in a way that justified their inclusion. Besides, the moment his clan started fielding first-class Mechs was the moment where he and his clan would have to abide by an entirely different set of rules and obligations. It was not wise to trigger this transition too early. Nobody in his clan was ready as of yet. Not even Vess thought he was qualified to design first-class multipurpose Mechs that were up to the standard of a first-class senior Mech designer. As long as these conditions weren't met, Vess was not inclined to accept this bid. Besides, he wanted to design first-class Mechs himself when the time was right. His clan depended on Mechs designed in-house for over a decade, and for good reasons. Every machine was alive, and many of them had grown considerably stronger after years of active service. The ideal way to handle this situation was to gradually upgrade his existing stock of Mechs to quasi-first-class versions. Once his Mech pilots all got used to fighting at a higher intensity, Vess wanted to upgrade those machines to proper first-class Mechs. The multipurpose part was not entirely necessary as far as Vess was concerned. The Ouroboros already proved in part that simpler Mechs that fit more restricted archetypes still had value at the first-class level. So long as Vess kept his first-class Mech designs as simple and familiar as possible, he hoped that all of his existing veteran Mech pilots would be able to accompany him in his journey. In any case, Vess automatically assigned a low value to any offer that included first-class Mechs. The attendees soon got the message and stopped offering their own work. Jovi suddenly received a transmission that contained a discreet offer. He frowned as he struggled to judge how much value he should ascribe to this vague description. He silently passed it over to Vess. Look at this. It is related to cultivation. When Vess inwardly read through the bid, he immediately became excited. He tried his best to suppress any outward reactions, but it was hard to contain his glee. The reason why he became so enthused about this offer was because it not only had to do with cultivation science, but also happened to be highly relevant to his professional interests. He read the message, once again, in order to make sure he did not misjudge the value of the bid. I am the patriarch of the Beckeranson family. My relatives and I are descendants from an ancient lineage that is purported to be led by a legendary figure that claims to be a divine blacksmith. Our records of these ancient times are spotty and incomplete, so I cannot verify whether they are accurate. The reason why we are confident that we are indeed related to this ancient figure is because we are in possession of remnant notes and scriptures that the blacksmith has left behind. We have brought them here in order to enlist the Red Association's aid in translating and interpreting the ancient letters. 1 a.m. offering to give you access to the translated texts once they are available. If you prefer to study the ancient scriptures directly in their original form, I am open to granting you the right to peruse them in person for the duration of this conference. Vess was not surprised that Jovi punted this ball to him. It sounded a bit sketchy. Few people alive today knew what a divine blacksmith was supposed to be. It could just be a particularly talented, but relatively mundane craftsman who just happened to have an overinflated reputation during his lifetime. The truth was much different, however. Vess couldn't help but recall the description of the divine blacksmith record's enlightenment fruit that he caught sight of not too long ago. The high price tag deterred him from purchasing it, but it also highlighted the value of this ancient heritage. There was a chance that the two might be related. The probability was low, but not zero. It could also be that whatever tattered records the Beckeranson family managed to preserve over the course of hundreds of thousands of years might not be complete enough anymore to provide much value. Vess did not want to miss this opportunity, though. He speculated that a divine blacksmith might be one of the most representative types of creation cultivator during ancient times. The much more modern tradition of Mech design might have been based on some of the working principles of this older profession. If this was the case, then Vess would be able to learn secrets that allowed him to understand the foundation of Mech design. Aside from that, the scriptures might also provide more guidance to Vulcan, allowing him to advance his understanding of traditional craftsmanship by leaps and bounds. The list of top 5 offers changed. The anonymized bid took 4th place for the time being. Vess would have valued it higher, if not for the vagueness and uncertainty surrounding these ancient scriptures. Anyone further bids? A few more trickled in, but none of them were valuable enough to shake the top 5. These people were just giving it a try to see if they could get a deal out of this auction. It was at this point that one of the 3 big shots made a bid for the first time. Both Vess and Jovi had been monitoring the actions of the representatives of the 3 dominant cliques of the survivalist faction. Compared to individual Mechers and associates, the 3 envoys had access to a much greater quantity and variety of bargaining chips. Master Xena Wintress, of the Xenotechnician sub-faction, instantly silenced the hall when she spoke. Lamb willing to bid 10 permanent quotas to our association's EdNet. Professor Armelin may have already informed you what that means. If he hasn't, then you only need to understand that the EdNet is a deep virtual reality training and education solution that immerses a human into a long-duration interfacing pod. The reason for doing so is that the pod can accelerate the neural transmissions and thinking speeds of the trainees so that they can effectively perceive time at a faster rate. Time inside the EdNet's enclosed virtual environment can pass up to 5 times greater than normal. This was an incredibly valuable offer, and exactly what Vess wanted to obtain during this auction. The EdNet was the Mech Trade Association's traditional method of quickly bringing people up to standard. What Master Wintress said was correct. Through a mixture of different treatments, it was possible to accelerate the subjective experience of time of an individual by 5 times. This meant that people could spend 5 times learning essential skills inside the EdNet, while only a single year passed in the material realm. Not even the MSDS could replicate this amazing benefit. As Vess grew more and more excited about this amazing bid, Jovi transmitted a few caveats over their private communication channel. The EdNet is generally good, but it is not perfect. The infrastructure required to operate it is immense. The only way for people to connect to it is to send them to the Violet Central Star Node or another core star system under the control of the Red Association. Anyone you send cannot be pulled out in advance, as this will inflict great damage to their health. They will have to remain connected for a full term, which is 2 years at minimum and 4 years at maximum. Once completed, it is not possible for the same individual to enter the EdNet within 20 standard years. Vess did not hear about this before. The EdNet was not harmless. It induced great stress onto the central nervous systems of its users, so much so that their brains incurred actual damage. This was why a recovery period of 2 decades was mandatory. The Mechers did not recommend that anyone connect to the EdNet after this time had passed, because it was just too damaging. Nonetheless, Vess strongly believed that many of his clansmen needed this powerful learning tool. Vess was not sure how much a single quota was worth. 10 quotas was not enough to uplift the entire clan into a first-class organization, but it at least allowed him to uplift a small group of hand-picked confidantes ahead of time. Is the EdNet accessible to both potentates and non-potentates? Both Mech pilots and non-Mech pilots can make use of it. It works better for potentates. The higher their genetic aptitude, the lighter the strain. Potentates with A or B-grade genetic aptitudes can comfortably make use of the EdNet while suffering minimal damage to their brains, especially when they have the appropriate augmentations. Pilots with lower genetic aptitudes can still make use of the EdNet, but their effective combat performance will degrade at a faster rate. The problem is compounded when piloting highly complex first-class multipurpose mechs. If these mech pilots cannot make enough progress, they will be forced to retire a few decades earlier than normal. All of this information was new to Vess. He never knew that genetic aptitude made such an enormous difference to the EdNet. Does that mean that non-potentates effectively incur the most brain damage from using the EdNet? Vess asked. That is correct. The danger sounds serious, but the actual neurological damage is not noticeable for most professionals. The human brain can tolerate a surprising amount of defects. The right gene treatments and cranial implants can protect the nerves from degrading too quickly, and extensive medical treatments during and after the lengthy session can lower the damage even more. This is the reason why many mechers have not devolved into drooling idiots after they emerged from the EdNet. It was much better to learn stuff the old-fashioned way rather than rely on the EdNet. However, if there were no alternatives, then the EdNet was an effective way to quickly overcome the skill and knowledge gap. Vess no longer held any doubts towards this bid and put on second place, elevating it above the first-class outpost bid. The main reason why he did not rank it at the top was because Master Wintress only included 10 quotas in her bid. At least the quotas were permanent. Vess could continue to rotate his men for as long as the Red Association maintained the EdNet. Chapter 50, 187 Lucky Captain. As the auction neared its end, Vess already felt more than satisfied with the top 5 bids. They encompassed a variety of boons that enriched his clan as well as his personal interests. The mechers normally never offered these bids to associates under normal circumstances. Once the bid of Master Xena Wintress showed up on the list, many people continued to observe the other 2 envoys. In the end, Master Tolarian Cerny declined to make a bid. Master Henry Urbeck, who represented the interests of the Fist of Defiance, made the final major bid in this auction. We have connections with the Red Fleet. Given your prior history with fighting against numerous different alien fleets, we can arrange an RF frigate warship token for you. This token will be bound to your name. Take note that the fleeters have the right to deprive it from you, as long as you abuse your privileges. What? The audience showed a much greater reaction this time. No one could have imagined that the Fist of Defiance could actually help Vess obtain an actual token. Very few of them had been issued since the Red Fleet announced its controversial warship quota program. It would be an amazing benefit if the Larkinson clan was one of the few who managed to win a token, even if it was the least valuable among the ones included in the program. A frigate was larger than a mech, but not large enough to pose a great threat towards a decently sized mech force. However, a small warship was better than no warship as far as Vess was concerned. The Larkinson clan did not even have to wait for the diligent Ovenbird or an external shipyard to construct an armed frigate. It could quickly put its token to good use by repairing and refurbishing one of the many captured alien vessels that fell within the specifications of the token. The Larkinsons could even field the Archie-ship, captured by Lucky as long as they managed to repair her systems and learned how to operate her properly. The requirements were a bit high, though. The Archie-ship had incurred a fair amount of internal damage, so no one had a good idea how reliable she was in her current state. Repairing the Archie-ship required special knowledge on Architect that the Larkinson clan did not possess at this time. Even if Larkinsons were able to repair the Archie ship, she was nothing more than a gigantic alien monument so long as no one was able to control all of her systems. While the relatively small alien stealth vessel included a number of backup controls that enabled humans to turn off the lighting, open certain hatches, and so on, this was far from enough to put this incredibly valuable warship in the field. The clan needed to gain full control over her systems. In order to make that happen, the Larkinsons needed to interface with her architect systems somehow. This was easier said than done. Humans did not possess the arch-echelles required to directly interface with the Archie ship. Perhaps the xenotechnician and his researchers may have figured out a way to circumvent this requirement, but Vess did not get his hopes up that he and his clan could obtain their solution. The only member of the Larkinson clan that had demonstrated slightly greater control over the Archie ship than others was Lucky. For a brief moment of time, Vess visualized a highly unusual scenario. An Archie ship roamed across the stars in total stealth. The repaired and modified alien vessel slipped behind enemy lines with confidence and quietly approached isolated enemy ships and ambushed them without mercy. Once the battle had ended before it properly started, the handful of surviving aliens who were taken prisoner attempted to look their captors in the face in order to voice their defiance. Yet when these alien captives were finally brought inside the Archie ship, it turned out the ship was crewed by a colony of intelligent cats. Each cat wore the red uniforms and protective suits of the Larkinson clan. The most important feline of all was Lucky, whose recently transformed archimetal body enabled him to control the Archie ship as if he was an actual member of the Archie race. Meow. Vess shook his head to get rid of this silly notion. There was no way he would invest Lucky as the captain of the Archie ship and allow him to roam the new frontier like a feline freebooter. The entire notion sounded absurd, even though there was an actual chance to make this happen. If Vess was able to make the Archie ship usable, then he preferred to keep her under human control. Who knew what kind of mischief Lucky would get up to if he gained sole control over this small but incredibly slippery vessel? Vess would never allow Captain Lucky to roam the stars by himself. It was much better if the Larkinson clan could design and construct an armed frigate from scratch. The Naval Design Department could finally tackle an exciting new project. Chief Shipwright Vivian Tsai and her staff might not have any experience with designing warships, but they were quick learners who already learned a lot of lessons from examining captured alien vessels. A warship of the frigate classification was also small enough to limit the technological complexity of the hull. There was simply not enough capacity to fit a lot of advanced and powerful ship systems. Even the gun batteries had to be fairly tame and limited in size in order to fit the hull. In fact, there were many possible ways to design and configure a frigate. Vess personally did not see much of a point in mounting a large quantity of moderately sized gun batteries onto her hull. This was the most traditional way to outfit a frigate. They excelled at point defense and shredding small craft, but were awful at damaging larger vessels. A warship token did not restrict the caliber of gun batteries of a vessel as far as Vess knew, so it was completely possible to adopt the opposite configuration. Instead of equipping a ship with guns, the Larkinsons could equip an enormous cannon with ship modules. In other words, Naval Design Department could essentially design a dedicated ship-killer frigate. In this case, the entire length of the frigate's hull wrapped around an oversized naval cannon. This disproportionately powerful gun imposed such a heavy load on the frigate that the ship had no capacity left to accommodate any other weapon systems or useful auxiliary functions. In order to maximize her firepower to the best possible extent, the ship designers would also have to make compromises in many other areas. The frigate would move as slow as a capital ship and become awfully vulnerable to attacks. Was it really worth it to sacrifice so much just to field an unbalanced ship-killer frigate? Hell yes. Vess couldn't count the number of times where he wanted to gain a lot of hard firepower to overcome the absurdly strong transphasic energy shields of alien warships. It took a lot of mechs or expensive transphasic weapons to chew through those defenses. The time and effort expended on this chore resulted in significant delays and led to the deaths of a considerable number of mech pilots in every battle. A ship killer frigate might not be able to fight an alien warship by herself, but she was an excellent complement to a mech army that did not have access to any other large-caliber weapon systems. As long as Vess was able to apply some of his unique solutions to the warship, her effective firepower may exceed every other comparable frigate. This was a much more palatable alternative to putting the token to use by putting Lucky in charge of the Archie ship. Vess no longer held any doubts and ranked Master Urbeck's bid at the very top. An R-Ray frigate warship token was just that valuable. Though the changes triggered a small discussion among the attendees, nobody expressed any serious objections towards the ranking. It was largely based on Vess' subjective needs. The Mechers might not have a high opinion of the Red Fleet, but that was because they already fielded their own warships. The Larkinson clan did not enjoy this privilege, so a warship token sounded particularly attractive to Vess. There was no way that he wanted to let this permit slip from his grasp, so he put it right at the top. A few more minutes passed by as a handful of individuals issued cautious bids. None of them managed to get in the top 5, so Vess was ready to conclude this event. He found it a bit odd that Master Tolarian Cerny did not make a bid on behalf of the Polymath's clique. "Don't bother waiting," Jovi communicated to Vess. "I already have a companion spirit. The Polymath and her followers have already examined my Eye of Providence in great detail. Companion spirits are not as mysterious to them anymore." That made sense, sort of. Vess clapped his hands in order to signal the end of the auction. "The bidding window has closed. Thank you for participating in this auction. I am sincerely grateful to all of you for showing so much willingness to exchange your benefits with mine. The time allotted to this closed session has run out. This ends my presentation on companion spirits. I hope that each of you, as well as the red humanity, can gain strength from them. If you can, please convince your colleagues and superiors to support the initiative to grow companion spirit fruit trees en masse and make their fruits available to the wider public. The more humans become empowered by companion spirits, the faster our race can assimilate in our new cosmic neighborhood." Much of the 700 attendees chose to clap their hands and applaud Vess for taking the initiative to share this potentially life-changing invention. All of them recognized the magnitude of his contribution, even though nothing had happened as of yet. As long as companion spirits were truly as safe and useful as Vess claimed, there was no way the Red Association could stop their adoption. The only questionable part was mass production. The Red Association's research groups still had to solve a lot of problems before these vital trees could be multiplied to a point where their fruits could readily meet all of the demand. As Vess and Jovi surrendered the hall to the next assigned speaker, the 3 envoys called the 2 over so that they could hold a discussion in a more private setting. "Come, there is a secure meeting room on the next deck where we can discuss our initial decisions towards your proposal." It did not take long for them to enter a secure meeting compartment that was already configured for sensitive talks. The 2 groups sat on the opposite end of a square metal table. Vess understood that the most important moment had come. The only survivalists who had the right to decide upon this enormous matter were the 3 faction leaders. It was not necessary for 2-star designers and a god pilot to pass judgment on this matter in person, so the envoys effectively possessed the power to make the initial decision on what to do with companion spirits. "Professor Vess Larkinson," Master Xena Wintris broke the silence. "First of all, congratulations for holding your first presentation in our conference. Your reputation and word of your innovation will have undoubtedly spread among our members and associates. We are not satisfied with the lack of extensive testing data, but we judge your work to be practical and useful enough to permit an initial rollout among a select group of humans. Once we have solved the mass production issue, we will decide on how extensively red humanity can gain access to companion spirit fruits. Master Tolarian Cerny spoke next. There are arguments in favor of universal adoption. There are also arguments in opposition to this stance. As the inventor of companion spirits, we would like you to provide your input on how companion spirits should be utilized by our race. We will take your opinions into account when we draft our follow-up policies. Regardless of our decisions, we will credit your work to your name, Master Henry Urbeck said with an approving smile. We have not overlooked your selfless dedication to the cause of our collective survival. Depending on how extensively we make use of your invention, you are entitled to receive much greater rewards than a R-Ray warship token. The mention of greater rewards immediately caused Vess to grow more excited. The following discussion was critical to his ambitions. Chapter 51-88 Mobilize the Population. The closed sessions on companion spirits was already a fantastic success as far as Vess knew. He constantly gauged the mood and receptiveness of his audience during his presentation. While the attendees did not form a representative sample of the larger population of Mechers and red humans, not many of them exhibited any serious signs of rejection or concern. There were always small groups of people who valued the sanctity of their mind and souls. The very notion of eating a strange fruit that caused them to spawn an entirely new personality in their own bodies sounded like the beginning of a horror drama to their ears. Vess did not expect to win over everybody. He just wanted to obtain sufficient support from both the grassroots and the upper echelon to attain widespread adoption, if not acceptance, across society. From what it looked like, he sold the benefits of companion spirits well enough to build up a huge amount of demand to anyone who became aware of their existence. He could already imagine the conversations spreading across the halls and corridors outside of this secure chamber. Much of the details surrounding companion spirits had to remain confidential in order to prevent anyone with red or purple dots on their badges from getting the wrong idea. However, the existence of companion spirits by themselves was not prohibited. As such, many of the 700 Mechers and associates eagerly spread the word and shared the potentially explosive benefits of having them to any of their friends and acquaintances aboard the Comater Rain. Once the conference came to an end, thousands, if not tens of thousands of people would soon go back to their old haunts and tip off a lot more people of this amazing new augmentation one. As the inventor of companion spirits, Vess was entitled to earn a lot of credit and recognition. If everything proceeded as he hoped, he would definitely be celebrated as one of the major contributors of red humanity. From the moment he concluded his presentation, his identity had already changed. Vess knew it was impossible for him to cling onto the identity of an ordinary associate or an ordinary second-class senior Mech designer. When the benefits of companion spirits to humanity were so great that they had reached the standard where they could be featured in the announcement of the next Mech generation, Vess knew that he had formally entered the big leagues of his civilization. This brought amazing benefits as well as a lot of new dangers to him. There was no way he could roam the new frontier as casually as before. Vess was afraid of what might come, but he knew he didn't really have another choice. All of the other alternatives were worse. In order to avoid the fate of cannon fodder, he needed to speed up his rise to power, and the only way he could do so with his current means was to follow Calabast's advice and pursue a high-profile strategy. As Vess sat in front of the 3 hand-picked representatives of a handful of the most powerful human leaders in the Red Ocean, he realized he had reached a critical junction where he could shape his own future. The 3 master Mech designers did not have to listen to the input of a mere associate. They could make decisions entirely on their own based on the information that Vess had provided during the presentation. Each of them were incredibly intelligent and possessed far greater awareness of the needs and the circumstances of red human civilization. However, that did not happen. Each of them reserved precious time from their busy schedules in order to accommodate and indulge Vess in person. This was a very clear message and indication that his soft power and influence among the survivalists and beyond had broken through a new threshold. He knew what he had to do during this time. He had to demonstrate that he possessed the maturity, judgment, and wisdom to play the game at an exceedingly high level. There was no need for him to be as brilliant as a first-class politician raised from birth. His value rested in his ability to innovate fantastic new solutions that could help red humanity tide over the current crisis. He just had to avoid sounding like a fool. He also had to avoid any irresponsible remarks. As Vess mulled over the question that he was supposed to answer, he decided to voice his true opinion. When I initially came up with companion spirits, I did not expect this to be more than a privilege that is reserved for my closest friends and family, he said. It was only recently that breakthroughs in the relevant research project opened up a lot more options for everyone. Given how cultivation is on the rise and how companion spirits can amplify the extraordinary growth efforts of any red human, my invention can easily raise the comprehensive strength of our people and civilization to a whole new level. If everyone has become as strong as a dragon with the aid of their own companion spirits, is there any reason for us to fear the native aliens of the Red Ocean? This was the dream that many people had in mind when they learned about companion spirits. Whether it could come true was not entirely certain. The Red Association still needed to find a way to mass-produce companion spirit fruit trees, but this should not be too difficult given how much research ability it commanded. Master Tolarian Cerny appeared particularly receptive towards this vision. The polymath is in favor of any initiative that can enhance the potential of our entire race. It does not appear that the cost of production is a major burden. The most important input is E-energy radiation, and the trees can absorb that for free in any location. If that is the case, then we can turn companion spirit fruits into a universal benefit. This should have massive implications for our entire society. An uncountable amount of lives will transform forever. What we find particularly encouraging about your companion spirits is that they offer hope to the weakest and least capable of our population. That was right. Vess understood what Master Cerny was talking about. To the individuals who already had easy access to augmentations and superior education, companion spirits were like icing on the cake. They most definitely brought a lot of benefits to the lives of individual Terrans and Rubarthans, but it was not as if this addition completely changed their lives. At most, companion spirits functioned like another augment in their large collection of other enhancements. The marginal improvements to their lives were rather modest in the greater scheme of things. The situation was completely different for third-raters. The citizens of the lower zones that Vess had almost entirely ignored ever since he entered the Red Ocean did not have access to so many fancy gene treatments and implants. They lived in the most resource-poor regions and had to work with inferior means. This caused them to remain incredibly weak and incapable of playing a more significant role in defending red humanity against the onslaught of aliens. While their third-class mechs and fleets were able to put up at least some fight against the rabble of the native alien races, their fragile Tinkan assets easily fell apart as soon as they got ambushed by a ship or a fleet of a much more powerful race. Against the might of potent transphasic gun batteries, transphasic energy shields, and dazzlingly fast warp drives, no third-class fleet could ever hope to form a proper resistance against the more serious native fighting forces. Quantity did not help, as the tech and performance disparities were so great that a single superior ship could wipe out thousands of inferior vessels in a prolonged battle. In this circumstance, companion spirits introduced an alternate means of empowerment that was a lot more affordable than the more traditional technological solutions. If third-raters couldn't become strong enough to defend their homes against the aliens because they couldn't obtain stronger machines, then they could partially compensate for this shortcoming by strengthening their human resources instead. Vess did not have a clear idea on how exactly this was supposed to happen. Companion spirits gave people a much easier path towards cultivation, but the choice of cultivation methods played a crucial role on how they developed in the future. This was not his problem. He was sure that the survivalists and the Red Association would prepare tailor-made cultivation methods for the masses that enabled a large proportion of them to become a lot more useful in the escalating conflict. Vess constantly had to remind himself that not every problem was his problem. He was part of an enormous community. There were plenty of clever people around who could handle these affairs a lot better than a simple Mech designer. However, not everyone was in agreement with this universal approach. "We cannot afford to pamper the weak." Master Henry Urbeck espoused the view of the Fist of Defiance. "Propping up the third-raters just so they can play a minor role in the war is not worthwhile. By giving out these fruits for free, we devalue them. People will begin to take their companion spirits for granted since everyone else already has them. No matter how cheap it is to mass-produce these fruits, we need to restrict their spread by raising the threshold of earning them. Only by making them earn their companion spirits through hard work will they continue to invest significant effort into growing them. This way, we can ensure that the limited resources at our disposal will mainly be used to benefit the strongest and most hard-working human heroes." This opinion did not sit well with Master Cerny. The other man felt it was a waste to heavily restrict the spread of companion spirit fruits and completely disregard the possible contributions that third-raters could make. "Our population is too small as it is now that we are cut off from the Milky Way," the polymath's envoy critiqued. "Do not exacerbate the problem by limiting this new augmentation to a select few elites." Master Urbeck crossed his arms. "A companion spirit must become the mark of heroes. The way I see it, we should reserve the fruits that grant them to those who seriously contribute to the survival of our race. If our faction has chosen to settle for our deep strike plan, we can issue these fruits as a reward for every human who participates in a deep strike operation. Each and every soldier who risks his life by going deep behind enemy lines deserves to earn this life-changing reward. Others who do not bear the same risks but contribute in a different form may also earn companion spirit fruits without necessarily risking their lives. Think of financing the operation, providing the essential starships, or designing many of the mechs chosen by the raiding units. Whatever the case, people who sit back and do little to increase our chances of winning the war are not deserving of this reward. That will split our society in half. Inequality will increase to a level unseen since ancient times," Master Cerny protested. "Previous generations of humans have worked hard to build a modern and mutually supportive society where every person can attain the opportunities they need to climb the social ladder and better themselves. Professor Larkinson here is one of the best success stories of that. Many more hidden talents may be buried among the third-class colonists that occupy the lower zones. They only need a single opportunity to reveal their impressive talents. Companion spirits have the potential to lift them out of their mudballs. Universal proliferation is the right course of action if we want to uplift red humanity as a whole. Not everyone deserves to be uplifted. We have entered a time of unprecedented danger and turmoil. We must abide by the survival of the fittest, not the survival of the deadbeats and wastrels. A modern society cannot properly cope in a situation where it is beset by an overwhelming amount of hostile civilizations. We must recognize our new reality and accept that we have entered a new phase where only the best can lead us to victory." It became increasingly more clear that the Fist of Defiance and the polymath held opposing attitudes in how to mobilize the population. They did not appear to be able to find a compromise on this contentious issue. Chapter 50, 189, Unique Trade Good. Vess had unintentionally triggered a highly contentious and acrimonious debate on the utilization of companion spirits. Inventing it was one thing. Deciding on how to make use of it was another thing. Although Vess did not mind it if he had to wade into this discussion under normal circumstances, what complicated it was that it also came with enormous political implications. The Fist of Defiance and the Polymath were completely different people, but they were also powerful visionaries who possessed extremely strong opinions on how to lead red humanity in the new age. To be fair, Vess thought that both of their arguments made a lot of sense. On the one hand, much of red humanity actually consisted of third-raters who were largely useless in the current conflict. From a strategic perspective, their main purpose was to provide a lot of low-level labor and resources. They could occasionally spawn superior talents for second-rate powers, but the vast majority of them remained almost entirely irrelevant in relation to the war that had engulfed the entire red ocean dwarf galaxy. Turning each of them into cultivators could completely transform their usefulness to society. In a time where red humanity did not have the luxury to wait for better solutions, this might be the best way to slow down the increasingly more serious alien onslaught. On the other hand, Vess found himself resonating with the vision espoused by the Fist of Defiance. Vess had always taken a lot of risks and ventured into the less explored regions of space for riches and rewards. He made a lot of gains in his expeditions, but there were many times where he felt that those who did not take the same risks were somehow inferior to him and his clan. The differences between his people and the general public became more and more obvious over time. The civilians who lived in an ordinary settlement did not have the slightest clue about what true hardship looked like. Their lives were placid as they behaved like drones that never thought about moving outside of their highly structured places in society. It was easy for the Larkinsons to look at these ordinary people with contempt. The Red Ocean offered so much wealth and opportunities, but all these colonists had done since they came here was to repeat the old routines of their original lives in a different environment. Vess inwardly shook his head whenever his thoughts strayed in this dark direction. This was not a healthy or proper mindset. Not everyone was cut out to be a soldier or a risk-taker. Even ordinary civilians had a place in society, as they worked on new scientific developments and kept the factories running. He spent so much effort climbing up the ladder that he was starting to forget his humble roots. This was a natural development brought about by a widening perspective and increasingly greater isolation from the grassroots, but it was a depressing change nonetheless. Vess glanced at Master Henry Urbeck and Master Tolarian Cerny. Their opinions were not their own. They put voice to the thoughts and the ideals of their powerful leaders and their large base of followers. Neither of them were entirely right or wrong. They just preferred to solve a problem in different ways. When Vess was asked for his personal input on this issue, he found it difficult to pick a side. He could choose not to voice an opinion, but that was a cowardly decision. Vess could not avoid politics now that he had climbed up to this height. He took a deep breath before he issued his response. Exotic radiation is changing all life in the Red Ocean, no matter what we decide. Our race is transforming into something completely different over time. Decades from now, red humanity may have diverged so much from original humanity that we can hardly recognize each other anymore. What are you trying to convey, Professor Larkinson? Power will come to people for as long as Messier 87 floods the surrounding space with exotic radiation. A lot of third-raters will experience certain degrees of mutations and additional powers. Their ability to cope with them is not good. They can easily harm themselves and the people around them if they do not know what to do. Companion spirits can provide a lot of help with learning how to handle E-energy radiation in a safer and more effective manner. As energy-based life forms, they are much better suited to operate in an environment with greater energy density than before. Master Henry Urbeck frowned at those words. So you are of the opinion that companion spirits must be given to the masses regardless of whether they are deserving of them or not. I can understand the noble sentiment behind this approach. You care about their health and well-being. However, your compassion will not avail us anything if our soft and benevolent policies ultimately fail to stave off total defeat. Though the powerful master exerted a considerable amount of pressure, Vess maintained a straight posture as he continued to voice his own opinions. I do not accept the premise that a single invention, no matter how life-changing it may be, can decide the life and death of red humanity. There are so many brilliant and amazing innovators among us that it is our collective efforts that will help us turn the war around. Don't get me wrong, Master Urbeck. I do not oppose the strategy that you have espoused. I do not mind cooperating with it if the survivalists end up voting for it. I just think that with all of the changes happening around us, we should endeavor to cling to the remaining pieces of our humanity. Those words caused the three masters to fall silent for a number of seconds. Vess had offered a gracious response. He stuck to his own stances without fear and without nakedly sucking up to anyone. The sincerity struck a tone in the hearts of the older Mech designers. The only female master in the chamber broke the silence. She had remained silent for a long time as she allowed her other two peers to collide their ideas against each other. The xenotechnician had a very different use in mind for companion spirits. I would like to ask a question, Professor Larkinson. You have already told us that you have made precautions that can prevent your fruits from being used to empower our adversaries. Are you certain that your security measures will hold? I do not think I need to explain how much of a calamity it will be when the phase wails, and our other more intractable alien opponents gain the power to properly harness E-energy radiation. It won't happen, Vess stated with confidence. There is a strong entity that regulates every companion spirit tree. Since she is the sole supplier of the sole type of E-energy needed to make the fruits work, she can easily deny any unauthorized applications of my work. The mention of the word entity caused Xena Wintress to grow more suspicious. Would you like to elaborate on this key factor? Is she a human, alien, or one of your design spirits that are prominently associated with your iconic products? The last one, Vess honestly answered. She may not be human, but she is fully aligned with our race. I am aware that it is not entirely ideal for us to rely on this factor to maintain the efficacy of our companion spirit fruits, but any solution is better than no solution. That caused Master Wintress to offer a slight grin. So if we make use of your companion spirit fruit trees in any capacity, our race has already begun to cooperate with an alien. You may very well be the first red human in our society to embark on cross-species collaboration that is highly beneficial to our species. That assertion caused everyone else to be taken aback. Vess never regarded this work in this light. No matter whether it was his Mech designs or his companion spirit fruits, he mainly considered them to be the results of his efforts alone. After all, his design spirits weren't really external factors, given that he had created most of them by his own hand. However, Master Wintress was not wrong to characterize his work in this manner. She continued to press Vess by asking another question. We are aware that you have spent years on testing your fruits onto an extensive number of alien test subjects. This means that it is possible for you to develop fruits and trees that are specifically locked to races of your choosing. Is that correct? Vess nodded a lot more reluctantly this time. That is the case. Master Wintress grinned at this point. That is an excellent response. We can make use of companion spirit fruits as an exclusive trade good. This can become a powerful point of leverage that can help us convert one of the hostile alien races into allies of convenience. So long as we limit and control the supply of companion spirit fruits that are attuned to our new friends, we can incentivize them to keep cooperating. That sounded crazy. However, it might actually work. The allure of companion spirits was undeniable. Both humans and aliens had the potential to benefit enormously from them. This presented additional support for the diplomacy plan. There weren't a lot of means for the relatively weak and outnumbered red humans to maintain the allegiance of foreign allies. Without sufficient leverage, those seemingly friendly aliens could turn their faces at any time and stab red humanity in the back during a critical time. This was where companion spirit fruits could make a crucial difference. If the leaders of the alien civilizations had grown dependent on this unique human trade good, they stood to gain a lot more benefits by maintaining the current relationship, rather than ruin any further chances to give themselves and their offspring a new way to gain power. All of this sounded great if not for the fact that this entire plan might become the prelude of an even greater future disaster. What if all of those friendly aliens who gained companion spirits became a lot more powerful than before? What if those friends grew so fast, because of this, that the disparity in power had become a lot more severe? There was a good possibility that those aliens would choose to crush their former pals in an attempt to rob humanity's heritage by force. No alliance could survive in the long run when the parties diverged so much. Handing over companion spirit fruits to friendly aliens was a short-term solution that could buy more time for red humanity. Everyone still needed to rely on other measures to truly prevent red humanity from going extinct. We cannot proceed with sharing one of our new and most significant advances with our alien rivals, Master Henry Urbeck declared. We shall only tempt fate if we do so. Companion spirit fruits should be known to the wider public as an exclusively human benefit. Don't you agree, Professor Larkinson? Ugh, this was another highly contentious political debate. Vess was not in the mood to wade into this particular affair, but he couldn't get away by saying nothing at this junction. I am of the opinion that red humanity needs to gain a racial advantage over all of the other aliens that occupy the red ocean. It is a crude but effective means of making our adversaries take us more seriously. The phase whales are respected because of their high intelligence and amazing face-water integration. The nuncers are both numerous and combative. The Pulmers are excellent at assimilating and adapting advanced technologies. As for us, we possess many advantages as a whole, but a lot of individual humans are rather weak and unimpressive. We can turn that around by using companion spirits as a common trait of our race. If we begin to share our fruits to the aliens, then red humanity will lose this distinction. I think that is a shame. Chapter 5190, Vess the Big Shot. Vess did not exactly know what he got pulled into. He initially thought that this would be a simple discussion on his possible rewards for making an amazing contribution and handing it over to the survivalist faction. Instead, he got dragged into a political debate where the ideologies of the three leaders of the faction collided against each other. Vess not only gained a greater understanding of what each faction leader stood for, but also managed to make a strong impression in front of the three master Mech designers. It was incredibly fascinating to hear how the top leaders dealt with these kinds of affairs. Vess had never come closer to decision-making on a level that could not only affect red humanity as a whole, but also the lives of every other alien in the same dwarf galaxy. A huge amount of responsibility rested on the shoulders of these decision-makers. They were all tasked with defining a strategy that could help red humanity survive the adverse circumstances it was facing at this time. Vess did not think he was close to ready to wield this kind of responsibility. A single mistake no longer risked the lives of himself, his family, and his clan around him. A misstep might instead doom the lives of trillions of red humans that sought salvation from the wrong messiah. As the interesting and unusual debate slowly came to a close, the three masters finally chose to move on to more immediately relevant business. We have not decided as of yet how we wish to roll out your companion spirit fruits, Master Tolarian Cerny informed Vess. Our policy concerning this particular contribution will be decided after the vote is held. I can already tell you that we will endeavor to use it on a larger scale in at least some capacity. This means that we already recognize and accept your major contribution to the common good of our race and civilization. Unless a later discovery has been made that puts the safety of your work into question, we will make extensive use of it to strengthen ourselves one way or another. Vess nodded in understanding. That is why one have taken the initiative to present it to you all. It would be a tragedy if my hard work and effort remains unused. Your contribution, as impressive as it may be, also puts us in a quandary, Master Henry Urbeck mentioned. How so, Master? We are not accustomed to situations where we are confronted by an invention that affects our society to such a drastic degree that originates from a young, independent Mech designer. That was probably the most gracious way to describe Vest's inferior identity and status. Master Zena Wintris concurred. It is much more usual to receive contributions of this level from fellow Master Mech designers, renowned and established research institutions, and top developers. They are predominantly first-raters who already have lengthy track records of progressively greater contributions. There is not much harm for them to earn slightly greater recognition than they have already attained. You are in a different position from them. Your success is too abrupt. Let us be blunt with you, Master Henry Urbeck spoke. Our study and analysis of all of your work up to this date suggests that you are being wasted in your current position as a second-class pioneer. You can make significantly greater contributions and help us defend our limited territories much more effectively if you have become a proper first-class Mech designer with a strong organization and an extensive network of contacts. Master Tolarian Cerny folded his hands on the table. The issue is that this description does not match your current conditions. It is in our best interests to pull you into this higher orbit, but doing so has often proven to produce mixed results. The gap is too wide to make the transition instant. You must undergo a gradual but still relatively brisk transition period where you can become an actual first-class Mech designer that is ready to assist our entire race against the predations of native alien races. Vest figured most of this out himself. To hear that even the survivalists struggled to do something about it said a lot about how difficult it was for them to come up with an adequate resolution. So what happens now? He asked in a more casual tone than he should. He was growing a little impatient with all of the dancing around. He wanted to hear a verdict right away so that he could move on to fulfilling his orders and attend other interesting sessions. You are scheduled to preside over other sessions in the following days. In anticipation of subsequent contributions, we think it is best that we defer our announcement of your combined rewards until the end of this conference. We can already give you a preview of what to expect. Master Zena Wintris spoke with a generous smile. Your galactic citizenship will rise from Tier 6 to Tier 4. This is what you are entitled to after you have presented your companion spirits to us for the good of this branch of humanity. Galactic citizenship is not necessarily earned. It is a formal recognition of a fact that has already been established. It mostly serves to signal to the wider public that you are a valued human contributor that has become a living treasure to our entire race. Higher tiers of galactic citizenship are associated with progressively greater benefits, privileges, and most importantly, protection. A Tier 4 galactic citizen is much more prominent than a Tier 6 galactic citizen. This is a stage where hundreds of powerful first-class organizations will begin to scrutinize you in an attempt to exploit you to their own advantage. Even if they show considerable restraint, they may not necessarily have your best interests at heart. As such, one of the permanent benefits of Tier 4 galactic citizenship is that you have the right to be accompanied by a small escort from the Red Association or the Red Fleet. The combat strength of this escort may not necessarily be high, but their presence serves as an open reminder and deterrent to other parties that your continued survival and well-being is of material importance to our entire civilization. Not every Tier 4 galactic citizen makes use of this privilege. Terran and Rubarthan master Mech designers can already count on formidable protection from their respective states or organizations. This benefit primarily exists to serve as essential protection for more vulnerable contributors such as yourself. You may choose to reject it for whatever reason, but we can guarantee you that you will fall into entrapment within the year if you do not reconsider during this period of time. The three masters exerted a lot of pressure to Vess all of a sudden. They constantly emphasized how his high-profile development strategy had been a little too successful to the point where he had turned himself into a target for all kinds of powerful opportunists. As much as Vess disliked this turn in conversation, he could not deny the reality of his new situation. From the moment he completed his first closed session, he had already painted a large target on his back. Fortunately, the Mechers weren't entirely clueless and impersonal. Master Tolarian Cerny gestured to Jovi, who had remained silent like a rock all of this time. Our records indicate that you value your autonomy. In no way do we wish to impose upon your space. We can assign Professor Jovi Armelin here to be the head of your security escort. He will have the authority to choose the composition of the escort fleet as well as its personnel. Do you agree with this arrangement? As much as Vess wanted to keep his distance from the Mechers, it was unrealistic to push him away now that he had made so many eye-catching contributions. This wasn't even the end of his contributions. He still had to speak in several more sessions before he was done. All of this gave the survivalist faction even greater reasons to accompany him and ensure his safety. If this was the case, Vess might as well accept this new reality rather than object it out of irrational feelings. I like to travel to many different places, Vess spoke. If my fleet ever ends up in a confrontation against a human or alien fleet, will the escort ships and Mechs from your association stand by or actively participate in battle? The rules are slightly different this time, Master Henry Urbeck replied. All acts of aggression towards you and your immediate group will not be tolerated. It goes without saying that our fleet will endeavor to defeat any alien opposition without hesitation. We will not show mercy to your human adversaries, either as they are not supposed to resort to aggression to you, whether openly or covertly. Master Tolarian Cerny issued a word of caution. This is not an excuse for you to wield our power like your own personal club. We will permit you to use our assets to assist you in any battles against alien forces. It is in everyone's best interest if we fight and defeat as many aliens as possible. That does not apply to scenarios where you take the initiative to attack another human group. If this conflict is entirely avoidable or unnecessary, then we do not condone this behavior and will not lift a finger to help your selfish cause. That is understandable. 1 a.m. satisfied with these conditions, Vess steadily replied after a while. It was unreasonable to expect anything more from the Red Association. Vess did not want to entrust his safety in the hands of the Mechers on a permanent basis. He considered this offer for protection to be a stopgap solution that would tide him over for the next decade. Once he had successfully uplifted himself and a select group of clansmen to the first-class level, then that would be the moment where he surrounded himself with strong protection that was under his complete control. By the time he had amassed a sizable first-class force, it was not entirely necessary anymore to have the Mechers hovering so closely to him all of the time. Of course, their presence could still be useful in numerous ways. They could continue to pose as a form of deterrence towards miscellaneous troublemakers. Do you have any other questions with regards to your presumably galactic citizenship tier promotion? I do. If there are any situations where my forces as well as your escort fleet defeats a sizable alien fleet, will I have to give up a portion of the bounties? All three masters nodded. Our escort fleet is primarily tasked with ensuring your survival and well-being. It is not a convenience that is meant to encourage you to attack stronger and deadlier alien forces than what you can safely confront. Every participating group is entitled to the shares that they deserve. If our escort mechs and warships have produced the greatest results in a battle, then our association will withhold a proportionate share of the rewards. You can choose not to deploy our forces in a fight. You can earn the full reward in this scenario. That reassured Vess a lot. The escort fleet therefore functioned as a safety blanket of sorts. He could always put it aside in situations where he did not need to rely on the potent firepower and varied solutions of the associations potent warships, and sophisticated first-class multipurpose mechs. I have another question. What is the difference between a Tier 4 and a Tier 3 galactic citizen? The difference is much greater than the previous transitions, Master Xena Wintress slowly replied. There is no guarantee that your total contributions will merit this promotion, but if there comes a time where you are qualified to become a Tier 3 galactic citizen, then you have become our peer in this aspect. Your protection detail will not be confined to a small escort fleet. You will have the ear of every star designer and god pilot. You may be invited into high-level councils where you may be able to vote on policy proposals that directly change our society as a whole. In other words, a Tier 3 galactic citizen had already entered the ranks of the true ruling class of human civilization. I see. Wait a minute. Vess suddenly looked startled as he made a drastic realization. When exactly will you upgrade my galactic citizenship tier? Will it happen during the end of the 6th day or the end of the 7th day when the conference has come to an end? There is no need to impose any artificial delays on your case, Master Tolarian Cerny said. We can process your application within hours. Our administration is highly efficient in this regard. It will happen at the end of your secret session that is scheduled on the 6th day of this conference. Oh, does this mean that I get to have a vote on the big decision on the final day? Vess hesitantly asked. Master Senri looked amused. Do not be silly, Professor Larkinson. You are an associate, not a formal member of the Red Association. However, if you ever happen to become a Tier 3 galactic citizen, you can technically become an honorary member of either the Red Association or the Red Fleet. If you accept this privilege, then, you have earned the qualification to participate in the vote. I see, Vess flatly replied. Chapter 50, 191 Young at Heart. Congratulations, Vess, Jovi said as both of them entered a lounge in order to catch their breath. The meeting with the 3 enjoys of the faction leaders still reverberated in their minds. Vess felt completely out of it for the moment. He did not even notice that a cup of refreshingly hot brew materialized on the table before him. The cup perfectly maintained the precise temperature to optimally enjoy this drink. Vess did not take notice of this because he still could not get over the enormous changes that his companion's spirits had wrought. It shouldn't have been much of a surprise for the survivalists to value his companion's spirits, and more importantly, the trees that enabled mass production. The implications for humanity in the Red Ocean were massive. Countless people's lives were about to change forever once the fruits rolled out in greater numbers. Was he proud? Yes. Was he happy? Not precisely. He had plenty of reasons to be happy as a creator. He developed a powerful new product that could benefit almost everyone. Once exotic radiation had done its work and imparted spiritual potential into any red human, each of them could get in touch with cultivation a lot easier so long as they obtained a fruit. Vess deserved a lot of credit for that, but it was not the most ideal way he wanted to be known for. He considered himself a Mech designer first and a cultivator second. He did not want his secondary identity to overtake his primary identity. While he did not reject all of the benefits that came from releasing works that did not directly relate to mechs, he had to remind himself not to get lost down this road. He needed to spend a lot of time on designing mechs after this in order to ensure that he did not go astray. He had seen plenty of examples of mech designers who had gotten far too deep into other activities that had ultimately taken away far too much time from their design studios. Fortunately, other parts of Vess were still quietly working on various mech designs at the same time. Both his cyborg leg that he had left behind at the Spirit of Bentheim, as well as Veronica back in the Nyxian Gap, had spent nearly all of their time in design labs. Even now, they were steadily making progress in progressing the large amount of mech design projects he had taken on as of late. Once he spent enough time on regaining his composure, he finally took notice of his new drink and took a sip that gave him enough of a kick to feel a little more energetic again. So, you will be accompanying me for the foreseeable time. Vess spoke to the Metcher that he trusted the most. "Am I inconveniencing you or anything?" "No, not at all. It is a great honor for me to escort and accompany a living treasure of your stature. My curriculum vitae will receive a fantastic boost if nothing else. More than that, I genuinely want this. I don't need my eye of providence to recognize that you are steadily turning into one of the focal points of the history of our civilization. As you begin to develop more and more solutions from your unique angle and specializations, you will be able to influence the course of the Great War, as well as trajectories of every human and alien in the Red Ocean. There is no other way I can get into closer contact with anyone else who can compare to you, so this is truly my best posting." The R-Ray senior Mech designer, indeed, looked enthused about this long-term assignment. He did not appear to miss the safety and the plentiful amenities of the Red Association in the slightest. Vess smiled at Jovi. "I will welcome your company if you insist on sticking around my fleet." "I will be doing more than that," Jovi graciously said. "I am not confined to being your babysitter. As your galactic citizenship tier grows higher, you will gain more and more privileges and permissions from the Red Association. The way it works is that the closer you get to the top, the more we want to work with you. What this means in practice is that I will have a lot more room to cooperate with you than normal. This includes collaborating on Mech design projects." "What?" Vess straightened his back when he heard this. "I thought that Mechers are supposed to be neutral and avoid getting entangled in more mundane affairs." "You are not wrong, but didn't you hear what I just said? The higher your citizenship tier, the more you become a part of our hierarchy and organization. Even if you are not a formal member of our association, you can be treated as one in many situations that we find convenient. The reason why this custom has come into being is that Tier 4 galactic citizens and higher are generally old and highly accomplished professionals who have already made enough attainments in their normal careers. At that stage, they begin to involve themselves more into galactic affairs. Since they have the qualifications to cooperate with us at this level, we are more than willing to lower the barriers so that we can work together with the best of the best." "I see. I guess that makes sense," Vess said. "Does this mean that I can contribute to your Mech designs and vice versa?" "Yup. That sounds great, right? I do not think we should collaborate all of the time, but we should explore ideas on how our specialties can synergize together to produce superior results. You can begin to learn what it takes to design first-class multipurpose Mechs from me, and One Figure One can learn many lessons from you as well." That indeed sounded great to Vess. It would help his transition a lot if he was able to get into contact with first-class Mech design a lot sooner. This was probably one of the motivations why the survivalists assigned Jovi to his escort fleet. Just as those masters had already said, Vess was wasting his talents if he remained stuck in second class. He became more and more eager to move up in society and interact with the Terrans, Rubarthans, Mechers, and maybe even the Fleeters on a more equal basis. Vess called up a list of other rewards that he had put off his mind a while ago. With the shocking announcements from the 3 envoys, he had almost forgotten that he was supposed to do additional work in order to earn a handsome set of rewards. "I should get this out of the way first so that I can go back to attending more informative sessions," he said. "Good idea, Vess." Both Vess and Jovi stood up from their seats and began to seek out the individual parties who placed the top 5 bids. Not all of them were available, as several of them had already chosen to attend other sessions. The patriarch of the Beckeranson family happened to be available. It turned out that the older gentleman had waited patiently for Vess to finish his business. "Professor Larkinson, it is a pleasure to meet with you again." The man that screamed old money invited Vess into his assigned berth and shook the Mech designer's hand. "I am impressed by what one have heard from my contacts on this ship. Is it true that you are due to promote your galactic citizenship to Tier 4? "I cannot say," Vess replied as he began to examine the older patriarch with his spiritual senses. "I think it is a bad habit to count my chickens before they hatch. I prefer to wait until the survivalists are ready to issue their final verdict. Vess and Jovi continued to step inside until they sat and made themselves comfortable. They did not spend much time on small talk, as each of them were busy individuals. The more time they wasted in this compartment, the less time they had left for other productive pursuits. Please tell me whether my age and health hinders my ability to obtain a companion spirit, the 150-year-old silver-haired patriarch requested. Vess gave his client a reassuring smile. Age generally isn't a concern unless you are already close to reaching the end of your lifespan. Aside from that, your augmentations and overall fitness are both excellent for a man of your age. I foresee no complications due to health and physical problems. Your mind also remains sharp, so that won't be a problem as well. Are you sure you want to reserve this opportunity for yourself? Companion spirits can be excellent investments for your younger generations. Their growth potential is much higher, and they experience so much in the first few decades of their lives that companion spirits can grow much more dramatically as a response. Patrick Beckeranson resolutely shook his head. I have made the same considerations. One rejected this option in the end. I was unable to bring any of my descendants to this conference, so we will have to seek each other out afterwards, which can set us back for weeks if not months. It is better to fulfill this request straight away. Besides, 1 a.m. anything but close to retirement. A companion spirit will continue to be a useful addition to my family in the decades to come. It is not as if my children and grandchildren will remain deprived. Once your companion spirit fruits begin to circulate within human society, the rest of our family will gradually acquire the same advantages. He was right. After hearing that Patrick was truly certain about his choice, Vess began to discuss options on what sort of companion spirit he should make. What are my options? A companion spirit can provide a lot of assistance in both mundane and extraordinary matters. I think it is best if we narrow down the options by filtering out the choices that you do not want or need. Are you expected to be engaged in combat in any way, whether in person or in command of a Mech force? The older patriarch chucked. Heavens, no. I leave defense to other capable members of the Beckeranson family. Would you like your companion spirit to enhance your self-defense or help you spy on others more effectively? No. I wish to avoid conflict. Patrick shook his head. To be honest, I have developed a desire to reconnect our family to our ancient roots. Our bloodline used to be descended from a divine blacksmith. I do not have a clear impression of what that means, but it does not take much effort to recognize it as a prestigious title. I would like my companion spirit to help me with deciphering, learning, and understanding the meaning of our ancient scriptures. It would also be useful if my companion spirit can utilize what I have learned to practice the old, but presumably powerful methods employed by our greatest ancestor. That was an expansive request. Vess looked hesitant. Technically, I should be able to fulfill the majority of your demands. However, you don't have any existing knowledge or experience in blacksmithing or other forms of craftsmanship, correct? Why would you want to obtain a companion spirit that falls far outside your main vocation? Patrick did not take the hint at all. He stood up and voiced his feelings in a heartfelt manner. Because it is in my blood. Because our family has diverged too far from its original purpose. Because my ancestor is crying out to revive his forgotten legacy. One need this, Professor Larkinson. Did you not explain to us all that companion spirits present second chances? You stated that anyone can pursue a different career at the same time, with much fewer repercussions, with the help of your invention. That is true, but you are a bit past the age where that makes sense. This approach is much more suitable for students and young professionals who are still at the start of their careers. They have much more time to explore their new options than an older patriarch such as yourself. I am not old. I have only experienced just over 150 standard years in this life. I still have several centuries worth of time to restore my family's buried traditions. It's okay. Chapter 5192, fulfilling small commissions. Vess considered himself to be a good service provider, so he did not insist on changing the mind of his client any further. He had a professional obligation to meet the demands of his customers as best as possible, without compromising any rules and such. Even though he was of the opinion that Patriarch Patrick Becker-Ranson made a suboptimal choice concerning this opportunity to obtain a custom companion spirit, it was not a truly awful choice. Old or not, Patrick had good access to life-prolonging treatments. Future advancements in cultivation might be able to extend his longevity even further. It was not a waste to provide him with a custom companion spirit. With that in mind, Vess proceeded to do his job so that he could get his hands on the divine blacksmith scriptures as quickly as possible. He created a companion spirit on the spot. He designed the new entity to be a close interpretation of the ancestor of the Becker-Ranson family. In the end, Patrick looked fascinated as he felt several decades younger all of a sudden. His newly created companion spirit floated around his head like a curious little fairy. "I name you Balthasar." The supposed name of the divine blacksmith was Balthasar, so it was pretty clear what Patrick had in mind for his second personality. In order to accommodate his client's desire to take up traditional craftsmanship, Vess decided to be generous. He used up a small spiritual fragment from Vulcan in order to impart the talent that Patrick lacked. This already had a significant effect on the cognition of the older patriarch. His perspective had expanded as he instinctively knew more about the craftsmanship of all of the objects around him. It was like a veil had been lifted from his eyes. Vess gave the older patriarch several more minutes to get over his fascination with his latest augmentation. "I have upheld my end of the bargain. I have even transmitted a manual to you that thoroughly explains how to care for your companion spirit and all of the dangers and pitfalls that you should avoid. Can you finally show me the scriptures?" "Ah, of course. As I have mentioned before, I have brought the original scriptures to the conference so that the Mechers can analyze and translate their contents. They are still working on it as far as one know. One can make arrangements to grant you permission to visit the department that currently has possession of them so that you can attempt to read the texts in person. I can also give you a copy of the scriptures in their ancient words and letters and transmit the completed translations when they arrive." Vess did not really feel like studying a bunch of fragile ancient scrolls that had managed to survive for who knew how long. "I only care about the contents rather than their carriers," he responded. "I can make do with the digital copies of your scriptures." "Very well. I shall transmit the original texts. Mind you that the language is so old that it has been dead for hundreds of thousands of years at the very least. There is an exceedingly small number of people in the Red Ocean who have gained enough proficiency in this primitive language to barely translate the words. Even then, their work is greatly hindered by the fact that the scriptures likely contain a large proportion of professional jargon and terms." That indeed sounded trouble, but Vess showed little concern about this problem. "Understood. I will wait until the association has completed its interpretation work." As Vess said goodbye to the patriarch of the Becker-Ranson family, he loaded the files into his cranial implant and already began his attempt to read the ancient words. He made no progress at all. The language consisted of pictograms whose meaning completely and utterly eluded him. His talent for understanding alien speech played no role at all because there was no living counterpart for him to interpret. This was fine. Vess might not be able to understand anything, but his mother was a different story. Back in the Milky Way, Veronica already interrupted her design session in order to seek out Cynthia again. Hopefully, the true God possessed enough knowledge to make sense out of the digital copy of the ancient writings. Vess, meanwhile, proceeded to handle his other custom orders in the ensuing hours. The jobs were relatively straightforward, as no one issued any odd demands. He managed to aim a first-class military base, an outpost, that was currently situated in a fairly precarious region of the Red Ocean. Jovi expressed a bit of puzzlement why Vess selected this bid over other ones, such as a straight infusion of cash. The value of this outpost and all of its first-class facilities is higher than a couple of 100 million MTA credits, Vess replied. So long as I can pack it up and sell it on the second-hand market, I can already earn a greater sum of money. I am not getting rid of it, though. I intend to use it as the foundation of the first branch of the Larkinson clan in an upper zone. We might not be able to make proper use of it in the next few years, but it is extremely handy to have on hand when I am finally promoted to a first-class Mech designer. He needed to have a first-class counterpart to the cat nest in an upper zone to facilitate his future operations. Jovi looked a bit skeptical. You will have to move the outpost from its current location to a safer position that is further away from the front lines. Your clan cannot accomplish this by itself. You will have to pass on this responsibility to another trusted party. Vess grinned. One have already thought about that. Once this conference is over, I plan to get in touch with the Eden Institute of Business and Technology to disassemble the base and bring it back to a safer location. I will also ask for assistance in hiring a small maintenance crew to keep everything in good condition. That might work. Does that mean you have decided to keep the base within the Terran Alliance? Yes, don't worry, Jovi. I do not intend to completely align myself to the Terrans. 1AM also planning to open up a couple of small branches in the Red Ocean Union and the Rubarthan Pact if possible. I think my work shouldn't be confined to select areas of human space. Everyone deserves to have a chance to pilot my mechs. Even though Vess gained a lot more recognition and appreciation from the Red Association, he still rejected the notion that he should bind himself to any single major power. The Mechers might remain in a dominant position for the moment, but that was not necessarily the case in the future. Vess wanted to keep his options open and hedge his bets as much as possible. Let's proceed with my next commission. Half an hour later, Vess had just granted a custom companion spirit for one of the direct disciples of a master Mech designer. In exchange for a custom first-class cranial implant for Gloriana, Vess gave a younger journeyman a fish-shaped companion spirit with a strong affinity for face water. Vess approved of the choices made this time, so he put a little extra effort into designing a graceful little fish. Once he had completed this job, he received a fancy virtual voucher from the old associate who commissioned the custom companion spirit. I advise you or your chosen recipient to be patient. The implant industry is undergoing great upheaval and rapid changes at the moment. Every day, our researchers and developers discover new materials, new interactions between materials, and so on. We even have a secret research group that is tasked with enabling our implants to draw power from E-energy radiation. This can present the next generation of implant users with unprecedented options. For example, you can theoretically load a sophisticated software program in the implant that automatically allows its carrier to practice a cultivation method without conscious thought. What is that even possible? Much of this already sounded familiar to Vess, as he had already solved this particular problem. However, his approach was not replicable for others. A method of automatic cultivation through the use of cranial implants was much more significant in comparison. The early generation products will likely rely on hyper materials to make this happen. The most powerful and effective hypers do not come cheap, so only the highest segments of the market will be able to afford this service. The service that I am offering to you will include this capability if you desire to have it. It is not as useful for Mech designers and Mech pilots, but it can still benefit them in other ways, especially when we update the software of the new generation of implants in subsequent years. This was cutting-edge technology that clearly blew all of the older generations of cranial implants out the water. He even thought about whether it might be better to give it to Aurelia instead, but she was so abnormal that she probably did not have to rely on any external measures to attain great results. I will keep all of this in mind, Vess said as he accepted the voucher. I need to fulfill my next 2 commissions. Goodbye. He did not get to meet with Master Henry Urbeck or Master Zena Wintris in person again. Both of them were busy with attending other sessions. Instead, Vess met with their younger disciples so that he could do his work without any fuss. The rewards for these jobs were not simple. The young journeyman who worked under Master Zena Wintris was in a good enough mood to share a bit of news about the EdNet. The EdNet forms one of the pillars of the Polymath's Unity Plan, the young man said. The initial version of the EdNet is the magnum opus of the Neuromancer, and it has become the Mech Trade Association's signature technologies. Recently, the Polymath has taken the initiative to collaborate with the Neuromancer to update and transform the design of the EdNet in order to improve upon the tech. Her aim is to learn enough about the EdNet to develop a lesser but more practical variation that can be used to quickly educate a massive amount of batch humans. That sounded interesting. Isn't the Neuromancer supposed to be stuck in the Milky Way? That is right, but the two-star designers can still correspond with each other through the few communication methods that are able to establish data channels between the two distant galaxies. This was one of the many examples that showcased how much assistance the Milky Way could still provide to their cut-off brethren in the Red Ocean. So long as they were able to communicate with each other, they could engage in all kinds of joint research projects. The collective wisdom of humanity in the Milky Way was still overwhelming, and the people of the Red Ocean could dearly use all of this help. Thank you for telling me that, Vess replied. Does this mean that the quotas will less or more valuable in the future? It depends on whether the Polymath will keep working on the EdNet. If she continues to use her endless cross-disciplinary knowledge to update and optimize the design of the EdNet from different angles, it may very well become accessible to the general public. I wouldn't worry too much if I was you. The more affordable versions of the EdNet will likely operate with a lower time acceleration factor. You cannot spend as many years in an accelerated virtual learning environment if that is the case. I see. So these permanent quotas will at least hold some of their value in the future. Vess did not feel like he was getting scammed anymore, though it would have been nice to learn about this before he concluded the auction. Chapter 50-193, Recognition of Status. Vess saved the best commission for last. Once he created another custom companion spirit for the favored disciple of Master Henry Urbeck, the last recipient handed over a small metal container. The box was made out of darker metals, but also bore small golden embellishment to add a strong sense of class and refinement. The symbol of the Red Fleet adorned the top of the ceremonial container. It looked completely foreign compared to the standardized architecture and the design principles of the Red Association. Every token is locked and registered to a single individual or organization. The student of Master Urbeck carefully explained. It will become invalid once its registered recipient ceases to exist in any real capacity. In this case, our connection with the Red Fleet has only allowed us to tie this token to your personal identity. I do not foresee this to be a problem as you still have many years ahead of you. It may very well be possible that the warship quota program will become obsolete a few generations later. Vess nodded in agreement as he continued to stare at the container. I think this will be the case as well. This change is unlikely to happen in the short term, so these tokens will still be able to give their holders a head start on Red humanity's reintroduction to warships. You can train personnel, establish a supportive infrastructure, and formulate the doctrines on the use of armed starships far in advance of other groups. Vess couldn't hold in his curiosity any longer. He opened up the box and lifted up a metal medallion. The token displayed a stylized frigate on the front and a bunch of data on the rear. It was a remarkably small object, given the enormous power it bestowed to its registered holder. Is there anything else I should know about these tokens? The tokens will grant you access to a private section of the Red Fleet's Galactic Net portal. You can read the full instructions over there. One of the more important conditions that you should know is that the Red Fleet retains the right to come unannounced and inspect the warships associated with the tokens at any time. You cannot just install any weapons system on a warship. Having a frigate is not an excuse to turn it into a missile platform that can launch dozens if not hundreds of antimatter warheads at your enemies. That was a shame. I see. I will make sure that my people and I don't accidentally stuff any weapons of mass destruction inside our upcoming warship, Vess promised. You will need to procure a warship through your own means. Neither the Red Fleet nor the Red Association will be able to help you in this regard. This should not be an insurmountable challenge to a Mech designer as impressive as you. Just be certain that the warship that you use conforms to the definition of a frigate, as recognized by the Red Fleet. Frigates were quite small and could only fit a handful of Mechs at best if they made heavy compromises in other areas. Their length and volume had to remain on the small side in order to avoid entering the territory of destroyers. The difference in firepower between the classes was considerable. Destroyers might not look that much larger, but their exponentially greater volume allowed shipbuilders to mount considerably larger and more powerful ship systems in their hulls. This, in turn, resulted in much greater firepower and defenses. Still, Vess could do a lot with a frigate. He actually had several possible ideas on how to make good use out of this token. He needed to get back to his fleet and discuss his options with his inner circle as well as Vivian Tsai in order to make a good decision. In any case, Vess eventually bid goodbye to his last client and took stock of his situation. He collected a handsome amount of rewards, each of which he could benefit from in many different ways. The RF frigate token alone opened up a lot of exciting new options for his expeditionary fleet. Even if it was unlikely for the Larkinson clan to obtain a small warship that exceeded the performance of the Red Association's escort fleet, the advantage was that the little vessel was completely under his control. He could decide the type of frigate to build. He could instruct what sort of weapon systems and other useful modules the ship should mount. He could dictate the appearance and the colors of the hull. Most importantly of all, he could order her crew to go on offensive missions and attack any target he designated without bumping into the restrictions set by the Mechers. What you have gained is of great significance, Vess, Jovi remarked. I doubt that Master Henry Urbeck would have gone out of his way to arrange this reward for you if your contributions were any lower. You have earned your token through unusual means that falls outside of the boundary of the RF's warship quota program. That is bound to attract a great amount of accusations of corruption and complaints of favoritism under normal circumstances. Now that you are bound to become a Tier 4 galactic citizen at minimum should stifle much of the criticism. Your rise in identity already elevates you above some of the rules that ordinary people are subjected to. You should not be bothered by ordinary restrictions as you continue to work on other ways to contribute to Red humanity. That sounded rather dark. As people became richer and more powerful, they became increasingly less constrained by laws and other rules. Vess already experienced this effect to a certain degree, but he did not expect his status to rise so quickly in the short term. The transition was so abrupt and jarring that he needed a lot more time to take stock of his new reality. Even the way that the people invited to the conference looked at him had changed. He used to be a relatively forgettable individual as his age, rank, reputation, and so on were not remarkable among all of the impressive Mechers and associates. All of that changed after the conclusion of his first closed session. The introduction of companion spirits had the potential to elevate all of Red humanity to a whole new level. Vess could see and hear that a lot of people initially looked surprised when they learned that the inventor of companion spirits was just a second-class senior Mech designer. However, this did not stop them from admiring him as one of the success stories of this conference. This conference is truly a gathering of hidden tigers and crouching dragons. We would have never been introduced to these impressive companion spirits if not for the survivalist faction. Professor Vess Larkinson is one of the greatest successes of the associate program. Uncovering talents like him is the reason why our faction never closes itself off from our wider society. There are always geniuses buried among the space peasants. I do not understand the hype around Professor Larkinson. Master Iken's advancements in transphasic energy shield technology is much more significant in my opinion. His breakthroughs will allow the next generation of mechs and starships to resist more damage. These companion spirits, on the other hand, look identical to projected mascots. What are they supposed to do on the battlefield? They do not have any substance to them, and they are too small to function as a distraction. So many people began to talk about Vess and his recent work that it actually became embarrassing for him to walk in crowded areas. Fortunately, few people were stupid enough to approach him without invitation in order to solicit his input or services. Vess assumed a demeanor that made it clear that he did not seek distraction. Jovi also helped with conveying the same message. The two eventually passed through an entrance that led them to a hall where over 1,000 Mechers and associates had already found their seats. Vess was just about to move towards the middle of the room, but Jovi stopped him by holding his arm. "Wait, you don't belong there anymore, Vess. Your place is here among other Tier 4 galactic citizens." It took a few seconds for Vess to register the break in routine. "I do not think that is appropriate. As far as I know, my record still states that I am a Tier 6 galactic citizen." "We both know that won't last much longer," Jovi said as he shook his head. "As the Masters have explained before, the only reason why they have yet to update your record right away is because they want to add up the rewards for all of your contributions on the 6th day. Anyway, you are already a de facto Tier 4 galactic citizen. If you want proof, look at the people around you. None of them will disapprove of you if you sit further in the rear." Jovi was right. Vess appeared like a rock star to them. He had become larger than life, and all because he had decided to dedicate one of his many inventions to humanity. It still felt surreal to Vess. He already messed around with companion spirits for so many years that their shine had already faded from his perspective. To him, they were just another part of his life. This was not the case for the people outside of his clan. Vess needed to adjust his mentality on the value of his own inventions in order to understand why so many people gazed at him as if he was a savior or a hero. As Vess and Jovi moved to the rear and took their seats among distinguished company, they both felt odd and out of place. The average age of all of the Masters, ace pilots, prize-winning scientists, business magnates, statesmen, and so on definitely surpassed a century. Vess even noticed a few impressive figures who were probably legends in their own industries that looked as if they lived through the end of the Age of Conquest. Most of these leading figures had better things to do with their time than to mock the two incredibly young senior Mech designers. They just took it as fact that Vess deserved to sit in this band. The speaker of the open session finally began his presentation shortly afterwards. The master Mech designer started out strong by lifting up a transparent container that securely stored several grams of face water. "Each of you should recognize what I am holding. E-energy radiation and its many new applications has become the latest trend to sweep our industry, but that does not mean that face water has become irrelevant. Its relatively abundant availability in the red ocean, along with its distinctive effects, will ensure that it remains an important tool in our arsenal." That was correct. Vess did not intend to abandon face water technology either just because E-energy radiation had come along. It was much smarter to make use of both of them in order to maximize the use of available resources. Considering the importance of face water, it becomes imperative to understand its traits in order to determine how we can use it more effectively. One question has always plagued our researchers. Where does it come from? Face water is particularly abundant in the red ocean, but it is strange that it is almost entirely absent in the Milky Way. Why is this the case? Is it because of the presence of phase whales? That caused many of the attendees to recall what the natives thought about the origin of face water. If you believe in the myths and stories of the native aliens, then face water is the liquid that flows through the veins of this god race. We all know that this is not true. Any young phase whale that has yet to augment himself has normal alien blood running through his veins. Perhaps the only trait that is truly impressive about this aquatic race is that they can integrate face water into their massive physiques at a much higher success rate than others. Is this a coincidence, or are face water and phase whales intricately related to each other? In this session, I shall walk you through our studies of both phenomena and present you with our conclusion that may provide you with a possible answer. Interesting. Chapter 50, 194 PPS. Any serious discussion centered around the relationship between phase whales and face water inevitably devolves into a chicken and egg problem. The respected master Mech designer and researcher spoke. What came first, the chicken or the egg? Everyone had a different interpretation to this question. The debate raged on for so many millennia without anyone offering a satisfying resolution to this problem. Now, humanity has become confronted by a more modern and alien version of the same notion. Let me ask you this then. Which of the two emerged first, phase whales or face water? Everyone immediately fell into thought as they tried to formulate a personal answer based on the information that they had in their possession. An associate spoke up first. We do not have enough reliable information to form a definite answer. One of the greatest uncertainties is whether phase whales are a naturally evolved species that is indigenous to the red ocean, or whether they are artificially created by a hypothetical predecessor race that is colloquially known in the local alien community as the mythical elder gods. If it is the former, then phase whales most likely evolved under the influence of the abundant quantities of face water in their home planet. If it is the latter, then there is a greater possibility that they were specifically designed to synthesize face water in their bodies. The master at the front grinned. There are a great number of assumptions packed in your response. Let us go over them and consider whether they are viable, shall we? Let us start with the first assumption. Phase whales are capable of synthesizing face water in their enormous physical bodies. This is one of the most prevalent myths among the indigenous aliens, but it also happens to be correct. Our association has captured and examined the physical processes of enough phase whales to confirm that this theory is true. At a certain point in their life cycle, phase whales are able to produce face water in their own bodies. This was a clear-cut answer that clarified the doubts of many of the attendees. It partially explained why the other major races revered the phase whales so much. Calling them gods did not sound as unreasonable as before if the phase whales could actually generate face water that much of the red ocean depended upon to sustain their local technologies. However, this led to a bunch of other questions. Vess had a more personal stake on this topic. As much as he did not want to portray himself as an attention seeker, he could not resist the urge to raise his hand at this time. The man of the hour desires to satisfy his curiosity. What is your question, Professor Larkinson? Vess stood up and tried his best to maintain his calm as hundreds of eyes scrutinized his form. You told us that phase whales can generate face water in their bodies. Does the same apply to phase lords as well? The master Mech designer responded with a rueful smile. We are still undertaking research on this topic. We have yet to capture and dissect a sufficient quantity of phase lords to offer a conclusive answer to this question. It may take a year to solve this particular mystery. The clues that we have gathered so far suggest that phase lords are poor imitations of phase whales. What the latter are able to do with straightforward self-augmentations, the former must undertake vastly greater effort, as well as dubious experimental procedures to catch up. The topic of phase lords deserves its own session, so let us return to the topic at hand. Vess sat down as the presenter activated a projection that showed a simplified diagram of the internal organs of a typical phase whale. Phase whales exhibit an extensive degree of diversity in size, shape, evolution, and abilities. This is because their natural growth stops at a certain point. Instead of settling for their mature forms like many other races, they have opted to utilize their high mastery in biotechnology to augment their own bodies according to their tastes, their scientific knowledge base, and the resources they have at hand. The projection highlighted a number of interconnected organs that looked exceedingly mysterious and complicated. Even Vess understood nothing about it, as his basic grasp of biotechnology failed to provide him with any useful insights. Every phase whale beyond a certain point of maturity boasts a system of complementary and related organs that are capable of producing face water. We call this the face water production system, or PPS for short. We have dedicated many studies towards these organs. This has enabled us to determine many important findings. For example, do you know that the PPS is not a product of natural evolution? When every phase whale ages and reaches maturity, the alien develops numerous precursor organs in their bodies that can help them regulate and control any face water they have absorbed from their environment. However, the precursor organs cannot produce the key substance itself unless the phase whales have upgraded them through biotechnological means. That sounded both impressive and strange to the audience of the open session. What prevents the phase whales from altering their genes and make their future generations develop complete PPS for themselves as they age? There are many possible reasons why that is the case, the master replied. We do not have any definite answers to this question. A probable answer is that a PPS is resource-intensive. A phase whale must obtain a sizable quantity of face water in order to develop a means to produce it. If an adolescent phase whale grows up in a gas giant or other environment that is already depleted of the substance, then he will die of starvation if his PPS cannot receive the resources needed to grow to maturity. That sounded plausible, but not too much. The phase whales should have enough grasp of their own genes to be able to develop a safety mechanism that pauses the development of their precursor organs if they were stuck in a region that was devoid of face water. Another possible answer is that the phase whales do not want their offspring to grow lazy. We have received scattered pieces of information that indicate that self-augmentation is a rite of passage to the phase whale race. Every specimen must use their own means and knowledge to transform their precursor organs into a working face water production system. This is a powerful motivating factor. It is harsh, but ensures that the average quality of every mature phase whale remains high. What about the phase whales who fail this rite of passage? They are shunned and treated as outcasts, the master replied in a factual tone. We rarely encounter them because the unqualified phase whales presumably remain stuck on their home planets without a means to travel to other places. What is interesting is that we have information that not every unqualified phase whale is content to stay in their home environments. There are stories where these delinquents have chosen to prey on other phase whales for the purpose of preying on the latter's PPS. This allows them to obtain the benefit of these essential organs without putting in the hard work of developing them on their own. There are obvious sequelae to this approach, and it is a great taboo in the phase whale community. It is exceedingly rare for these unclean whales to enjoy good lives. That explained so much to Vess. Having encountered these delinquents himself, Vess had always wondered about the motivations of their criminal acts. For them to be desperate enough to steal the PPS of more successful phase whales made a lot of sense. The master gazed into the crowd, and more specifically towards Vess, as he spoke his next words. While I have agreed to limit the scope of this session to phase whales, it may be interesting for you to learn that phase lords do not possess the precursor organs of a face water production system. This is one of the reasons why there is a hard line between lesser phase lords and greater phase lords. The vast majority of other native aliens who have attempted to imitate the so-called descendants of the elder gods have never moved beyond the stage of a lesser phase lord, due to their inability to produce face water. That caused Vess and many other people to look puzzled or curious. If that is the case, Master, then how have greater phase lords managed to come into being? The answer is simple. They have obtained and assimilated the PPS of mature phase whales. What? Vess never expected to hear such a shocking revelation in an open session. This is not an absolute certainty, but our confidence level in this conclusion is fairly high. The presenter spoke. This is because in the rare cases where we have managed to obtain the bodies of greater phase lords, we have always found PPS embedded inside that are clearly foreign body tissue with vastly different genes and other biological markers. It is impossible for these native alien gods to evolve their PPS on their own or develop it through their own biotechnological efforts. They have gained the capacity to produce face water by taking it from the descendants of the elder gods. That should be impossible, a woman interrupted. The native aliens revere the descendants of the elder gods too much to do the latter harm. The very notion of it is regarded as blasphemy. Sinners will be treated with the same degree of contempt as unclean whales in alien society. The presenter shook his head. That is a highly simplified perspective on alien society. The rules and relations between the different alien races are not as clear-cut as they like to present to the public. The other major alien races are in constant cooperation as well as competition with the phase whale race. The latter is regarded as primer inter pairs in the alien community, but they may very well be treated as mobile PPS incubation livestock by the leaders of the other alien races. The actual truth is more complex, multifaceted, and nuanced. Is it possible for greater phase lords to come into power by relying on different solutions that do not depend on obtaining the PPS of other phase whales? We do not know enough about them to issue a definite verdict. Our most predominant theory is that it is technically possible, but the threshold is too high. It is far too impractical for lesser phase lords to develop a means to produce face water themselves when they lack the tech and possess no native precursor organs to work with. The most accessible solution is to receive a PPS by any means necessary. We are not quite certain, but our studies on alien society has shown that there are a number of prominent greater phase lords who have most likely promoted their bodies by stealing the PPS of other phase whales. We do not know why they have not received any sanction from the phase whale race. It may be that checks and balances prevent the latter from overreaching. That sounded rather complicated and hinted at a complicated web of interspecies relationships. However, we have also identified a number of greater phase lords that have been awarded with PPS by the phase whales after earning great merit. This shows that there is an avenue for a member of another alien race to obtain their own face water production systems through legitimate means. The greater phase lords who have come into power through this fashion are often regarded as the strongest supporters and sycophants of phase whales. This is logical, as the latter only wishes to promote aliens that can promote their interests. It sounded as if a large chunk of greater phase lords were effectively traitors to their original races. They were the red ocean versions of cosmopolitans. The presenter quickly went back to explaining his views on the relationship between face water and phase whales. Vess listened with rapt attention, as every piece of information he learned about this broad subject matter was highly relevant to his own interests. Chapter 50, 195, Can't Fit Inside. Wow, Vess spoke as he left the hall after the open session had concluded. There is so much depth to phase whales that I never realized how little we actually know about this incredible species. The presentation provided many answers, but also generated a lot of new questions. Red humanity was doing its best to understand the nature and the properties of phase whales, but there was simply too little time and not enough manpower to lift all of the mystique surrounding this power race. Nonetheless, Vess came away from this highly informative session with a lot more information about how the natives engaged in their own brand of body cultivation. one of the most important factors that determined the power and the future growth of a native alien was whether they possessed the capacity to produce face water within their own bodies. Vess was not quite certain why it was necessary to acquire an internal mechanism to produce face water. It sounded as if this was a necessity rather than a convenient way to reduce one's reliance on face water harvested from the environment. Whatever the case, a lot of phase lords deeply desired to get their hands on a PPS. They weren't entirely complete without this set of phase whale organs. It explained so much about what he had heard and encountered over the years. It also gave Vess a new perspective on phase lords. Each of them were both individually powerful and incredibly influential in their own societies. Phase lords had long been equated as the beings who had stepped beyond the limitations of their original races and stepped onto the path of godhood. Their former comrades all worshipped them as living gods and did not dare to treat them as if they were equals anymore. To hear the presenter equate lesser phase lords as an underclass was a radical change in perspective. These alien beings who succeeded in transforming their lives, indeed, managed to ascend to a higher state of being. Yet their journey forward became so difficult that they essentially needed to slave away for the phase whales for a long time or violate a taboo by stealing the PPS outright. It was unclear how many phase lords resorted to the former or the latter. There simply wasn't enough information, as most aliens remained ignorant of what went on at the higher levels of their society. Even if they did know anything, they knew better than to gossip about their supposed gods. What was clear to most people was that a lot of lesser phase lords were about to descend upon human space. The reason why the Eminence of Torment turned into a service minion of the Red Cabal was because he probably hoped to earn enough merits to exchange for a PPS from his phase whale masters. More lesser phase lords were bound to arrive in the ensuing months and years as they trickled to inform the other parts of the new frontier. Not all of them were highly motivated to save their dwarf galaxy from the scourge of human invaders, but they would definitely do their utmost to make themselves look as good as possible during the war in order to earn a precious PPS. Vess thought about his own awkward status as a phase lord. He wondered whether he should endeavor to hunt down a phase whale for the purpose of harvesting the creature's PPS. He immediately rejected this notion. His progress in body cultivation was almost non-existent. While a lot of lesser phase lords coveted the PPS contained within the enormous bodies of every phase whale, not all of them were capable of transplanting the crucial organs into their own physiques. Phase whales were large. They might appear to be around several hundred meters long most of the time, but their true bodies were much larger once they lifted the dimensional folding effect that enabled them to assume more compact forms. It was conceivable that the organs that made up the PPS were also humongous. Even if a lesser phase lord had reached the limits of his current stage, he might not be able to fit a complete PPS if the latter came from an elder phase whale that had grown to the size where his titanic body generated its own gravity well. Perhaps the native aliens developed methods that enabled them to cut the PPS down to size so that they could fit into their smaller bodies, but there was probably a limit to this miniaturization process. There was no way that Vess could fit a full or reduced version of a PPS inside his own body. His face water concentration still remained at the pathetic level of 0.01%. He could barely call himself a phase lord, despite the fact that he had already managed to overcome one of the most difficult hurdles. While his status as a phase lord allowed him to pull off a couple of cool tricks, such as teleporting him a short distance away, he remained otherwise unimpressed by what he had gained. Part of it was his own fault. He never put any serious time and effort into exploring how to increase his face water concentration and develop more spatial manipulation abilities. It all seemed unnecessary to him. As he continued to climb up in society, it became less essential for him to rely on his own abilities. He was a Mech designer. The only advantage that Vess cared about was that phase lords developed a stronger affinity towards face water, He indeed benefited a lot from this and wished to strengthen it even further. The opportunity costs were too high, though. He could spend his time and resources on much more productive pursuits. Designing mechs would always remain his primary occupation. This was his main cultivation method, and one that he could not afford to give up just so that he could play at being a better phase lord. Vess proceeded to attend a number of other sessions for the remainder of the second day. He tried to catch up on a decent variety of subjects, as opposed to focusing on one subject in particular. This reflected his varied interests and his engagement in so many different facets of reality. He attended an open session on the predicted changes to red humanity, as E-energy radiation continued to affect every part of people's lives. Since this session was organized by a supporter of the polymath, the presenter tried to sway her audience into supporting a total reformation and centralization of their scattered and divided society. The lengthy history of the human race has taught us that we are our worst enemies. Each period in history where humans gain too much power in a short period of time, conflict, misery, and instability follow suit. From the invention of gunpowder in ancient times to the rapid conquest of large swaths of the Milky Way galaxy, humans have shown time again that they are unable to restrain themselves when granted power beyond their prior means. If we want to prevent this foreseeable calamity from occurring again, we must preemptively solve the time bombs embedded in our fractured society and heal the old wounds before it is too late. Although the presenter tried to sell the polymath's unity plan a bit too much, she raised a lot of good arguments. Perhaps it might be a better idea if red humanity did not remain so divided and mistrustful towards each other. "What do you think, Jovi?" Vess casually asked afterwards. "I agree that our society is too flawed as it is. The polymath has taken the initiative to present a plan to solve the fault lines that continually cause us to treat each other with vigilance and suspicion. It is not the only choice we have. It is up to our wise and capable human leaders to determine the best way forward for us all. I am merely a Tier 6 galactic citizen. My voice is irrelevant." It was not hard to pick up the mocking and jesting tone in Jovi's voice. The R-Ray Senior Mech designer indirectly reminded Vess that he might also find himself in the company of those wise and capable human leaders by the end of the week. It all depended on the final verdict of the faction leaders or their chosen representatives. Vess had learned that the gap between a Tier 4 and a Tier 3 galactic citizen was enormous. It took way more than a large quantity of average contributions to bridge this enormous void. Tier 1 and Tier 2 galactic citizens consisted of the contemporary leaders of both branches of human civilization. They were the god pilots, star designers, the galactic mech counselors, the grand admirals, and so on. Even though none of them possessed absolute power to rule as they wished, their collective authority was near total in human society. Tier 3 galactic citizens existed only a single layer below all of these major leaders. They were typically MTA masters and ace pilots who had made amazing contributions and had reached the threshold to the next rank. They also encompassed CFA admirals who led their own fleet with a wide degree of autonomy. The leaders of most first-rate states also qualified as Tier 3 galactic citizens so long as they wielded enough real power. Figureheads were out of luck. To think that Vess could become as powerful as those widely recognized and celebrated leaders was unimaginable to his current self. He was just over 40 years old. He had only advanced to the rank of senior mech designer a short time ago. The gap between himself and people such as Master Termanio Dervidian was too great. Vess forcibly calmed himself down before his head became too inflated. Why is it the case that only a select few people get to decide on the plan? He changed the topic by asking another question. Tens of thousands of people have boarded the Commator Reign. Each of them are talents and leaders in their own right. None of them are stupid or immature. Why don't you survivalists extend a voice to them as well? I think that will allow your faction to make a decision that is more representative of human society. That is the thing, Vess. We don't want to make a decision that is an accurate reflection of the will of the total population of red humanity. We do not trust the judgment of people who are more ignorant and less aware of the intricacies that keep our society functioning. We have chosen to limit decision-making power to the upper leaders during emergency situations because we cannot get bogged down by bureaucracy and the demands of too many stakeholders. I see. This won't last forever, Jovi reassured Vess. Once the emergency has lifted, we can return to a more reasonable decision-making approach. I think it will take a long time before that happens, Vess cynically remarked. He predicted that the state of emergency might last for a century, if not more, depending on whether the aliens of Messier 87 made an appearance during this period of time. That reminded Vess to attend a session held by one of the researchers who stared at the supergiant galaxy with really big space telescopes and other advanced stellar observation machines. Vess and Jovi managed to find an open session that presented a lot of speculations on the possible forms of life that might have evolved in an extreme high-energy environment. Unfortunately, the attendees gained much less out of the presentation than they expected. There simply wasn't enough data to work with. None of the fancy high-tech observation machines were capable of discerning too many details of artificial construction and other activities due to the immense amount of light and energy pollution produced by Messier 87. In the end, Vess did not get any closer to understanding the possible native aliens that resided in Messier 87 than before. The investigation in this crucial subject had only just begun. It might take decades before people could get a clearer ideas on the monsters they had to compete against. Chapter 50, 196 Meet the Friends. Vess continued to attend various sessions over the course of the second and third day. His next obligation was scheduled to take place on the fourth day of the conference, which left him with plenty of time to learn and absorb new insights. As he continued to attend a wide variety of sessions, he became exposed to a lot of new information. He also became more familiar with a lot of other survivalists besides Jovi Armelin, Vero Goldstein, and the polymath. This was particularly important as Vess urgently needed to expand his network. A Tier 4 galactic citizen was already a side leader in human civilization. Normally, these kinds of distinguished figures invested decades, if not centuries of their life on climbing up the ladder a single rung at a time. This gave them plenty of time and opportunities to form new business relationships and make a lot of friends. Vess had somehow made an enormous shortcut that caused him to skip much of this essential process. This resulted in many deficiencies, which he hoped to mitigate over the course of this conference. Jovi happened to understand this as well. At the start of the third day, he invited a few of his friends and peers to partake in breakfast together. Vess, let me introduce you to my friends, colleagues, rivals, collaborators, and so on. They're only journeymen for the time being, but they all have a chance of catching up to us in the future. There is no need to stroke our wounded egos, a woman responded. You defeated us all and won first place in our race. Ah, it is an honor to meet with you in person, Professor Larkinson. I am Kelly Herrera. My great-grandfather is a senior official of the Mech Trade Association back in the old galaxy. Would you prefer to be addressed by your title? The female journeyman wore a modern but fairly subdued black suit that gave off the impression of an assistant. The only obvious touch of personality in her appearance was her hair. She had styled her purple locks in the form of waves in constant motion. Vess dismissively waved his hand. We are not too far apart in terms of age. We're also Mech designers. We should treat each other as colleagues and professionals who share similar passions for Mechs. You are much more approachable than I expected. Kelly smiled in response. The man standing next to her made a short bow as he introduced himself. It is an honor and a pleasure to meet you, Professor Larkinson. I am Journeyman Pollack Naziri. My grandfather is a master Mech designer who also remains in the Milky Way galaxy, much to my regret. Palak Naziri possessed darker skin and striking orange eyes that were clearly cybernetic in nature. Vess found it curious that Kelly and Palak felt the need to state their family connections right away. It was as if he wouldn't take these R-ray journeymen seriously if they lacked sufficient backing. He had to admit that it was handy to know this sort of information. He could make a lot of inferences about the R-ray journeyman right from the start and avoid a lot of misunderstandings. The last man introduced himself as well. I am Osman Carter Tezreen. I was born in a second-rate state, but the Mech Trade Association recruited me when I was young and started to attain excellent results in school. That was certainly different from the rest. Jovi, Kelly, and Palak were all born and raised within the Mech Trade Association. This affected them in many ways. It was refreshing to meet with a Mecher who possessed space peasant roots. Once they all sat down and started to order breakfast, they began to chat with each other. The conversation started off awkward, as there was a pretty big status gap between Vess and the rest. Vess had made several assurances that he did not care for etiquette and formality. This finally enabled them to speak without too many pretenses. As Mech designers, Vess expressed a lot of curiosity towards the specializations of Jovi's friends and peers. I have chosen to specialize in designing transphasic armor systems, which is classified as a Class Roman III design philosophy. Kelly Herrera responded as she left her materialized plate of food untouched. Many Mech designers in the association have made the same decision, as this is an exciting new subject, where masters such as my great-grandfather have yet to make too many advancements. This was not unusual. Back in his fleet, his subordinate Sarah Voikin already started to shift her focus to transphasic armor systems as well. What aspect of transphasic armor systems are you hoping to improve? Mass, Kelly responded. To be more precise, I am researching a method to reduce the effective mass of the armor system of a Mech. We know that phase whales and phase lords are actually much larger and more enormous than they appear in the open. They are able to manipulate face water to produce a dimensional folding effect that reduces their size, but that does not necessarily explain where all of their mass has gone. Somehow, they can also fold their mass in a manner in which they can shunt it in other dimensions that are less consequential. This is how they can make themselves lighter and faster. Some phase lords are better at this than others. I think I do not need to explain the advantages if we can apply the same principles to Mechs. She did not. This had great implications for any sort of Mech, with light Mechs benefiting more than others. Mass was a great necessity for Mechs, as denser and heavier metals usually translated into stronger defenses. However, light Mechs could least afford to pile up on too much mass, as it would make them too big and too sluggish. If Kelly managed to produce several breakthroughs in her work, then she might be able to find a way to greatly increase the resilience of a light Mech without impacting its mobility. The only downside that Vess could think of was that the cost of production and repairs would probably skyrocket, but that was not a serious problem if this powerful new solution was confined to high-end Mechs. How much progress have you made in your main research projects? Vess curiously asked. We have made modest results so far, but not to the degree that it will change the landscape of light Mechs overnight, she replied. It will take many more years to attain more progress if there are no sudden discoveries that can help us leap forward. That meant that she was unlikely to advance to the rank of senior anytime soon. Vess did not look down on her, though. Kelly sounded like a typical late bloomer who bet big on a groundbreaking specialization, but needed to work a lot more to reap the fruits of her efforts. What about you, Palak? What do you specialize in as a Mech designer? I am a neural interface specialist with a Class Roman VIII design philosophy. My primary interests lie in developing viable multi-pilot Mechs. That certainly sounded like a bold choice. Vess gazed at Palak like the latter was crazy. A specialization like that sounds like it should be labeled as Class Roman 9, not Class Roman 8. Multi-pilot mechs have fallen out of vogue centuries ago when it became clear that there aren't enough potentates to waste on single machines. Mech pilots were too scarce to sustain this approach on a larger scale. A state that fielded mechs that needed at least 2 pilots each would quickly find itself short on manpower, as every single total defeat inflicted twice as much manpower losses than normal. Pollack smiled in a depreciating manner. You are far from the first person to make this remark. I disagree with the general consensus. Too many mech designers have reflexively dismissed the idea of multi-pilot mechs for many generations due to early setbacks and failures. I am trying to defy this trend by adopting a new take on mechs piloted by multiple individuals. Oh, how so? What do you intend to do differently? The ambitious journeyman had been waiting for this question. He grinned as he activated a projection that explained his model of multi-pilot mechs in a simple and easily understandable way. The traditional image of a multi-pilot mech is a slightly larger machine that features a cockpit where 2 or more pilots sit next to each other in tandem. Vess nodded. Yes, from what I understand about neural interface technology, it is possible for multiple pilots to control the same mechs as long as they know each other well and form a system where they don't get in each other's way. Well, my vision of multi-pilot mechs is different from this. I frankly despise this primitive approach as it offers far too little added value compared to single-pilot mechs. If we employ multiple pilots in the same machine, then there has to be sound reasons for this design choice. My justification for this is to increase the size of the mech. A new projection appeared that displayed a mech that was much larger than normal. That's a juggernaut. Almost, not quite. It depends on how you define a juggernaut, Pollack responded. I do not like to use this loaded term if I can help it. What I am trying to realize is still a mech, only larger. It is so large that a single pilot cannot adequately control the exponentially more numerous systems and subsystems of the upscaled mech. This is where there is a rationale for additional pilots. The projected schematic changed to include 6 more mech pilots, several of which were located in different places. 7 pilots. Does this actually work? Pollack grinned. It does. The central mech pilot is the primary controller. He is the commander and the primary controller of the multi-pilot mech. The secondary controllers are only responsible for the control of specific limbs and associated weapon systems. They do not need to be distracted by what takes place in the other sections of the large machine. That actually sounded like a clever way to approach multi-pilot mechs. Vess respected Pollack a lot more for coming with this idea and committing to it for so long. I have tried to increase the practicality of my multi-pilot mechs by adopting another solution. Only the primary controller has to be a pilot whose genetic aptitude and other properties are good enough to command a machine of this size. The secondary controllers that are responsible for parts of the large mech are not required to be as qualified. Depending on the design and configuration of the multi-pilot mech, the secondary controllers do not have to process a large amount of data, especially of the dynamic variety. My simpler designs can adequately accommodate potentates that are afflicted with D or even E-grade genetic aptitudes. What? Pollack Naziri's specialty was no secret to the other mechers, but Vess was shocked and impressed by the man's idea. Potentates whose genetic aptitudes fell well below the standard needed to pilot first-class multipurpose mechs basically had nothing to do. They couldn't even get admitted to any mech academy because everyone thought it was a waste of time, money, and resources. This could change if Pollack's approach to multi-pilot mechs became viable enough. The addition of secondary controllers also increases the redundancy of my work. If the primary controller becomes incapacitated for whatever reason, any secondary controller can take over and become the new commander of this battle machine. It is preferable if the controller has a high genetic aptitude. But if not, the loss of control will not immediately cripple the multi-pilot Mech, as the other secondary controllers can share the burden. Pollack created several new uses for Mech pilots who would otherwise remain completely useless. His vision presented a way for Red humanity to better utilize its existing pool of manpower. Still, just these changes alone was not enough to justify the adoption of multi-pilot Mechs in reality. These large Mechs of yours suffer from many of the same logistical downsides as juggernauts. Vess spoke. Not only do they require vastly greater amounts of resources to construct, but you can't even transport them to different battlefields without dedicating an enormous cargo hold for them. Most forces would rather allocate their precious starship capacity for more useful purposes. Everyone around the table suddenly began to exchange knowing smiles with each other. I have thought about that problem as well, Professor, Pollack confidently stated as he changed the image in the projection. Transportation is not a problem in my opinion. That is because recent advancements in the development of warp drives and superdrives has made it easier to grant superluminal travel capabilities to a wider variety of machines. Realization dawned on Vess' expression. You mean, rather than relying on large starships to transport my multi-pilot Mech to different star systems, my preferred solution is to enable them to traverse the stars by themselves. Instead of relying on starships for transport, Pollack Naziri essentially wanted to transform his multi-pilot Mechs into starships in their own right. This was the true essence of his design philosophy. The incredibly ambitious journeyman wanted to blend the properties of a starship with a Mech to produce a fusion that possessed the advantages of both. In order to emphasize this approach towards Mechs, Pollack Naziri even showed off a ridiculous multi-pilot Mech that was actually able to transform between two different modes. The form optimized for interstellar travel looked no different from a streamlined starship. Once battle was about to commence, this starship could readily unpack and shift into a gigantic humanoid machine. The warship-grade weapon systems of this transformable juggernaut looked formidable enough to crush any alien warship in a direct exchange. Chapter 50, 197 Dream Chasers. The Mech designers of the Red Association belonged to a different class from the rest of their kind. Their circumstances were far different from that of the space peasants that had to work under greater pressure. Vess did not think that any Mech designer outside of the sheltered garden of the Red Association would have the luxury to pursue a career based on designing a combination of disproven concepts, such as multi-pilot Mechs and juggernauts. Only the association had the wealth and resources needed to raise a Mech designer like Pollack Naziri to an exceedingly high standard, only to allow him to pursue an absurd design philosophy. Although the Mechers had correctly designated his design philosophy as Class Roman 8, it sure sounded like Class Roman 9 to Vess. Still, Pollack's rationale was superficially logical enough that his ideas might actually produce useful results. Vess agreed that juggernaut Mechs might be able to make a comeback now that overall Mech technology had advanced a lot compared to the earlier generations. The ability to mount an actual warp drive or superdrive onto their massive frames massively expanded their utility and significantly reduced their logistical burden. By treating them as a combination between a Mech and a starship, Pollack's gigantic multi-pilot Mechs had the potential to field a war machine that combined the raw firepower of a small warship with the control and finesse of an ultra-heavy Mech. That said, Pollack's ambition still had a lot of questionable aspects to it that limited his chances of realizing his ambition. Your idea is daring, but it doesn't entirely address all of the shortcomings of oversized machines, Vess gently responded. Resources may be easier to obtain within the Red Association, but one doubt that your fellow Mechers will be pleased to expend a lot more resources for a single machine. You can get a lot more combat power out of it if you use all of the raw materials to construct as many normal-sized mechs as you can squeeze out of them. Oversized mechs also do not stimulate the growth of mech pilots as much as the ones that we use today. Our industry has spent multiple generations on dialing down their sizes and dimensions to the most optimal parameters. Pollack remained undeterred. Respectfully speaking, Professor, I have considered all of those arguments more times than I can count. I believe in my idea. There are so many assumptions about mechs that have been set in stone centuries ago. While there were good reasons to establish those facts in the past, our context is much different than before. We have access to much more advanced technologies. We have come into contact with many new and amazing materials. As far as I am aware, many mechs are struggling to fight against warships because they lack the scale to compete against a combat platform that far exceeds their tolerance. So your answer to the problem of getting outscaled by alien warships all of the time is to reduce the disparity in this aspect. Vess curiously raised his eyebrow. That is partially what I am attempting to realize. If I can present a set of multi-pilot mechs that can strike as hard as an armed starship, while also possessing the transphasic armor and transphasic shield generators that make the alien vessels so difficult to defeat, we can fight and resist the aliens on the same front. That sounds convoluted. Vess furrowed his brows as he continued to question the practicality of Pollack's design philosophy. I do not deny that your large multi-pilot mechs might actually be able to hold their own on the battlefield, but these designs of yours are intricate and complex. These are niche products that are not necessarily competing against other mechs, but seek to replace the role of warships. Armed starships are much more fleshed out and have an enormous amount of infrastructure backing them up. I think it is probably cheaper and less demanding in terms of manpower to stick with warships whenever you need to employ heavier firepower. Warships had become so entrenched within the Red II that they could not easily be displaced. Any proposed replacement did not just have to match the performance of a warship, but had to go above and beyond in order to push back the inertia that protected warships from getting threatened. Despite the persistent problem and overall lack of practicality of Pollack's bold vision, Vess still admired the man for possessing the courage to explore a branch of mech design that had fallen into neglect for so many years. If Pollack failed, then he would pay the price for his overreach as well as his lack of ability. If Pollack somehow defied the odds and succeeded in his venture, then he would make a substantial contribution to Red humanity. This was why Vess did not look down on Pollack's ideas. The journeyman mech designer put his very career on the line by embracing an unusual design philosophy, just like Jovi and Vess himself for that matter. After chatting a bit more with Pollack, Vess turned towards the last friend that Jovi brought over. What do you specialize in? He asked Osman Carter Tesreen. The Olive SLDN man looked and dressed himself in a more subdued manner than the rest of his colleagues and peers. The only abnormality that stood out was when he spoke his words. The man had integrated a special vocalization device in his throat that caused his sounds to echo and take on additional dimensions that human speech lacked. My design philosophy falls under class Roman 9, just as yours. I am actually a biomech designer. To be more specific, I am not concerned with designing brand new biomechs from scratch before growing them out of a pool filled with raw materials. Instead, I specialize in the sub-branch of biomech design that takes existing beasts from various origins and essentially convert them into pilotable biomachines. His friends were already familiar with Osman's highly unusual and macabre design philosophy, but it was still a shock to Vess. If the previous design philosophy wasn't already crazy enough, the idea proposed by Osman sounded even more insane. Does it actually work? It does, more or less, Osman replied with less certainty in his tone. My progress is slow because it is not possible to design and build my biomechs in a virtual reality environment. The design world is fantastic in many ways, but it has never been able to simulate biomechs as well as I would have liked. I am glad that the association has taken the limitations of my work into account. I am entitled to an allowance that allows me to occasionally gain access to a real exobest or designer beast that I can convert into a dedicated war machine. The enthused biomech designer projected a few clips of his biomechs in action. Vess immediately understood the appeal of this unconventional approach. The biomechs were all made out of excellent beast stock. The monsters harnessed by their pilots retained a significant portion of the advantages of the converted beasts, but also received a lot of enhancements derived from all of the technological upgrades. As Vess continued to study the select pieces of footage, he began to entertain another question. Since all of these large beasts were technically alive when you started to operate on them, are they still alive and aware after they have been converted into biomechs? Only barely. Osman replied in a manner that made it clear that he had supplied the same answer countless times before. It is perfectly safe and controlled. Before one do a conversion, I study the brain structure of the alien beasts before selectively removing parts of the neural tissue that are redundant. In other words, Osman lobotomized each beast that passed through his hands to make sure his works did not regain a mind of their own, and went on an uncontrolled rampage. Suffice to say, Vess had a lot of doubts about this idea as well. One of the areas he was most concerned about was that lobotomizing the beasts might not be enough to turn them into mostly empty husks. If their spiritualities were strong enough, these beasts might still be able to retain greater awareness, despite losing much of their brains. With Messier 87 exotic radiation making everyone and everything stronger, all of those dangerous beasts that Osman depended upon to do his work might not remain as docile as he expected anymore. Vess did not voice his suspicions in this area. The Red Association should have enough knowledgeable experts in its ranks to spot or anticipate this possible danger well in advance. There was no need for him to meddle into the affairs of such a powerful organization. At least some of Osman's teachers and mentors had to be aware of the greater dangers. "It sounds rather challenging to mass-produce any of your works," he remarked. "You need to have an enormous supply of beasts that are all consistent enough to perform a standardized transformation procedure on their bodies. All of this work has to be conducted or supervised by trained specialists. Then you have to convince Mech pilots to put their lives on the line by piloting your unusual biomechs." Osman merely smiled in response. "My work brings additional challenges and complications, but I enjoy the work the association is willing to provide me with a modest amount of support so that I can bear the extra expenses of exploring this approach to biomech design." "I see. Have you ever thought about letting Mech pilots interface with a biomech that retains a greater vestige of a conscious mind?" "I do. All of my teachers and supervisors forbade me from conducting any experiments in this direction. Similar attempts have been made in the past, and all of them ended in disaster. I am not allowed to touch this research direction until I have thoroughly exhausted all of my current possibilities. That would take a long time. Vess did not think this idea had much chance of success. Beasts were fundamentally different from living mechs in too many ways. Osman decided to ask a question of his own at this time. "I have studied your living mechs, and I find that your work has a surprising amount of parallels with my own. Both of our machines are alive. Their living properties may diverge from each other, but the common characteristic of both of our design philosophies is that the machine possesses at least a small amount of autonomy and awareness. Have you ever designed or participated in the development of an actual biomech? Did you manage to make it alive, according to your own definition?" Vess briefly recalled the meat suit that he had neglected for a long time. Joshua and the Evertshanger had grown strong enough to reduce their dependence on external add-ons. The development of the Evertshanger's mounted wargear had also become stalled as more important projects rose to greater prominence. Vess did not think that his clan should phase out the use of mounted wargear. He developed a number of interesting new ideas on how to make use of them in the age, but he needed to clear his current workload in order to dedicate enough time to turn his vision into a reality. "I have not yet designed a complete biomech from the ground up," Vess responded. "I intend to try out in the future, but I am not in a hurry to do so. Right now, metallic mechs present plenty of possibilities to me. I am not lacking for options, and I have not yet reached the point where I have grown bored to the point where I need to work on radically different design projects in order to stimulate my mind." "Understood, Professor." Vess knew that Osman wanted to propose a possible collaboration, but the man did not dare to voice this request. Their status had grown too far apart from each other. Osman needed to advance to the rank of senior, at the very least, in order for a collaboration to make sense. Chapter 50-198, First Secret Session. Vess learned a lot more about what life was like for the Mech designers of the Red Association. He had already heard a decent amount of stories from Jovi, but his three friends and rivals all had their own stories to tell, as they had embraced vastly different specializations. They ultimately said goodbye to each other after a time. Everyone had a busy schedule. Not all of them were able to attend the same closed sessions. For example, Kelly Herrera had a dark blue dot that permitted her to attend closed sessions related to facewater and facewater technology. Osman Carter Tezreen had a dark green dot that allowed him entry into closed sessions centered related to biotechnology and biomechs. Vess respected the two mech designers a lot for earning these dots. The theoretical knowledge threshold required to receive them was incredibly high by his standards. Once they finished their neglected breakfasts, they went their separate ways. Vess intended to attend a bunch of interesting sessions related to various different topics such as cultivation, alien sociology, Pulmer technology, and more. "So what do you think of my friends?" Jovi asked. "They are interesting," Vess responded. "They remind me of myself in certain ways. They are all as stubborn and invested in their own vision of mechs. That is admirable, though I am not sure if it is a good idea for them to go through such extremes. Our association encourages exploration. I think you can deduce the reasons why. Many mech designers among the general public are so concerned with attaining quick results and meeting the more immediate demands of the mech market that they rarely take risks with their design philosophies. My cohort and others exist to compensate for this shortcoming and ensure that decades and centuries from now, the mech industry is still able to make healthy progress through our work." It was a clever and forward-thinking strategy. It spoke to the determination of the mechers to stay ahead of the competition by willingly investing a lot of time, manpower, and other resources on exploring a wide variety of outlandish design philosophies. Even if 100 of them eventually got nowhere, as long as one mech designer succeeded and realized his unorthodox design philosophy, then that was a definite win for both the association and the mech community as a whole. Vess developed a greater appreciation for the Mech Trade Association and the Red Association that splintered from it. The mechers were highly technocratic and possessed the will to make forward-thinking decisions that might not necessarily pay off in a long time. This was especially the case when it came to the survivalists. The only fault was that they occasionally took their logical approach too far. The Polymath's Unity plan made a lot of sense, but it damaged the interests of so many stakeholders in human society that she was bound to generate a lot of animosity. Regardless, the survivalists were among the few groups of people that possessed the foresight and determination to make the harsh but necessary choices that others eschewed. The more time he spent among the mechers during this conference, the more he became affected by this common attitude. It was one thing to get exposed to this ideology and approach from a single figure such as Jovi. It was another thing to be surrounded by survivalists who all shared the same attitudes about this kind of stuff. Vess understood that this was one of the main reasons why the survivalist faction insisted on holding a conference in reality. The associates were all getting indoctrinated by the survivalists. This was not a particularly hidden scheme. It was obvious to everyone with greater awareness towards this kind of stuff. It still worked regardless of whether the associates knew what was going on or not. The survivalists did not deliberately set out to fool their guests. They were mostly earnest about converting associates into more committed supporters of their cause. Vess continued to think about this throughout the remainder of the third day. By the time the fourth day commenced, he thought about the long-term implications of the invention he was about to present during an upcoming secret session. Many of the presentations and discussions that took place during the conference emphasized the need to think about the consequences of every action. Each and every new technology produced a huge amount of ripple effects. The survivalists were supportive of innovation, but not without limits. Not every new discovery or invention deserved to be released to the public. As Vess checked his notes, he struggled to determine whether his Carmine system and all of the accompanying baggage truly made life better for Red humanity. He found it a bit more difficult to make up his mind about this issue. This matter distracted him so much that Jovi had to smack a bit of sense in Vess. You are still a long way from becoming a Tier 1 or Tier 2 galactic citizen. The R-Ray Senior spoke. Let the leaders of our faction and association ponder over how to roll out your Carmine system. It is not your job to set policies that affect our entire civilization. When you enter the secure chamber where the secret session is held, you go in as a Mech designer, nothing less, nothing more. Just present your work without wasting your time on espousing your interpretation of what will happen. The experts on the panel are smart enough to do a much better job of projecting the consequences of releasing your work. Jovi's advice was sound. Vess knew that he had fallen into the bad habit of overthinking the situation again. Thank Kyowu for that. I needed to hear this. Let's head to the location. The secret sessions took place in an entirely different deck and section within the Commator Reign. Both Vess and Jovi had to enter a security station where both had to be subjected to stringent examinations. Any possible microscopic bugs or listening devices that had somehow gotten attached to them needed to be cleared out to the greatest possible extent. Jovi passed through the security inspection without incident, but the security officers became perplexed as they came across a large amount of anomalies when inspecting Vess' body. It was pretty clear that the security officers had been forewarned about this. Yet when they started to make a lot of unusual discoveries in quick succession, they could not withhold their surprise and vigilance. These blood test results, just the presence of face water in his blood, marked Vess as a greater security concern. The Mechers weren't afraid that Vess would abuse his meager face water manipulation abilities to sneak into areas that he was not supposed to be in. His coordinates were tracked at all times, and the Commator Reign also maintained a strong warp interdiction field that prevented Vess from pulling off any shenanigans. As the examination became more invasive and annoying, Vess started to suspect that this was a scheme for the Mechers to collect detailed data on his abnormal physique for the secret session that was scheduled on the 6th day. You are free to proceed now, Professor Larkinson. It was about time. Vess grumbled as his uniform automatically zipped up again. Where do we need to go next? The Commander Reign will take you directly to your next destination. Before Vess could ask what that meant, he experienced the typical feeling that preceded a teleportation event. Both Vess and Jovi disappeared from the security station and appeared into a completely enclosed compartment that was almost completely bare. Only a single raised table floated in the air. Seated behind it was a panel of just 3 master Mech designers. Each of them were envoys of the faction leaders. Vess already recognized Master Xena Wintress from his first presentation. The representative of the xenotechnician looked impassive, but this was probably a facade. She must have formed a strong opinion about the Carmine system based on the limited information that she was entitled to know. Vess became a little more reassured when he spotted the friendly and more familiar face of Master Vero Goldstein. Although Vess had never shown any desire to join the camp of the polymath, he believed that Master Goldstein was professional enough to show enough understanding and consideration during this secret session. The big surprise to Vess was the identity of the envoy of the Fist of Defiance. The grandson and the most successful descendant of a god pilot had decided to attend this session in person. The man occupied the center of the rectangular table, as if he was the chief judge, whose words weighed greater than that of the two master Mech designers. Vess immediately put more effort into straightening his posture and schooling his expression. He already understood the implications of this unexpected development. Even though an ace pilot such as the Mace of Retribution was nominally on the same level as Master Wintress and Master Goldstein, this was not the case during this conference. The Fist of Defiance was the only faction leader who couldn't be present, so the Mace of Retribution gained all of the authority he needed to speak on behalf of his grandfather's clique. The fact that such a high-level leader found it worthwhile to attend this small-scale secret session indicated that the Mace of Retribution possessed a greater interest in the Carmine system. The stakes had just been raised. So long as Vess managed to win over the Mace of Retribution, he would face a lot less obstacles in his effort to gradually make the Carmine system available to the general public. As Vess stepped forward until he stopped at a lighted circle, he bowed in front the elevated panel of 3. Greetings. It is an honor to present one of my more fascinating works to you all. I hope that my presentation will give you a good understanding of the tech that can make a difference in the war against the aliens. Master Goldstein smiled as he looked down at Vess. The protocol for this secret session is not strict. Only 5 of us are here at the moment. You can speak freely without fear of leaks or offending the sensibilities of one of our own. We merely ask you to do what you can to explain the principles and the mechanics of your innovation as extensively as possible, so that we can perform our own analyses on your work. Vess held his hands together. I will endeavor to offer as much clarity as possible. How much time do I have? The schedule has not made that entirely clear. It depends, Master Zena Wintress answered in a more neutral tone. If this closed session proceeds as expected, we will likely remain twice or thrice as long as a normal session. We wish to get to the bottom of your work. This is one of the reasons why you are presenting your findings in a secret session, as opposed to the alternatives. The Mace of Retribution wave started to look annoyed. Let us dispense with these superfluous questions and begin already. Professor Larkinson here is a man of action. Let us give him room to speak on his terms. If his invention is nearly as good as his companion's spirit, then I do not want to be delayed any further. This was a clear signal for Vess to begin. He briefly glanced at Jovi, who gave a look of encouragement in return. Seeing that there were no more interruptions, Vess activated a projection that displayed the Bastion, the successor of the Shield of Samur. Let me start from the beginning. I ended up developing the Carmine system by trying to deepen the synergy between a Mech pilot and a Mech beyond normal means. I have a considerable number of Mech pilots in my organization that have developed a strong commitment to pilot their assigned Mech on a permanent or near-permanent basis. This was what he always wanted to accomplish as a Mech designer. My assumption at the time was that neural interfaces have reached their limit. I needed to find another measure that could bind the two together. Then I thought about how blood relatives are always close to each other. That is when I came up with a strange idea. My living Mechs are already family to the Larkinsons. Why don't I try to reinforce this intimate relationship by forming a literal blood of blood? Chapter 5199, Piloting Limitations. The start of the presentation proceeded according to expectation. Vess had prepared his explanation of the Carmine system ahead of time. He just needed to stick to his plan and convey all of the information that he deemed necessary to share to the panel of 3. Throughout his lecture, The ace pilot as well as the two master Mech designers refrained from making any interruptions. They calmly listened as Vess began to explain the lengthy and convoluted journey that ultimately led to the invention of the empowered blood-sharing system. When he explained how the Carmine system was partially responsible for the massive boost in resonance strength for venerable Janzi, he finally saw a shift in the expression of the Mace of Retribution. As a powerful pilot himself, the Mace of Retribution understood better than the other people in this completely enclosed chamber how significant it was to experience a major rise in resonance strength. The only problem was that there were more factors that contributed to this outcome. It was difficult for Vess to determine how much of a difference it made that Janzi had formed a blood pact with the Bastion. Venerable Janzi Larkinson has always been one of the fastest-growing expert pilots of my clan, he explained. I like to think that I contributed greatly to her success by designing and tailoring her Mech over the course of her service to me. She is not only strong-willed and dedicated to her cause, but she has also bonded with her living Mech a lot more intimately than my other pilots. This has made her the most suitable candidate to pair with my Carmine system. The results matched or exceeded his expectations. By interfacing with the Bastion, by utilizing both the neural interface as well as the Carmine system, Janzi became much more spiritually in tune with her machine. Many of her parameters increased as a result. Vess even saw indications that Janzi and the Bastion benefited even more from their permanent symbiotic relationship, now that E-energy radiation became a factor. All in all, the Carmine system provided powerful proof that a single expert pilot and expert Mech could drastically improve their synergy and cooperation by forming a blood pact with each other. Unfortunately, this was not definitive proof that the Carmine system could provide similar benefits to every other expert pilot. The sample size was too small. What if Janzi was the exception? What if other expert pilots needed to become just as devoted to their Mechs in order to form a working blood pact? What if the blood pact led to detrimental or potentially fatal side effects in the future? What if there was a chance that other Mech pilots experienced physical rejection when they started to circulate artificial blood generated by a Mech in their veins? Vess could not provide answers to all of these difficult questions. This clearly disappointed the two master Mech designers, as they were accustomed to receiving reports that were much more comprehensive and detailed. This was partially Vess' fault. He had rushed to present his work early as soon as he discovered its greater implications. He did not regret the decision to present the Carmine system to the survivalist faction so prematurely. The conference taking place this week was by far the best venue for him to present a possibly groundbreaking new design application in front of a panel that represented all three camps of the survivalist faction. In any case, once he was done with talking about how the Carmine system provided a lot of added value to an existing expert pilot, he moved on to the next case. When Vess explained the basic details on how he managed to restore his grandfather's ability to pilot Mechs and helped him revive his extraordinary willpower, the reaction from the panel was much more obvious. Master Goldstein already learned about this beforehand. Master Xena Wintress and the Mace of Retribution received a lot less information about what had happened to Venerable Benjamin Larkinson. Now that they received more details, they became fascinated at how a young, second-class senior Mech designer managed to solve a long-standing problem. For all of their knowledge, wisdom, and experience, none of the masters or star designers had managed to develop a solution to this problem, at least as far as they knew. Even if one of these impressive and competent figures managed to develop a solution, it was clearly too demanding and impractical to be adopted on a wider scale. Nobody missed the fact that the Carmine system clearly came with a lot of limitations and restrictions. Yet despite all of its shortcomings, it was still a much more practical and affordable way to restore the combat effectiveness of brain-damaged Mech pilots on a wider scale. Gears already started to turn in their heads about what this could mean. They thought about the large number of veteran Mech pilots that had been forced into retirement against their will. Every war or major conflict produced casualties where Mech pilots suffered from all kinds of injuries. All of that was wasted manpower as far as the leaders of Red humanity were concerned. Many states and organizations had poured a lot of money and other resources into training to become the deadly soldiers that they needed in their ranks. All of that skill, wisdom, and experience could be tapped once again if the Carmine system offered this group of disabled veterans a second chance to compete for glory. The Mace of Retribution couldn't hold in his growing curiosity any longer. Is the Carmine system exclusive to expert pilots, or is it also rated to work with standard Mech pilots? Vess shook his head. I cannot provide a definite answer to that question. I have yet to try it out. I can only give you my estimates and predictions regarding this technology. Theoretically, normal Mech pilots should be able to pilot their Mechs by relying completely on the Carmine system. However, I am pretty sure that genetic aptitude can still play a considerable role in the responsiveness and data processing speed of the Mech pilot. How certain are you that this estimate is accurate? I am not entirely certain, Vess admitted without any fuss. My work is still rough, and the sample size is far too low. I need to apply this tech to a lower-end Mech in order to provide you with valid and significant information. That will take a lot of time. He continued his presentation. Soon enough, he was ready to touch upon the most crucial implication of the Carmine system. It was the entire reason why this secret session existed in the first place. I have left out an incident that occurred during the first successful test of the recently fabricated Bastion. Venerable Janzi informed me that piloting her Mech through the blood pact that I have briefly described before has led her to form a radical conclusion that may or may not be true. She has told me that the Carmine system can facilitate a new and alternate mode of piloting Mechs for herself and others through an alternate channel. Master Xena Wintress suddenly had a look of shocking realization on her face. Her self-control had briefly failed due to the magnitude of the conclusion that she had just inferred. You mean? The blood pact is a metaphysical channel that can allow any bonded individual to operate a Mech without the need for a neural interface. Forming a traditional man-machine connection certainly helps. Venerable Janzi and the Bastion have proven that. However, if you leave out the neural interface, the brain is not subjected to excessive strain due to the need to process a lot of data. Instead, the pilot effectively processes a lot of data directly with his soul. This is also why the blood pact is so good at facilitating closer cooperation between the Mech and Mech pilot. It bypasses all of the detrimental elements that are not really necessary anymore. Only now did the Mace of Retribution make the same realization as Master Wintress. The strong saint kingdom that surrounded the pilot surged after his mind finally caught up to the magnitude of this development. Are you claiming that your Carmine system can make Mech pilots obsolete? Can any human pilot a Mech through the blood pact regardless of whether they possess the right genetic aptitude? Yes, Vess simply replied. This caused Master Wintress and the Mace of Retribution to truly think about how such an invention could shake the entire Mech industry and beyond. Vess continued his presentation while much of the panel fell into thought. He emphasized that he had never tested this hypothesis in reality due to lack of time. He also stated that even if a Carmine Mech could theoretically allow norms to control its systems, the very obvious lack of training for all of these untrained pilots meant that the results likely wouldn't be that good. In addition to that, the bandwidth of the blood pact for norms was probably limited as well. The strength and bandwidth of the blood pact is highly dependent on the strength of the soul of the parties involved. Vess explained. A living Mech of my own design usually has a decent amount of strength to begin with. Expert pilots such as Venerable Janzi and Venerable Benjamin can also contribute a lot to quickly improve their blood pact. Ordinary Mech pilots with weaker souls will not be able to match the aforementioned results. They will probably have to start out simple and slowly work their way up through constant practice and the passage of time. This was heavy information. The ace pilot and the two masters continued to process a lot of different thoughts as they understood that just the hint that this was possible already justified the need to hold a secret session. Vess quickly wrapped up his presentation after that. Though he wanted to share more of his own opinion to his distinguished listeners, he took Jovi's advice in mind and did not try to mention his predictions on what would happen if the Carmine system became ubiquitous. It was up to the leadership and cadre of the survivalist faction to make those judgments. Once it was time to entertain questions, the panel members were in no mood to remain relaxed. Master Xena Wintress immediately asked a thorny question. Since genetic aptitude is irrelevant, what about race? Is it possible to develop a version of the Carmine system that is designed to allow aliens to pilot mechs without any technological restrictions? What measures can you take, or have already taken, that can prevent your work from getting abused by the aliens? Vess truly hadn't thought about that. He had always assumed that the aliens were unlikely to make good use of mechs due to the lack of working neural interfaces for their respective species. However, a disruptive technology such as the Carmine system could easily change. I have never attempted to do this before, Vess slowly responded. I can try it once I return to my fleet after this conference. My preliminary judgment is that it is plausible. That was another heavy revelation. Mechs were one of the biggest advantages of red humanity. It would be devastating if the aliens managed to get on par with the red humans with the help of this alternate control method. Master Wintress looked as if she didn't mind this, but the same could not be said for the Mace of Retaliation and Master Goldstein. Both of them entertained a lot of valid concerns. Once the threshold to pilot a mech had dropped, it became a lot more likely that the aliens might be able to find a way to take command of a mech. I have a question of my own. The Mace of Retribution spoke up. The effects of the Carmine system that you have described sounds similar to the first stage of the mech-body merger process. Is it plausible that forming the Blood Pact is actually a method to complete this stage well in advance? Chapter 50, 200, Testing the Boundaries Corrected Name. The panel grilled Vess intensely about the Carmine system and its enormous implications. When Vess realized the Carmine system for the first time when he completed the Bastion, he mainly fixated on two specific functions. First, the Carmine system enabled an existing mech pilot to increase their effective control and synergy with a bonded mech. The comprehensive combat effectiveness of the combination was bound to increase, especially when the pilot and mech were already strong by themselves. Second, the Carmine system could be used as a standalone control mechanism. This could theoretically enable norms who did not possess the right aptitude to pilot mechs, if only barely. These were the main functions of his latest invention as far as he was concerned. He barely spent any time on thinking beyond these two features. Either of them were already amazing and groundbreaking enough to completely transform the mech community as he knew it. This was because his work catered to both the lowest and highest segments of the mech market. However, the three older and much more experienced leaders on the secret panel possessed much broader visions. They were in touch with many more aspects of society than a young senior mech designer. Their positions of power also granted them a greater understanding of the actual state of the mech industry and how mechs affected every aspect of human society in different ways. Any single variable could completely upset the current balance and order of human civilization. It was the job of these high-minded leaders to fully contemplate as much of the consequences of introducing new technologies as possible. This was why this secret session had to be held. Master Vero Goldstein had thought way beyond Vess when he initially learned of the Carmine system. He knew that this invention was too great for him to pass judgment on by himself. This was why he called over representatives from the two other sub-factions of the survivalists so that they could form a proper consensus on this issue. The master Mech designer currently leaned over the bare alloy table as he expressed increasing interest in what the inventor had to say about his explosive work. Vess clearly looked out of his depth as he struggled to formulate his words on a matter that went deep into speculation territory. I cannot speak with any authority on any aspect of the Mech-body merger process. I have obviously heard about it, but I have never worked that closely with any ace pilot that has entered this process. I only have a shallow understanding of the 4 phases of this process. As far as one can determine based on the information that I have collected, the blood pack's effects share a lot of similarities with the Operation Union phase. However, I would argue that they are ultimately different. In what way? The Mace of Retaliation asked. As a peak ace pilot who was capable of entering the Mech-body merger process, but lacked the courage to do so, anything related to this subject always aroused his intense interest. His domain field shook and became more focused as he directly conveyed his mental state to the surrounding people. Fortunately, those present in this secure chamber were all strong enough in their own ways to remain unaffected by the Mace of Retaliation's extraordinary willpower. From what one have read and heard about the Operation Union phase, the ace pilot forms a complete and permanent mental bond with the Mech. The two are intricately joined together in a way that already blurs the line between the two. It is not quite clear anymore where the pilot ends and where the Mech begins as far as operations are concerned. The representative of the Fist of Defiance nodded. That is a simplified but correct description. The blood pact is different from that, Vess proceeded. One thing that is common with the first phase of the Mech-body merger process is that it forms a permanent bond. However, I am not sure if this bond is the exact same kind as the one you are more familiar with. The blood pact can only be formed with living Mechs. It may be that your ace Mechs are also alive in a sense after being subjected to a lot of willpower baptism, but I don't really know as I have never examined such an impressive machine in person. Our ace Mechs become more than simple machines after years of usage. The Mace of Retaliation spoke. I believe I know what you are alluding to. Every pilot wants his own Mech to be his own. In many cases, that may also include a desire for their Mechs to become more alive, if only in a limited sense. That was handy to know. Vess continued his analysis. Another point of difference is that 1 AM not sure to call the blood pact a complete bond. It starts out weak and grows in bandwidth and resilience over time. This proves that there is still a lot of room for improvement. The Operation Union that you are referring to sounds a lot more drastic. Instead of forming a weak bond and building it over time, you create it directly in one go, which is much more drastic and much more dangerous in my opinion. That caused all 3 members of the panel to develop interesting thoughts. Master Vero Goldstein tapped his finger against the alloy table. Are you suggesting that forming a blood pact to complete the first phase of the Mech-body merger process is a safer alternative to the conventional method? What about the other phases? It sounds as if your blood pact includes variables that may also lower the difficulty of completing the second and third phases. The blood pact sounded like a bond that brought a pilot closer to his Mech on a mental, a physical and spiritual level. It was no wonder that the members of the panel thought that Vess' invention had strong relations to the Mech-body merger process. Vess quickly raised his palm. 1 AM making no such claim, Master. I do not have enough empirical data or theoretical knowledge to make any judgments on this matter. I can only state that while this theory sounds plausible, I would never subject anyone to experiment to see whether it is true. I only developed the initial versions of the Carmine systems a few months ago. I have broken completely new ground with this invention, and it is clear that there is a lot of depth behind this tech. I will require years of research to clarify all of the unknown variables. I will be able to provide a lot more answers to your questions at that time. The 3 panel members all looked frustrated by this unfortunate reality, but there was little they could do about it. They were all forced to hold back to an extent. That did not mean they were done with their speculative questions. Master Xena Wintress decided to open up a new inquiry. Please bring up the schematics of your bastion again. Vess obediently did so. A wireframe diagram of the bastion came to life and displayed a lot of technical details of every single technological aspect of the expert space knight. Under normal circumstances, it was incredibly stupid and dangerous to expose the full and unredacted design schematics of one of the trump cards of his Mech army. However, Vess couldn't get away with withholding this design, considering how it played a central role to the development of the Carmine system. He did not think that any of the panel members were duplicitous and dishonorable enough to leak the design to others. They were all Tier 2 galactic citizens, which meant that they were preoccupied with much greater affairs. It was beneath their station to abuse the trust of an associate. After she spent a dozen seconds on studying the design of the bastion, Master Wintress took control of the projection and discarded every component aside from the biomechanical parts that made up the Carmine system. She then began to weave her hand as if she was spinning a web. Parts appeared in rapid motion and slotted in like raindrops falling from the sky. Before Vess knew it, Master Wintress had designed a complete first-class multipurpose Mech around the unchanging Carmine system. It took only a minute for her to design a complete Mech in this fashion. The impressive display of design ability completely mesmerized Vess, to the point where he had missed the female master's latest question. Larkinson, are you paying attention? I am asking you to determine whether this is a viable Mech design, and if not, elaborate on the reasons why you believe it is defective. Oh, Vess snapped out of his professional fascination. I don't have a thorough understanding of first-class Mechs, but the first point I would like to say is that the Carmine system can come in different varieties. The one I designed for the Bastion is specifically designed with Janzi's DNA and blood type in mind. Technically, she should be able to pilot this Mech of yours, but her existing blood pact prevents her from cheating on her existing bonded machine. Is it possible for other pilots to interface with the Mech based on this design? Master Wintress pressed. What if we attempt to use a clone of venerable Janzi Larkinson as the test subject? I sincerely don't know what will happen, Vess admitted. It heavily depends on how closely the clone is able to match up to Janzi. I know that it is impossible to produce clones that possess the abilities of high-ranking Mech pilots. They just don't have the willpower for it. However, as long as the clone is functional in other ways, the Carmine system should be able to accommodate her as it is not inherently exclusive to high-ranking pilots. At most, I will have to make targeted adjustments to its biomechanical design in order to optimize it for low-ranking Mech pilots. He had no idea why the survivalists wanted to know this. Were they planning to produce millions of clones based on DNA of successful high-ranking Mech pilots? Master Wintress proceeded to make adjustments to her rapidly generated Mech design. She stripped a lot of large and bulky components of the first-class Mech and molded it into a slimmer and less bulky light Mech. How does the mass and volume of a Mech affect the Carmine system? Will it improve in performance if the Mech is larger or smaller? Vess blinked. I don't think it matters too much. It should work equally well on light Mechs, medium Mechs, and heavy Mechs. The greater concern is how much capacity it takes to integrate it into a machine. It produces a proportionately greater impact on lighter Mechs, as any additions in the design are more noticeable. Is the size of your Carmine system fixed or variable? The female master pressed. Certain aspects are difficult to downsize, Vess answered. The most essential mechanisms of the Carmine system are the components that are responsible for circulating the blood of the Mech in the body of the pilot and vice versa. I admit that my design for these systems is not the most sophisticated. I opted to keep it simple and rugged to the best of my limited abilities in order to maximize its reliability and resilience under heavy stress. I suppose that a Mech designer with a much better grasp on advanced biotechnology can do a much better job on this end. To be honest, these mechanisms are just a means to an end. What truly makes the Carmine system work is the E-energy construct that exists in other dimensions. Master Wintress' sharp eyes glinted as she took in this insightful answer. She began to weave her fingers yet again. An entirely new design emerged. This time, the scale was a lot smaller as she developed a radical variation of the Carmine system on the spot. Her grasp on biotechnology was far greater than that of Vess. She also had an excellent grasp of sophisticated biotech systems that could do the same jobs as the components of the Carmine system, but at a much more reduced scale. Once Wintress completed the design of a superficial, miniaturized version of the Carmine system, she began to add a lot of technological components around it. Only a short amount of time passed before she developed a Mech that was barely larger than the human body. To call it a Mech was actually a misnomer. Master Wintress did not even bother to add a neural interface to the design. Its scale and design characteristics had more in common with a suit of combat armor rather than a Mech. Yet the inclusion of a deep control mechanism that enabled the pilot to directly interface with the machine was a design element that combat armor lacked. A traditional suit of combat armor might include shallow interfacing methods, such as forming a normal data connection with the cranial implant of the wearer, but the responsiveness and fidelity of this method was not sufficient enough to turn the heavy suit into a second body. Vess looked utterly confused as he struggled to define the latest work of Master Wintress. Was this a Mech or a suit of combat armor?